Chapter 2246. Everyone looked at Ruik Des. Ruik Des carefully observed the Apice formula in front of him. Then, Ruik Des felt that he had understood and solved the Apice formula. Ruik Des placed his palms on the outer wall of the obelisk. He sent magic power into the obelisk and a wisp of consciousness at the same time. The Apice formula, which was displayed in light and shadow, suddenly changed. Ruik Des's solution to the formula appeared in the light and shadow. Of course, this was only the first step. Just then, the obelisk released a wave of magic power. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The ground around them started protruding. Clay men stood up from the mounds. When everyone saw the clay men, they heaved a sigh of relief. There were a lot of clay men, but they were very weak, very, very weak. Fa Zheng punched, and 7 or 8 clay men were crushed. They're too weak. I didn't even use any strength. Fa Zheng waved the clay in his fist. They're too weak. I didn't even use any strength. Fa Zheng waved the clay in his fist. Indeed, Tinkle casually threw out a spell, and dozens of clay men were smashed into pieces. Of course, their attacks and the clay men they destroyed were just a drop in the ocean compared to the densely packed clay men. However, any one of these clay men could destroy an entire army. The most efficient was the rat demon, Wei Daheng. He summoned thousands of rats and wiped out hundreds of clay men with a single sweep. This is so fun. I feel like I'm invincible, Wei Daheng exclaimed. After all, in most situations, they couldn't fight against 100 alone. Even if they faced 100 ordinary people, they might not win. However, the clay men were much weaker than ordinary people. Very, very weak. Even if one person faced an army of thousands, they could easily deal with it. These clay men are too weak. Chun Zhao and Bifla were hiding in the dark and watching the show. Bifla crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked coldly at the chaotic battlefield. It definitely won't be that easy. The previous 6 levels weren't easy at all, and they were gradually increasing in difficulty. No matter how you look at it, the 7th level will definitely be more difficult than the previous 6. It's impossible for it to be the easiest. Bifla's gaze landed on Ruik Des. Ruik Des was immersed in the process of deciphering the Apice formula. It was as if the battle around him had nothing to do with him. He just needed to focus on the work in front of him. In fact, he had already negotiated with the team from Wutai Mountain and the team from the Union of 10,000 Immortals. He could put in more effort, but if he needed to deal with it wholeheartedly, both teams had to be responsible for Madoua Shinji's safety. Although Madoua Shinji kept saying that she could protect herself, she didn't care. In fact, everyone knew that Madoua Shinji was far from being able to protect herself. At least in most situations, she was the one who needed to be protected. Although her stamina and physique had already surpassed ordinary people, she still hadn't reached the combat power of a spiritualist. Furthermore, her combat experience was pitifully low. At this moment, Madoua Shinji was indeed under everyone's protection. She didn't even have the chance to participate in the battle. Even when facing these extremely weak clay people, she didn't have the chance to attack. There was another person following her. As long as she got a little closer to the front line, she would be pulled back. After thinking for a few minutes, Ruik wrote down the 2nd step of the solution. The moment he wrote down the 2nd step of the solution, the obelisk once again released a magical fluctuation. Then, the clay people around him suddenly became stronger. These clay people were taller, and their speed and strength had increased. Oh no, this is the wrong step. Ruik Des suddenly realized. He also noticed the change in the clay people around him. So that was it. If his solution was wrong, the strength of the clay people would increase. The team from Wutai Mountain and the Union of 10,000 Immortals also realized this. Mr. Ruik, don't make a mistake. Although the strength of these clay people is not strong, there are too many of them. You don't need to talk too much. Just do your job. Ruik Des responded with a cold face. However, he still calmed himself down and started to deduce the formula more seriously. He tried again to modify the formula. At this time, the obelisk changed the strength of the clay people again. He had become even more powerful. These clay people actually became stronger. How is this possible? I didn't make a mistake. How could? Ruik Des was a little panicked. Mr. Ruik, don't disturb me. Ruik Des roared. Chun Zhao and Bifla were both surprised that the usually calm Ruik Des would be furious now. He looks like he's losing control of his emotions. Rationality requires self-control, Bifla said calmly. When people are highly focused, they forget to control their emotions. Is the step he solved wrong? I know alchemy, but I'm not very good at it. The Appice formula is not something I can understand. Haven't you lived for more than 400 years? That's not enough time for you to learn. Alchemy is a system that requires a lot of talent. I happen to have no talent in this area, and the alchemy I know is inherited from a student of mine, Bifla said calmly. Moreover, do you really think that 400 years is a long time? I only have a few times more knowledge than a normal person. There are still many things in this world that I don't know. Chen Zhao thought about it, and it seemed to be true. It seemed like 400 years was an eternity. In reality, it wasn't. It was impossible for a person to keep learning for 400 years. For example, a normal person only had a dozen or so years to learn. Compared to a normal person, it was only a few times more. It's rare that there's something you don't know. How rare? Bifla snorted, ignoring Chun Zhao's mockery. Just then, the situation on the battlefield became even more chaotic. As Ruik Des solved the next step, the clay people became stronger again. Of course, because the clay people's bottom line was too low, they were still weak even after 2 or 3 times stronger. Although the two teams felt pressured, it was far from enough to threaten their lives. This level doesn't seem so simple. Whether Ruik Des' solution is right or wrong, it will increase the clay people's strength. Chapter 22:47. Bifla wasn't the only one who understood now. Ruik Dales understood as well. He was very sure that other than the first mistake, he hadn't made any mistakes in the following 2 times. But the clay man had still been strengthened. The only difference was the strength of the increase. Ruik Des thought deeply for a while and completely understood where the difficulty of this checkpoint was. The difficulty wasn't in the Appice formula itself. It was in the speed and slowness of the solution. If he solved the problem with the least number of steps, he could pass the level in the shortest way. The longer he took, the more dangerous it would be. This was why Luke Des had to rethink his method of solving the problem. He was confident that, with his abilities, solving the Appice formula wouldn't be difficult. But how could he solve it in the shortest and easiest way? That was where the real difficulty lay. According to Luke Des' original plan, he could solve the formula in the safest way, but it would take around 6 hours. What exactly is the Appice formula? Chen Zhao asked, confused. Why can't I solve it in one go after figuring out the complete solution? Do we have to solve it step by step? Chen Zhao asked, confused. Appice is the name of a person. He was an alchemist about 2,300 years ago, Bifla said. Bifla said, the spiritualists of that era focused on longevity. It was the same in both the East and the West. Apicius was one of those who pursued longevity. Later, he discovered a method to extend one's lifespan. This method was the Apicius formula. Chun Zhao was instantly interested. Extend one's life? He'd done research on it before, but the final result wasn't as he'd hoped. In the spiritual world, many people have actually used the Appice formula to calculate the results. Most of the older generation of spiritualists who have lived for more than 100 years have used the Appice formula to calculate the results. Since it's a public magic formula, and there's already a result, there shouldn't be any difficulty, right? Chen Zhao didn't understand why there was a need to recalculate. He thought that he had found the key to life, but then he discovered a big problem. His experiments on himself were successful, but his experiments on the second and third people always ended in failure. He couldn't understand why the correct calculation results couldn't be used on other people. It wasn't until his later years that he figured out the reason. It was because of the differences between people. To put it simply, everyone's data was different, but the formula he invented was the result of careful calculation. That was why his experiments on himself were always successful, but his experiments on others were always failures. Later, after he improved the formula and added the personal data of the target, It became the real Apacy formula. That is to say, the Apacy formula will be very different for different targets. Even twins will be different if their data are added to the Apacy formula, so the calculation results will be different. Moreover, the calculation and solution are very complicated, so he had to solve the problem step by step. Rooker was also very hesitant. Recalculate? Think of new steps to solve the problem? Then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, these claim men would continue to strengthen. However, if he didn't recalculate and continued to use the previous method, the claim men would become stronger. Every step would make the claim men stronger, and the two teams would eventually collapse. After hesitating for a while, Rooker finally made up his mind and recalculated. Damn, they've become stronger again. Mr. Rooker, by now, these clay men were already as strong as ordinary people. Moreover, there was an endless number of them. No matter how many the two teams killed, they would always stand up again. There would only be more of them. Moreover, even if Rooker didn't do anything, they would slowly become stronger. The two teams were no longer able to deal with the clay men as they did in the beginning, chatting merrily. You're saying that many people in the spiritual world have used this Apacy formula? How much lifespan can this Apacy formula increase? Not necessarily. Everyone's data is different, so the results are also different. However, most people who use the Apacy formula get an increase in lifespan of between 1 to 20 years. Can ordinary people use it? No, I can't. One of the most basic requirements of the Apacy formula is magic power. Chun Zhao was somewhat disappointed, but potions made from perfect demonic crystals also had the effect of increasing lifespan. Moreover, the potion could be used on ordinary people. Of course, it wasn't clear how much lifespan the perfect potion could increase. After all, spiritualists could use many magical methods, such as fortune-telling or prophecy, to find out where their life would end. But ordinary people didn't have that many methods. At least, the current medical technology wasn't at this level yet. You've used the Apacy formula before? Yes, I used it in my third life. At that time, I asked the best alchemist in Europe to help me calculate my Apacy formula. That alchemist used 4 days to calculate the correct result. You said that the best alchemist used 4 days? How long do you think Rooker will need? I don't think they can last more than 4 days. In the spiritual world, all of magic is actually regressing, while alchemy magic is constantly improving. The entire magic system is constructed under the influence of the spirit energy tide of the entire world. It's just like the high tide and the low tide. During the high tide, magic civilization will flourish, and during the low tide, magic civilization will show signs of regression. However, alchemy magic is different. Alchemy magic relies more on technology and genius alchemists that appear in certain times. As long as the results of their research aren't lost, the level of alchemy will continue to improve. You're saying that the spiritual energy tide is at a low tide now. How long will it last? The spiritual energy tide usually rises and falls every 500 years. It's been about 300 years since the peak of the last tide. In other words, we'll have to wait another 200 years to feel the next spiritual energy tide. Why don't I feel anything special? Of course, you grew up in a spiritual energy environment during a low tide. What do you feel? You're like a kid from a slum. He'll never know how rich the rich are. Chapter 2248. Ruig Des continued to solve the problem. The pressure on the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team was getting greater and greater. Up until now, the strength of the Clay Army had exceeded the equilibrium line of ordinary people. This also meant that the line of defense formed by the two teams was heading towards collapse. Now, their attacks could no longer be as powerful as before, where they could casually destroy dozens of enemies with a single blow. Now, it was very difficult to destroy even a few of them at once. They needed to use more powerful magic power. Although Ruig Des was fully immersed in the process of solving the problem, he was not able to do so. However, he was also observing the situation at the scene. Ma Duo, use the potion. As Ruig Des continued to solve the problem, he called out to Mado Shinji. Number 4, the green potion. Madwa lifted the corner of her clothes. There was an ammunition belt hanging inside, and a bottle of potion was stuffed in each ammunition slot. It was something Ruik Des had given her to protect herself. The potions were numbered so that Madwa Shinji could identify and use them. Madwa took out the number 4 green potion and drank it. Madwa Shinji's skin began to turn dark green. Madwa Shinji suddenly moved, her speed more than 10 times faster than before. Even the teams from Wutai Mountain and the Union of 10,000 Immortals were surprised. They all knew that Madwa Shinji was just an ordinary person. At least they didn't find any magic in Madwa Shinji. Just by relying on that potion, he was able to unleash such an astonishing speed. Madwa Shinji took advantage of her speed and agilely moved through the clay army. She didn't have a lot of combat experience. In fact, it could even be said that she lacked it. However, she had been cramming some combat skills recently. Although it wasn't much of an improvement, it would still be of some use here. Of course, this was completely improved by potions. In the end, it would still return to Madwa Shinji's body. Therefore, these medicines all had side effects. Of course, the side effects of this potion were not that great. At least it wasn't too dangerous for Madwa Shinji, just to overload her body a little. After the effects of the drug wore off, there would be a certain degree of fatigue. Madwa Shinji's combat power was limited, so even if she joined the battle, it would not affect the overall situation much. Ruik Des became even more serious about solving the Apacy formula. However, as he increased his speed, the Clayman's strength also increased rapidly. The situation seems out of control, Chun Zhao said. What about us? Just watch. Bifila looked at Chun Zhao. If there's a big problem sealed behind this level, Chun Zhao said, if we act now, it means that we're personally releasing the big problem. So you're trying to watch them die? You should know that we encourage them to come here, Bifila said. B. He was surprised that Bifila B. He was just surprised that Bifila would have such emotions. Chun Zhao followed Bifila's gaze and realized that he was looking at Madwa Shinji. So you feel guilty because of Madwa Shinji. Madwa is Chun's star. API 1010 among 1,000 people, 1,000 Chun 1,000. Even though I have extraordinary power now, I'm still a human in essence. Don't forget, so are you. Therefore, human emotions should appear in you and me, and not look down on all living beings from above. Chun Zhao could not help but be surprised by Bifila's words. In the past, Chun Zhao had the thought that Chun Zhao was an ant. But now he had passed that period. What surprised Chun Zhao was Bifila's current attitude. Bifila had been so proud, even arrogant. But at this moment, he had a few more human emotions. Fine, you're right. Chun Zhao shrugged. Are you going to attack? Bifila answered Chun Zhao's question with action. Bifila's sudden appearance in the middle of the battlefield shocked everyone. Even Ruik Des had to divert his attention and put more of his attention on Bifila. He didn't understand why Bifila, who had been hiding, would appear. And where was Chun Zhao now? What was their goal? But then, Chun Zhao appeared beside Bifila. All of you back off, Bifila said. Hearing this, the Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 Immortals were overjoyed. Only Madwa 10,000 Immortals was still suspicious. After all, in her eyes, Chun Zhao and Bifila were still traitors. Bifila didn't care about Madwa 10,000 Immortals' thoughts. He waved his hand casually. A wave of fire rolled up in front of him, and the fire wave swept outwards. In the blink of an eye, the wave of fire spread across the entire battlefield. Countless clay people were instantly burned into ceramics. Like a large terracotta army, they were all frozen in place. Ruik Des sucked in a cold breath. Such powerful magic. Look at how he cast it. It didn't take any effort at all. It was like a casual attack. This kind of attack was too terrifying. At least, Ruik Des knew that if it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. If he used all of his magic power, he might just be able to release this attack. You should focus more, Bifila reminded him. Ruik Des snorted coldly and looked away, but his mouth was still unforgiving. I won't leave my back to 2 traitors, he said. Madwa 10,000 Immortals watched Bifila's shocking attack. She was overwhelmed with emotions. She had never wanted power so much, to have such unparalleled power. But she knew very well, with her current strength, she couldn't compare to Bifula and Chunjiao. Even every member of the Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals was stronger than her. Cracks gradually appeared on the bodies of the claim men that had been baked into ceramics. Then, new and stronger claim men walked out of the cracks one by one. As expected, they can't be killed. Bifula shrugged. Although the clay people's strength had been strengthened, they were still facing Bifula. They were still no different from the original clay people. A ball of azure flame rose from Bifula's fingertip. He casually tossed it out. In an instant, the azure flame started bouncing within the clay man. As long as the clay men were touched by the azure flames, they would instantly collapse. Moreover, the blue flame bounced very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the reborn clay people returned to dust. Chapter 2249. As expected, the clay men army stood up again. Their strength had also been further strengthened. However, this degree of strengthening still could not make Bifula use a second move. However, Bifula obviously did not intend to use the same trick again. Bifula pointed his finger, and a death ray burst out from his fingertip. However, the death ray released by Bifula was completely different from the death ray released by others. The moment the death ray released by Bifula hit the first clay man, it split into two. And after the two death rays hit the clay man, they became four. From 4 to 8, from 8. In just a few seconds, the battlefield in front of them had been formed into a dense red network by the death rays. This amazing magic effect stunned the Wutai Mountain team and the union of 10,000 immortals. Not only them, but even Ruik Des could not believe it. At this moment, he completely understood that Bifula's magic level and magic power level were far above his. Bifula made 3 moves, and all 3 moves were so shocking. If it were Ruik Des himself, he would have to use all his magic power to make these 3 moves. But for Bifula, it was as easy as lifting a finger. Ruik Des's heart skipped a beat. Then let him test the depth of his strength. Ruik Des deliberately misinterpreted the steps. The strength of the clay men army that had been revived instantly increased by several times. Bifula glanced at Ruik Des from the corner of his eye. This doesn't seem like a mistake you should make. If you think I'm not qualified, you can do it yourself, Ruik Des retorted. Bifula did not argue with Ruik Des. He stamped his foot, and the ground formed an impact that rushed toward the clay men army. All the clay men army that was affected by the impact fell apart in an instant. In just a few seconds, all the clay men had been killed in an instant. Ruik Des secretly marveled. At this moment, the strength of the clay men army was already very strong, but they were still crushed by Bifula in seconds. How strong was Bifula? And the stronger Bifula was, the more Madwa Shinji longed for power. This was her first time seeing the power and inconceivability of magic. Ruik Des was up to no good once again. However, the result was the same. Bifula was still easily defeated. Moreover, it was a new trick. Bifula's knowledge of magic and the types of magic he possessed were simply too rich. Although Ruik Des was also very knowledgeable, he was not as knowledgeable. However, compared to Bifula, there was still a gap. Bifula could spend an entire day demonstrating this playstyle to Ruik Des without repeating the same moves. Even if it was the same spell, there were 2 or more different ways of displaying it. Furthermore, there was still a limit to how much the clay man could strengthen himself. Nothing could be improved infinitely in this way. Even the designer and creator of this level couldn't do it, let alone these lifeless clay people. Just as Bifula had guessed, the clay men soon reached their limit. The strongest of these clay men were probably at the level of an ordinary enhanced-type spirit controller. Their speed was similar to that of a normal person, but their strength was far greater than that of a normal person. Also, their defense mainly came from the rock shell they were covered with. But after Ruik Des deliberately misinterpreted the steps, the obelisk once again released a magical ripple. All claymen received a blessing spell. This was the extra boost they received after their strength reached its limit. Seeing that he still couldn't find out Bifla's limit, Ruik Des gave up on the idea. He had already wasted a lot of time. He didn't want to continue like this. Mado Shinji glanced at Chun Zhao, who was sitting at the side and watching the show lazily. Aren't you going to help him? I can't do a flashy magic attack like his. Chun Zhao really liked this kind of beautiful magic. However, Chun Zhao couldn't do it himself. His attacks were all straightforward. Most of the time, they weren't worth watching. Naturally, Mado Shinji thought that Chun Zhao didn't think he was as strong as Bifla. But this was understandable. Firstly, she wasn't from the spiritual world. Secondly, her knowledge of the spiritual world was still very shallow. Ruik Des sped up his problem-solving speed. The Claymen also started receiving all sorts of blessings and enhancement spells. Finally, an hour later, Ruik Des finished the last step. Immediately, the obelisk started shaking violently and releasing magical ripples. Every time it released a magical ripple, the Claymen would receive a blessing spell. Speed enhancement, strength enhancement, immortal blessing, damage repair, but the Claymen still didn't stop. Damn bastard, what's going on? I've already solved the problem. The Claymen should stop attacking. Ruik Des was a bit impatient, but he still checked it carefully from the beginning patiently. After checking again and again, Ruik Des was very sure that his solution was correct. But the Claymen still didn't stop attacking. Right now, each Clayman had a dozen blessing spells on them. Why can't I pass? Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Ruik Des checked it again and again, but still couldn't find out where he'd gone wrong. But just then, Chun Zhao suddenly walked to Ruik Des' side. Before Ruik Des could react, Chun Zhao suddenly reached out and pressed both palms on the obelisk. Since the problem-solving formula can't solve the problem must be this thing. Just destroy it. This obelisk has been blessed with indestructibility, and its main material is black, mysterious gold. It's not. Before Ruik Des could finish, he suddenly saw Chun Zhao's palms press down, and the obelisk started distorting. Watch me crush it, Chun Zhao shouted. Cracks appeared on the obelisk. Ruik Des couldn't close his mouth. What was with this guy's power? How could he destroy black, mysterious gold? The Wutai Mountain team and the alliance of 10,000 immortals were already used to this. After all, in Theodosius I's mausoleum, Chun Zhao had blown up the black-armored general with one punch. So, seeing Chun Zhao crush the obelisk made of black, mysterious gold was nothing to be surprised about. Chapter 2250. In an instant, all the Claymen lost their vitality and mobility. All the Claymen were collapsing. The door that had been hidden behind the obelisk was finally revealed. Actually, from start to finish, you only need to destroy the obelisk to pass. Why do you have to follow the preset rules? Chun Zhao's words made Rooker speechless. Yes, it was indeed very simple. Just like what Chun Zhao had done, destroying the obelisk would solve all problems. But destroying the obelisk? If he could do it, there wouldn't be any more problems. At this moment, Rooker also understood. Whether it was Chun Zhao or Bifla, he hadn't seen them clearly. He couldn't see Chun Zhao and Bifla's true abilities. He couldn't see their identities or intentions. In Madwa Shinji's eyes, Chun Zhao's crushing of the obelisk was quite shocking. But it was different from Bifla's omnidirectional magic attacks. Bifla's magic was beautiful and shocking. It was as colorful as a rainbow and as frightening as the might of the heavens. In comparison, Chun Zhao wasn't as shocking. Chun Zhao's methods were too ordinary and mediocre before Bifla. But Rooker didn't think so. Black Mystic Gold was the hardest metal in the spiritual world. It was said to be able to block doomsday spells. It wasn't completely indestructible, but that required power that humans could never reach. But Chun Zhao could do it. It seemed like he hadn't used his full strength either. From this, it could be seen that Chun Zhao's abilities weren't much weaker than Bifla's. Both Chun Zhao and Bifla's methods were beyond his reach. Rooker couldn't reach them. Chun Zhao and Bifla didn't know what Rooker was thinking. They were more interested in the open door. But the door didn't seem to have any other reactions. What they'd been worried about and hopeful about didn't happen. The door was made of an unknown material. It was closed from front to back and didn't have any special magic waves. It stood there calmly and alone. No monsters came out of the door. Nothing. Just then, the ground started shaking. Did something break out of the seal? Chun Zhao was suddenly interested. No, this tremor is due to our battle. It has caused the geological structure of this place to change. This place is about to collapse, Bifla said. Or rather, do you feel something? I don't feel anything, but don't you think it's weird? When we were in Theodosius I's mausoleum, the ground also changed. It's the same this time. Of course, it's because of our battle, but don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that the same thing happened twice? Bifla thought about it and said, but I really didn't feel anything else. Forget it. Maybe I'm really thinking too much. Chun Zhao easily gave up on pursuing the truth. Just like how he did things in the past, if it didn't concern him, he would let it go. Curiosity often leads to trouble, and trouble often leads to disaster. Where's the thing? Ruik Des asked. He wasn't here for a vacation, nor was he here to do good deeds with two unrelated teams. He had his own purpose, but he didn't find what he wanted. Moreover, the underground space of the sewer seemed to be very unstable, and there was a danger that it would collapse at any time. Mr. Ruik, let's go out quickly. This place is about to collapse. No, I want to find that thing. What do you want? Bifla asked. Ruik Des looked at Bifla, his eyes flickering. After a long hesitation, he said, the medicine of infinity. Puffed. What exactly are you trying to make? You actually need the medicine of infinity. What's the medicine of infinity? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Do you know about the catalyst? Yes. The concept of catalyst came from Chinese medicine. The so-called drug catalyst was actually when two medicinal herbs' medicinal properties were in conflict with each other, a third medicinal herb would be used to neutralize them. This would allow the two medicinal herbs' medicinal properties to perform their respective functions without causing the two medicinal properties to cancel each other out. However, there was a limit to the catalyst. Some herbs with two strong properties needed a special catalyst to neutralize them. You're saying that the medicine of infinity is the catalyst? Yes, and the medicine of infinity is said to be the catalyst for all medicines. You know a lot, Ruik Des said, annoyed. I don't have a medicine of infinity. Do you want it? You do? Ruik Des raised an eyebrow. The recipe for the medicine of infinity was lost hundreds of years ago. How do you have it? That's not your concern. You just need to answer me. Do you want it or not? What do you want? What do you have that can tempt me? Bifla asked back. Aosta's treasure map in Greenland Island? I'm very rich. I don't need any treasures. Plus, Aosta's treasure is actually a scam. The mystery of Louis XII crown. There's no need. I know everything about Louis XII. I also know the secret hidden in that broken crown of his. That's the secret scepter of Pharaoh Khufu. No need. Ruik Des didn't give up. He kept proposing almost legendary things. But Bifla rejected them all. What exactly do you want? Ruik Des looked at Bifla and Chun Zhao warily. He was worried that they would ask for things he couldn't give, such as the Ring of Endless. And the medicine of infinity was something he really needed right now. If Bifla asked to trade the Ring of Endless for it, should he agree? The Ring of Restlessness was very important to him. It could even be said to be a symbol of his status. None of what you've said is enough to move me, Bifla said indifferently. Just say what you want. Don't beat around the bush. I don't know what I want either. Not long ago, I wanted to break through, but now I've broken through, so I don't know what I want. Bifla's smile made people feel uncomfortable. Ruik Des's expression kept changing. Bifla continued. Are you worried that you won't accept my suggestion to trade the Ring of Endless? Don't even think about it. I won't agree. The Ring of Endless that you treat like a treasure is meaningless to me. If I want to steal it, you won't be able to keep it. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 22:51. He didn't like Bifla's arrogance and disdain. But right now, he didn't want to have a conflict with Bifla. Plus, Chun Zhao, who wasn't weak either, was eyeing him. What exactly do you want? The books of your legacy system. Bifla finally revealed his intentions. Ruik Des's pupils dilated abruptly. After a while, he calmed down quietly. Sure, Ruik said, but it's only for borrowing. The two had reached a preliminary agreement. After we leave Desolate Town, I'll give you the medicine of infinity. Also, I have to collect other materials in Desolate Town, Ruik said. Hey, shouldn't we think about leaving? This place is really going to collapse soon. Rocks kept falling from above. All signs showed that this place could collapse at any time. Chun Zhao led the way out of the sewers. I really don't understand who built the sewers into a maze. It's so weird. In fact, although they'd come in through the sewers, the rest of the way was completely out of the sewers. However, Chun Zhao could just destroy some sections. After punching through the walls, they could still save a lot of time. After they left the sewers, the ground behind them sank with a rumble. But just then, Chun Zhao felt dense spiritual qi seeping out from the sunken ground. It was several times denser than the outside world. Celestial Master Zhang is coming this way, Bifla said. Huh? Chun Zhao tilted his head to the southwest. He could indeed feel two auras approaching. Chun Zhao couldn't tell who it was from the aura. But since Bifla said it was Zhang Tianyi, it must be him. Let's go, Chun Zhao said. I don't want to meet him. Bifla nodded and turned to Ruik. After the second trial, we'll trade outside Desolate Town. I hope you'll keep your promise. You too, Ruik Des replied coldly. Now, the two auras were even closer. Even Ruik Des could feel the aura approaching. Mado, let's go. After calling out to Madwa Shinji, Ruik Des immediately turned around and left. Finally, only the Wutai Mountain team and the Union of 10,000 Immortals team were left. This time, they stayed in the sewers for almost 2 days. But the higher-ups didn't find anything. This made all of them quite discouraged. He hated Chun Zhao and Bifla even more. Huh? Zhang Tianyi suddenly stopped walking. What's wrong? Asked Wendy. We might be a step too late. Zhang Tianyi sensed a few auras that had already left before them. 2 of them were familiar to him. They were Chun Zhao and Bifla. They parted in different directions. It seemed that they had purposely spread out to avoid facing him. If Zhang Tianyi wanted to chase after them, he could only choose one of them. One of them is Bifla. I feel that the spiritual energy of the world ahead has become denser. Does it have something to do with Bifla? It's most likely related to him, Zhang Tianyi said. Kelly and Evelyn had no idea what was happening. They silently followed behind Zhang Tianyi. Celestial Master Zhang, can you tell me what happened? As a normal person, it's hard for me to explain exactly what happened. Zhang Tianyi wasn't trying to avoid it. He really didn't know how to explain it. In the other direction of the Wasteland Market, a man wearing a hoodie was strolling on the empty road. He was walking in the direction where the spiritual energy had suddenly burst out. The second ancient seal. Is it open? Those guys are better than I thought. Just then, someone walked over. He was dressed exactly like the person, but he wasn't wearing a hat. When they saw each other, they were both stunned. Chun Zhao put his hands in his pockets and looked at the person before him. The person was also looking at Chun Zhao. The two stared at each other from a dozen meters away. Don't look for trouble. Don't look for trouble. Chun Zhao muttered to himself as he continued forward. But the person didn't hear Chun Zhao's muttering. I don't like people wearing the same clothes as me. I don't like it either, Chun Zhao said, shrugging. But it can't be helped. It's already happened. Just then, the person waved his scythe. I'll kill you. Chun Zhao moved and dodged the scythe flying in front of him. Don't be like that, okay? We just wear the same clothes. I told you I don't like it. There's no point in fighting like this, Chun Zhao said helplessly. Don't worry. You'll lose consciousness soon. I'm good at it. I'm good at killing too. The person suddenly turned ghostly. He waved the scythe in his hand and his figure flickered. His body also became incorporeal. The person waved the scythe and floated behind Chun Zhao. He slashed at the back of Chun Zhao's neck. Chun Zhao's figure sank, and he dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Huh? You can capture my figure? Your speed isn't very fast. Why do you think that my eyes can't capture your figure? You shouldn't be able to see me, the Grim Reaper, the person said. Grim Reaper? Chun Zhao suddenly realized that the scythe in Ruik's hand looked like Blackie's scythe. But the person was definitely alive. That was for sure. Chun Zhao didn't know that the person was the number one of the famous 10 villains, Scythe. Of course, even if he knew, Chun Zhao wouldn't give him too much attention or respect. Scythe stared at Chun Zhao. Looks like I'll have to use some real skills to deal with you. Oh, do you still have energy? I'm starting to look forward to your performance. Just looking forward to it? Arrogant guy. If you know my title, maybe you'll respect me a little more. Maybe you'll even be a little more afraid. Oh, are you famous in the spiritual world? I'm Scythe, one of the 10 villains, Scythe said coldly. I've never heard of it, but I think you've gained my respect. Chun Zhao had never heard of this title before, but judging from the person's tone, he should be famous. Chun Zhao was also very interested in the scythe in his hand. Chun Zhao wanted to know if the scythe and Blackie's scythe were the same thing, or maybe they were just similar magic tools. Chapter 2252. Chun Zhao kept saying that he respected Scythe, but Scythe didn't feel any respect from Chun Zhao's words or attitude. That frivolous tone and casual gaze didn't seem to be respect for Scythe. Maybe he didn't even know him. Scythe was annoyed. Scythe's figure moved around like a ghost. Sometimes he appeared in front of Chun Zhao, and sometimes he flashed behind Chun Zhao. He waved the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand lightly, tearing the air. It seemed like this could pressure Chun Zhao. Scratching his head, Chun Zhao said in distress, "Brother, you're making yourself look like a vengeful spirit. Do you think I'm a normal person? Can we be more direct? You slash at me with the scythe, and I nimbly dodge it. Then I turn around and punch you so hard that even your mother can't recognize you. What do you think?" Scythe's face darkened. He slashed at Chun Zhao's back without any care. This time, Chun Zhao didn't dodge. He let the Grim Reaper scythe hit him. Clang! The Grim Reaper scythe created sparks on Chun Zhao's body, but he was unharmed. Just as Scythe was panicking, Chun Zhao raised his fist and punched Scythe's face. But this punch had missed. More accurately, it went through Scythe's face. Huh? Chun Zhao and Scythe both retreated more than 10 meters. Both looked surprised. This feeling was the same as when he faced Blackie. There was no physical touch or spiritual feeling. Scythe was also surprised. The Grim Reaper scythe didn't just target the body. It was a fatal threat to the soul, too. But the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand was useless against the man before him. Are you surprised that your Grim Reaper scythe is useless? The Grim Reaper is not a spiritual body, nor is it a physical body. Most people can't see the Grim Reaper because the Grim Reaper permanently exists in this world and other dimensions, so it can't be seen or touched. However, the Grim Reaper can attack the soul, and it can also attack the living. When attacking the soul, the Grim Reaper needs to transform itself into a spiritual body. When attacking the living, it needs to transform itself into a physical body. Do you understand? As long as you use physical attacks, it's useless against me. You can't beat me in close combat. Hearing that, Sickle's expression turned serious. The man in front of him knew more about the Grim Reaper's scythe than he did. This made him feel a sense of crisis. In the past, he had always been successful with the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No matter how much stronger the enemy was, they couldn't do anything to him. Because of the uniqueness of the Grim Reaper scythe, when he used the Grim Reaper scythe to transform into a Grim Reaper, no matter if it was a magical attack, a physical attack, or a spiritual attack, nothing posed a threat to him. But now there was someone who knew his background. How would he calm down? The man in front of him must die. Scythe gripped the Grim Reaper scythe tightly. At this moment, a group of people appeared in the distance. Their leader was Nancy. Both she and her companion sensed the battle ahead. What's with that eerie and terrifying aura? Scythe, it's a sickle. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this name. Sickle. Even though there were 2 of the 10 evildoers among them, they were still in awe of the leader of the 10 evildoers. Smoke rose from the battlefield in front of them, and vengeful souls flew everywhere. It was as if that small area had completely turned into a ghost town. Scythe had already started to treat the enemy before him seriously. 1,000 souls end. The sickle suddenly slashed at Chun Zhao. Instantly, it was as if 1,000 vengeful souls attacked at the same time. The air was filled with the cries of countless souls. Chun Zhao raised his fist and punched the Grim Reaper scythe away. Scythe's expression was serious. Chun Zhao's expression was also serious. This might be the weirdest reason for starting a war, since he'd come into contact with the supernatural world. A murder caused by wearing the same clothes. Moreover, he could feel Sai's murderous intent. He really wanted to fight to the death with him. Sai sensed Chun Zhao's strength. He'd used the power of 1,000 souls, but he didn't gain any advantage. After a few rounds of attacks, the 1,000 vengeful souls attached to the sickle were all shattered. 10,000 souls burial. This time, Sai used 10 times more power than before. A terrifying aura whizzed out of his body. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. Why did this sickle look so much like the Japanese samurai? From the way he attacked to the way he held the sickle, it was the same as the Japanese samurai. However, his appearance was that of a white man, not an Asian. In the distance, AI Nancy and the others couldn't see the intense battle ahead. The shockwaves spread in all directions. They didn't dare to get close in case they were affected. Sai is fighting with the people above. Is it Celestial Master Zhang or 23rd Blood Mary? AI Nancy looked at the two indistinct figures at the center of the battlefield from afar. They're really strong, AI Nancy said emotionally. Of course Sai is strong and scary, but who's the other one? It's not Celestial Master Zhang or 23rd Blood Mary. Most of them hadn't seen Celestial Master Zhang or 23rd Blood Mary fight. But from the shockwaves of the battle ahead, it clearly wasn't the style of these two pillars of the supernatural world either. At the center of the battlefield, Chun Zhao was getting irritated. He couldn't catch Scythe. Scythe held the Grim Reaper's scythe. If Chun Zhao wanted to catch Scythe, he had to materialize his body the moment he attacked. But Scythe was too fast, and the time it took for him to materialize was too short. Unless Chun Zhao could grasp that 100th of a second. Otherwise, all of Chun Zhao's attacks would be useless. But similarly, Scythe couldn't hurt Chun Zhao either. Whether it was 1,000 soul extermination or 10,000 soul burial, they were all 10 times more powerful, but they were still very weak against Chun Zhao. This guy was terrifyingly strong. Since when did someone like this appear in the supernatural world? Was the Eastern supernatural world really that strong? Any random one of them was of the monstrous level. Scythe gripped the Grim Reaper scythe even tighter. It seemed that normal moves wouldn't be able to defeat this guy. 100,000 torrent. Scythe growled. It was like Scythe was controlling an erupting river. 100,000 vengeful spirits swept toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao finally realized the problem. Scythe's previous 2 upgrades were all thanks to the vengeful spirits. Chun Zhao didn't find it strange at the time. After all, Scythe had the Grim Reaper scythe. But now that he used it, Chun Zhao felt that there was a huge problem. Chapter 2253. A Grim Reaper could only exist for about 500 years. For someone like Blackie, who was over 300 years old, he could only collect 10,000 to 20,000 souls. Most of the souls had already gone to where they were supposed to go. There were also some that he kept. Some were used as test subjects, while others were used as servants. He could only take out about 1,000 or 2,000 souls. If there was a Grim Reaper who had been collecting souls for 500 years without sending them to where they were supposed to go and kept them in his hands, he would probably be able to collect tens of thousands of souls. This was probably a relatively close value. Let's say that the person had obtained the Grim Reaper's scythe by accident. When he obtained the scythe, he also obtained the souls of the scythe's original owner, which were probably in the tens of thousands. It would be abnormal if it was more than that. The Grim Reaper couldn't kill at will. For example, Blackie had evolved a few times, but he still followed the rules of the Soul Reapers and didn't dare to violate them. So Chun Zhao had reason to believe that the souls the person before him used weren't the scythe's previous owner's inheritance. They were obtained by killing. The person before him was an out-and-out butcher. So, Chun Zhao killed him to get rid of a scourge for the people. The Soul Reapers were called Grim Reapers mainly because their control and manipulation of souls had reached a level close to that of a god. Under the Grim Reaper size control, the 100,000 vengeful spirits moved as if they were his arms. But even with the Grim Reaper's scythe, he couldn't combine the 100,000 vengeful spirits into one. If he could, he might be able to hurt Chun Zhao. But just having them advance and retreat together was like splitting their power. The threat to Chun Zhao was negligible. In fact, it was pointless. The flying vengeful spirits had already blocked Chun Zhao's vision, but he could still sense the Scythe's position. Chun Zhao didn't care about the vengeful spirits blocking his way. He slapped the scythe through the air. Suddenly, the scythe sensed something and immediately turned into the Grim Reaper. Instantly, a terrifying power passed through his body and landed not far behind him. Boom! Everything within a few hundred meters was flattened. Even the concrete on the ground was lifted up. Chun Zhao felt it was a pity. As expected, I shouldn't have hoped for such a long-range attack. But Scythe was sweating profusely. If that attack had landed on his body, he would probably have been smashed into pieces. It was too terrifying. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like he was using his full strength at all. It was more like a casual strike. This attack did not cause any damage to the scythe, but all the vengeful spirits blocking his way were killed by the attack. At the very least, thousands of vengeful spirits were destroyed. No, it was too dangerous to continue like this. Scythe thought of escaping, but after thinking about it, he felt that running away would not only damage his reputation. Moreover, he understood his own characteristics so well. Who knew if he would find a way to break his ability in the future? If I can't get rid of him today, in the future, he would definitely become a great threat to him. Finally, Scythe made up her mind. Since he couldn't get rid of him here, he would drag him into a different dimension. Scythe swung the death scythe at the empty air. Chun Zhao suddenly felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw that there was a spatial rift behind him. Before Chun Zhao could react, the countless vengeful spirits in front of him launched their final attack. Countless vengeful spirits slammed into Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao understood that the scythe wanted to pull him into the different dimension. More accurately, it wanted to knock him in. If it was just these vengeful spirits, even if there were 10 times more of them, they still wouldn't be able to knock him into the rift. It was like a small stream that was flooded. No matter how fierce it was, it couldn't break a well-made dam. Right now, Chun Zhao was the dam that was blocking the path to forgiveness. However, Chun Zhao wanted to see how the alternate space behind the crack was different from the one Blackie had created. So, Chun Zhao moved his feet. The flood of vengeful spirits immediately rushed him into the rift. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao was on the other side of the rift. Scythe followed closely behind and entered this place. Welcome. You're the only living person who's come in here. Scythe floated high above Chun Zhao's head. In here, I'm the only god. In the sky behind Scythe, a huge patch of dark clouds covered the ground. It wasn't an ordinary dark cloud. It was a boundless terror formed by countless vengeful spirits. Even Chun Zhao couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. How many vengeful spirits are there? How many people have you killed? Chun Zhao thought that he'd killed countless people already. But after seeing the vengeful spirits here, he couldn't help but exclaim. Most of the vengeful spirits here were black. This meant that this person had committed mass murder in a certain part of Africa. Here, you'll face me, who has the power of 1,000,000 souls, just like this. Scythe didn't even need to use the power of the Grim Reaper scythe here. He only needed to slap down from above. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly turned into a huge palm and smashed down at Chun Zhao's head. Chun Zhao looked up at the sky-high palm and also slapped up. The momentum of the world also turned into a huge palm and charged at the falling black palm. Rumble. Instantly, the sky changed color. Rumbles and shockwaves swept through every corner of this not-so-big space. Scythe's expression changed. How is this possible? He'd used the power of 2,000,000 vengeful spirits to activate that shocking attack. But this man didn't have anything to rely on. How could he use that attack? Since you know that I know about the Grim Reaper and the Grim Reaper scythe, you shouldn't have brought me here, Chun Zhao said, looking at Scythe. Here, you don't have a third form. You can only be a spirit or a physical body, which happens to be the forms I like to face the most. If Scythe kept fighting Chun Zhao outside, he could use the Grim Reaper transformation to hide his body in an alternate space and avoid all of Scythe's attacks. But here, everyone was in an alternate space. This meant that Scythe's greatest advantage was gone. Scythe's expression changed, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "But here, I have endless power." It's not endless. 2,000,000 vengeful spirits seems like a lot, but it's not inexhaustible. At least to me, this number isn't that despairing. Chapter 2254. Arrogant and Ignorant. Scythe didn't believe that a spiritualist who could fight against 2,000,000 vengeful spirits really existed in this world. So, when Chun Zhao said that, he naturally thought that Chun Zhao was bragging. Or maybe Chun Zhao didn't understand what 2,000,000 meant. Scythe raised the Grim Reaper, Scythe, above his head. The dark cloud in the sky formed a huge vortex. The vortex started from the Grim Reaper Scythe. The vengeful spirits in the vortex were being sucked into the Grim Reaper Scythe. With power that could destroy everything, it shot toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao watched as the apocalyptic power shot toward him, but he didn't look too serious. Instead, he murmured to himself, "Such a majestic scene. It's a pity there's no audience. Just tremble in front of my power of God." Scythe thought that Chun Zhao's murmur was fear. "Brother, you overestimate yourself. Your power is like the Pacific Ocean compared to God. Stubborn. You'll become one of my thousands of servants." Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes and didn't fight back. The dark lava wrapped around him and blocked the flood. The 2,000,000 vengeful spirits were a huge amount of wealth. If Chun Zhao had to collect them himself, even if he had the ability, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. His moral bottom line and the test of human nature made it impossible for him to do this. But it wasn't difficult at all to take other people's things. He wouldn't have any psychological burden. He'd let others take the blame, and he'd take the benefits. Then there was the scythe. That was the Grim Reaper scythe. He had borrowed it from Blackie many times before, wanting to study Blackie's Grim Reaper scythe. But Blackie had always rejected him. This time, Blackie wouldn't have anything to say if he took something else. Go again. Seeing that Chun Zhao was still fine under the terrifying attack of the vengeful spirits, Scythe was even more shocked and furious. Scythe used almost all his strength. The flood of vengeful spirits surged even more violently. However, this attack wasn't fundamentally different from the previous ones. "Brother, can't you do something else? For example, absorb the 2,000,000 vengeful spirits into your body and convert their power into your own." So I felt like he was going crazy. The person he was facing was not only powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even his thoughts were terrifying to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Absorb 2,000,000 vengeful spirits into his body? That was no different for suicide. Not to mention 2,000,000 vengeful spirits. He wouldn't even be able to handle 2,000. He was able to control 2,000,000 vengeful spirits because he wielded the death god scythe. However, this did not mean that he could really devour 2,000,000 vengeful spirits. Although he arrogantly called himself a god here, but he knew his own family well. Whether it was outside or inside, the only thing he could do was to control these vengeful spirits to attack his enemies. He didn't even dare to put down the scythe of the Grim Reaper, because he was the one who killed these vengeful spirits. Put down the scythe of the death god, and these 2,000,000 vengeful spirits would lose all restraints. He didn't know if the enemy in front of him would die or not, but he was definitely going to die. Looks like you don't have any other moves. How about this? Lend me your scythe to play with, and I'll spare your dog life. Go to hell. Sickle flew into a rage and shouted, "Mutual destruction of grievances." Countless vengeful spirits exploded around him. Every vengeful spirit was a massive body of energy. The explosion of every vengeful spirit would bring a terrifying impact. Even the user of the scythe was afraid of the power of thousands and tens of thousands of vengeful spirits exploding. He kept distancing himself from the vengeful spirit to prevent himself from getting caught up in the explosion. But the next moment, his pupils constricted. He saw Chun Zhao walk out of the violent explosion unscathed. Chains of hell. At this moment, countless vengeful spirits fused together. Their spirit bodies twisted and transformed, forming huge black chains. The black chains wrapped around Chun Zhao. On the other end of the chains, countless vengeful spirits were tugging at them. Have you studied in Japan before? These moves of yours seem very Japanese. Chen Zhao was tightly bound, but his casual attitude made Sickle's heart palpitate. Tear him apart. Sickle roared. Countless vengeful spirits pulled at the chains. Perhaps they'd been tortured by poverty and hunger when they were alive, but they'd been slaughtered. Their resentment made them even stronger than when they were alive. Plus, there were so many of them. Almost no one could fight them in terms of strength, except Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao spread his arms and shattered the black chains. Countless vengeful spirits were shattered. Chen Zhao grinned. He raised his right arm and rubbed his fist. My right arm feels a little thirsty. Hungry. Sickle was confused and couldn't react. Chen Zhao's right palm suddenly opened into a mouth. Then a terrifying suction force came from the mouth. Countless vengeful spirits were sucked into the mouth while wailing and struggling. Sickle's scalp went numb. What was he doing? He was devouring the vengeful spirits. Devouring the vengeful spirits that even he didn't dare to touch. The dark clouds in the sky started thinning. The number of vengeful spirits was decreasing rapidly. Chen Zhao estimated that he devoured around 300,000 to 400,000 vengeful spirits. This was pretty much the mouth of gluttony's limit. Chen Zhao pointed his palm at the sky. A beam of black light shot out from the mouth of gluttony. The black light pierced through the sky. A ring-shaped hole was blasted in the dark clouds that had covered the sky. Sickle's eyeballs almost popped out. Even with the Grim Reaper's scythe, he couldn't attack like Chen Zhao. The vengeful spirits in the sky were in complete chaos. They were formed from crazy, vengeful spirits. But they also had fear. Right now, Chen Zhao was the one who made their fear win over their crazy, vengeful spirits. Sickle hurriedly used the Grim Reaper's scythe to appease the vengeful spirits. But suddenly, he realized that they were 100 times harder to control than before. Less than 1% of the vengeful spirits could be appeased. The strongest and craziest vengeful spirits had completely lost control. The powerful, vengeful spirits started attacking indiscriminately. It wasn't just Chen Zhao. Even Sickle himself was attacked. Unmoved, Chen Zhao stood where he was. The vengeful spirits could attack however they wanted. As for Sickle, he was clearly flustered. There were too many vengeful spirits. They were so huge that it made one feel despair. For the first time, Sickle felt fear at the power he controlled. The power that he'd once been proud of didn't help him defeat the enemy. Instead, it hurt him. Chapter 2255. Fortunately, the wraiths were only violent. They didn't have a clear target. They were just attacking everything. Chen Zhao also attacked, and so did the scythe. Their own kind attacked too. Right now, Scythe was in a complete mess. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone continue attacking Chen Zhao. Scythe didn't have enough power to suppress and pacify the frightened wraiths. All his control over wraiths came from the Grim Reaper scythe. But the Grim Reaper scythe wasn't omnipotent. If the Grim Reaper scythe could control all the spirits, then Chen Zhao only needed to take the scythe to hell, and he could control billions of souls. This was simply impossible. The Grim Reaper scythe had a limit. Chen Zhao didn't know the exact number. But the wraiths in this space were definitely much more than what the Grim Reaper scythe could control. If these wraiths were muddle-headed and didn't have any consciousness, then everything would be fine. But once they became restless, Scythe would be in trouble. Go away. You damn things, come here. Scythe waved the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand. But the wraiths couldn't be controlled at all. They were still madly attacking every individual they could see. Scythe glanced at Chen Zhao in the midst of his busy schedule. He was sure now. That guy couldn't be defeated at all. So many wraiths were attacking him. But he didn't defend or dodge at all. The wraiths couldn't even touch him. They weren't on the same level at all. It was funny that Scythe had clashed with Chen Zhao in the beginning because they wore the same clothes. Of course, he wanted to kill Chen Zhao later to keep his secret. But Scythe realized it too late. Scythe looked around. Since he couldn't beat Chen Zhao, he had to find a way out. But looking at the current situation, he couldn't escape at all. Chen Zhao was too strong. Scythe and the guy fighting Scythe have disappeared for half an hour. I've heard that the scythe has only been used a few times in the past. Whenever it encountered a strong enemy, the scythe would disappear together with the enemy. I think the scythe must have pulled the enemy into some unknown space, Nancy said. Then who do you think will win? Of course it's the scythe. There's no doubt about it. Nancy said affirmatively. Do you know a lot about scythes? I once followed Mr. Wynn to the ruins of a scythe battle, so I know how terrifying he is. It's almost impossible for humans to defeat him. Are you saying that even Celestial Master Zhang and the 23rd Blood Mary are no match for him? That's not the case. Zhang Tianshi and the 23rd Blood Mary's powers are already comparable to the legendary gods, so it's not an exaggeration to call them gods who walk on Earth. I think even a monster like Sickle wouldn't stand a chance against Zhang Tianshi and the 23rd Blood Mary. That's right, Nancy said, but Scythe won't fight with them. Looking at all of Scythe's actions in the past, he has always been very cautious. He will not take the initiative to provoke those who are stronger than him, and he prefers to plot everything in the shadows. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the battlefield. That fissure came very suddenly. It was deep and dark, and he couldn't see what was inside. But soon the crack began to change. The first thing that came out of the crack was a terrifying howl. It was the despair of countless vengeful spirits. Then, the vengeful spirits rushed out of the crack like a flood. Scythe is out. Just then, everyone saw a figure holding a scythe rush out of the crack with the vengeful spirits. Looks like Scythe won. The result didn't surprise them too much. Wasn't a natural result. Scythe was the leader of the 10 villains. Wait. Suddenly, the Black Soul realized something. He looks like he's running. Everyone saw Scythe's expression. Panic, fear, confusion, and despair. Just then, another figure rushed out of the crack. The figure was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was before Scythe. Scythe raised the Grim Reaper scythe and wanted to fight back. But the next moment, the person grabbed Scythe's wrist with one hand and strangled Scythe with the other. Chen Zhao grabbed Scythe's neck. Do you know why I didn't kill you in the alternate dimension? Scythe couldn't breathe from the choking. It was the first time in his life that he felt suffocating. When he heard Chen Zhao's words, he suddenly realized. Chen Zhao knew about the Grim Reaper scythe, but he didn't know how to use it. He didn't kill Scythe in the alternate dimension because he seemed to have left him a way out. He wanted him to open the entrance to the alternate dimension. When he opened the crack, it would be his true death. This was also why Chen Zhao didn't kill him in the alternate dimension. Scythe struggled, but he couldn't break free from Chen Zhao's hand. Instead, Chen Zhao's strength increased a little. Crack! Sickle saw Chen Zhao break his wrist with brute force. His Grim Reaper scythe fell into Chen Zhao's hand. The moment the Grim Reaper scythe left his hand, all the vengeful spirits lost their last restraints. Roar! Countless vengeful spirits were surging in all directions. Rumble! The vengeful spirits rampaged. No matter what stood in their way, they would destroy everything. Chen Zhao raised the scythe. A few vengeful spirits charged over and pounced on Scythe, tearing at him. In less than 10 seconds, Scythe was gnawed to nothing by the vengeful spirits. In the end, this evil person still died at the hands of the people he'd killed in the past. Of course, some vengeful spirits charged at Chen Zhao too, but they were destroyed before they could get near him. Go! Nancy cried out in surprise because they were too close to the center of the battlefield. A large number of vengeful spirits spread toward them. Chen Zhao had sensed Nancy and the others long ago, but he didn't care who they were. Holding the Grim Reaper scythe, Chen Zhao wanted to control the uncontrollable vengeful spirits. But the Grim Reaper scythe didn't react at all. Looks like we're in big trouble. Chen Zhao felt awkward. Using the Grim Reaper scythe was more troublesome than he'd imagined. And Blackie wasn't with him now. He couldn't learn it even if he wanted to. More and more vengeful spirits charged out of the crack. Without any restraints, they spread to a wider area. Soon, the entire street was covered by vengeful spirits. Chapter 2256. Soon, the vengeful spirits covered the entire desolate market. Chun Zhao had destroyed hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits in that alternate space, but there were still more than 1 million of them surging out from the spatial crack. Thankfully, this was Desolate Market. 1 million vengeful spirits was a terrifying number, but now that they'd completely dispersed, their destructive power was much weaker. Moreover, this place lacked everything, but there was no shortage of ghost hunters. Chun Zhao looked at the hordes of vengeful spirits. They'd gradually calmed down. The calmness was relative. They just didn't attack each other anymore, but they were still wantonly destroying and attacking. Even Chun Zhao had to face their attacks. Although it was Chun Zhao's fault, he planned to wash his hands of it. He'd act like nothing had happened. Chun Zhao put away the Grim Reaper scythe and turned to leave. At the moment, the entire Desolate Market was in chaos. After all, such a large number of vengeful spirits had suddenly appeared. Everyone was caught off guard. "Wendy, what's going on?" Zhang Tianyi criticized Wendy. "Where did so many vengeful spirits come from? Don't tell me you don't know." After all, he didn't know the whole story. Naturally, he thought that Wendy had arranged it, or maybe it had something to do with Wendy. After all, it was impossible to bring such a large number of vengeful spirits in. If it wasn't arranged beforehand, Zhang Tianyi couldn't think of any other possibilities. But this time, he'd really wronged Wendy. Wendy looked at the vengeful spirits flying in the sky. Every now and then, a few blind ones would run in front of them and walk around. Of course, they'd be taken care of. The number of vengeful spirits was too large. They were so large that they'd changed the spiritual energy here. Even Kelly and Evelyn could see the vengeful spirits. At first, the two girls were trembling in fear. But soon, they realized that these vengeful spirits weren't even cannon fodder in front of Zhang Tianyi and Wendy. "I really don't know what's going on." "You really don't know?" "I don't know. The appearance of these vengeful spirits has nothing to do with me," Wendy explained forcefully. Although Zhang Tianyi still didn't believe him, at least he didn't continue asking. "Don't let me catch someone messing around," Wendy said, gritting his teeth. He felt that everything in this battle of the Holy Glory trial was really not going well. It seemed like trouble would come knocking at his door at any time. All sorts of things could happen at any time. This made him very angry. More importantly, he didn't even know what was going on. If we include the mausoleum of Theodosius I and the sewer entrance that we just explored, it means that 2 ancient seals have been unlocked. So many vengeful spirits suddenly appeared. Could it be one of the seals? One has speculated. The sudden appearance of these vengeful spirits really has nothing to do with you. Until now, Zhang Tianyi still suspected that it was Wendy's doing. Although Zhang Tianyi believed that Wendy would not make a mistake of principle, but this did not mean that he completely trusted Wen's character. Wen himself was an alchemist. As long as one was an alchemist, they would have their crazy side. Who knew if he would take advantage of his position to conduct some unspeakable experiments? He even suspected that the 2 unlocked seals that had appeared earlier had something to do with Wendy. But he didn't have any evidence to prove his suspicions. If there's a 3rd or 4th seal, we had better think of a way to get to the scene before the others unlocked it and stop the seals from being unlocked. From the current signs, if the seals are unlocked, we'll be in even more trouble, and it might even turn into a major incident. Then we'll have to rearrange the clues we have, Wendy said. Zhang Tianyi nodded. Right now, they were like headless flies, running around aimlessly, without a clue, without a goal. Based on their current efficiency, they were not able to do anything. Even if there was a conspiracy, they couldn't stop it. There are currently 2 suspects, the Hermit Order and the 10 heinous disciples, Wendy continued. The 10 heinous disciples are definitely involved, but we don't know if they're related to the Hermit Order. They shouldn't be. My disciple is currently closely monitoring the Hermit Order members. They wouldn't have the time to commit the crime, Zhang Tianyi replied. In other words, this time was planned by the 10 heinous disciples, Wendy said. If this was planned by the leader of the 10 heinous disciples, then we'd better raise the alarm level. Even Zhang Tianyi didn't dare to be careless when facing the schemes of the 10 heinous disciples. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi thought of something. Right, assuming that the Wasteland Market was created to hide the seals, would we be able to find any clues from the ancient books in Istanbul? I do have a lot of ancient books in my lab, but I can't be sure if we'll be able to find any clues from them. We don't have any clues right now, so we can only start with that. Then let's go back now and look at my library. After discussing with Wendy, Zhang Tianyi and Wendy made their decision. Kelly followed behind them. Although she was an ordinary person, she was still able to control herself. Although she was a normal person, after spending half a day with them, she more or less had an idea. Furthermore, she knew all the clues that Zhang Tianyi and Wendy had. Assuming that these seals are interrelated, then they certainly wouldn't be randomly placed. The positions between them should be able to be analyzed and calculated, Kelly said. Your idea is not wrong, but you don't understand magic arrays. The positions of some magic arrays are very complicated, not symmetrical or regular as you think. Can't your magic solve it? Kelly asked. For example, magic like prophecy, can't you do it? No, Wendy shook his head. When he shook his head, the method you're talking about is 10 times more difficult than us randomly looking for it now. Kelly and Evelyn were taken to a building. Wendy's lab was in the building. The group went straight to Wendy's treasury. At first, Kylie thought she would see a dark, damp, and messy lab. But when she came to Wendy's lab, she found that Wendy's lab was much better than she had imagined. It was clean, tidy, and orderly. However, they were the only ones in the huge lab. Passing through the lab, the group was taken to a library. All of Wendy's books were here. How are we going to find so many books? Wendy, do you know any books that record the Wasteland Market? Chapter 2257. That area was when the Wasteland Market was built. I've read the manuscripts of the previous spiritualists many times, but I didn't find any problems. The Wasteland Market had been around for hundreds of years, and there were thousands of spiritualists involved. Naturally, some spiritualists would leave notes or manuscripts behind. At this moment, Kelly suddenly said, Mr. Wendy, has anyone else been here besides you? Wendy glanced at Kelly, not understanding why she asked this question. However, he still answered truthfully, my former assistant, Nancy, she often comes and goes here. At this point, Wendy's brows began to furrow. Could it be that Nancy had found something here? There are some special tags here. I've seen these tags in a private lab before, Kelly said. Tags? Why didn't I see them? Wendy asked doubtfully. He was the person most familiar with this place, so it was impossible that he didn't see any tags. This label isn't based on something symbolic. It's based on the books here. These books have their own numbers. If 1 or 2 books are placed in a specific location, it can only be considered a coincidence. But if every book's number is placed in a specific location, then it's not a coincidence. Instead, it's hiding some information. What information? I don't know yet. Kelly began to search according to the numbers she found. Because the numbers were more complicated, Zhang Tianyi didn't see anything suspicious at all. Wendell, on the other hand, was watching Kylie's every move. He vaguely analyzed the pattern of the special tags in Kelly's buckles. In fact, he was already one step ahead of Kelly in calculating the clues for the next step. When he went straight to the last row of bookshelves and felt the wall behind them. Soon, when he found a secret compartment, he reached out and pushed the wall, and a passage appeared on the ground. There's a passage hidden here. Wendy, do you rarely come here? Zhang Tianyi looked at Wendy. Wendy's mood was even more unpleasant now. He felt like he was the world's biggest bitch. Not to mention people like Nancy who schemed to stay by his side. Even an outsider like Kelly was able to find clues at the first moment. He had been here no less than 100 times, but he didn't find any clues at all. However, when everyone followed the passage to the space below, they found that it was a pavilion. There was a bookshelf in the attic, but all the books on the bookshelf had been taken away. It was empty. Wendell was so angry that he almost went berserk. Judging from the traces at the scene, these bookshelves were originally filled with books. These books had all been moved recently, and the only one who could transfer things under Wender's nose was Einander, who was once deeply trusted by Wender. There seems to be a secret marker here, Kelly suddenly said. Secret mark? Wen frowned at Kelly. This secret mark doesn't belong to the same system as the previous marks, so it might not have been discovered yet. Kelly stepped hard on the brick floor. She was very rhythmic. Some places were heavy, some places were light. After a dozen steps, a secret compartment popped out from the wall. There was a box in the compartment. Wen stepped forward and picked up the box, eagerly opening it. There were 2 books sealed with a secret technique. When he quickly figured out the sealing magic in the book. One spell was used to preserve books from decay. The other one was used to restrict outsiders from opening the book. However, these 2 spells were just a piece of cake for Wendy. Wen opened the book without any hindrance. The light in Wen's eyes suddenly became clear. Finally, the truth he was seeking finally surfaced at this moment. These 2 books were left behind by his ancestors. Wen stood there and flipped through the books for 30 minutes. Zhang Tianyi was not in a hurry. He just waited. Finally, Wen closed the book. "Did you find any clues?" Zhang Tianyi asked. "I already know the whole truth," Wen said, "and Einander's identity." "Huh? What identity does she have?" Her ancestor was also one of the builders of the Wasteland Market, the descendant of the great craftsman Warwick. No wonder she knows so much information that I don't. So what is her ultimate goal? The remains of the sun god in Olympian mythology, Wen said with a gloomy face. The remains of the sun god? She wants to resurrect the god? Not resurrection. She just wants to get the body of the god. As for how they are going to use it, I don't know yet. Then do you know where their next goal is? The seal that seals the remains of the sun god is the 4 seasons magic of Norse mythology. At present, we already know the location of 2 seals, so it is not difficult to deduce the location of the remaining 2 seals. Using the magic of Norse mythology to seal the gods of Greek mythology. Is there a grudge between these 2 mythological systems? They have nothing to do with each other. Wen shook his head and said, "It's just that the ancestors felt that it was suitable, so they used the magic of Norse mythology to seal the sun god. And it's not a god, just the remains of a god." "Mr. Wen, Mr. Zhang, do gods really exist in this world?" "Maybe not now, but in ancient times they did exist. That is to say, I have a chance to witness a god? There won't be a chance. Neither I nor Celestial Master Zhang will allow this to happen." "But didn't you say that it's just the remains of a god?" "For anyone, the remains of a god are a weapon, a terrible weapon. The ancients knew this, so they sealed the remains of the god with a seal. The entire Wasteland Market can be said to be built for this purpose. Do you think we will allow the remains of a god to reappear in the world?" Well, Kelly still felt that it was a pity. She had seen a lot of things today. Almost every one of them was beyond her knowledge. If she could see a god today, even if it was the remains of a god, it would be an unexpected gain for her. Unfortunately, neither Zhang Tianyi nor Wind was in the mood to broaden her knowledge. "We'd better act quickly now," Wen said. "From the clues I found, those vengeful spirits did not appear after the seal was unlocked, but the result of someone's actions, probably the work of the 10 evildoers. At present, we don't know their purpose for this step, but we can't let the situation continue to deteriorate. If we really let them control the remains of the sun god, then it will really evolve into a big event." Chapter 2258. Not long after Chun Zhao left the crime scene, Bifla found him. "Where did you go?" Bifla asked. "I expanded my senses a few times, but couldn't find you. Then just now, you suddenly appeared in my range. Weren't you in Desolate Market?" Chun Zhao pointed at the wraiths in the sky. "I encountered a rather troublesome enemy and killed him. These wraiths are because..." Bifla wasn't too surprised. He knew Chun Zhao's abilities. Especially after reaching Shanqing State, he understood Chun Zhao's abilities even better. In terms of combat ability, even if he was 10 times stronger, he still wouldn't be Chun Zhao's match. Of course, Chun Zhao was only strong in combat. In other aspects, even 10 Chun Zhao couldn't compare to him. "Do you know who he is?" "No. He said he's very famous. His name is Scythe. Have you heard of him?" "Yes, I've heard of him. He's indeed famous." "Very famous. Actually," Bifla answered calmly. "That famous?" "Basically, he's a big boss in movies and TV shows." "I think so too. Anyway, his magic tends to be evil. Didn't you get any spoils from him?" Chun Zhao took out the Grim Reaper's scythe. "I stole his weapon. This isn't a living weapon." Bifla immediately saw something wrong. "The living probably can't use it. My friend is one too. I'll ask him how to use it later." "You really have a lot of friends." Bifla looked up at the wraiths in the sky. Since Bifla had appeared, they'd been attacked by more than 10 waves of wraiths. Some were alone, while others were in groups. These wraiths had covered the entire desolate market. "You've caused a lot of trouble for the participants of the Battle of Holy Glory," Bifla said. "I don't think so. There's a lot of wraiths, but they're too scattered. If they can focus on attacking a team, it might cause a lot of trouble. But no one's controlling them now, and they're spread across such a large area. Even if a team encounters dozens of wraiths, it might not be a problem. If a single person encountered dozens of wraiths, it might be dangerous. But now, the Battle of Holy Glory was mostly in groups. Moreover, they were all elites among spiritualists. No matter how one looked at it, it wouldn't be troublesome for them to deal with tens of vengeful spirits. Some of these vengeful spirits are extremely powerful. Just now, I met a pair of male and female vengeful spirits. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Since I can meet them, the other teams can definitely meet them too." "Is that so? I didn't notice." Chun Zhao indeed didn't notice anything, mainly because a large number of vengeful spirits had been rampaging there. Chun Zhao couldn't tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Chun Zhao was also a bit worried about his team. Just as Bifla said, if their team encountered a few powerful vengeful spirits, they might not be able to defeat them. "I have something to do," Chun Zhao said. "Bye." The Supernatural Organizations team is over there in that direction. Stunned, Chun Zhao looked back at Bifla. "I know you're worried about your team," Bifla said indifferently. "Moreover, the entire Barren Land Bazaar is now in chaos because of you. Even if you secretly make a move, no one might notice. Moreover, from the current signs, Celestial Master Zhang and Wendy will be busy and won't have time to pay attention to you. What could possibly happen to them? Isn't it just the seal we opened earlier?" The first one, Theodosius I's tomb, wasn't the seal they consciously opened. But the second seal, the sevenfold door in the sewer, was definitely related to them. "Do you know what's going on with those two seals?" "No, but it's probably not a small matter. Whatever, let's not care about them. I'll go see how my men are doing. I saw them on my way here. I think they got into a fight with another team." "Did they win or lose?" Chun Zhao asked immediately. "They're about the same in power." "I don't think there'll be a winner," Bifla said. Bifla said, "I'll wait for you here. Go take a look at your team, and then come find me." "Why?" Chun Zhao asked. "We don't have to work together. I found the third seal. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? You're not thinking of breaking the third seal, are you? Do you think Zhang isn't busy enough? I'm not planning on breaking the seal. I just want to see if I can help." Even if Bifla said it openly, Chun Zhao didn't think that Bifla was really going to help. Chun Zhao's most optimistic guess was that Bifla was just watching. Would he help solve the problem? If it didn't involve him, he wouldn't help. Chun Zhao had seen through Bifla long ago. Bifla was the same type of person as him. He wouldn't care about things that didn't concern him. "If I have time, I'll think about coming and meeting you." With that, Chun Zhao turned and left. Chun Zhao was rather fast. He went in the direction Bifla pointed. In a few minutes, he sensed a few familiar presences. When Chun Zhao found the Supernatural Organizations team, they were fighting with another team. To be honest, in the past, Chun Zhao had always thought that his team was already the top. But in the Battle of Holy Glory, he'd seen too many outstanding teams and genius spiritualists. The Supernatural Organizations team didn't have a clear advantage among them. Even Gaia, who was the most powerful of the 10, didn't stand out here. There were too many geniuses here. Chun Zhao watched the battle between the two teams. If it was just a battle like this, Chun Zhao wouldn't help no matter who won. He didn't bring his team here to help them win. Instead, he wanted to prove their strength. Gaia had already transformed into a dragon. Her opponent was a spiritualist with the bloodline of a magical beast, a hill giant. In terms of size, Gaia's infant draconic dragon was clearly inferior to his opponent's hill giant. But Gaia wasn't without an advantage. She could fly. Her opponent couldn't compare. Chun Zhao looked at the other side of the battlefield. Jalanash and another elementalist were fighting. Their magic systems were similar. Their elements were similar too. Their magic power was similar too. So, it was hard to tell who would win. Both were like magic cannons. They kept shooting spells at each other from a distance. Looks like my worries were unnecessary, Chen Zhao murmured. They can already take care of themselves. Chapter 2259. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, a third team entered the fray. Let's go. There's a bunch of terrifying guys. The third team was not here to start a fight. They were running for their lives, with hundreds of wraiths following behind them. The hundreds of wraiths were not to be underestimated. Each of them was extremely ferocious. If it were an ordinary spiritualist, a few of them would probably be able to take down one of them. If it were these top-notch spiritualists, each of them could deal with a dozen of them. But no matter how strong they were, they could not deal with hundreds of them at the same time. These wraiths were mixed together because they were similar in strength. Their remaining IQ allowed them to understand that if they fought alone, they would most likely be annihilated. This was the wolf effect of living creatures. If an individual's strength was not enough to ensure their safety, they would choose to gather together. When the external threat disappeared, they would start killing each other again. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. This applied to wraiths as well. When they approached, the two teams could not help but stop fighting. Everyone had a solemn expression. In an instant, everyone was swaying in the torrent formed by the wraiths. No one could face such a large number of wraiths alone. It could be said that with such a large number of wraiths, it was not impossible to block them if one had prepared a defensive line in advance and had a certain level of strength. But now, they were completely unprepared, and it came so suddenly. When faced with the large number of wraiths, they were all flustered. With Gaia's fiery temper, she directly spewed a dragon's breath at the wraiths in her young dragon form. The dragon's breath directly ignited more than 10 wraiths, who wailed and screamed in pain. But Gaia's attack did not bring about any strategic results. Instead, it attracted more wraiths to attack. Those wraiths directly pounced on Gaia. 1, 2, 3. In the beginning, Gaia could still directly flap her wings and limbs to slap the evil wraiths away. But as more and more wraiths came, she was unable to withstand them and was directly pushed to the ground. The wraiths frantically tore at her body. Just then, Norma's reinforcements arrived. A nightmare beast stepping on green flames stepped on the air and came over. This nightmare beast with green flames was Norma's transformation. The hellfire burning on its body made it difficult for the vengeful spirits to approach. When a shapeshifter landed beside Gaia, it stomped its front hooves heavily on the ground, and a circle of green flames spread out. It ignited the vengeful spirits on Gaia's body and forced the surrounding vengeful spirits away. However, the nightmare that Norma had transformed into wasn't invincible. She had to consume a lot of magic power to maintain the burning of hellfire. Fortunately, at this time, the others also came over. They had all gathered here after killing their way out of the encirclement. Although the 10 of them had formed a temporary battle line in a panic, they were still able to hold their ground. However, they were teammates to begin with. They knew each other's strength and fighting style. Therefore, their teamwork was quite skillful. At the very least, it was much easier than when they fought alone. Chun Zhao observed in the dark. Just now, he could not help but want to make a move. Fortunately, they all persevered. The front line formed by the 10 of them was slowly breaking away from the vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits also bullied the weak and feared the strong. Sensing that the supernatural organization was not easy to deal with, he immediately changed his target. The people from the supernatural organization weren't kind enough to save their former enemy. They quickly left the Wraith battlefield and escaped. However, the other team and the team that had escaped didn't fight for long either. The vengeful spirits' main target didn't seem to be them. They seemed to be gathering in a certain area. It wasn't just this group. In the distance, another group of vengeful spirits was also heading in that direction. Chun Zhao thought for a moment and then looked at the supernatural organization's team. It seemed that they had improved a lot. Of course, this improvement wasn't just in strength. In addition, their combat experience and their coordination had been greatly improved. It seemed that they could at least ensure their own safety. Chun Zhao also relaxed a little. He'd only planned to come and see their current situation. The information he'd gotten was good, so he didn't need to pay attention all the time. This battle of the holy glory was far more exciting than he'd imagined. Many spiritualists with ulterior motives had snuck in. Each of them had their own plans here. Some were just playing small games. Others weren't born to keep a low profile. Suddenly, Bifla appeared beside Chen Zhao. "You followed me?" Chen Zhao turned his head and glanced at Bifla. "No, I knew you'd go this way. I thought of it on the spur of the moment." "How could you guess?" "You're like me. We're afraid of trouble and like to watch." "Who's like you?" Chen Zhao's face darkened, and he ignored Bifla. "Do you know what's attracting these vengeful spirits?" Bifla asked. "No." Chen Zhao sounded nonchalant, but he was secretly spreading out his domain. He wanted to find out what was ahead. Soon, Chen Zhao discovered a huge object. It couldn't be called a living thing because it wasn't an organism in the common sense. It was a huge stone beast. It was more than 200 meters tall and weighed more than 100,000 tons. It clearly wasn't an ordinary beast or a magical beast. But it wasn't a puppet or an artificial being either. It couldn't be controlled by others. It had its own soul. From its appearance, it looked like a huge wild boar. It was the one that had attracted countless vengeful spirits. After it attracted the vengeful spirits, it would use its nose to sniff them. Then it would absorb large amounts of vengeful spirits. Where did this thing come from? How come I didn't notice it before? Bifla couldn't figure it out either. With their senses, there was no reason they couldn't notice such a huge stone beast. Most spiritualists couldn't do anything to this kind of super monster. But the stone beast wasn't interested in the nearby spiritualists. It was only interested in vengeful spirits. It moved at a seemingly slow speed. At the same time, it hummed. Just then, Zhang Tianyi and Wendy arrived. Zhang Tianyi's expression was serious. "Wendy, what's going on?" The eye of the seal of autumn is called the suppressor. It used to maintain its power by sacrificing souls and then maintain the seal for a long time. But in the past 200 years, because of the information gap, it hasn't received any sacrifices. Now, it's awakened by the large amount of vengeful spirits outside. Chapter 2260. In other words, the suppressor is the seal itself. Zhang Tianyi asked, "We don't have to attack it. It won't attack the living, but it can't go too far away from the seal," Wendy said with a serious expression. Wendy said with a serious expression, "It is now moving away from the sealed land. I now understand the intentions of the 10 villains. They deliberately released so many vengeful spirits to wake up the suppressor and then lure it away from the sealed land." Zhang Tianyi also thought of this possibility. Perhaps even Sai himself did not expect that his death would accidentally trigger this situation. He had died a worthy death. As the leader of the 10 villains, he died in Chen Zhao's hands before he could even be used. He felt wronged. If he hadn't attacked Chen Zhao first, he would have died. If he hadn't attacked Chen Zhao first, Chen Zhao might not have killed him first. At the same time, AI Nancy and the others in another direction were also surprised. They found Sickle this time, so that he could use the vengeful spirits he was best at to lure the suppressor out and then lure it out of the seal. They didn't expect Sickle to still be able to use his original abilities after his death. I didn't expect Sickle's death to have such an effect. A relieved smile appeared on AI Nancy's face. Sickle wasn't their leader. In fact, they weren't even partners. Sickle was actually hired by them, like Nightmare Leopard, who was ranked 7th among the 10 villains. To put it bluntly, Sickle was just a flag. But Sickle's death still caused a huge loophole in their plan. They thought that their plan was going to fail. They didn't expect that even though Sickle was dead, the vengeful spirits he'd controlled still completed his mission. Now, Wendy and Zhang Tianyi had a headache. Stop the suppressor? That would be the same as attacking it. The suppressor wouldn't attack the living, but that didn't mean it was a good kid. Zhang Tianyi evaluated the suppressor's strength. Very strong, but that was it. If they really fought, he was confident that he could blast this 100,000-ton beast into pieces within 10 minutes. But the problem now was that the suppressor was the key to the seal. If he killed it, it would be equivalent to personally undoing the seal. But if he ignored it, it wouldn't attack the living. However, it would be attracted by the vengeful spirit and leave the area of the seal. Once it left the range of the seal, It would be no different from breaking the seal. Wind, do you have a way to restrain its actions without killing it? It can't be helped. As the core of the Seal of Autumn, the suppressor is immune to most spells and binding spells. In other words, we can only fight it head-on. Yes, Wanda nodded solemnly. I'll try and see if I can drive it back, Zhang Tianyi said. He did not have much confidence. If this was a magical beast that was afraid of death, Zhang Tianyi could use his unparalleled strength to directly threaten it. However, the suppressor was different. It was not a magical beast. At the same time, it was not a living being. It had a soul, but no feelings. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi wasn't sure if he could scare it. Zhang Tianyi's figure moved and floated down in front of the suppressor. Suppressor, return to your post. You shouldn't leave your post, Zhang Tianyi said righteously, but the only response he got was the suppressor's giant claw. The suppressor wasn't attacking him. It was just walking normally. Seeing that he couldn't communicate with the suppressor, Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. Seems like I can only take action. Purple Cloud Lightning, Archaic Sword. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi reached out and grabbed. The purple lightning turned into a purple sword. Zhang Tianyi touched the purple sword. The sword's edge shone with a purple luster. The suppressor saw Zhang Tianyi's imposing aura and opened its mouth to spit out a blue torrent at Zhang Tianyi. The suppressor devoured countless vengeful spirits, and what it released was also a soul attack. However, it was different from the scythe, which could only use the basic vengeful spirit charge. The blue torrent that the suppressor spat out was a high-level torrent of souls. Its power was incomparable to a normal vengeful spirit charge. Zhang Tianyi saw the torrent coming straight at him, but he didn't dodge. He swung the purple sword in a circle, formed a hand seal, and pointed at the torrent of souls. The purple sword released a purple bolt of lightning and directly collided with the torrent of souls. In an instant, a purple and blue ring of light exploded in the sky. The rainbow light was more dazzling than any magic spell. The surrounding teams that had been attracted by the vengeful spirits and the suppressor's huge body were all mesmerized by the dazzling rainbow light. It was powerful and dazzling, frightening and dispiriting. The torrent of souls was crushed by the purple lightning. However, the purple lightning didn't stop. It still charged at the suppressor with unstoppable power. Boom! With a loud sound, the purple lightning struck the suppressor's head. The suppressor was instantly knocked to the ground. The moment the huge body fell, the impact produced directly shook the entire street into ruins. But soon, the suppressor stood up again. Old Zhang is indeed strong. Chun Zhao watched Zhang Tianyi and the suppressor fight from afar. It was his first time seeing Zhang Tianyi fight so seriously. He used at least half of his strength. Even Chun Zhao wasn't sure that he could take that attack unscathed. The purple lightning seemed to be a lightning spell, but Chun Zhao vaguely felt danger. Anyway, Chun Zhao didn't dare to take that attack head-on with his body. Moreover, the old man definitely hadn't used his full strength. Chun Zhao felt that if he did, he really wouldn't be able to take one attack. Of course, Chun Zhao was sure that old Zhang wouldn't be able to take one of his punches either. Zhang Tianyi didn't know that Chun Zhao was nearby, nor did he know what Chun Zhao was thinking. Gray Style 9 Techniques, Demon Vanquishing 1,000 Tricks. Zhang Tianyi used another technique. He casually tossed the purple sword, and it turned back into purple lightning. Then, the purple lightning turned into a huge Dharma. It didn't seem real, but it was filled with majesty. The Dharma held one hand in front of its chest and raised the other in a slashing posture. Break! The Dharma's right arm chopped down vertically. Hiss! In an instant, the ground was torn apart, and the cracks extended for thousands of meters. So strong, Chun Zhao exclaimed. Bifla nodded with a serious expression. Bifla was also a sect leader. In the past, Bifla hadn't even reached Shangqing state. Now, he was also a Shangqing state master, but the difference between him and Zhang Tianyi wasn't that big. Zhang Tianyi really had a lot to brag about. Chapter 2261. As the publicly recognized top human expert in the supernatural world, Zhang Tianyi's strength didn't need to be recognized by others. But not many people had actually seen him fight. There were many people who had witnessed this battle, but those lucky enough to see it were also in danger. Not everyone had the right to watch the battle between Zhang Tianyi and the Suppressor. The battle between the two was like a raging fire. Even Chun Zhao and Bifla were amazed by the scene. They were amazed by Zhang Tianyi's strength. Even if Zhang Tianyi didn't use his full strength, it was still shocking. Although Zhang Tianyi had displayed a powerful and overwhelming strength, it was not enough to stop him. But he was facing an opponent that didn't know fear or pain. The Suppressor wasn't afraid of Zhang Tianyi at all. Even though it was forced to retreat, it still attacked Zhang Tianyi without hesitation. Celestial Master Zhang, it absorbed a lot of vengeful spirits. As long as the spiritual power isn't used up, it'll keep fighting, Wendy reminded Zhang Tianyi from afar. Zhang Tianyi had a headache. He'd seen many enemies like this. It claimed that it wouldn't fall as long as it had power. In fact, it wasn't hard to kill it before its power was used up. There was a very simple way, and that was to shatter one's bones. Zhang Tianyi happened to know many ways to achieve this goal, but he couldn't do that to the Suppressor. This was what gave him the biggest headache. Bifla, if it were you, how would you deal with that big monster? Celestial Master Zhang doesn't seem to want to kill the monster. He probably just wants to stop it. If it were me, I could only destroy it at most, not stop it. Bifla glanced at Chun Zhao. This should be the enemy you're best at dealing with, right? Indeed, Chun Zhao didn't deny this. He liked to deal with enemies that focused on physical attacks the most. But he wouldn't attack. What happened here had nothing to do with him. Bifla thought the same. He could watch, but he couldn't look for trouble. Under Zhang Tianyi's powerful attacks, the Suppressor still moved freely. No matter how Zhang Tianyi destroyed its rock-like shell, it would recover in a short time. There were too many vengeful spirits for it to absorb and devour. Zhang Tianyi's attack didn't slow it down for long. The Suppressor was already at the edge of the seal's range. Zhang Tianyi shouted, "1,000 tricks vanquishes the devil." Zhang Tianyi's Dharma power condensed again, and he shouted again, "Shoulder throw." The Dharma idol grabbed Suppressor and threw him over his shoulder. The 100,000-ton body of the Suppressor crashed into the ground several hundred meters away. The earth was shaking, and even the space of the entire wasteland market was shaking. Everyone was dumbfounded by the fall. Bifla, have you watched Ultraman? The current scene looked like Ultraman beating up a small monster. Zhang Tianyi was also panting heavily. He was forced to use the Dharma idol of heaven and earth as a wrestling technique. The Dharma idol of heaven and earth could be used for physical attacks. However, the heaven and earth Dharma idol only had a physical form, so the power of the spells released through the heaven and earth Dharma idol could increase by several times or even dozens of times. However, if one were to use the aspect of heaven and earth to launch a physical attack, it would consume several times the caster's magic power. Zhang Tianyi was in the Shanqing realm. Even if he used the heaven and earth avatar to wrestle, his magic power would recover quickly. However, the consumption was greater than the recovery. It was like a long-range attacker fighting close combat with someone else. Zhang Tianyi was a standard long-range attacker. It wasn't that he didn't know how to fight close combat, but that his level was lowered by several levels. Even so, he could still use the Dharma idol to suppress the Suppressor. From this, one could see how terrifying his true strength was. As a pure melee fighter, Chun Zhao was also astonished when he saw Zhang's move. In terms of effect, Chun Zhao could do it too. With his strength, throwing the Suppressor over his shoulder was a piece of cake for him. Even if the Suppressor was 10 times heavier, he could still do it. However, Zhang Tianyi was clearly different. Everyone had their own specialties. Zhang Tianyi and Chun Zhao were two extreme examples. Of course, the two of them also had certain achievements in other fields. However, they were still weak. When the Suppressor got up again, Zhang Tianyi used the Dharma idol to throw it over his shoulder again. He threw it back to the center of the seal. Zhang Tianyi panted even more and mumbled, "I can't do this. If this continues, I'll really die." If only that bastard Chun Zhao was here. He wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Wait, Chun Zhao was in the desolate market now. He'd caused such a big commotion here. There was no reason for him not to come and watch. Zhang Tianyi floated in the air and suddenly made a hand seal. Heavenly Eye. Instantly, a vertical eye split open in the wrinkles between Zhang Tianyi's brows. This Heavenly Eye was a rather common spell in the Huaxia supernatural world. However, Zhang Tianyi's Heavenly Eye was an advanced version. Normal Heavenly Eye wouldn't open the Heavenly Eye. They could only see a trace of karma. However, Zhang Tianyi's Heavenly Eye directly opened the third Heavenly Eye. Through the amount of magical power used, he could see the result he wanted to see directly. However, it wasn't easy to find Chun Zhao. After all, Chun Zhao wasn't weaker than him. In terms of magical power alone, Chun Zhao was stronger. Zhang Tianyi immediately felt his magical power depleting rapidly. But an instant later, he saw Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao wasn't far from him, and the desolate market wasn't big. Although Zhang Tianyi's consumption was great, it wasn't as great as he'd imagined. If this was the outside world, Zhang Tianyi would probably lose half his life to use the Heavenly Eye to find Chun Zhao. Fuck, this bastard is really watching. Zhang Tianyi cursed as he looked at the suppressor who'd stood up again. Outside the battlefield, Chun Zhao also felt Zhang Tianyi's actions. We've been discovered. Let's go. That old man wants a scapegoat, Chun Zhao said. We can't leave. Bifla shook his head. Can he stop me if I want to leave? Chun Zhao didn't believe it. But the next moment, he had to believe it. In the distance, Zhang Tianyi cast another spell. Borrow the power of heaven and earth. Move the stars. Come here. Whoosh. Instantly, Chun Zhao felt the world spin, and he disappeared from Bifla's sight. When he looked again, he realized he'd appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Zhang Tianyi was gone. There was only the suppressor before him. Celestial Master, hello. Bifla looked at Zhang Tianyi, who'd suddenly switched places with Chun Zhao, and bowed respectfully. Hey, Bifla, I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've actually broken for the last step. You must have learned it from that kid, right? Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Celestial Master. Bifla nodded with a smile. Old man, you're not very kind. Since I gave you some pointers, you should return the favor no matter what. Why don't you come over and help me out while I'm fighting so hard? Zhang Tianyi said indignantly. Didn't you already pull Chun Zhao into battlefield? That's not because of your help. It's because I'm more skilled. But Celestial Master, you seem to have forgotten to tell him to go easy. Chapter 2262. Oh no. Zhang Tianyi felt like his head was going to explode. He turned around and charged toward Chun Zhao and the suppressor. The distance was not far, probably less than a kilometer. At this moment, Zhang Tianyi in the Bliss world felt an unprecedented distance. Chun Zhao had also recovered from the shock. He also saw Zhang Tianyi hurriedly turning around. Chun Zhao opened his mouth in Zhang Tianyi's direction. Zhang Tianyi couldn't hear Chun Zhao's words, but he could still read Chun Zhao's lips. You want me to be your fighter, right? Then I'll do as you wish. Chun Zhao turned to look at the suppressor. Dark assimilation. Instantly, Chun Zhao's body was covered in a layer of darkness. Both Chun Zhao and Bifla could tell that Zhang Tianyi had been showing mercy to the suppressor. Given Zhang Tianyi's strength, the suppressor would have been slain long ago. Therefore, after fighting for so long, it wasn't that Zhang Tianyi couldn't kill the suppressor, but that he couldn't. However, it was a limitation for Zhang Tianyi. But there were no restrictions on Chun Zhao. Zhang Tianyi didn't even have time to be proud of himself. At this moment, he was already filled with regret. He really shouldn't have pulled Chun Zhao into his possession so recklessly. Chun Zhao wasn't him. Chun Zhao had no sense of responsibility or civility. It was simply a daydream to hope that he would accommodate her. Zhang Tianyi was already halfway there, but he stopped in the next moment, because he knew it was too late. Chun Zhao had already made his move. Go to hell. Terrifying power burst out from Chun Zhao's body. With unparalleled might, it poured into the body of the suppressor. It started from the suppressor's head and spread to his entire body. The suppressor was instantly destroyed and obliterated. Chun Zhao, do you know what you did? Didn't you want me to kill this big monster? Chun Zhao pretended to be confused. If I wanted to kill it, would I need you? Zhang Tianyi criticized Chen Zhao indignantly. The most hateful thing was that Chen Zhao clearly knew everything, but he had to play dumb in front of her. You didn't tell me anything. Are you blind? Chen Zhao's face darkened. Don't take advantage of your seniority. Zhang Tianyi was stunned for a moment, his face flushed with anger. Unfortunately, he didn't have a position to take now. He had forcefully dragged Chen Zhao into the battlefield without discussing it with him. This old man is a magnanimous person. I won't argue with you. Zhang Tianyi snorted stubbornly and turned to leave. More importantly, he couldn't do anything to Chen Zhao. Fight with Chen Zhao? The best outcome would be a lose-lose situation. The worst result was that he would be hung up and beaten. Zhang Tianyi knew his own strength, but he also knew how strong Chen Zhao was. That was why he wasn't confident. In particular, Chen Zhao's boundless vitality and almost unbreakable defense were especially strong. All of Zhang Tianyi's attacks were halved. Zhang Tianyi had also thought about how to deal with Chen Zhao if they fought. After much thought, the best way to deal with Chen Zhao was to seal him. However, a human seal was too difficult. Sealing had a tendency. If it was sealing an enemy of a certain attribute, the effect would be very good. For example, an enemy of the darkness or holy attribute could be sealed for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, humans were neutral. They could be dark or they could be holy. Therefore, the tendency of sealing spells would be greatly reduced. The effect of sealing other species for 100 years might only be a few years or decades for humans. If it was a normal person or Tongliao City, they would starve to death after a few years. But Zhang Tianyi was very sure that it was useless against Chen Zhao. Perhaps Chen Zhao would starve in the seal, but he definitely wouldn't starve to death. When Chen Zhao came out of the seal, it would be a great disaster for Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi knew that he couldn't outlive Chen Zhao. With his junior's strength and potential, he basically couldn't beat Chen Zhao. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi really didn't want to turn against Chen Zhao. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't want to turn against Zhang Tianyi either. The old man had too many dirty tricks. Who knew when he would be tricked? They were both wary of each other. Just then, a majestic pillar of light suddenly shot out from the huge pit where the suppressor had been hiding. The pillar of light soared into the sky, and surging energy poured out from the seal. Three seals had been opened. AI Nancy and the others were very excited. There was only one seal left. Their plan was unfolding in a way that exceeded their expectations, but they were unexpectedly back to square one. Theodosius I's tomb, the sevenfold door in the sewers, and the almost invincible suppressor. AI Nancy, don't you think it's strange? Opening each seal is part of our plan, but the process of opening each seal deviates from our plan, the Black Soul said. AI Nancy, who had been very excited a moment ago, fell into silence the next moment. The current situation seemed to have reached their expectations, but the process was rather strange. One accident, two accidents, and the third was still an accident. With so many accidents added together, it wasn't an accident anymore. What are you trying to say? There's someone or a group of people who know our entire plan. They're using our plan to carry out their own plan. Their goal is very likely to also open the seal and obtain God's remains. You're saying that we have competitors? Maybe it's even worse, the Black Soul said. The Black Soul said, even we wouldn't dare to plot against Celestial Master Zhang, but the other party's plan included Celestial Master Zhang. They're either ignorant and fearless, or they have the confidence to do so. Moreover, we're still in the open. Then what should we do? AI Nancy turned to look at the Black Soul. The joy he had felt before had completely vanished. AI Nancy didn't like this feeling. She didn't like being used and manipulated. There are two choices. One is to continue with the plan and wait until the fourth seal is opened so that we can obtain God's remains first. The second choice is to give up all the plans and sabotage the operation. The other party may be stronger than us. Perhaps all our actions are being watched by the other party. Instead of being manipulated by others, it's better to directly sabotage the entire plan. If we can't get it, we won't let the other party get it. No, AI Nancy immediately rejected. I've been lurking around when for so many years, and the implementation of the plan is now nearing its end. You want me to give up the plan? I don't have that much time to waste. And so far, all the guesses are just your guesses. They haven't been confirmed yet. Chapter 2263. Zhang Tianyi was pissed. Chen Zhao was even more pissed. He'd been dragged into the battle for no reason. However, he vaguely sensed an unusual aura. As for where this feeling came from, he couldn't say either. Bifla greeted Zhang Tianyi from afar and then left with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, what's wrong? Still mad at Celestial Master Zhang? No, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel something weird. We're both spiritualists. If we can feel it, then it can't be an illusion, Bifla said. What did you feel? I can't tell. I just feel that it's not coordinated, but I can't tell what it is. That's normal. Spiritualists are very sensitive, but some senses are just flashes of light, so it's hard to explain what it means. Then how can I be sure of what I feel? I can't help you with that. I feel that it's too mysterious. Also, it's up to the person to capture the flash of light. Others can't help either. Is there no way at all? I can't, but I don't know if Celestial Master Zhang has a way. Chen Zhao was a prideful person. He definitely wouldn't turn around and ask Zhang Tianyi for help. Celestial Master, what's wrong? Is it because that person killed the suppressor? When he looked at Zhang Tianyi, who had a serious expression, he'd seen the argument and conflict just now. That person had come with Bifla, and he knew Zhang Tianyi. It should be the Chen Zhao mentioned before. That terrifyingly powerful man. And he'd indeed displayed unparalleled power. Other than Zhang Tianyi, he'd never met anyone who could kill the suppressor in one move. But that person had done it. That kind of domineering power was something he'd never seen before. No, Zhang Tianyi shook his head. It's because I suddenly lost my mind. What do you mean? When he asked, confused. I know that bastard Chen Zhao too well, Zhang Tianyi said. No matter what, I would never drag him into the battle when I'm facing an enemy I can't kill. But that's exactly what I did just now. Wenda frowned. You mean, you're being controlled? Not control, but left and right. I don't understand. Is there anyone in this world who can control your mind? You may not have encountered some strange spells. Some spells are hard to detect, extremely difficult to defend against, or even impossible to defend against. And I suspect that I was hit by such a spell. What spell? Even you are unable to defend against it. In China, there is a system called the Deadly Occult Door. Zhang Tianyi said, taking life doesn't mean killing or taking more of your life, but controlling your actions and controlling your fate. You're talking about the puppet technique, right? How could you be affected by the puppet technique? Of course it's not the puppet technique. The puppet technique is not even worth mentioning when compared to this life-taking technique. Zhang Tianyi paused. Everyone's words, actions, and decisions are similar to throwing darts. Whatever your dart hits on the target, you will react accordingly. The difference is that some actions have a larger area on the target, while some actions have a smaller area on the target. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wenda nodded. Zhang Tianyi's explanation was easy to understand. Plus, he was quick-witted, so he easily understood Zhang Tianyi's meaning. But this life-taking technique expands the target area that originally represented a small probability action into a high probability action. Wenda's eyes widened in surprise. Even for a veteran of the supernatural world like him, this was the first time he had heard of such a strange or even strange spell. Celestial Master, you mean someone cast a spell on you? I'm not sure right now, Zhang Tianyi said. Logically, I wouldn't make such a mistake, but I just had to do such a stupid thing, so I can't help but suspect that I was hit by this spell. I still find it a little hard to believe. Does that mean that once you master this spell, you can do whatever you want? Wenda shuddered at the thought of the consequences. If the other party controlled Zhang Tianyi and killed him or committed some heinous crime, who could stop them? Zhang Tianyi rubbed his forehead. It's not as scary as you think. First of all, this kind of spell has certain requirements for the caster. Secondly, it can't be detected. Moreover, when this kind of spell is used on you and me, the effect is greatly reduced. Moreover, it needs to make use of a small, almost negligible possibility in my heart. Even if this possibility is expanded, it will almost never happen. But it can still happen, right? For example, because I had a dispute with you in the past and then wanted to kill you at a certain moment. It just happened to be used by my enemy to increase this possibility. It was originally a 1 in a million possibility, but then it was doubled by the other party, becoming a 1 in 500,000 possibility. Do you need to worry about this probability? Have we had a dispute before? How come I don't remember? Celestial Master Zhang, I've always admired you very much, Wanda said hurriedly, as if Zhang Tianyi really could kill him. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes. Okay, enough nonsense. Now I need to confirm whether I really was hit by this spell or not. How can you be sure? Asked Wanda. He didn't have any good ideas in this regard. After all, this was the first time he had heard of this kind of spell. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. Do you have chicken blood, cat whiskers, cow's eyeballs, and sheep's dung in your lab? Wanda still didn't understand. These are all low-level materials. The so-called low-grade materials were things that could be easily obtained by ordinary people. There was no difficulty in obtaining them. However, these low-level materials could only be used to cast the most basic and common spells. In his opinion, Zhang Tianyi wouldn't use those low-level spells. In his opinion, Zhang Tianyi would only use those kinds of high-level and difficult spells. He couldn't possibly use those low-level spells. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Wanda's expression and more or less guessed what he was thinking. For me, there's no such thing as high or low spells, only useful and useless spells. For example, the spell I'm going to use, Nurturing. Nurturing? What a strange name. This spell not only has a strange name, but its effect is also very strange. It can make people lose their desire for an instant. Of course, it can instantly calm them down, but it can only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the effect will disappear. Wanda's face was full of confusion. The effect of this spell was indeed strange, and could even be said to be meaningless. And the duration was also very short. What was the use of this spell? And what did it have to do with Zhang Tianyi's current situation? Chapter 2264. This nurturing technique is also known as the Heaven Nurturing Technique. It's originally used to concentrate and calm one's qi and consolidate one's foundation. Basically, it's used on ordinary people. Of course, it can also be used on spirit controllers, but it's meaningless for spirit controllers. Zhang Tianyi said, however, there's another characteristic of nurturing. The user can't have any traces of other spells on their body. In game terms, as long as there's a buff on the body, no matter if it's a buff or a debuff, nurturing can't coexist. Hearing Zhang Tianyi's explanation, Wanda finally understood. However, although the effect of this nurturing spell was weak, its conditions were very overbearing. In layman's terms, the human body was a computer, and these spells were the software. However, to install the nurturing spell software, all other software had to be uninstalled. Of course, it didn't matter to ordinary people, because ordinary people wouldn't have any buffs on their bodies. However, many spiritualists would habitually apply some buffs on their bodies. These buffs were all compatible. There was no rule that one couldn't apply another after being applied. When they returned to Wanda's laboratory, Kelly and Evelyn were waiting there. They wanted to go out with Zhang Tianyi and Wanda. However, because of the urgency of the situation, Zhang Tianyi and Wanda didn't have time to drag their feet, and they didn't dare to go out alone. The wasteland market outside was too dangerous for them. Therefore, they could only stay in the laboratory. However, Wanda didn't restrict their movements. In the laboratory, they could go anywhere they wanted. However, they found some fun here. They found the surveillance room. This surveillance room didn't monitor the building they were in, but the entire wasteland market. Here, they could see the entire wasteland market and the battle scenes of all the participants of the Battle of Holy Glory. However, there were hundreds of thousands of surveillance scenes in the entire wasteland market. It wasn't easy for them to find the scenes they wanted to see. However, among the selected scenes, they still found the battle scenes of some of the Battle of Holy Glory participants. The battles of those spiritualists were refreshing and broadened their horizons. After Zhang Tianyi and Wanda returned, they immediately came to their side. They knew that they could only survive here if they were obedient. As for the thoughts of revenge they had at the beginning, they had long since disappeared. The more they came into contact with, the more their worldview collapsed. The assassin abilities that they were so proud of in the past did not give them any advantages, especially when facing a supreme existence like Zhang Tianyi. What they felt was powerlessness, humbleness, and insignificance. Zhang Tianyi's appearance was that of an old man. However, whenever an enemy that could threaten them appeared, he would transform into a godlike existence. They had never seen what a real god looked like, but in their eyes, Zhang Tianyi was a god. Winnie quickly prepared the spellcasting materials for Zhang Tianyi. Nurturing was not a difficult spell to begin with. It was a very low-level and simple spell. Wenda watched Zhang Tianyi cast the spell and instantly learned it. Zhang Tianyi cast the spell on himself and didn't cast it. I knew it. Zhang Tianyi raised his eyebrows. I really did get hit by the life-stealing strange door. Celestial Master, do you have a suspect? When he asked, Zhang Tianyi shook his head. This life-stealing strange door is treacherous and impossible to guard against. It's my first time seeing it, and I've only heard about it in the past. I don't even know the conditions to cast the spell and trigger it. So how can I have any clues? Nothing at all. I don't have any clues at the moment, but I'm sure that this spell only exists in Huaxia. Most spells or magic, be it in the East or the West, were similar or identical. However, a small portion of them were unique spells, and they were also isolated inheritances. Outsiders might not even have heard of them, let alone practice them. Zhang Tianyi's expression was solemn. An invisible enemy was in the dark. Not only that, but he was also able to make him fall for it without anyone noticing. Anyone else would not be able to relax. Then what do we do now? Wendy was also in a dilemma. To be honest, in terms of strength, he wasn't bad. He couldn't compare to Zhang Tianyi, but compared to most spiritualists in the world, he was still in awe of them. However, in terms of schemes, he was clearly powerless. He spent most of his thoughts and wisdom on alchemy, so he didn't have any ideas about schemes. Otherwise, Anise wouldn't have been hiding beside him for so many years without him noticing. What if Zhang Tianyi tried it? Not to mention a few years, he would probably know what color Anise's underwear was after a few rounds of contact. Zhang Tianyi fell into deep thought. After a while, his lips curled into a smile. Done. You've thought of a way? Yes. Zhang Tianyi smiled. What do you need me to do? No need. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. Go to the surveillance room and find Chun Zhao. Yep, it's the guy you saw before. It wasn't easy to find one person among hundreds of thousands of surveillance images. So, he had to ask Kelly and Evelyn to help. When he left, he was at this location. If he didn't run around randomly, he should be near this area. Search this area and its surroundings. That way, we can reduce the range. Zhang Tianyi couldn't confirm Chun Zhao's current location. After all, with Chun Zhao's abilities, he wouldn't even need a minute to go around the Barren Land Bazaar. Huh, we found Bifla, but where's Chun Zhao? Where'd he go? Zhang Tianyi found Bifla's tracks. He thought that Bifla and Chun Zhao would move together. In the end, Chun Zhao wasn't beside Bifla. At the moment, Bifla, who was in the surveillance room, had an idea. He gazed at the sky, a thoughtful expression on his face. The feeling of being monitored came very suddenly. In the surveillance room, Zhang Tianyi thought for a while. Continue looking for Chun Zhao. I'll be back soon. With that, Zhang Tianyi left the lab and went straight to Bifla's location. A while later, Zhang Tianyi arrived before Bifla. Celestial Master Zhang, were you monitoring me just now? Yes. Why isn't Chun Zhao beside you? Where'd he go? Zhang Tianyi asked. Chapter 2265. Hearing Zhang Tianyi's words, Bifla's expression suddenly turned strange. What's wrong? Don't tell me something happened to him. I don't believe that Astra Shoal would be in trouble. Zhang Tianyi said confidently. Plus, no one in this barren land can harm him. He's gone, Bifla said. What? Zhang Tianyi stared at Bifla, dumbfounded. What do you mean gone? He ran away? He didn't run away, Bifla said helplessly. He was probably summoned by someone or some spell. Actually, he was also very confused about this. Chun Zhao had disappeared beside him. He had seen the entire process, but he had no idea what spell it was or who had cast it. Forcefully summoning Chun Zhao away? One had to know that an existence like Chun Zhao would be a catastrophe if he was replaced by a magical beast or magical creature of the same level. The price to summon a magical creature of this level was also very high. It would probably take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of blood sacrifices to summon a magical creature of Chun Zhao's level. Chun Zhao was a human. Unless he had a contract with someone, the price to summon him would be even higher. Of course, this was Bifla's conjecture before he knew Chun Zhao's true strength. Summon him away? Are you sure? Zhang Tianyi clearly didn't believe that Chun Zhao would be summoned away. I'm not sure, Bifla said. I'm confused too. Zhang Tianyi sank into deep thought. He knew Chun Zhao better than Bifla. He knew how powerful Chun Zhao was. Summon Chun Zhao. First, destroy a small country, then kill all the people there and sacrifice their lives. And this was under the premise that Chun Zhao accepted the contract. If it were some evil creature or demon, they would definitely be happy to accept the summon. But Chun Zhao wouldn't accept it. Therefore, the price to successfully summon Chun Zhao would be unimaginably high. Because Zhang Tianyi had been through this, he knew the rules of summoning like the back of his hand. That was why he had such an expression of disbelief. The most likely possibility was that he hadn't been summoned away. He had been teleported away. Did Chun Zhao do anything strange before he left? What do you mean? If it's a summoning, the price is too high. In the real world, no one can pay such a high price. So the only possibility is that he was teleported away. Zhang Tianyi said, to teleport Chun Zhao away, one needs to be very powerful. If the other party has the power to teleport Chun Zhao away, then they can fight him head-on. So, the most likely possibility is that Chun Zhao did something that meets the predetermined conditions and was teleported away by force. Bifla thought for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face again. We picked up a magic lamp on the road. Is this behavior strange? Zhang Tianyi also revealed a strange expression. Are you sure you're not joking with me? No, I'm serious. Bifla shrugged helplessly. We did pick up a magic lamp, but it's more like a magic tool. Chun Zhao even tried to rub the magic lamp to summon the genie, but there was no reaction. Then he filled the lamp with magic power. While Bifla's words were unimaginable, thinking about it carefully, this behavior and method suited Chun Zhao's personality. If Chun Zhao had picked up such a magic lamp, he wouldn't even consider if it was dangerous or a trap. He would definitely try to summon the genie. That magic lamp is strange, Zhang Tianyi said, frowning. I'm not sure if Chun Zhao being teleported away has nothing to do with the magic lamp. Zhang Tianyi opened the heavenly eye between his brows. After looking around, he said, Chun Zhao's aura still lingers in the barren town. This means that he's still in the barren town. He should be trapped somewhere now. There's a place that can trap him? Bifla was in disbelief. Maybe he's not willing to come out. Zhang Tianyi knew Chun Zhao too well. As long as he was interested in something, he would probably stay. Even if there was a flood outside, he wouldn't care. Also, there are many secrets here that even Winder doesn't know. He's really not responsible enough as a manager, Bifla said. At this moment, a team walked over. They first saw two figures before them, but they couldn't see who they were. So, their first reaction was to be on guard. The team approached them carefully. However, when they saw the two people standing there, especially Zhang Tianyi, everyone was stunned for a moment. Celestial Master? Bifla and Zhang Tianyi turned their heads to look at the team that had appeared before them. Zhang Tianyi's gaze fell on the magic lamp in one of their hands. Where did you get that? Zhang Tianyi asked, pointing at the person. Celestial Master, this is the trophy we got when we defeated a cypress beast. The person couldn't help but become nervous. Let me see, Zhang Tianyi said. The person hesitated, but in the end, he still held the magic lamp with both hands and handed it to Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi took the magic lamp and realized that it had already been injected with magic. You guys injected a lot of magic, right? Everyone's expression was somewhat awkward because all 10 of them had tried to inject magic into the magic lamp. But they had only injected less than a quarter. Of course, one reason was that they hadn't used all their strength. After all, they were in the barren town and participating in the trial of the Battle of Holy Glory. If all their magic was injected, then they were likely to lose their combat effectiveness. Moreover, the amount of mana required for the magic lamp was simply too much. They couldn't pay too much to turn on this magic lamp when they weren't sure of the role of this magic lamp. That's why this magic lamp was in this state. About a quarter of their magic was injected, and they couldn't continue to inject it. And even if they said that all their magic was injected into it, they could only inject 3/4 of the full value at most, which was why they gave up on continuing. Zhang Tianyi directly injected his own magic power into it. The Chinese people called it magic power, and the Westerners called it magic power. In fact, they were essentially the same. The magic lamp that 10 people in the opposite team couldn't fill. Zhang Tianyi filled it directly in an instant. However, what Zhang Tianyi expected did not happen. Chapter 2266. Why isn't there a reaction? Zhang Tianyi turned his head and looked at Bifla. Bifla shrugged. I don't understand either. Celestial Master Zhang, bring the Qingjiang magic lamp to the lab. I'll study it. Winder contacted Zhang Tianyi through the communicator. Zhang Tianyi was helpless. His knowledge in this area was indeed far from Winder's. He brought it back to Winder's lab. Wendy immediately began to examine the magic lamp. How is it? Is there a result? This lamp can also be used to activate teleportation, but there's a condition. Only one mana source can be fully charged to activate the teleportation device. That's simple. Drain the mana you injected earlier and then inject it again. Don't tell me you can't do it. Of course, but it's not the only condition, Winder said. Wendy said, this is only the final device, not the only one. That is to say, before obtaining this magic lamp, other conditions need to be met. Can you deduce the required conditions? Winder shook his head. No, there's no pattern to these conditions, so I can't deduce them. Then can you activate the teleportation device in another way? Yes, but it needs time, Winder answered. How long? 3 to 5 days. I can't be sure yet. So, even the best result has to be after the second trial. Since I'm missing the previous conditions, I need to complete them in another way. 3 to 5 days is already the most optimistic estimate. Chen Zhao felt his body fall heavily onto the ground. His face was stuck to the smelly sewage on the ground. Chen Zhao wiped the water off his face. He didn't want to know what the sewage was made of. The air was hot and dry. There were many cracks on the ground. Faint red light flashed through the cracks. He seemed to be in the mouth of a volcano. The sky wasn't the sky either. Instead, it was a bottomless, hollowed-out rock layer above his head. There were also many cracks above his head. Lava or rocks fell from them every now and then. It looked like hell, but it wasn't hell. At first, when he'd been summoned, he'd thought that he'd been summoned by a friend from hell. But when he arrived, he realized that it wasn't hell. Chen Zhao kicked off and soared into the air. However, after making an arc in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. What's going on? You can't fly here? Chen Zhao was confused. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the surroundings and discovered that the heaven and earth spiritual energy here was extremely abundant. However, there seemed to be some sort of spiritual vortex in the air. Once he used his magic power to rise into the air, his magic power would cause a chain reaction with those spiritual vortexes, causing the balance of flight to be disrupted. What exactly is this place? Chen Zhao was even more confused. At this time, a few screams came from the sky. Then, a few figures descended from the sky. That scene was so familiar. He seemed to have fallen in the same way before. Those people were in a rather sorry state, and one of them seemed to have fallen quite heavily. After all, not everyone could take a fall. Those people were treating their companions. They were using holy light magic, which had outstanding healing effects. Soon, his companion's injuries were much better. One of the handsome blonde men turned his head and looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao stood where he was. He didn't go far, but he didn't get close either. The blonde man walked toward Chen Zhao. Sir, hello. I'm Matthew from a church. Matthew reached out his hand to show his attitude. Chen Zhao also shook hands with Matthew. Hello. You can call me Chen. Can you explain the current situation? And where is this place? I'm afraid not, Chen Zhao said. I just arrived 3 minutes earlier than you guys. You don't know either? Unfortunately, I can't answer your question. Chen Zhao shrugged. but I picked up a magic lamp and filled it with magic to teleport here. You too? Us too. Matthew raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but look at Qin Zhao. Are you alone? Yes. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information from Qin Zhao, Matthew could only give up for now and start observing the surroundings. This looks like an independent space, Matthew said. No, Qin Zhao said. This isn't an independent space. It should be deep under Desolate Market. Oh, why? Qin Zhao thought so because he could still vaguely feel Bifla's very faint aura. Judging from Bifla's aura, it should have sensed him too. However, they were too far away and separated by thick rock layers, so they couldn't accurately locate each other. But from all the information, they should be above ground or underground. However, they couldn't be sure how far away they were. With the range of their senses, the only place that could block their senses was probably 10,000 meters or even deeper underground. Also, some magic should be sealed here. Qin Zhao's senses were forced back bit by bit. In the end, he realized that his senses had completely disappeared. No, it wasn't completely disappeared. More accurately, he was forced to only sense about an inch around him. However, this was no different from completely disappearing. Mr. Chun, you're spacing out. Are you thinking about something? Matthew realized that Qin Zhao didn't answer his question. His expression also looked like his soul was wandering. Nothing. Qin Zhao shook his head. Mr. Chun, you haven't answered my question, Matthew said. We're both spiritualists. Why do you doubt my words? Qin Zhao said disapprovingly. Do I have to tell you my magic and principles? These words left Matthew speechless. However, Matthew was a good person and didn't get angry. Instead, he apologized. Sorry, I was rude. Qin Zhao glanced at Matthew. Are you also participants of the Battle of Holy Glory? Yes, Mr. Chun. You too? Are you a Lone Ranger? Sort of. Are there only 5 of you left in your team? No, the 5 of us were sent in. Our companions are still outside. For now, Qin Zhao didn't know the current situation. Of course, Matthew and his companions didn't know either. They'd all been summoned. Mr. Chun, do you know how to leave here? No, I don't know anything about this place. Chapter 2267. Orlando, go up and take a look at the surroundings, Matthew said to his companion. As he spoke, a young man about the same age as Matthew leaped into the air. Stunned, Qin Zhao stared at Altador in shock. He can fly? Matthew glanced at Qin Zhao. Is it strange? When you reach a certain level, flying isn't an unattainable dream. Matthew clearly misunderstood Qin Zhao. He thought Qin Zhao was a low-level spiritualist. Qin Zhao was speechless. Why was his flying ability the only one restricted? His senses also seemed to be suppressed by the environment here. What was going on? Matthew's group was clearly weaker than him, but they weren't suppressed. Why was he the only one being suppressed? Moreover, this suppression was from the environment here. It wasn't someone or something. This was the most depressing part for Qin Zhao. If everyone was suppressed together, Qin Zhao would feel better. Or if it was someone targeting him, Qin Zhao could accept it more easily. Qin Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at Orlando, who was flying at an altitude of around 100 meters. Didn't he feel the spiritual vortexes around him? But to Matthew, Qin Zhao's observation of Orlando in the sky was purely an envious look. Just then, a huge pressure descended from the sky and landed on Qin Zhao's head. Bang! Instantly, the ground Qin Zhao was standing on cracked. Matthew and the others jumped to the side in shock. Turning back to look at Qin Zhao, they realized that he was kneeling on the ground. His clothes were tattered, and he looked very pathetic. There was a 3-meter-wide pit around him. Mr. Chun, are you okay? What happened just now? Qin Zhao stood up in a mess. His expression was terrible. He'd been targeted. The environment was targeting him. But why? Why was he being targeted by the environment? What was going on? Qin Zhao's aura started to grow stronger. But the next moment, an even more powerful force descended from the sky and hit Qin Zhao. Boom! Qin Zhao was smashed to the ground by this force. Qin Zhao's figure was imprinted on the originally thick and hard ground. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Matthew and the others looked at Qin Zhao as if he was the plague. They couldn't dodge in time. They didn't understand what was going on either. It was as if an invisible enemy was attacking him. But they didn't find any trace of the enemy. Chen Zhao raised his head and looked at the sky with a confused expression. He didn't sense anyone's hostility, but he was really being targeted. However, his shadow vision did not discover the enemy hidden in the shadows. If shadow vision didn't find anything, then there was most likely no real enemy. Right now, Chen Zhao could do nothing but curse. He didn't even know where the enemy was. This made Chen Zhao very uncomfortable. The more agitated Chen Zhao was, the more his power exploded uncontrollably. At the same time, an even more terrifying attack fell from the sky. Bang! The ground cracked, and Chen Zhao was smashed deep into the ground. Is that guy okay? How could he be fine? Even if that guy didn't die, he wouldn't have many breaths left. At this moment, a hand reached out from the pit. Chen Zhao climbed out of the pit with a sad expression. Looking at the sky, Chen Zhao had mixed feelings. It seemed that as long as he used his power, the attack from the heavens would descend. As for what was going on, he didn't know either. But as long as he held his breath and restrained his aura, the attack would stop. However, once his power exceeded that limit, the attack would descend again. That limit was slightly higher than the early stage of Shangqing. This meant that if a spiritualist in the early stage of Shangqing came here, he wouldn't be suppressed or attacked. If he exceeded this limit, the attack would descend continuously. Chen Zhao fell in a deep thought. He didn't have any ideas for now. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Matthew asked Chen Zhao, who had climbed out of the pit. I'm fine. Chen Zhao's smile was bitter and helpless. It didn't feel good. If it was a real enemy, no matter how strong or weak the enemy was, Chen Zhao would at least know how to face it. But now, he didn't even know what was going on. Chen Zhao tried his best to calm himself down. If he got angry again, his power would soar again. That boundary might be a realm that others would never be able to touch. But for Chen Zhao now, it was too low. If he used a bit more strength, he would touch that limit. So, Chen Zhao had to carefully restrain his power. But Chen Zhao's restrained aura still looked very weak to Matthew. Chen Zhao's face was pale and his eyes were dim. It seemed that the attack he'd received earlier had seriously injured him. Chen Zhao let out a long breath. The attack just now had been very strong, but it hadn't really hurt Chen Zhao. But Chen Zhao could feel that it wasn't the strongest attack released by the world. If he continued to release his power, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be an even stronger attack or even harm him. Mr. Chen, everyone in our church knows some healing spells, Matthew said sincerely. Let me help you. Thank you. No need. Chen Zhao wasn't injured, so he didn't need healing. Plus, with his magic resistance, both buffs and debuffs weren't very effective on him. Unless Matthew used a super healing spell, it would be a waste of time and magic. Just then, Altador also landed from the sky. Altador first looked deeply at Chen Zhao and then walked to Matthew's side. Altador, how is it? Did you find anything? No. Altador answered. This place is very big, even bigger than the Desolate Market. The elements here are also very violent. Matthew, what do we do now? We know too little information, Matthew said helplessly. Even if you let me make a decision, I don't have any good ideas. For now, we can only choose one direction. With that, Matthew looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, do you want to go together? Chen Zhao hadn't shown too much power. However, he'd taken a few strange attacks head-on, which was enough to show that he wasn't weak. Plus, Chen Zhao was injured, so Matthew felt that he could form a good relationship with him. For someone of his status, if there were no accidents, he would definitely have a high status in the future. Right now, he didn't just need to increase his power and level. He also needed to make connections for the future. Chapter 2268. Chen Zhao wasn't injured at all. However, the feeling of going from strong to weak made Chen Zhao feel very weak. It wasn't a physical feeling, but a psychological one. This also caused the others to think that Chen Zhao was injured when they saw him. Mr. Chen, do you really not need a holy light spell? It'll be very effective. Matthew had the intention to rope Chen Zhao in and befriend him. However, the church's teachings also taught him that he couldn't leave Chun Zhao in the lurch. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, Matthew hoped to help Chun Zhao. However, Chun Zhao didn't want to be healed by some holy light spell at all. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not injured." "I'm just weak, not injured," Chun Zhao replied weakly. "Fine." Matthew nodded helplessly. "If you really need it, tell me at any time." Chun Zhao shrugged. Actually, he'd always been in a good state. Matthew's group of 5 and Chun Zhao's group didn't have a specific destination. They just chose a direction. After walking for a while, they found an area filled with countless skeletons. The skeletons had completely covered the area. Looking over, they couldn't see the end of the sea of skeletons. Some of the skeletons belonged to humans, some belonged to other creatures, some were big, some were small. In a white sea of skeletons, there were also many weapons stuck in the bones. This place, Matthew frowned. He and his companions were all successors of the church. They all had the power of holy light. Therefore, they were very uncomfortable with this area filled with the aura of death. Chun Zhao didn't like this place either, mainly because it was uncomfortable to walk on the skeletons. Without a doubt, this used to be a charaba. Countless living beings fought and killed each other here. In the end, only piles of white bones were left. What exactly is this place? How many people are buried here? It was difficult to even count the number of races that had died here, let alone count the number of the dead. There were too many skeletons of various creatures. If a normal person stepped in here, they'd probably be scared to death. Just then, 10 people appear in front of them. Those 10 people were obviously from the same team. When the team saw Chun Zhao's group, they immediately stopped. Both sides looked at each other. Neither side attacked blindly. Matthew was confident in his strength, but they were the minority after all. The other party's strength was unknown, and they clearly had the advantage in numbers. If they attacked rashly, they might suffer a great loss. Chun Zhao frowned and turned to look at Matthew. At this moment, Matthew and his companions were in high spirits. This confused Chun Zhao even more. Although he had only just met Matthew, they did not have much interaction. But in her mind, Matthew should be the kind of gentle and refined person. It was completely different from his current temperament. Why did he suddenly become so impulsive when he met the person opposite him? "Matthew, what's affecting you?" Chun Zhao reminded. Matthew was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. "It's the aura that permeates this place." Matthew's expression changed. "Alterando, Fee, Paolo, Angie, calm down," Matthew reminded them. When everyone heard Matthew's magical voice, they also woke up from their manic and irritable emotions. Matthew glanced at Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, thank you. Aren't you affected?" "I am," Chun Zhao said, "but I still retain my rationality." Actually, it was not that he was completely unaffected. It was because Chun Zhao was personally observing the situation from a higher position. He did not see the 10 people as opponents, so he naturally did not have that high fighting spirit. Therefore, compared to the others, Chun Zhao could control his emotions better. He could also observe others from a bystander's perspective. However, Matthew and the others regained their rationality after Chun Zhao's reminder. But the 10 people opposite them did not get rid of their manic emotions so easily. "Everyone, you're also participants of the Holy Glory, right? We better calm down now." Matthew recovered his usual calmness and gentleness. He tried to use his attitude to dissolve the other party's hostility and fighting spirit. Hesitation and awkwardness appeared on the faces of the 10 opponents. Their eyes were constantly changing, as if they were having an intense battle in their hearts. But just then, a red figure descended from the sky without any warning, landing directly in the center of the two parties. Amidst the scattered bone fragments and dust, a figure emerged from the path. It was a red-skinned man with a bare chest. His hair stretched back in a bold and vigorous manner. The man held a large axe in one hand and a large sword in the other. His red skin was very abnormal, but he was still human. The red-skinned man panted heavily and grinned. More newcomers. The two parties, who had slowly calmed down, were instantly filled with hostility again. "Come, let's fight," the red-skinned man roared. The originally calm Matthew suddenly cast a holy spell. A lightsaber extended from his empty right hand. Purify that evil and unorthodox path. The frenzied battle intent seemed to be emanating from this red-skinned man. His appearance had caused Matthew to lose control. Right now, Matthew was like a Jedi in a star battle. He swung his lightsaber and charged at the red-skinned man. The red-skinned man raised his large sword and blocked Matthew's attack. Matthew somersaulted in the air and pointed his other hand at the red-skinned man. Judgment. A golden light suddenly appeared above the red-skinned man's head and fell straight down. Attacked from above, the red-skinned man knelt on one knee. Matthew steadied himself after the somersault and launched another consecutive spell attack. Judgment. The shadow of an angel holding a long sword appeared behind the red-skinned man. The sword pierced through his chest. The red-skinned man spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood quickly evaporated in the air and turned into smoke. Chun Zhao could see that the smoke contained strong magic power. When the magic smoke spread around, Chun Zhao immediately frowned and took a few steps back. However, the others didn't seem to notice anything wrong with the smoke. They all absorbed it, more or less. This was especially so for Matthew, who was the closest to them. The skin on his face was slightly dark red, just like the red-skinned man. Kill him. Give him the righteous judgment. It was as if they didn't see the red lines on Matthew's face. Chun Zhao fell into deep thought. They seemed to be affected by the smoke, too. Matthew himself didn't notice it at all. The spells he cast became even more violent. Boiling Justice. A burning holy flame appeared on Matthew's lightsaber. Without hesitation, Matthew slashed at the red-skinned man's neck. Chapter 2269. The flaming lightsaber slashed at the red-skinned man's neck. The red-skinned man screamed in pain. The flaming lightsaber cut into 3 parts. Matthew wanted to go further, but he couldn't go any further. The red-skinned man roared. Large amounts of red smoke spewed out of the cut on his neck. The red-skinned man's body suddenly sank down. At the same time, he raised his right heel and kicked Matthew's chest. Matthew was kicked more than 10 meters away. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Matthew was clearly injured, but his face was flushed. Chun Zhao could clearly see that Matthew had inhaled large amounts of red smoke. The red-skinned man seemed to be the source of the pollution. He kept releasing the red smoke, so Matthew was naturally the first to be affected. The others were also affected. Chun Zhao was the only one who wasn't affected. Chun Zhao suddenly focused. This feeling was very similar to Cui Xin's domain power. They both affected one's emotions. Chun Zhao seemed to be affected. However, as long as one was rational enough, they wouldn't be controlled. Moreover, with his previous experience, Chun Zhao was even more familiar with emotional attacks. The red-skinned man was heavily injured. Blood and red smoke were still seeping out of the cut on his neck. Whoosh! Suddenly, the red-skinned man howled at the sky. He looked like a wolf in the forest. What's he doing? Is he calling for companions, like a wolf? The person who'd spoken laughed, but the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. Oh no, he's really calling for companions. Just then, the ground nearby suddenly bulged. Another red-skinned man stood up from the ground. Before anyone could react, another red-skinned woman jumped down from the top of a giant bee skeleton. She seemed to have been hiding there for a long time. Even Chun Zhao's senses were suppressed, so he didn't notice the woman. Moreover, the woman's figure was taller than the others of the same species. She didn't look very sturdy, but she gave off a strong sense of oppression. Moreover, her hair was very thick, or more accurately, thicker than anyone else's. Chun Zhao turned to look at the other red-skinned men. They were also very hairy. However, the woman's hair was the thickest. It was probably 2 or 3 times thicker than normal people's, and it was all tied behind her head. Under the call of the first red-skinned man, a total of 23 companions came to his aid. They all had red skin and thick hair. Matthew's injuries were not serious, and after giving himself a simple holy light nourishment, his injuries had already recovered by 80 to 90%. However, when he looked at the red-skinned woman in the lead, his face showed some hesitation. Chun Zhao looked at the red-skinned woman. She was completely naked. Could it be that Matthew was tempted by her beauty? The red-skinned woman wasn't ugly, but she was 2 heads taller than Matthew. She was estimated to be about 4 meters tall. If the two of them get together, Chun Zhao rubbed his chin as lewd images appeared in his mind. Then he shuddered. That scene was truly unbearable. Suddenly, a wave of coldness came straight at him. Chun Zhao suddenly woke up, but the attack was already in front of him. Chun Zhao sat on the ground. The attack was too sudden. Chun Zhao's senses were also sealed, so he didn't realize it until it was right in front of him. In everyone's eyes, they only thought that Chun Zhao was weak and lacked battle experience. Chun Zhao's absent-mindedness and strange expression proved their guesses. Thankfully, someone beside him helped Chun Zhao out. Chun Zhao remembered that the woman was called Angie. Angie looked down at Chun Zhao, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state. "You shouldn't be absent-minded on the battlefield," Angie said arrogantly. "It'll cost you your life, especially when you're not very strong. You have to be more careful of all your enemies." Chun Zhao was absent-minded again. This woman's attitude was exactly the same as his past self. Basically, when he had the advantage, he would teach others or show off. However, Chun Zhao had never thought that he would be taught a lesson by others one day. Bang! An extremely loud sound boomed in Chun Zhao's ears. Following, it was a huge impact. Angie stood before Chun Zhao again. "I said, don't be absent-minded." Chun Zhao looked up at Angie and then at the person who had attacked him. It was the red-skinned woman. The first time she had attacked him was a surprise attack. She had charged at him without any warning. The second time, she had spat out a fireball. The red-skinned woman's 2 attacks didn't succeed, so she didn't continue. Her limbs were on the ground, and she growled at everyone like a wild beast. "Why did she attack me? Am I easy to bully?" Chun Zhao asked, turning his head to look at Angie. Angie glanced at him and nodded. "Probably." The red-skinned woman licked her lips. "Let's fight. Come, let's fight. Let's fight with all our strength." Chun Zhao was confused. What's wrong with these people? They're all so warlike. However, Angie was also affected. Streaks of red blood could already be seen under her skin. It wasn't as serious as Matthew's, but it wasn't light either. Moreover, they didn't seem to notice their companion's abnormality. Was he the only one who could see the red streaks? Just as Chun Zhao was distracted again, Matthew spoke. "Yusalai? Motorcycle? It's you guys?" Matthew's tone showed that he was very surprised. He seemed to recognize the red-skinned woman and the other red-skinned man. "What's going on? How did you become like this?" Matthew asked. It seemed that Matthew didn't just know them. They were very close. The red-skinned woman in the lead grinned. "Matthew, you look the same as 10 years ago. You don't seem to have aged at all. Yusalai, you still remember me? You're not controlled?" Matthew originally thought that Yushili was being controlled by something, but Yushili could still call out his name. Judging from her mind and tone, she didn't seem to be controlled. "Why exactly? Kill me, or let me kill you, and you'll understand," Yusalai said in a calm, yet crazy tone. "You're crazy. Huh? Come, fight me, the crazy me. Is there something you can't tell me? Tell me. I'll help you." "There's nothing. I'm very good right now." "Seems like you're really crazy. Maybe I should use holy power to wake you up." Chapter 2270. Matthew could see the madness in Yusuli and the other red-skinned people, but he didn't realize that he was also moving forward on the path of madness. Yusuli arched her body slightly. Her palms, which had been pressed against the ground, also left the ground. Red smoke started rising from her palms. The red smoke didn't disperse. Instead, it condensed into a pair of long swords that looked like they were made of rubies. Matthew was even more confused. What had happened to Yusuli? Back then, Yusuli should have been an elemental spiritualist. But looking at her current posture, her fighting style had completely changed. Yusuli seemed to have locked a wild beast inside her body. It was the same with the motorcycle. However, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. The team of 10 people had already started fighting with the other red-skinned people. Yusuli charged at Matthew, who faced her head-on. The flaming lightsaber clashed with the red crystal longsword. Sparks and red dust flew into the air. "Looks like you've grown a lot in the past 10 years, Yusuli said as she attacked wildly. Her attacks were crazy, but her tone was very rational. She was even recalling the time when she and Matthew had met. Matthew was also attacking and defending, but hearing Yuseli's words, he also sank into his memories. Yuseli had met him during the last battle of the Holy Glorious One. 10 years ago, Yuseli had been as powerful as Matthew. As a powerful elemental witch, she had shone brightly in the entire holy glory. If not for Matthew, a genius of the church, Yuseli would probably have been the brightest star in the last battle of holy glory. In the end, Yuseli still lost to Matthew, but she didn't lose in terms of strength. She lost in terms of inheritance. Yuseli was the heir of a witch family, and behind Matthew was the entire church. In terms of inheritance, there weren't many forces in the world that could compete with the church. But after that battle, they hadn't seen each other again. Matthew had never thought that they would be reunited under such circumstances. Chen Zhao watched the crazy fighting on the battlefield. Everyone was showing their craziest side. The others didn't know, but Matthew shouldn't be like this. His rationality seemed to be disappearing from his body bit by bit, and he didn't notice it at all. Everyone at the scene didn't notice it, even though Chen Zhao had warned Matthew beforehand. But he still descended into madness. At this moment, the third team appeared. There were 7 of them. They were also part of the Holy Glory participants who were trapped here. Moreover, from the state of their bodies, they had already fought once. There were more or less bloodstains and injuries on their bodies. A normal person's thought process would be to find a place to recuperate after being injured. But looking at their attitude and actions, it was clear that they were not here to rest. They directly joined the battle. There was no hesitation or retreat. The group that had suddenly joined the battle was even crazier than Matthew and the others. Apart from the clothes on their bodies, their skin had already turned completely red. At this moment, a brown-haired girl rushed into the battlefield. "Stop! Stop, all of you!" Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. The girl didn't seem to be affected. That girl should be a companion of the third group, but she didn't look the least bit deranged. The girl wanted to rush into the battlefield several times to stop the battle. However, she didn't seem to be very strong. At least in Chen Zhao's eyes, the girl was still far from being able to participate in the battle of holy glory. The girl's voice was hoarse, but it was useless. "Do you want some throat lozenges?" Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang in the girl's ears. "Ah!" The girl fell to the ground. "You're even more cowardly than me." Only then did the girl look up. It was a sickly man. Who are you?" The girl realized that the sickly man's skin was very normal. There were no red spots. "You're not affected either?" the girl asked before Chen Zhao could speak. Chen Zhao was also very curious about the girl. Why wasn't she affected? His overall ability was strong, so he wasn't affected. But looking at this girl, she didn't seem to have much magic power. She could only have a special spell that could resist the red gas. While Chen Zhao was studying the girl was also studying Chen Zhao. Looking at Chen Zhao's sickly appearance, he didn't seem to have any ability. Naturally, she thought that Chen Zhao should have the same spell as her, or at least similar. "Why aren't you affected?" Chen Zhao asked. "Don't you have the answer yourself? Why bother asking?" Chen Zhao's face twitched. "What answer do I have? What if I tell you that I don't have an answer?" "You don't have an answer? How you resist the red gas is how I resist it. Since we're the same kind of people, there's no need to keep secrets," the girl said nonchalantly. "Red gas?" Chen Zhao really didn't know how to resist it, because he didn't resist it at all. Although Chen Zhao wasn't invincible yet, 99% of the external evils in the world were useless against him. However, 99% of the external evils in this world were basically ineffective against him. Seeing the confusion on Chen Zhao's face, the girl asked tentatively, "You really don't know that it's red gas?" Seeing the confusion on Chen Zhao's face, the girl asked tentatively, "You really don't know that this is the red gas?" "No, I don't know either." The girl immediately shook her head. But looking at her expression, Chen Zhao could tell that she knew. She knew everything. But looking at the girl's expression, she was clearly saying, I know everything." The girl hesitated and then shook her head. "I don't know. Those are your friends?" Chen Zhao asked, pointing at the third group of people. "Are those your friends?" Chen Zhao asked. pointing at the third team that had joined the battle. The girl nodded. Yes, they look dangerous. They might die here. Frightened by Chun Zhao, the girl immediately lost her composure. What should we do? What am I going to do? No, I have to stop them. What should I do? Do you have a way to wake them up? I can, but as soon as I get close, they attack me. I can't use scarlet purification. In other words, as long as they don't resist, you can wake them up. The girl looked at the battlefield. My magic power isn't strong enough, so I can't guarantee that I can wake everyone up. And those who have turned completely red, I can't purify them. They've turned into scarlet thugs. Scarlet thugs? What is this? Are they the ones with red skin? Those are high-level scarlet defilers, the girl said. Chapter 2271. Are they classified according to their level of contamination? Chun Zhao asked. The girl nodded. Pointing at the first few with red skin, she said, those people are the highest level. They've been completely contaminated by the red gas. Moreover, they can continuously produce red gas and contaminate others. So they're called defilers? Yes, the weakest ones are the scarlet thugs. They haven't been completely transformed by the scarlet gas, but their bodies have undergone great changes. In theory, if I have enough strength, I can still force the scarlet gas out of their bodies. However, with my magic power, I can't force the scarlet gas out. As for those with lighter symptoms, they are infected. As long as I can force the scarlet gas out of their bodies in time, their bodies and minds can still return to normal. Then what's the source of the red gas? Chun Zhao asked. These scarlet defilers were obviously transformed from necromancers. Chun Zhao could hear this from Matthew and Yuseli's conversation. What about before these scarlet defilers? It was either an object or a person. There had to be a source. The girl hesitated for a long time and then shook her head. I don't know. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. This girl didn't even know how to lie. What's your name? Chun Zhao asked. Indelia. Do you know what this place is? This is the ancient Scarlet Battlefield. The ancient Scarlet Battlefield? Please don't tell me there's something sealed here. No. Indelia hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Chun Zhao sighed. The more Indelia reacted like this, the more likely there was something hidden here. What a headache. He hoped that whatever was sealed here wouldn't escape. He hoped that everything here had nothing to do with him. That's good. Chun Zhao was happy that Indelia denied it. He was afraid that Indelia would tell him that it was to maintain world peace and then force him to do more scenes. Chun Zhao turned his head to look at Matthew and the other teammates. He sighed. They'd taken care of him before. It didn't matter if their care was meaningful. At least they were friends. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Chun Zhao took a few steps forward and took a deep breath. Then, he let out a thunderous roar. Matthew! That voice instantly caused an uproar. Whether it was the scarlet contaminants or the spiritualists who had yet to convert, they all stopped instantly. Matthew's consciousness also fluctuated violently. Haven't you noticed that there's something wrong with you? And your companions, is this how you lead them? A pained expression appeared on Matthew's face. Matthew began to pant heavily, and with each breath, red gas leaked out of his mouth. Amazing. He's actually able to expel the red gas from his body. Delia's face was filled with shock. The red gas did not completely dissipate. Instead, it gathered above Matthew's head. Delia immediately stepped forward and cast a spell from a distance of more than 20 meters. The red cloud above Matthew's head seemed to be attracted by India and began to rush toward her. But the red cloud came to a halt in front of Delia. As Delia continued to rub her palms, the red cloud became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. Didn't he expel the scarlet gas from his body? What were you doing just now? The scarlet gas will not dissipate on its own. If the scarlet gas is not completely purified, it will quickly be absorbed back into the body. Therefore, every time the scarlet gas is expelled from the body, it needs to be completely purified. Chin, come and help me. Matthew was very weak at the moment. His arms supported him from the ground. He could not even stand up, so he could only ask for Chun Zhao's help. Chun Zhao helped Matthew up and sent him to a nearby rock to sit down to rest. How do you feel? Very bad, Matthew said weakly. I feel like I'm weaker than you right now. Let me check. Then, Chun Zhao lifted Matthew's wrist. At the moment, Matthew wasn't just weak. His blood seemed to have depleted too. Phew! Luckily you were there just now. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have gone crazy too. Matthew's face was extremely pale. As the red gas dispersed, there were no more red spots on his face, but it was still frighteningly pale. You should thank that girl, Chen Zhao said, pointing at Delia. Thank you, Mississippi. My companions are still in trouble. Can you help them solve the problem? Delia looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao shrugged. Sure. Are you sure? You don't look much better than him, Delia said. Chen Zhao grabbed Matthew's shoulder and sent some life force into him. Matthew suddenly felt vigorous energy flow from Chen Zhao's palm into his body. His weakness was receding like the tide. This feels really good. Don't stop. I can only help you this much. The rest is up to you, Chen Zhao said. This spell makes me feel really good. What is it? Can you teach me? No. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. The lesson he was teaching him was life force. Chen Zhao was only giving him blood to replenish his lost blood. How could he give him extra life force? Although Chen Zhao had a lot of life force, it was like a non-renewable resource on Earth. Every time he used it, he would have less. Chen Zhao wouldn't give Matthew more life force. Plus, he couldn't teach it to Matthew. Even if he learned it, he couldn't cast it, unless he was willing to share his life force with others. By the way, is the guy sealed here related to the Scarlet Church? No. Wait, I didn't say anything was sealed here. Delia hurriedly covered her mouth, but her slow reaction couldn't keep the secret. Chen Zhao had only used a little bit of calculation, and he had already played Delia around like a fiddle. But this wasn't good news for Chen Zhao. Can you explain it to me? No need. You'll understand soon, Chen Zhao said calmly. Okay, I've talked to people like this many times, but this is the first time someone said it to me. How's your rest? This girl said that if we don't heal your teammates soon, they'll be completely swallowed by the scarlet gas. Okay, I'll do it now. Be careful. Don't let it twist your mind again. Chapter 2272. With his previous experience, Matthew was even more careful this time. Sometimes, people would not learn to be obedient after suffering a loss once. They would only truly wake up after suffering a loss twice. Matthew was like this. This time, he cast an isolation spell on himself. Then he started to attack. His first target was Angie. Chen Zhao looked at the situation on the battlefield. Another group of people charged over from afar. This group was even worse than the spiritualists from before. Their bodies had been completely corroded by the red gas. They had lost all rationality. As soon as they arrived, they joined the battlefield and attacked anyone they wanted. This caused the situation to become more and more chaotic. The first person to die also appeared. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at the chaos. In such an intense battle, people should have died long ago. But only when this team joined did there start to be casualties. The Scarlet Defilers that had appeared at the beginning were the strongest. However, they didn't kill anyone. They seemed to hold back a third of their strength when they fought with them. This caused them to keep getting injured. After careful observation, Chen Zhao finally understood. They weren't killing people. They were creating more of their kind. Every time they were injured, red gas would seep out of their wounds. Moreover, the scarlet energy would definitely be absorbed. This would make the spiritualist's symptoms worse and worse. In the end, they would be completely corroded. On the spiritualist side, Matthew was the strongest. Chen Zhao's gaze fell on Matthew. Right now, Matthew's magic power had probably recovered by 60%, but he had an overwhelming advantage over Angie. They used the same spell, but they could instantly tell who was stronger. Angie, calm down. Don't be controlled by your madness and anger. I have to purify them. They must die. Anyone who stands in the way of my justice must die. Matthew, are you going to stop me too? Angie's innocent and beautiful face now revealed a ferocious and terrifying expression. For Matthew, any words were superfluous at the moment. Matthew stretched out his hand to grab Angie from a few meters away. Two silver chains flickering with holy radiance shot out from the void, directly binding Angie tightly. Let me go, Angie bellowed, and a pair of angel-like wings shot out from her back. However, that pair of angel wings which should have been pure white and flawless, was now tinged with red. In an instant, the silver chains shattered as Angie spread her angel wings. "Stop!" Matthew shouted, and the magic in his body instantly burst out. However, in the next moment, Matthew immediately realized that he could not be swayed by his emotions and immediately calmed down. "It's really troublesome to pay attention to not being affected here," Matthew muttered to himself. However, his hands did not stop at all. He knew Angie too well. Although Angie was his comrade in arms, she was also his student. Angie's outstanding bloodline and talent were all grown under his watch, bit by bit. So when the furious angel showed her angel wings, Matthew wasn't surprised. Of course, if Matthew was at his peak, he could easily suppress Angie. However, he had yet to fully recover, so his strength was far from his peak. Angie flapped her wings and charged at Matthew. Matthew stood where he was, looking like he was going to be captured without a fight. However, the next moment, a pair of pure white wings spread out from Matthew's back. "Calm down." Matthew moved in an instant and pressed down with his palm. He pressed Angie to the ground. Angie wanted to struggle, but Matthew was one step ahead. He was behind Angie and held her wings firmly with both hands. "Oh!" Chun Zhao exclaimed. Angie's wings were real, but Matthew's wings were not. He had used his own holy light power to create this pair of wings. In the end, the real one was suppressed by the fake one. Chun Zhao was curious. What was the use of angel wings? Matthew's angel wings used a lot of magic, but Matthew still used a lot of magic to create a pair of wings. Because his senses were sealed, Chun Zhao could not accurately sense the flow of magic in Matthew's body. "Miss Andelia, please hurry. After all, I can't control her for too long." Under Matthew's urging, Andelia immediately jogged over to Matthew and Angie. Ignoring Angie's struggle, Andelia started guiding the red gas out of Angie's body. The process was the same as Matthew's. The difference was that Matthew used his own willpower to expel the red gas. Angie clearly did not have as strong a willpower as Matthew. However, with Andelia's help, Angie's struggle was no longer as intense. The manic and crazed look on her face also faded. Of course, Angie still remembered everything that had just happened clearly. Angie fell to the ground, limp. She said weakly, "Captain, Mr. Matthew, can you let go of me? Also, I know that you plucked a few of my feathers. Give them back to me." Matthew smiled awkwardly and let go of Angie. "It's probably your illusion. I didn't do anything." With that, Matthew looked at Chun Zhao. "Chun, can you help Angie recover?" Cough, cough, cough. "Okay, I'll come up." Cough, cough. Chun Zhao suddenly started coughing. It felt like he was going to cough out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Looking at Chun Zhao, he was afraid that he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Chun Zhao walk over shakily, Matthew immediately said, Okay, forget it. If you really have the ability, you should suppress your injuries first. Let Angie lie down." Chun Zhao shrugged helplessly. "Fine." Matthew took a deep breath and looked at the others who were still in a frenzy. He wasn't in a good state right now, even though Chun Zhao had helped him recover a little. However, his battle with Angie still made him feel uncontrollably weak. But now is not the time to sigh. Since he was the leader, he had to let all his team members leave this trial safely. Chun Zhao looked at Matthew's figure. Actually, even if he suppressed his power now, it would be a piece of cake for him to recover Angie. However, Chun Zhao really wanted to see where Matthew's limit was. Right now, Matthew had already displayed great power. He was even more powerful than everyone in the Supernatural Organizations team. But this shouldn't be his limit. Chun Zhao was also secretly shocked. As a top-notch fighter, he could fight against John from the church, or even be stronger. But in terms of low-level fighters, there was still a huge gap between the Supernatural Organization and the church. Chapter 2273. While Chun Zhao was feeling emotional, Matthew had already finished off his second comrade. Of course, he didn't kill his comrade. He just subdued him. This made Chun Zhao even more amazed. Powerful, at least, other than John Sr., Zhang Tianyi, 23rd Snow Mary, and Bifla. Matthew was the most outstanding and powerful spiritualist Chun Zhao had ever seen. Even the gaseous members of the same team paled in comparison to Matthew. Not only was his mana and combat power unparalleled, but his willpower was also unparalleled. After Otrando was subdued and purified, Matthew sat on the ground, panting heavily. Matthew sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Matthew sat on the ground, panting heavily. Matthew, do you need my help? Chun Zhao asked hypocritically. Actually, if Chun Zhao was willing to help, he could probably solve most of the current problems. No need. Matthew didn't want Chun Zhao to help him recover and end up dying. Looking at Chun Zhao's face, it really looked like he could die at any moment. After resting for a while, Matthew stood up and joined the battle again. This time, he subdued Fail and Bo Untu in one go. His four comrades finally regained consciousness. Mr. Matthew and my companion, please lend us a hand as well. Delia looked at Matthew with a pleading look. At this moment, Matthew could be said to be exhausted. But Delia had helped him quite a bit earlier, after all. Without Delia, his comrade wouldn't be able to wake up either. Right now, he couldn't say anything to refuse, even though his limbs were already trembling. Little girl, can't you see the current situation? Matthew doesn't have much magic power left. You still want him to join the battle. You're forcing him to die. Chun Zhao felt sorry for Matthew. Although Chun Zhao had been slacking off, it didn't mean that he couldn't stand on Matthew's side and speak up for him. Delia's expression and gaze revealed her dissatisfaction. It's fine. Let me rest for a while. I'll be back on the battlefield soon. Matthew was tired, but he still smiled brightly. Just as he said, after a short rest, Matthew stood up again. He seemed to have regained his energy. In fact, Chun Zhao could also see that he was at the end of his rope. Chun Zhao glanced at Delia and put his hand on her shoulder. Girl, if this is your goal, then you've succeeded. But if you go too far, it won't do anyone any good. Mr. Chun, I don't understand what you're saying. When you were purifying them, you were also absorbing the red gas, right? Chun Zhao asked calmly. At first, Chun Zhao didn't notice anything wrong with Delia either. But after purifying the four of them, not only did Delia not feel weak, but she was also full of energy, and the aura on her body began to grow stronger. This change was very unusual. Even Chun Zhao couldn't become stronger for no reason. But this change had happened to Delia. Moreover, she did not mean that it had increased by a little. Her aura had increased several times. On the other hand, Angie, Orlando, Fail, and Bo Untu had all been purified. Although their auras had calmed down, their energy and mana seemed to have been hollowed out. Moreover, India's abnormal attitude made Chun Zhao suspicious of her. Of course, these suspicions weren't enough for Chun Zhao to make a conclusion. What really made Chun Zhao suspicious was that some of the teammates that India had been chasing had already died. But India did not react at all. She did not even feel sad. This was Chun Zhao's biggest doubt about her. She didn't care about her teammates. She only cared about how much red gas she could absorb. Delia turned her head silently and looked at Chun Zhao. An obscure smile appeared on her face. Mr. Chun, can't we keep this tacit understanding? Why we have to make things clear? India didn't hide anymore. She was no longer that naive girl who didn't even know how to lie. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, they would find some problems. But Chun Zhao had neglected a few. Now, she didn't hide anymore. I don't like being kept in the dark. If you can tell me everything, maybe I can pretend to be a mute. Mr. Chun, look at the current situation. Those four guys are lying there, unable to do anything. Mr. Matthew is exhausted, and you look like you're half dead. And now, I've absorbed the power of four people. Are you sure it's in everyone's best interest to make things clear? I think so. Chun Zhao nodded. But I still want to know. Chun Zhao turned around so that his back was facing the four church members lying on the ground. Before India could understand Chun Zhao's intentions, Chun Zhao had already pinched her cheeks. You'd better tell me the whole story, okay? After all, I don't want to ruin your pretty face. India's cheeks hurt from Chun Zhao's pinching. She wanted to break free from Chun Zhao's hands. However, Chun Zhao's power wasn't something she could resist. Suddenly, India's eyes glowed red and shot at Chun Zhao's face. But Chen Zhao was unharmed. Crack! Delia could hear the sound of her own jawbone cracking. Chen Zhao's strength was also increasing. Shocked, Delia slapped Chen Zhao's chest with both hands. But Chen Zhao still didn't react. He was completely fine. What was going on? What was wrong with this guy? Wasn't he heavily injured? Why didn't my attacks have any effect? If you agree to my request, then blink. If not, you don't have to do anything. Chen Zhao smiled at India. Don't worry. After I crush your head, I'll pretend that I was attacked by something. Delia immediately blinked. At this moment, she also realized that the man in front of her was not as harmless as he seemed on the surface. India panicked too. She thought that Chen Zhao was a sickly person. That was why she'd admitted it confidently. In the end, this man looked like a sickly person, but he was actually a lion in disguise. If you scream, even if they misunderstand, I'll still kill you. I think you know what to do. India nodded. Only then did Chen Zhao release his hands. India's tears were squeezed out by Chen Zhao's hands. There was even a red mark on her face. India's chest heaved up and down. Her face was filled with hatred. She hesitated. She glanced at the 4 people lying on the ground, and then at Matthew, who was fighting in the distance. What? Are you hoping that someone will come and save you? Or are you using your not-so-good trickery skills to get sympathy from others? Chapter 2274. Delia hesitated for a long time. Even if she called for help now, Matthew and the others might not stand on her side. Plus, Chen Zhao looked sickly, but he wasn't weak. She might not be his match, even if she absorbed the magic power of 4 people. Even if Matthew and the others stood on her side, they might not be able to defeat Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Delia. What? Are you still thinking about whether you can turn the tables? Delia clenched her teeth and said, I practice scarlet magic. Oh, and then? You don't understand the meaning of scarlet magic. Explain it to me, Chen Zhao said. Delia's face twitched. She didn't even understand scarlet magic. What a waste of her feelings. Anyway, it's a magic system that the spiritual world doesn't accept. There are magic systems that the spiritual world doesn't accept. There are many people who cultivate dark magic and necromancy. I've never seen anyone being hunted for it. Scarlet magic is different. What's different? More evil? More powerful? Or crueler? Scarlet magic cultivates scarlet aura. Once someone absorbs the scarlet aura, they'll be turned into scarlet thugs, scarlet fanatics, or the even more terrifying scarlet polluters. If there are enough scarlet polluters, they can even distort an entire city or country. Oh, that's the reason. Chen Zhao could understand. Both dark magic and necromancy looked evil, but it was only because the person was strong or evil. But scarlet magic could turn others into scarlet monsters. This made the user of scarlet magic a source of pollution. It was like a product produced by a chemical factory. Perhaps everyone could use it and get used to it. But if there was a chemical factory in front of their house, no one would like it. It was the same for scarlet magic. As you guessed, they absorbed the scarlet gas, and the scarlet gas absorbed their magic power. When they expelled the scarlet gas from their bodies, I absorbed their scarlet gas and obtained their magic power. This was within Chen Zhao's expectations. When Delia's aura strengthened, Chen Zhao was already suspicious. Although Chen Zhao's senses were suppressed, Delia's aura grew stronger and spread towards Chen Zhao. She clearly did not know how to control her aura. Those aren't your comrades, right? No. Delia glanced at those figures on the battlefield. Who are they? I'm nobody. Delia calmly replied. I don't know them. Like you, they are participants in the battle of holy glory. But when you came before, you were shouting and yelling. Because of you, Delia said, I followed them here, and then I discovered you. You were also not affected by the scarlet gas. You followed them to absorb the scarlet gas from their bodies? That's right. If we're not here, how are you going to absorb it? Do it yourself? Although the process will be rather complicated, it's not impossible, Delia said. What she was implying was that she was also capable of fighting. Those scarlet defilers were created by you. No, as I said before, they have nothing to do with me, Delia said. How am I supposed to believe you? After all, your powers are the same. Those scarlet defilers were created by this battlefield. Not me. This battlefield? You said there's something hidden below, right? Delia started to hesitate again. Are you still planning to hide it now? Knowing too much won't do you any good. You know, I hate this sentence the most. Everyone has curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. What's hidden below is the source of scarlet magic, the Red Demon. The Church's first crusade was to suppress him. In that war, the Church had 120,000 holy crusaders, but less than 3,000 returned alive. According to records, the first crusade was in the 11th century, and the Wasteland Market was built before that. The original design of the Wasteland Market was not to suppress the Red Demons, but to be used as a mausoleum. Tomb? Theodosius I? He has that much influence? Chen Zhao was surprised. Theodosius I? He doesn't have that much influence. He's just a mausoleum keeper. This is God's tomb, Delia said. And after the Red Demon was destroyed, he would continue to resurrect. In order to prevent him from continuing to wreak havoc in the world, the Red Demon was suppressed here, using the body of a god to suppress the demon, and a large number of holy church troops were sent to guard this place. You're saying that there's a god's body here? Yes. Apart from God's power, there's no other way to suppress the Red Demon. What about these skeletons? These were left by the holy army that guarded this place back then, Delia said. Back then, the Red Demon was suppressed here, but his power kept seeping out. Just like the Scarlet Defilers, it corrupted the holy army back then. In the end, they completely mutated and fell. In the end, the uncorrupted holy army and the corrupted Defilers started a war here. Both sides died, and the scarlet magic came into being. Back then, the holy army developed the scarlet magic to cure their corrupted comrades. Thus, the scarlet magic has the effect of restraining the scarlet aura to a certain extent. However, it has no effect on those who are deeply corrupted. You're saying that Theodosius I isn't the owner of this tomb? He's just a mausoleum keeper? Of course. How could he have the right to use such a huge tomb? This Wasteland Market was built for only one purpose, to be used by the last ancient god in the human world. Oh, which ancient god? Is he famous? The sun god, Apollo, Delia said. Whoosh! Chen Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. The sun god, Apollo. Anyone who knew Greek mythology would know the sun god, Apollo. After all, he was a very recognizable god. Then why are you here? Chen Zhao asked. I was teleported here, Delia answered. I don't know the specifics. That's a coincidence? As the user of the scarlet magic, you were teleported to the birthplace of the scarlet magic? I doubt it. Chapter 2275. Think about it. If I could enter here on my own, would I still be so weak? And Delia said, this doesn't clear your name. From what you said earlier, your scarlet magic needs to absorb the scarlet aura expelled from other people's bodies and then turn it into your own power. Even if you can enter this area freely, you can't just absorb the scarlet aura here to increase your power. And Delia's expression darkened. Chen Zhao continued. The Battle of the Holy Glory starts in the desolate town. Many participants come in, so you have a chance to enter the desolate town and even this scarlet battlefield. Maybe everyone, including me, was sent here because of your scheme. No, it's not me. And Delia quickly waved her hands. This has nothing to do with me. It's not me. Go to the battlefield and help Matthew. Chen Zhao said. Use your actions to show your stance. I'm not good at fighting. No, you are. Chen Zhao shook his head. The two spells you used to attack me just now show that you have powerful offensive spells. You don't have to act weak before me or the others here. I don't believe or accept it. Why didn't you do anything? You're clearly stronger than me. It seems like you're more suspicious. Maybe you're the real mastermind. Of course I know I'm not. No matter how you doubt me, as long as I'm stronger than you, I don't have to prove anything to you. Chen Zhao smiled at Delia. Delia glanced at the others. She wanted to team up against Chen Zhao again. However, she'd absorbed most of the others' magic. They wouldn't recover without a few days. Matthew was in a bad state, too. He didn't have much power to fight against Chen Zhao now. Under Chen Zhao's threat, Delia finally made a decision. She temporarily obeyed Chen Zhao's order and went to help Matthew. Matthew was already at the end of his rope. He didn't have much power to continue a high-intensity battle. Moreover, he wasn't facing just one enemy, but enemies after enemies. They didn't line up one by one. Instead, they worked together and kept attacking him. He was already tired from dealing with them. He could feel that he was almost at his limit. Suddenly, a red light passed by Matthew's side and hit the opponent in front of him. Matthew turned around in surprise and saw that it was India. "Miss Indelia, why are you? Let me help you." India gave Matthew a forced smile. "Thank you." With India's support, the pressure on Matthew was greatly reduced. Matthew's current state was similar to that of a character in an online game. His HP was halved and his mana was almost depleted. However, he was still able to go on a rampage. But India's appearance and help Matthew restrain the enemy gave him time to recover his magic. As Matthew fought, he glanced at Chun Zhao not far away. Noticing Matthew's gaze, Chun Zhao smiled and waved his hand. Matthew was not just a simple monk. As the main target of the church's training, he had a meticulous mind. Soon, he realized that there was something wrong with Chun Zhao. Of course, there was something wrong with Delia too. But soon, the battle between Matthew and India ended. In the end, they retreated. The situation was already developing in a direction that they could not control. A few more groups of people joined in. All of them were spiritualists contaminated by the red gas. Dozens of spiritualists and the Scarlet Defilers had turned the place into a crazy battlefield. They attacked each other like wild beasts, as if the other was their mortal enemy. The casualties kept increasing. Matthew was not in a good state. After a series of battles, he was extremely weak now. "Look at you. Can't you just watch like me? Why did you have to join in the fun and end up like this?" Matthew smiled bitterly and sat on the ground. He glanced at his partner, who was even weaker than him. Then he looked at Chun Zhao. "Chun, can you tell me the truth? You have nothing to do with all this." "I promise you, I have nothing to do with it." Chun Zhao shrugged. "What about her?" Matthew looked at Delia again. Delia turned her head. "She knows more than I do. Most of what I know is from her. She probably hasn't told me many things. If you think you're capable, you can try to make her talk." Chun Zhao nodded. Delia nodded. "You're right. I've already told you everything I know. I'm not hiding anything. Just from this, I can say for sure that you're still hiding many things, at least some key information," Chun Zhao said. "Even if you say that, I can't give you more information. I've already told you everything I know." After a while, Matthew stood up again. "Chun, we have to leave," Matthew said. "Their battle is about to spread here. If we stay here, we'll be dragged back into the battlefield. If they did not leave now, they really would not be able to. Plus, there were 4 partners on the ground. Once the battle spread here, Matthew would not even be able to protect them. Help me carry one. I'll carry 2. Miss and Delia, help me carry one of my companions as well." "No need to be so troublesome," Chun Zhao said. As he spoke, darkness spread out from under his feet. The dark lava was like liquid. It lifted Bo Untu, Angie, Fee, and Orlando up. "Let's go," Chun Zhao said. "Is this dark magic?" "It's convenient for you to use it like this," Matthew said in a relaxed tone. "What? Do you want to try purifying me?" "Forget it. I'm in such a bad state, and you're not either. If there's a chance in the future, let's spar again. Miss India, shouldn't you lead the way and take us to a safe place?" Chun Zhao asked, looking at India. "Why do you think there's a safe place here?" "You should have arrived here earlier than any of us," Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. "Your strength isn't enough for you to move around here safely, so you must have a safe hiding place. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago." Chun Zhao nodded. "Although I arrived here earlier than you, I didn't find any place to hide. The reason why I haven't been attacked is because my power comes from the same source as those Scarlet Defilers. They treat me as one of their kind, and I'm not affected by the Scarlet Gas." Chapter 2276. The Scarlet Battlefield was huge. Judging from the number of skeletons here, there were more than 1 million dead. Were there more than 1 million people who participated in this battle? Chun Zhao asked curiously. If you count all the units from both sides, there were indeed more than 1 million, but most of them weren't humans. Oh, were there other races? Magical beasts, dragons, elves, demons, and other races, as well as humanoids, all participated in the battle. There were only 120,000 holy crusaders among the humans. But there are more than 120,000 human skeletons here. Most of the skeletons here seem to be human. Most of the human skeletons here are actually an army of skeletons summoned by hundreds of necromancers. That battle should be the largest in the Western spiritual world in the past 1,000 years. Didn't the Eastern spiritual world participate? Chun Zhao asked curiously. The East and the West should have interacted with each other in that era, right? Do you think the Eastern spiritual world is peaceful? Fine, every family has its own difficulties. Chun Zhao shrugged. How do we leave now? If we go in this direction, we'll see a cave that leads to the surface. Along the way, there are 548 holy swords. They were collected from all over the world in that era. Almost every sword has the power to subdue demons and expel evil. They contain holy power. The 548 holy swords were set up to prevent the scarlet defilers from escaping, and Delia said. However, those 548 holy swords can't distinguish between friend and foe. As long as a living creature approaches that place, it will be attacked by all the holy swords. That's our only way out, but if we go there, we'll definitely die. Matthew turned to look at Delia. 548 holy swords? The Holy Dynasty? That's right. The 548 holy swords form the Holy Dynasty. What Holy Dynasty? Chun Zhao asked curiously. The Holy Dynasty is actually the name of this magic array. This magic array also has another name, the 548 legend. Legend has it that in the 3rd century AD, there was a dynasty called the Adusi Dynasty. The king of the Adusi Dynasty was cruel and heartless and disobeyed the will of God. So God sent 548 angels to destroy the Adusi Dynasty in one night. They transformed into 548 holy swords and forever guarded that land blessed by evil. Matthew said, in fact, the truth is not that the angels descended, but that the church suppressed the Adusi Dynasty. They used 548 legendaries, and after that war, they got a new name, the Holy Dynasty. In other words, if we want to leave this place and return to the surface, we have to pass through the 548th legend, pass through the magic array that can destroy an entire country. You could say that, India said. Is there no other way? Matthew pondered for a while and said, maybe I can give it a try, but I'm not completely sure. Is there no other way out? If he didn't have to, he really didn't want to face these ancient nuclear weapons. A magic array that could destroy an entire country. No matter how small the country was, it was still a country. Most importantly, Chun Zhao was in a very bad state right now. Oh, speaking of which, you're also from the church. You should have a way to crack the 548th legend, right? I can't crack it. Matthew shook his head. I don't have the ability to crack the magic array. What I can try now is to not be attacked by it. The underground space was more than 10,000 square kilometers, almost the size of 2 large cities combined. Because of the environment, they basically couldn't see the end. The group walked for about 2 hours. Chun Zhao finally saw the edge. The wall before them was probably thousands of square kilometers in one direction. At the bottom of the wall, they could see a huge cave. It's there, India said, pointing at the cave. I can feel that there's a holy aura hidden there, Matthew said. I can understand the Holy Dynasty, and I can also understand number 548, but why is it called legendary? Every holy sword is a legend, Matthew said. Every holy sword's owner has an illustrious and legendary past. The moment they entered the cave, they saw countless skeletons of unusual creatures. A silver sword was stabbed into the rock in the middle of the skeletons. Even though it had been here for thousands of years, it was still eye-catching. Everyone's first impression when they saw the silver sword was that it was a solemn elder. It was stern and dignified, staring at the exit without a smile. All living beings that approached this place were under its gaze. The piles of skeletons around them had all died under the silver sword. Silver Dawn, Matthew whispered, his face full of reverence and seriousness. You know this sword? In ancient times, before God revealed his divine might, everything in the world was in chaos. People shivered in the dark, and barbarism and death continued to spread and breed. A warrior forged a weapon for himself to split the chaos and slay the darkness. This warrior was the first paladin, Amistafon, and the weapon he forged and wielded was the Silver Dawn. Really? It's a pretty sword, Chun Zhao commented. But at that moment, Silver Daybreak suddenly flew out of the rock and stabbed at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao immediately raised his palm to block. Hiss! Chun Zhao's palm was instantly pierced. The tip of the sword was only half an inch away from his forehead. Chun Zhao's eyes widened, even though he was suppressing his power in his body. Even though he was suppressing his power inside his body, his constitution wouldn't weaken because of this. Not to mention cold weapons, even the most high-end firearms might not be able to hurt him. But now, his palm was pierced by a sword. However, the Silver Dawn was also stuck in the middle of Chun Zhao's palm, unable to move forward. Chun Zhao didn't underestimate the magic formation, but he didn't pay much attention to one of the swords. But now, his defense had been broken by a sword. Matthew and the others were shocked too. They didn't know what to do. On the other hand, Chun Zhao used his pierced hand to grab the sword hilt as a shield. The Silver Dawn immediately tried to break free. However, it clearly couldn't compete with Chun Zhao in terms of strength. Chun Zhao grabbed it tightly. It was painful, but he didn't want the Silver Dawn to cut his palm open. The two were in a contest of strength. The Silver Dawn clearly didn't want to give up. Chun Zhao also didn't want to wait for death. Chapter 2277. Chun Zhao grabbed the hilt with his other hand and pulled hard. Although the Silver Daybreak wasn't controlled by anyone, it wasn't weak at all. Chun Zhao couldn't use his full power now, but it was still inhuman. The sword before him actually made Chun Zhao feel a bit strained. However, Chun Zhao still pulled the sword out bit by bit. Finally, the Silver Daybreak was pulled out. The Silver Daybreak immediately struggled violently, trying to break free from Chun Zhao's hand. Chun Zhao stabbed the blade into the ground. At the same time, he gripped the hilt tightly. "Chun, are you okay?" Matthew and the others hurried to Chun Zhao. "I'm fine, but this sword is really fierce." Even though Chun Zhao had stabbed the Silver Daybreak into the ground and was still holding the hilt, the sword was still vibrating. "Didn't you say you have a way?" Chun Zhao asked. "I'll try." Matthew wasn't too sure either. Matthew reached out to grab the hilt of the Silver Daybreak. Chun Zhao let go of it. Matthew's power of holy light started to come into contact with the Silver Daybreak's power. The Silver Daybreak didn't seem so intense anymore. Matthew heaved a long sigh, but the moment he let go of the hilt, the Silver Daybreak suddenly rose from the ground and stabbed at Matthew. At this time, Matthew's condition was extremely poor, and the attack came too suddenly. He didn't even have time to defend. The Silver Daybreak was about to stab Matthew. Chun Zhao grabbed the hilt so that the Silver Daybreak couldn't go any further. Matthew looked at the tip of the sword that was less than half an inch away from him. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Looks like you failed." Matthew looked at Chun Zhao helplessly. "Sorry, in that case, I can only destroy the sword," Chun Zhao said. It was impossible to control the sword anymore. The sword struggled wildly in Chun Zhao's hand. The moment Chun Zhao let go, the Silver Daybreak would cause damage. Matthew hesitated, but in the end, he nodded helplessly. To Matthew, destroying the Silver Daybreak was a blasphemous act, but he had no other choice now. The Silver Daybreak sensed Chun Zhao's murderous intent and struggled even more violently. But without anyone controlling it, the Silver Daybreak was like rootless duckweed. Chun Zhao suddenly raised the Silver Daybreak and struck the rock. Clang! For a moment, sparks flew everywhere. The Silver Daybreak did not break, but it did make a dent. In an instant, the Silver Daybreak's spirituality weakened. Chun Zhao raised the sword again and slashed down. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the sword broke. A massive amount of divine power gushed out from the broken sword. Everyone had different expressions. Only Chun Zhao was expressionless. "Chun, how's your hand?" Chun Zhao raised his palm and looked at it. "It's almost done." Matthew saw that Chun Zhao's palm, which should have been pierced, had already healed. Matthew's face was full of surprise. "What kind of magic is this?" "No," Chun Zhao said. I have extraordinary self-healing abilities. Your self-healing ability is so strong. How many injuries did you suffer before? I can't even heal myself. Matthew still thought that Chun Zhao's previous weakness was due to his injuries. Chun Zhao shrugged and didn't explain further. One sword is already so hard to deal with. There are still 547 swords behind us. If they're all like this, we'll probably die along the way. Maybe the next sword will kill all of us. Matthew's expression was serious. It was just as Chun Zhao had said. They weren't facing just one or two enemies now. It was a magic formation that could destroy an entire country. Even if they destroyed one sword now, it didn't mean anything. As long as the eye of the formation wasn't destroyed, the magic formation wouldn't disappear. We don't have to face all the holy swords, Delia said. And Delia said, this magic array has a very wide range. Right now, we should only be in one of the branches of the magic array. The Holy Dynasty's method of coverage is centered around the core of the magic array and then spread out in lines. If we go along this cave, we might encounter some holy swords along the way. However, as long as we can survive for a while, find the core of the magic array, and destroy it, then the holy swords behind will become masterless objects. They will no longer be controlled by the magic array and will not take the initiative to attack us. But in our current state, Matthew said, even if we face a single-digit number of holy swords, we might still get injured. He wasn't afraid of taking risks, but he wasn't alone now. With the team's current state, only he and Chun Zhao had a certain amount of combat power. Both he and Chun Zhao were injured. He even felt that Chun Zhao had recovered quickly after being injured. It seemed like he'd recovered, but he must have used up a lot of magic and energy. Perhaps he would be fighting alone for the rest of the journey. The dangerous journey ahead would likely result in the loss of members of the current team. Maybe we should retreat for now instead of advancing recklessly. Matthew's suggestion was undoubtedly the most conservative and also the steadiest. They could wait until the others recovered a certain amount of combat power, or wait until they recovered their strength before thinking about coming here. No, it's still too early to retreat, Chun Zhao said. No matter what, it's just our guess. Maybe it'll be easier later. Even if we encounter big trouble later, we can still choose to retreat. I think so too, India agreed. Okay, since you insist, we'll continue. Matthew had no choice but to agree. The only thing he could do now was pray that their team wouldn't encounter more trouble. After walking for less than 10 minutes, they realized that the skeletons along the way had increased again. And there were many, many more. Countless mutant skeletons were scattered on the ground. A long sword floated in the air before them. The skeletons below had already gathered into a pyramid. The moment everyone appeared in front of the sword, the seemingly simple and unadorned sword suddenly erupted with a power as strong as a storm. Without any hesitation, the long sword slashed down with unparalleled sword aura. Oh no! Careful! Matthew cried. Chun Zhao suddenly jumped to the side, barely dodging the sword aura. Such powerful sword aura! Matthew exclaimed. What's the origin of this sword? Judging from the sword's shape, it should be a Chinese sword. It has a thick sword aura, but that's all I can see. I can't give you any more information. Chapter 2278. The sword was clearly from China. Exquisite patterns were carved on the blade. It didn't look like it was used to compete with others. Instead, it looked more like an ornament. However, the sword was surrounded by a righteous aura. Everyone was suffocated by the sword's awe-inspiring aura. Chun Zhao frowned. The sword's aura was strong, but it was still within his acceptable range. However, the sword intent contained in the sword made Chun Zhao feel that it was very similar to the power that suppressed him. The few times he'd been attacked for no reason, Chun Zhao had felt a similar aura. Just then, everyone's exposed skin suddenly felt like it was being sliced. Matthew touched his cheek and realized that it was bleeding. Retreat! Retreat! We're enveloped by its sword aura. Chun Zhao had the same feeling, but his skin wasn't cut open. It was more like a dull knife scratching his skin. Matthew and Delia both retreated. Only Chun Zhao stood where he was. Chun, come back. Chun Zhao didn't move, as if he hadn't heard Matthew's shout. The sword, which had been hovering vertically in the air, suddenly pointed at Chun Zhao. "Chun, danger!" Matthew shouted anxiously. Chun Zhao's power was increasing bit by bit. The moment Chun Zhao's power rose to that limit, that strange yet familiar aura appeared again as expected. However, it didn't attack Chun Zhao directly this time. Instead, it attached itself to the sword. Confusion appeared on Chun Zhao's face. That power was too strange. It actually knew how to use other carriers. Just then, the sword's aura suddenly multiplied and stabbed at Chun Zhao. Hiss! With a piercing sound, the sword pierced through Chun Zhao's chest. This sword strike was too fast and too sudden. It also contained supreme sword aura. Its sharpness exceeded Chun Zhao's expectations. "Chun!" Matthew panicked. Chun Zhao was one of their teammates who could barely fight. Plus, he'd gotten along well with Chun Zhao along the way. Both personally and professionally, he didn't want anything to happen to Chun Zhao. It obviously didn't feel good to have a sword pierce through the chest. In particular, the sword aura on the sword was wreaking havoc in Chun Zhao's body. The sword's damage was similar to Chun Zhao's Black Trident. Ever since it was upgraded by Old Turtle, the Black Trident also had additional damage. As long as one was injured by the Black Trident, even if it was just a scratch, the Black Trident would inject a power of extermination into the wound, directly destroying the other party's life force. This sword's sword chi followed the same principle, but its energy level was clearly a level lower than the Black Trident's. Moreover, in terms of weight, the two were not on the same level. There were a few Old Turtle cores embedded in the Black Trident. Chun Zhao could only activate the first one. Even so, the power contained and released by the Black Trident was even greater than Chun Zhao's. Chun Zhao didn't let the sword chi continue wreaking havoc in his body. Instead, he drew his sword. Unlike the first Silver Dawn, the strength of this long sword was not very strong. Earlier, when the Silver Daybreak pierced his palm, he could still feel the heaviness. The sword was extremely sharp, but Chun Zhao felt like he was floating. Of course, one of the reasons was that Chun Zhao's power had exceeded that limit. But the moment it was pulled out of his chest, Chun Zhao's palm was empty and the sword left his hand. Chun Zhao was somewhat stunned. The sword seemed to have turned into a beam of light and escaped. "Chun, how are you? Are you all right?" Matthew immediately went to Chun Zhao and asked about his injuries. "What? I'm fine." Chun Zhao blocked Matthew's careless hands. "Are you really fine? You were pierced through the chest by that sword. It's a real chill." Chun Zhao ignored Matthew's question. His gaze returned to the sword. Right now, the sword was hovering in the distance, pointing at Chun Zhao. The sword aura it emitted was getting stronger. There seemed to be an invisible figure continuously injecting power into it. For Chun Zhao, even if he was pierced, as long as his heart was not hurt, the damage would be very limited. The sword aura it left in his body would soon disappear like rootless duckweed. However, if he allowed the sword to continue to grow stronger, it was very likely that he would really hurt himself. At this moment, the blade of the long sword began to reveal a pair of green dragon chi. The green dragon aura coiled around the sword, making it even more extraordinary. Seeing this, Matthew immediately exclaimed, "It's Green Cloud. You know this sword?" Chun Zhao asked, glancing at Matthew from the corner of his eye. "You don't know about your famous Chinese sword?" Matthew asked, surprised. "I don't. Is there a famous Chinese sword called Green Cloud?" "Green Cloud is known as the sword of the most righteous killer," Matthew said. The owner of the sword existed in the 8th century, which is the middle of the Tang dynasty. The owner was an assassin, but the people he killed were all people who deserved to die. This sword killed 999 people who deserved to die. Not one more, not one less. In the end, it became this legendary sword, a sword of justice forged with the blood of evil people. "Fine," Chun Zhao said. "Maybe it used to be a great sword with a great master, but we're not people who deserve to die now. I don't think I deserve to die either. I don't want to die either, so it's not the time for us to admire its glory." In Chun Zhao's opinion, it and its master were both great, but there were people who were far away from this era. No matter how great they were, Chen Zhao could not just sit and wait for death to respect them. Just then, there was the sound of something slicing through the air. Green Cloud attacked again. It was different from Silver Daybreak, which made a huge noise as soon as it started. Green Cloud's attack was not only sharp, but also restrained. It looked like it was just a sword thrown at him. But in reality, Green Cloud carried a powerful sword aura. Green Cloud was about to reach him. Chen Zhao raised his fist and punched out from a dozen meters away. This time, he would not give it a chance to get close. This was also the first time Chen Zhao refused to fight his opponent in close combat. As a physical body, fighting a weapon in close combat, no matter what the final result was, he would be the one at a disadvantage. The moment the fist hit Green Cloud, it dispersed. Qing Xiao, on the other hand, was sent flying. However, Qing Xiao flew up again, and it was even stronger than before. Chen Zhao frowned. It seemed that he had to destroy Green Cloud to end this battle. Otherwise, the invisible enemy would keep strengthening Green Cloud and use it as a carrier. This change in strength was enough to threaten Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao did not like this feeling of being passive. Chapter 2279. Destroy it. That was Chen Zhao's only thought. Since this power made Chen Zhao feel threatened and dangerous, he wouldn't let it continue growing. But Green Sky didn't approach him this time. It seemed to have a certain level of intelligence. After suffering once, it would learn to be flexible. It also changed its attack method. Green Sky flashed, and a beam of sword aura slashed down at Chen Zhao's head. The sword aura looked ordinary, but Chen Zhao couldn't ignore the power it contained. Chen Zhao instantly threw out dozens of fist shadows that collided with the sword aura. The moment the sword aura collided with the fist shadows, space seemed to shatter too. The sword aura was shattered by the fist shadows, turning into countless small sword auras that spread in all directions. Everyone was forced back by the countless small sword auras. The surrounding ground and rock walls were cut into pieces by the sharp sword auras. Everyone gasped. They were at the edge of the battlefield. The small sword auras were already too much for them to handle. Not to mention Chen Zhao, who was at the center of the battlefield. Matthew was a bit surprised. He'd had a high estimation of Chen Zhao's strength. After all, he felt that since Chen Zhao could participate in the Battle of Holy Glory as an individual, he definitely wouldn't be weak. But he was still injured. Although he acknowledged Chen Zhao, he didn't think Chen Zhao was very strong. But now, he realized that Chen Zhao's strength was extraordinary. At least, he wasn't much weaker than his normal state. The sword auras had already dissipated, but the next moment, they returned to Green Sky. Chen Zhao realized that Green Sky's aura had strengthened again. No way. If it continued to strengthen like this, Chen Zhao would really have to use even more power. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on Green Firmament's blade. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that even a legendary sword like this had a limit. As a carrier, Green Sky was already very strong. At least when Chen Zhao exceeded the limit, the Green Cloud could still hurt him. But it wasn't strong enough. At least, it was facing Chen Zhao. As a carrier, the power it could withstand had already reached its limit. After this attack, it would be destroyed no matter what. But the power of this attack probably couldn't be compared to the previous attacks. Suddenly, Green Sky flew through the air. All the sword auras were restrained in the blade. The speed of this sword was so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to catch it. The blade of the sword became the color of a soldering iron under the friction of the air. Moreover, in the process of shooting over, the sword body was constantly peeling off pieces of fragments. Before it could reach Chen Zhao, Green Cloud had completely dissipated. However, its attacks did not stop. What Green Cloud dissipated was only its body. Under the condensation of the unparalleled sword intent, the enormous sword chi was more terrifying than ever before. He couldn't block it. Chen Zhao's eyes hardened. Chen Zhao rarely dodged an enemy's attack. Most of the time, he chose to take the attacks head-on. But this time, Chen Zhao really felt that he couldn't block it. Green Firmament's attack went from tangible to intangible. Not only did it not dissipate the attack, but also became even fiercer. However, Chun Zhao was locked on by the sword chi. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Chun Zhao retracted his arms, and dark lava suddenly appeared in front of him. But in the next instant, the black screen formed by the dark magma was instantly broken. The sword chi didn't slow down at all as it pressed toward Chun Zhao. Although the dark magma contained a huge amount of power, its defense was not outstanding. But the moment it was broken, it suddenly shrank back and fused into Chun Zhao's body. Chun Zhao's skin turned from normal to inky black. At the same time, there were some red lines. Hiss! In an instant, the sword chi pierced through Chun Zhao's chest. Different from the piercing of the blade last time, the sword chi's penetration was sharper than the physical attack from before. When the sword chi pierced Chun Zhao's chest, all the sword chi exploded in his body. Uffed. Chun Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Chun, are you okay? Matthew hurried forward and threw a holy light spell at Chun Zhao. But the holy light spell didn't even cause a ripple on Chun Zhao's body. It was directly disintegrated by his elemental constitution. How come your resistance to holy light spells is so high? Matthew looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. I'm very resistant to all spells, Chun Zhao said calmly. Chun Zhao didn't have time to explain to Matthew now. His injuries were secondary. The main thing was that the sword chi hadn't been expelled and was still wreaking havoc in his body. Just then, Chun Zhao spat out another mouthful of blood. Just 2 holy swords are enough to make us lose our ability to fight, Matthew said solemnly. There are still 546 holy swords left. If every holy sword has such power, we'll probably all die here. No, even 10 holy swords can make us die without a complete corpse. Chun Zhao didn't reply. He didn't care what Matthew decided. If Matthew wanted to continue walking, Chun Zhao would accompany him. Although he'd been injured in the battle with Green Sky, he could recover instantly after dispersing the sword chi. As for the following battles, if every holy sword could use this mysterious power to fight against him, even Chun Zhao wasn't confident. However, if it was only at the level of the first Silver Daybreak, Chun Zhao wouldn't be afraid even if all 500 holy swords attacked him together. However, Silver Daybreak didn't use that mysterious power. Since Green Sky could use it, it meant that not every one of the 500 holy swords could make Chun Zhao uncomfortable. Let's continue forward and see, Delia said. If we really can't do it, we'll turn back. Matthew was also hesitant when he heard Delia's words. He turned to Chun Zhao and asked, Chun, what do you think? I don't care, Chun Zhao said calmly. If you want to continue, I'll accompany you. But my injuries have been suppressed. It's fine. Then, okay, let's continue and see if there's a chance. Matthew looked at his 4 teammates. How's your recovery? If you can move, don't keep lying on the black liquid. In Matthew's opinion, Chun Zhao had fused the dark lava into his body during the battle with Green Sky to strengthen himself. However, he'd left Angie, Bo Untu, Alterando, and Fail lying on the dark lava. That was why Chun Zhao was so heavily injured and even spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. If Chun Zhao had gone all out just now, he might not have been injured so badly. He didn't know that Chun Zhao hadn't actually used most of his power. Chapter 2280. I can move by myself. Angie stood up. She was too embarrassed to continue lying on the dark lava and let Chun Zhao carry her. Bo Untu, Fee, and Orlando were the same. Although they were still very weak, they could still move. Moreover, Chun Zhao had been injured not long ago. How could they let an injured person carry them forward? Chun Zhao didn't insist that they continue to rest. Although they were in the same team, they should support each other. It didn't mean that Chun Zhao was willing to let them lie on the ground while he fought and killed. Not long after entering the cave, everyone felt a wave of coldness in front of them. The bone-chilling coldness made everyone shiver uncontrollably. This coldness isn't normal, Matthew said. What do you think? I'm fine, Chun Zhao said. Delia, on the other hand, used her own magical power to protect her body, preventing the cold from attacking her. As for Angie, Bo Untu, Fee, and Orlando, their bodies weren't in good condition. Moreover, they could only use very little magic, so they basically couldn't resist the cold. The four were already shivering from the cold, but they still gritted their teeth and persevered. Matthew looked at his four teammates in this state and cast a spell on them to help them dispel the cold air on their bodies. "This coldness seems to be attacking my soul," Matthew said. Even Chun Zhao could feel that this coldness wasn't normal. The activity of his cells also decreased in this coldness. Of course, neither Chun Zhao nor Matthew could pose a real threat with the cold air alone. However, the source of the coldness was probably the holy sword they were about to face. The holy sword at the back was definitely an ice-type holy sword. After walking for a few more minutes, they still hadn't seen the third holy sword. Instead, they saw a world of ice. They also saw the collection of the holy sword. In this world made of solid ice, there were countless ice sculptures as well. Every ice sculpture here was vivid and lifelike, as if they had a life of their own. Of course, they'd been frozen when they were alive. That was why they looked so lifelike. There were humans, mutants, magical beasts, and scarlet polluters among the ice sculptures. All of them had despair and panic on their faces. The postures and movements of these creatures were surprisingly uniform. All of them were running away. Some were trying their best to escape in the direction they came from. Some of them looked back as they ran. At this time, a wave of ice suddenly surged in front of them. The white mist with extreme chill spread out crazily. Everyone was caught off guard by this wave of ice. "Let's go! Let's go!" Matthew exclaimed. But this wave of ice came too suddenly, too fast. It was so fast that no one had time to prepare. Everyone was running for their lives. But the wave of ice had already caught up to everyone. In an instant, it covered everyone's bodies. Oh no! Matthew tried to use magic to protect himself, but he found that his magic was completely ineffective. Under this extreme chill, it was as if all magic had been frozen. Chun Zhao also realized that he couldn't do anything. Soon, his body was completely frozen by the chill. What a frightening chill. However, even though the cold air had frozen Chun Zhao could not move at all. But Chun Zhao's body was almost unharmed. Chun Zhao's muscles tightened. The ice on his body started to crack, and then shards of ice fell off. Soon, Chun Zhao was freed from the ice. Whoosh! Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at the people behind him. Everyone, including Matthew, was frozen in ice. But they weren't dead, at least not for now. But in their current state, it wouldn't be long before their souls returned to the horizon, just like the other ice sculptures. The probability of a frozen person coming back to life was too low in movies and TV shows. In real life, it was almost impossible to come back to life after being frozen. The low temperature would kill cells and destroy body functions. It could even destroy the physical structure of the human body. Chun Zhao was about to save them when a murderous aura attacked him from behind. Chun Zhao turned around and punched. It was a solid punch. But when Chun Zhao looked closely, he realized that it was a ground full of shattered ice. Chun Zhao wiped off the ice shards on his fist, a confused expression on his face. Was it an ice sculpture that attacked him? Just as Chun Zhao was wondering, there was another clear, murderous aura behind him. This time, Chun Zhao didn't choose to fight back. Instead, he jumped to the side and dodged the attack. A huge ice axe smashed into the ground. Chun Zhao was attacked by another ice sculpture. An ice sculpture of a humanoid creature was chasing after Chun Zhao with a pair of huge ice axes. Chun Zhao kept dodging and retreating. The ice sculpture posed no threat to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't choose to destroy it immediately. He wanted to be sure that the series of attacks were the sculpture's own actions, or that it was being controlled. Soon, Chun Zhao realized that the ice sculpture had indeed been notified by someone. The sculpture didn't have any aura of a living being. It also didn't have a soul, so it couldn't have its own consciousness. So, it was just a puppet that was being controlled to attack Chun Zhao. Just as Chun Zhao was dodging unhurriedly, another ice sculpture attacked him. The two ice sculptures waved their weapons recklessly and attacked Chun Zhao crazily. There was no difficulty in destroying these two ice sculptures. But Chun Zhao still couldn't find who was controlling them. Where was it hiding? Chun Zhao suddenly stopped. He raised his arms and threw 2 punches at the 2 ice sculptures that were coming at him. The 2 ice sculptures crumbled instantly. 2 beams of blue light shot out from the remains of the 2 ice sculptures. The blue light was very faint, and the aura was also very weak. The 2 beams of blue light merged into one and entered one of the ice sculptures at the same time. Soon, the ice sculpture moved again. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. Then, he threw countless punches in all directions. The blue light seemed to be attached to the ice sculptures and controlled their movements. "So, it's this thing," Chun Zhao murmured. At the same time, he punched out countless punches. The punches spread in all directions. Countless ice sculptures were shattered by Chun Zhao. The ice sculpture attached to the blue light was also shattered. Just then, a lot of blue light escaped from the ice shards. At the same time, they fused together and turned into a crystal-clear sword. The sword looked as if it was made of ice crystals. It seemed to be one of the holy swords. Chun Zhao increased his output and killed all the ice sculptures. Chapter 2281. There were many ice sculptures in the area. However, they couldn't withstand Chun Zhao's large-scale attack. Ice shards flew everywhere and mist filled the entire area. It covered Chun Zhao's vision. Because his senses were restricted, he couldn't know what was going on around him. There were also the ice sculptures of Matthew and the others behind him. Matthew and the others were in danger, but they weren't dead yet. So, Chun Zhao had to stay beside them and protect them. As for the thing that could control the ice sculptures, it lost all the ice sculptures and also lost its target. However, its true form should be one of the holy swords. Suddenly, an ice sword shot out of the mist. The ice sword's angle of attack was tricky, but it didn't leave Chun Zhao's line of sight. So, Chun Zhao didn't find it hard to deal with. He casually punched. But to Chun Zhao's surprise, the ice sword wasn't solid. Instead, it dissipated into mist. The next moment, another ice sword shot out of the mist. This time, Chun Zhao couldn't detect the attack in advance. But the ice sword couldn't break through his defense either. But the ice sword turned into mist again and dissipated. Chun Zhao frowned. The ice sword wasn't powerful, but it was rather troublesome. It seemed that he was wrong. Chun Zhao had thought that the holy swords needed the ice sculptures as carriers to attack. But in reality, the holy swords didn't need ice sculptures. Even the ice shards that Chun Zhao had shattered could still be used as carriers by the holy swords. It was just that the method of attack had changed. The ice swords formed from cold air weren't the holy swords' true form. Even if Chun Zhao shattered them 1,000 or 10,000 times, they could reform and attack Chun Zhao again. Chun Zhao ignored the ice sword's attack. Instead, he sank into deep thought. After a few attacks, the ice sword's power had greatly increased. But to Chun Zhao, there wasn't any substantial difference. Hitting someone with a cotton stick and hitting someone with a sponge felt the same to a normal person. But this endless feeling wasn't pleasant, especially since Chun Zhao's temper wasn't good. Normal methods of attack were obviously meaningless. Then, he'd use another method. Chun Zhao wrapped Matthew and the others in dark lava. At the same time, he raised his right arm and opened the Eye of the Thunder. In the Eye of the Thunder, Chun Zhao had accumulated an enormous amount of lightning power. Even though Chun Zhao would occasionally use lightning to attack, Chun Zhao didn't care. However, compared to the energy stored in the Eye of the Thunder, it was nothing. Chun Zhao had only used 1/10,000th of the total amount. Chun Zhao's right arm was already flashing with electricity. In an instant, Chun Zhao released all the lightning he had stored. Bang! Tens of thousands of electric arcs shattered the air and spread in all directions without any pattern. Especially when it hit the ice mist, it already had an extremely high level of moisture poison. After the electric arc entered the ice fog, it turned from an electric arc into a net. The densely packed electrical net directly evaporated the moisture in the air. When the electric arc completely evaporated all the ice mist, the air became fresh. A sparkling and translucent ice sword fell to the ground. This time, it was not made of ice mist but solid. Chun Zhao picked up the ice sword, although he did not know the name of the sword. However, the crystal-like appearance was quite attractive. Moreover, this sword wasn't directly destroyed like the Silver Daybreak and Green Cloud. The crystal sword was still intact. So, after flipping it around a few times, Chun Zhao put the crystal sword into his personal space. Putting away the dark lava, Chun Zhao looked at the frozen Matthew and the others. Chun Zhao placed his palm on Matthew's frozen body. With a light push, a crack immediately appeared on the ice on Matthew's body. The next moment, the ice suddenly exploded. Then, Matthew broke free. Chun, what's going on? You look really messed up. Chun Zhao wasn't injured again. It was just that when Matthew broke free, the ice shards had damaged his clothes a lot. That was why Chun Zhao looked so messed up. It's nothing. They're also frozen. You can do whatever you want. Where's the holy sword? Did you fight the third holy sword again? No wonder your clothes are torn. Matthew looked at everyone's ice sculptures and shouted, "Sunlight." This was the most suitable spell for the current situation that Matthew could think of. Although the power of sunlight was very weak, and it did not have the effect of healing or purifying. However, it could melt the ice on the others. Not long after, everyone was also rescued from the ice, but they all felt different degrees of weakness. This made the team, which was already weak, even more tired. Chun, I think we should retreat first and think about it. To him, Chun Zhao was already at the end of his rope. After all, Chun Zhao had destroyed the 3 holy swords all by himself. Plus, Chun Zhao was injured. After this battle, Chun Zhao was injured once. With his current condition, he definitely couldn't continue. Okay, Chun Zhao nodded. Everyone understood the need to retreat. Only Delia wasn't happy at all. Along the way, Delia had been asking for help. She kept encouraging them to continue. But at this moment, everyone was exhausted. Even though they'd only dealt with 3 out of the 548 holy swords. It had already made the team, which was already full of injuries, even more difficult to move forward. Plus, there were more holy swords waiting for them after this. She hoped that Chun Zhao and the others could take her away. But right now, she had no choice. When they'd come, they'd been careful with each step. But when they left, they didn't have to worry so much. Soon, they were out of the cave. Everyone was a bit addicted to the air outside, which was covered in magma. The air in the tunnel was fresher and purer than outside. But unknown dangers were hidden in the fresh air. Everyone would rather move around in the outside world than continue to enter the cave, which was dangerous for them. But Matthew wasn't happy at all. After all, they'd already suffered heavy losses from just facing 3 holy swords. Plus, there were more holy swords later. Matthew didn't think that their team could face the 548 holy swords. Chun, how's your injury? It's all right, Chun Zhao said calmly. He didn't have time to care about the others, because the mysterious attack appeared again and headed straight for Chun Zhao. Boom! This attack was more powerful than any of the previous ones. Chapter 2282. Chun Zhao was sent flying, right in front of Matthew. Before Matthew could react, he felt an enormous force pierce through his eyes. Chun Zhao was sent flying into the mountain wall. The entire wall was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Chun! Matthew hurriedly rushed over and lifted the stone. He saw Chun Zhao lying on the ground. Chun Zhao shook his head and pushed the stone away. Then he sat on the ground and panted. Matthew felt that Chun Zhao's aura was extremely small. He thought that Chun Zhao was heavily injured. Chun, what exactly is attacking you? I don't know. I don't understand at all. Ever since I was transported here, I've been being attacked by unknown things. You don't even know who attacked you. I don't know. Chun Zhao shook his head. Every attack seemed to appear out of thin air. Chun Zhao's face was blank. He didn't even know who it was. This made him wonder if it was a human attacking him. Matthew didn't think too much. He just thought that there was an enemy nearby. Chun Zhao most likely couldn't fight anymore. There was still an expert hiding nearby. This made Matthew even more worried. They could hide in the surroundings without a sound. Once it was disadvantageous to them, especially when Chun Zhao was attacked like this. As long as it was aimed at them, they would probably die on the spot. Matthew didn't think that he or his teammates had the ability to take such an attack head-on. Even an enhancer like Chun Zhao was weakened to this extent after being attacked like this, let alone people like them. I don't need you to help me. Chen Zhao pushed away Matthew's hand. I'm not that weak yet. Chen Zhao wasn't weak now. He was just suppressing his power to the extreme. However, even if he suppressed his strength to the extreme, his physical body was still at a monstrous level. However, to Matthew, Chen Zhao was just being stubborn. He was already extremely weak, but he still wanted to save face and suffer. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. He didn't know who had attacked him. But after he left the cave, this inexplicable hostility appeared again. This made Chen Zhao more and more suspicious. It wasn't someone who was targeting him. It was the world here. More accurately, it was the seal here. Perhaps he was treated as a target by the seal here. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. Since it was sealed here, and under such a grand formation, it was impossible for it to escape. There was no need to doubt his strength. Therefore, Chen Zhao felt that the seal might have misjudged him and thought that he was the thing that was sealed. This was also very likely. After all, as long as Chen Zhao exceeded that limit, the attack would come. This might be the threshold set by the seal itself. Matthew's heart was heavy now. Apart from him, the rest of the team seemed to have no more combat power left. Delia wasn't injured, but from her previous performance, she didn't know how to fight very well, so her combat strength wasn't very high. We need some food. At this time, everyone was very tired, and the most effective way to relieve their fatigue was to eat and sleep. And in this kind of environment, if they were to sleep, they might never wake up again. Can you find food here? Chen Zhao asked Matthew. As long as it's not a human or a humanoid, it's edible, Matthew said calmly. I found that some of the skeletons here are clearly different from humans. Matthew was from the church, but that didn't mean he was a saint. When needed, he could use all the conditions he could to keep himself and his teammates alive. Eating magical beasts or mutants wasn't something he couldn't accept. He'd eaten them in the past, and he'd eaten quite a lot. Then go. Be careful, Chen Zhao said calmly. It's just that. Matthew looked at Delia, then at his teammates. I'm here. No one could do anything bad under my watch. Chen Zhao knew what Matthew was worried about. Just like how Chen Zhao didn't trust Delia, Matthew didn't trust her either. To Matthew, Chen Zhao was a stranger too. But Chen Zhao gave Matthew a completely different feeling. There were too many suspicious points about Delia's actions. This was why Matthew didn't feel safe letting Delia watch over his teammates. If it was the previous Chen Zhao, it wouldn't be a problem. But Matthew was worried about Chen Zhao's physical condition and how much combat power he had left. If Delia did something wrong, would Chen Zhao be able to stop her? Don't worry. I'll watch her. She can't do anything. Matthew was still hesitant. Everyone needs to eat now. Okay, I'll leave this place to you, Matthew said. Matthew didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked toward Delia. Delia, I'm going to find food. Wait for me here. I won't be gone for long. All right, don't worry and go. Delia nodded. She could tell what Matthew meant. He wasn't saying that he wouldn't be gone for long to make her feel at ease. He was warning her that if she did anything wrong, Matthew wouldn't let her go. Matthew looked at Chen Zhao and nodded slightly. Then he turned and left. After watching Matthew leave, Delia glanced at the 4 weak people and walked toward Chen Zhao with a smile. Hey, Chen, you don't look too good. Even Delia could feel Chen Zhao's weakness. Different from his previous thick aura, Chen Zhao's aura was so tiny that it was almost negligible. Chen Zhao looked up at Delia. Do you think I'm so weak that even you can't beat me? Oh, do you still have power? How much do you have left? Delia's tone was somewhat provocative. Chen Zhao only glanced at Delia indifferently and continued sitting on the ground. I'm talking to you. Delia suddenly shouted. Put away your pride. You have no pride in front of me right now. What? You're not going to hide it anymore. Chen Zhao's tone was still so casual. Delia's lips curled up. I never expected to keep lying. Plus, haven't you guys been suspicious of me for a long time? Indeed. Chen Zhao nodded. But since you know that we're suspicious of you, do you think Matthew really left? Delia's expression changed drastically. She suddenly looked in the direction that Matthew had left. Huh, looks like you're not as confident as you appear. Delia's expression darkened. Are you messing with me? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Chapter 2283. Chun Zhao only lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at Delia, who was smoking. And this kind of condescending attitude made Delia even more furious. This anger even made her reason start burning. Red smoke kept coming out her head. Red gas. As the owner of red magic, she should be able to control the red gas for her own use. But now, she seemed to be controlled by the gas instead. Looks like you're not in a good state either. Chun Zhao's lips curled into a smile. How do you know I'm not in a good state? Do you really think it's because I'm not in a good state? Not because I'm in a very good state? The scarlet aura didn't just change Delia's tone of voice, it also changed the tone of her voice. It was as if there was something hidden in her voice. Do you think I'm being controlled by something? Huh. And Delia chuckled softly. Oh, from your tone, it seems like you have a new explanation for your current state. No one controls the other. Everything I do is voluntary. It and I are just using each other. It understands my intentions, and I understand its thoughts. I know what I can get, and I know what I need to pay. Chun Zhao shrugged. Looks like you're a smart person. Chun Zhao had seen many fallen people. Most of them had fallen with pitiful hopes. Even when they fell into darkness, they still had a sliver of hope. They felt that they didn't need to pay any price, or that they only needed to pay an extremely small price to obtain what others gave them. Delia seemed ignorant and naive, but she actually knew better than anyone else. That was why Chun Zhao said she was a smart person. The one who made the deal with you is that red demon, right? Isn't it obvious? Delia didn't deny it. He wants you to release him? Huh. Delia let out a mocking laugh. I'm not that naive, and he's not that naive either. He wouldn't ask me to destroy the seal, because he knows that it's impossible for me to do so. Chun Zhao stood up with his arms propped up. Clapping his hands, he said, Then what's the deal? What? You want to deal with him too? Delia felt that Chun Zhao was interested in the power and path she had obtained. I'm just curious. Don't even think about it. You'll never get it. Delia did not believe him. Only someone like me, who practices scarlet magic, has the right to trade with him. Oh, why not? I'm stronger than you, so I think he'll be more than happy to make a deal with me. You want to get information out of my mouth? Or are you trying to buy time? You've said so much. Don't you want to say more? After I break your arms and legs, I will seriously tell you the contents of the deal. Bang. Suddenly, Chun Zhao attacked without any warning. He grabbed Delia's neck and pressed her to the ground. You tell me what your deal is about, Chun Zhao said calmly. Delia was shocked. She wanted to struggle, but Chun Zhao wasn't as weak as she thought. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't shake off that unbreakable power. But this guy's aura was clearly weaker than a normal person's. How could he still be so strong? Logically speaking, he shouldn't even be able to move a finger. Just then, Angie, Bo, Untu, Fee, and Orlando all stood up when they saw the conflict. What? You want to stop me? No. Before Matthew left, he said that whatever you do is right. Angie said coldly. We won't cause trouble for you. That's good. Chun Zhao nodded and looked back at Delia. Tell me about the teachings of you and the red demon. Delia stared at Chun Zhao hatefully, but she still relented in the end. She was stubborn, but she wasn't an idiot. And she wasn't facing an idiot either. I damaged a part of the seal. Then he released the red gas from the crack in the seal for me to absorb, Delia said. Red magic seems to be very harmful to the spiritual world and normal society. But in reality, it can't reach the level that people think it is, because all red magic relies on absorbing red gas as a foundation. You people are born with great talent and a powerful background. You don't understand how a marginal witch like me, who carries a sinful inheritance, struggles in the spiritual world. I'm weak and insignificant. I need to use all my strength to deal with a mere evil spirit, let alone become a top spiritualist. The more Delia spoke, the more indignant she became. Her eyes were filled with fury. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt Delia's aura increase dozens of times. Boom! Chun Zhao was sent flying. Delia was already covered by the red aura. When I was sent here, all the bad luck seemed to have turned into good luck. The accumulation of the past 20 years finally produced good wine. Delia's aura was still increasing. This is the red battlefield, the birthplace of red magic. There's also what I need the most here. The red gas that's long been extinct in the outside world permeates the air here. I can absorb it without any worries. Every minute I stay here, my power increases a little. In just 2 days, my power has increased to an unimaginable level. And here, I've even come into contact with the source of everything, the red demon. The red gas I absorb is just released unconsciously. There's even pure red gas in his body. That's the power I've been dreaming of. Delia had already arrived before Chen Zhao, who was lying on the shattered ground. What I need to do is destroy the seal. 548 legends, Delia said calmly. Although I can't destroy it completely, with your stupidity, the 3 holy swords were still destroyed. Because of this, there's a gap in the 548 legends. The red demon also fulfilled his promise. He's transferring more power to me. He promised that as long as I can bear it, he'll satisfy me. Do you feel despair now? No, you're not strong enough, Chen Zhao said calmly. You're not strong enough to make me feel despair. Chapter 2284. This time, Delia wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed. Then what about now? Delia's aura skyrocketed again. It was an exponential increase. Her aura had already increased by more than 10 times. Now it doubled again. This made her aura even more terrifying and the red aura even more intense. She was like a demon covered in red steam. She howled in the red steam. The 3 holy swords you destroyed weren't enough to shake the entire seal, but it was just enough for the red demon's power to pass to me through the crack. Are you sure it's your power? Chen Zhao sneered at Delia. Ha! Are you trying to tell me that this external power can't be trusted? Delia lowered her head and looked at him. And then you're telling me to give up on this power? For others, the scarlet gas is a deadly and strange poison. However, for me, who has mastered the scarlet magic, it is an unprecedented energy replenishment. I can absolutely use and control this power. I will also become unprecedentedly powerful. Even Zhang Tianyi, even the 23rd generation Blood Mary, they will have to surrender to me. Chen Zhao looked at Delia. As the saying went, the ignorant were fearless. This sentence was most suitable for Delia. She didn't understand what level Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd Blood Mary were at. She also didn't understand how big the gap between them was. That was why she dared to say such arrogant words. Chen Zhao looked at Delia. You know nothing about power. You know nothing about power, Delia said in disdain. At the same time, she lifted her foot and prepared to step on his chest. But the next moment, a golden barrier blocked Delia's foot. But cracks also appeared on the golden barrier. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. It was Angie who'd attacked. She spread her wings again. This time, her wings were pure white and flawless. There wasn't any red color at all. Delia turned to look at Angie, Bo Unto, Fee, and Orlando. Looks like you've all recovered a lot of magic, but are you sure you can be my mom now? You could try, Evil Witch. Angie didn't hide her disgust for India. You still don't understand what true evil looks like. Delia let out a cold snort. Angie didn't want to say anything more. A dazzling light flashed in her hand, and then a long sword made of holy light condensed in her palm. The wings on Angie's back flapped, and she charged straight towards Delia. A hint of mockery was on Delia's face. It wasn't like she didn't know how to use offensive spells. However, the number of offensive spells she could use in the past was pitifully small, and their power was relatively mediocre. And as her power continued to grow, the number of spells she could choose from also increased. For example, even if an ant had enough ammunition to equip an army, the ant would not have enough strength to use it. But if this ant had the strength of a human, then it could choose many, many weapons. The same was true for Delia. In the past, her weakness and lowliness were just a form of disguise and self-protection. Humans were like this. The more they lacked something, the less they desired it. Delia felt that she didn't need to disguise anymore. The surging power in her body gave her the illusion that she was looking down on the world. She seemed to understand a lot of knowledge that she couldn't understand in the past. She waved her hand casually, and dozens of red arrows appeared around her. She pointed at Angie in the air. The dozens of red arrows shot at Angie. Angie blocked with her sword, but she seemed to be in a difficult position. Watch out! Seeing that Angie couldn't handle it, Orlando decisively helped her block a few arrows. Seeing Angie and Orlando in a difficult position, Delia's lips curled up slightly. In the past, spiritualists like Angie and Orlando were existences that Delia had to look up to. Now, they were in a difficult position after a random attack from her. This made her feel unprecedentedly satisfied. She couldn't stop her powerful strength. Just then, Bo-Untu and Fee stood up too. Let's go together. This was definitely not the time to show their chivalry. They weren't in a good state right now. They'd only recovered 10 to 20% of their magic power. They were also very tired. If not to save Chan Zhao, they wouldn't even want to fight. In addition, Delia had displayed an unusual sense of power and pressure. If they still wanted to fight one-on-one now, they might be wiped out by Delia here. Delia's strength had come suddenly, but she wasn't unfamiliar with it at all. She waved her hand lightly, and the red gas turned into a giant. The attacks of Angie and the others landed on the red giant, dispersing into nothingness directly. Use a little more strength. Is this all you've got? Delia unscrupulously displayed her strength. The more powerless Angie and the others were, the more satisfied she was. The red giant casually punched the ground. A terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings. Angie and the others were sent flying by the impact. Too weak. You're really too weak. You disappoint me. I thought I could have a good fight. Delia didn't notice that there was a black shadow under her feet. Chun Zhao's dark lava silently spread to Delia's feet. However, Chun Zhao didn't attack immediately. Instead, he quietly absorbed the red gas. I could absorb it. Chun Zhao realized that the red gas could be absorbed. Just like the other evil existences Chun Zhao had devoured in the past, the dark lava could devour them directly. Suddenly, India's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Was it an illusion? Confusion appeared on Delia's face. It was as if her power had dropped a little. But soon, the red demon's power surged over again. Delia immediately tossed the illusion to the back of her mind. But Delia's pleasure didn't last for too long. The feeling of falling back came again. The weakness came too suddenly. Delia didn't understand what was wrong with her at all. She didn't lack great power now, but she didn't have much battle experience. So, she didn't know the dark lava under her feet at all. But soon, an even stronger feeling of weakness came. Delia finally realized that her scarlet aura was diminishing. Immediately, Delia looked down and found that she was standing on a patch of dark magma. She'd seen Chun Zhao use this move before, so she immediately understood. Chapter 2285. How dare you steal my power? I want you dead. And Delia was instantly enraged. This power belonged to her. She wouldn't allow anyone to touch it. But Chun Zhao had actually stolen her power. This made her completely explode. It was different from when she faced Angie, Bo-Untu, Fee, and Alterando. Against the four of them, and Delia treated them like a game. It was a suppression of power. She could toy with them as she pleased. But Chun Zhao had stolen what belonged to her. This was what she cared about the most. All the scarlet gas turned back into a terrifying scarlet giant. It was even bigger and scarier than before. The scarlet energy in the surroundings was also rising. But in the next moment, the dark magma turned into a curtain that enveloped the scarlet giant. The scarlet giant rammed against the curtain, and Delia's expression froze. She realized that her connection with the red giant had been cut off. The red giant had already used up most of her power. Now that the red giant had been devoured, she was even more furious. Give it back. The red gas around Delia turned into a huge red sword and slashed at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao only glanced at Delia casually. He didn't dodge. He just let the red sword slash his body. His body, which should have been cut open, stood there unharmed except for the cracked ground. Instead, the red sword fell apart, turning into red crystals that filled the sky. Delia was shocked. Angie, Bo-Untu, Fee, and Alterando all had the same expression. Was this still the weak Chun Zhao? Shouldn't Chun Zhao be defeated by Delia? Chun Zhao's aura was still small and insignificant. But now, no one would believe that Chun Zhao was weak. That's it, Chen Zhao said casually. If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to face Zhang Tianyi and 23rd Blood Mary. Defeat them? Huh? Are you kidding me? Delia was shocked and furious. Chen Zhao's clearly weak but terrifying power made her hair stand on end. You thief! You stole my power. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. Delia suddenly realized that it was definitely because Chen Zhao had stolen her power. Otherwise, how could the weak Chen Zhao defeat him? There was no reason for Chen Zhao to win. Chen Zhao shrugged, not planning to defend himself. I will use even greater power to defeat you. The scarlet aura in Delia's body began to fill up again. Chen Zhao didn't take the chance to attack Delia. The red aura in Delia's body was still very small to Chen Zhao, even insignificant. But to Chen Zhao, it was like a supplement. It was better than nothing. This scarlet gas contained strong negative emotions, and it was very easy to incite people's anger. However, these negative emotions were nothing compared to the king of Wrath's bloodline. Chen Zhao also considered that it was probably because of his king of Wrath bloodline that he wasn't affected by the red gas. In some sense, the red gas was very similar to Chen Zhao's dark lava. It was just that one existed in liquid form. The other one existed in a gaseous state. As for the difference in color, it wasn't really a difference. For example, Chen Zhao's dark lava should have been called dark serum, but after it merged with the lava, it became black with a hint of red. Later on, the dark lava had devoured mutants or demons a few times, causing the black color to overshadow the red. So, the color of the dark serum would change according to different attributes and the host growth. If the red gas was also the mutated dark serum of a demon with the king of Wrath bloodline, it was understandable. Delia's red aura was filled up again. She attacked Chen Zhao again. The process was different, but the result was the same. Delia stared at Chen Zhao in disbelief. Just like that, Chen Zhao faced her attack head-on. He didn't dodge or block, but her attack didn't do anything. To her, this was completely incomprehensible. Was it because her magic level was too low? Impossible. In the past, these spells would be catastrophic and destructive. The other four were dumbfounded too. They knew that Chen Zhao was powerful, but he was clearly very weak. How could he block Delia's attack when he was so weak? They couldn't understand. They couldn't understand. Chen Zhao just stood there listlessly. Looks like you don't have any other moves, Chen Zhao said calmly. Gritting her teeth, Delia kept staring at Chen Zhao. She really couldn't do anything. The most powerful spell was useless before Chen Zhao. She didn't know what to do either. Chen Zhao pointed at Delia. Are you ready to die? Panting, Delia looked at Chen Zhao. Her mind spun. Although Chen Zhao blocked all her attacks, he still couldn't move. But he hadn't really counterattacked. Even the black substance from before only wrapped around her scarlet giant and did not attack her directly. Maybe he couldn't even fight back. Maybe he's just bluffing now. Chen Zhao had absorbed quite a lot of scarlet aura. Although Delia's scarlet aura was endless, it was still too little. To Chen Zhao, an extra drop of water in a lake didn't mean much. So, there was no point in keeping Delia alive. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The vibration was very unusual. It interrupted Chen Zhao's next move. Rumble. The entire bear market was shaking violently. Zhang Tianyi rushed to the edge of the roof and looked at a huge ball of fire in the distance. Over there, Zhang Tianyi frowned. He remembered that it should be the location of one of the seals. It was the only seal that hadn't been opened yet. Wendy's expression was unprecedentedly serious. All 4 seals have been opened. How is that possible? What exactly happened there? What's wrong? I've already monitored the area. There's no one nearby at all. Why was the seal still opened? You mean no one has been nearby? Zhang Tianyi asked, surprised. Yes, what's wrong? Not a single person. Not a single person. Is there a problem? That location isn't that remote. How is it possible that no one has approached that area? Chapter 2286. At this time, even Winda found the problem. That area was not remote. Judging from a number of participants in the Battle of Holy Glory in the entire desolate market and the distribution of people, there should be people approaching that area. But the current situation was that no one approached that area at all. Wanda glanced at the place where the seal was unlocked in the distance and turned back to the monitoring room. The scene in that area of the monitoring room was still calm, and nothing had happened. And compared to the changes that had happened in that area in reality, how could Wanda not understand that the monitoring screen had been tampered with? And this monitoring screen had been artificially modified, not by magic. There was no doubt that this must be AI Nancy's work. And AI Nancy considered that if magic was used to hide the truth in this monitoring screen, then Wanda would definitely be able to find out. Therefore, Almancy had used purely computer technology. This was the most important part. Wanda had a wealth of knowledge in magic and alchemy, but he knew nothing about computers. At least he didn't know anything about computers that exceeded the level of ordinary people. Wanda almost smashed the entire monitoring room. He had actually been toyed with by an apprentice over and over again. This was not a pleasant memory. Success. AI Nancy shouted in surprise, although their plan had gone awry halfway. In particular, Side's death made them think that the plan had failed. But they didn't expect that the final twist would actually allow them to break 4 seals without any danger. The black soul floating around AI Nancy let out a strange laugh. Chi-Chi, success, it actually succeeded. The black soul seemed very excited. God's body, I'm about to have God's body. Just then, another companion said, "Don't you think it's strange? Our seemingly perfect plan was actually riddled with holes. But such a flawed plan actually succeeded in the end. Don't you have any doubts?" What you want to say is that there is another group of people with the same purpose as us. The black soul also calmed down. Isn't it obvious? Not only did the other party have the same purpose as us, but they also used our plan and made up for it in our plan. Whatever, let's go get God's body first, the black soul said impatiently. From his point of view, as long as they managed to get their hands on God's body, they would be the final winner regardless of the other party's motives. However, at that moment, someone else said, "Only the few of us know about this plan, but the other group also knows about this plan. This means that one of us has betrayed the team." As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but stop and glance at each of their companions. It seemed that everyone was a suspect, and everyone had a reason to betray him. AI Nancy, you are the most suspicious, a companion said as he pointed at AI Nancy. What right do you have to say that about me? Anand glared at her companion. You've always been a traitor, so it's not surprising that you betrayed us again, is it? Just then, another person said, Russell, you're so eager to bite on Nancy. Could it be that you're the traitor? Dolov, do you think you're innocent? You've been secretly leaving marks along the way. Who are you leaving these marks for? At this time, another person was bitten out. AI Nancy was shocked to find that everyone seemed to have their own ulterior motives. Everyone had a reason to betray and be suspicious. On the contrary, she, the traitor, was the cleanest. At this moment, the mutual accusations and suspicions completely broke out. AI Nancy looked at these people. She watched them go from suspicion to quarrel, and from quarrel to fight. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked each other mercilessly. At this moment, Einander finally realized that something was wrong. Although they were all suspects, shouldn't the most important thing at this time be to collect the spoils of war that belong to them? They shouldn't be killing each other here. And looking at their attacks, it seemed that they had no intention of showing mercy at all. Everyone attacked each other, as if they were their mortal enemies. How could this be? How could this be? What's wrong with them? AI Nancy's mind shook. They were affected by some kind of magic. But how was this possible? Every one of them was a super expert. How could someone control their minds? No magic could control their minds at the same time. In fact, it was impossible for anyone to be controlled by someone. Even Zhang Tianyi or the 23rd generation Blood Mary couldn't do it. Although they were top experts, they could defeat her group of people, but they couldn't control them. What was going on? They hadn't lost their minds. Suddenly, a hand was placed on AI Nancy's shoulder. AI Nancy was so scared that she retreated and turned her head. He realized that it was an unfamiliar Asian face. Who are you? You're very special. I can't even see your fate. You should know that I can even influence those supreme spiritualists, but you can't. The Asian man had a faint smile. AI Nancy looked at the battlefield between her companions, and then at the Asian man. You're the mastermind behind all this? It's obvious, isn't it? The Asian man shrugged, and there was a proud smile on his face. I just gently fiddled with it, and then everyone's fate was entangled. Their actions, decisions, and even their thoughts were all guided and controlled by me. Who are you? Don't play tricks in front of me. AI Nancy was already secretly preparing to fight back. Who am I? My name is Li Zhongshan. Li Zhongshan. AI Nancy frowned. She didn't remember such a person in the spiritual world. You're very special, but you're still a little immature. If you become strong enough in the future, you can come find me and become one of us. AI Nancy wasn't so gullible. After silently brewing, she suddenly threw a bottle of magic water at Li Zhongshan. However, when the magic water was less than a foot away from Li Zhongshan, it suddenly stopped and condensed into a water ball in midair. I said, "You're not strong enough, and you're not smart enough. You shouldn't attack an existence stronger than you. Do you think you can make me retreat with just a few words? Then what do I have to do to make you leave? Do you need me to cut off your limbs? Or step over your dead body?" Chapter 2287. Just as AI Nancy was hesitating whether to retreat or not, an unfamiliar voice came from behind. Li Zhongshan, stop playing around. AI Nancy suddenly turned around and looked behind her. It was a woman with short red hair, heavy makeup, and a low-cut top. The woman also had an Asian face. The woman just glanced at Nancy casually. AI Nancy felt like she was being stared at by a dangerous creature. All the hairs on her body stood up. Danger. This woman was extremely dangerous. All right, Red Lotus, stop scaring the kids. Let's go. Li Zhongshan laughed and tried to smooth things over. The woman called Red Lotus looked at AI Nancy again before following Li Zhongshan's footsteps. AI Nancy's expression flickered. She looked at the departing Li Zhongshan and Red Lotus, then at her companions. They didn't seem to know two uninvited guests had just arrived. They were still fighting each other, as if they viewed everyone else as irreconcilable enemies. After Li Zhongshan and Red Lotus left, Li Zhongshan's expression suddenly darkened. Did Zhuo Yiqing fail? I don't know the specifics, but he seems to have failed. Red Lotus said. What do we do now? That Zhang Tianyi wasn't thrown into the game as a chess piece. If he tries to interfere, we won't be his match even if we work together. There's nothing we can do. Let's go meet up with the boss first and see what he plans. Red Lotus said. The two quickly met up with their companions. The boss they spoke of was currently sitting on a rock, one hand on his temple, as if he was in a deep sleep. To his left was a man in a black robe. His expression was extremely ugly and somewhat annoyed. To his right was a woman holding a makeup box, dressing herself in front of the mirror. She didn't seem to care about the tense atmosphere in front of her. Boss. Li Zhongshan walked up and greeted him. The boss narrowed his eyes and looked at the returning Li Zhongshan and Red Lotus. Yes, you're back. What's the situation now? Li Zhongshan asked. Let Zhuo Yiqing speak. The boss said indifferently. According to the original plan, we planned to send Zhang Tianyi into the Scarlet Battlefield and make him a chess piece before releasing the Red Demon. But for some reason, the teleportation device was triggered and Zhang Tianyi wasn't sent in. Could it be that someone else inadvertently met the conditions you set, so someone else replaced Zhang Tianyi and was transported inside? Li Zhongshan asked. Impossible. Although I have set up a lot of teleportation devices in the Wasteland market, that device is specially reserved for Zhang Tianyi. Moreover, that device also has a specific condition. Other than Zhang Tianyi, no one else can trigger it. Could it be that Zhang Tianyi triggered it, and then he cracked it? I believe he can break it, but that teleportation happened in an instant. He doesn't have time to break it. You've explained so much, but you still failed in the end, the woman said disdainfully. All right, now is not the time to blame anyone. Scheming against Zhang Tianyi is already very risky. Zhuo Yiqing's failure isn't unexpected. The boss interrupted the woman. We can only take it one step at a time. If we really have to face Zhang Tianyi, then we need to prepare in advance. Don't act rashly when the time comes. Don't look for me if it's convenient to fight. I can't help, Li Zhongshan said indifferently. He wasn't completely powerless, but he really didn't want to fight Zhang Tianyi. With his combat ability, fighting Zhang Tianyi was no different from suicide. It's best not to fight if we can, the boss said in a low voice. That old guy is really too strong. Even if we work together and prepare in advance, it's still hard to guarantee that we can escape unscathed. The boss looked at Li Zhongshan. Old Li, do you have a way to make Zhang Tianyi change his mind? How is that possible? I'm not immortal. That old man's cultivation is so much higher than mine. Previously, he was just scheming against me. I slightly twisted his mind. It's impossible for me to do it a second time. That's right. Boss, since this mistake was caused by me, I have the responsibility to take responsibility. I'll deal with Zhang Tianyi. Zhuo Yiqing solemnly said. You? Are you sure you can stop him? Half an hour. I can stop him for half an hour at most. Oh, Zhuo Yiqing, when did you learn to talk big? You actually said you can stop Zhang Tianyi for half an hour? Even if all of us work together, we can't guarantee that we can stop him for half an hour. You're just talking big. The woman began to attack Zhuo Yiqing with sharp words. Everyone was already used to the woman's words and actions. The boss ignored the woman's harsh words and seriously looked at Zhuo Yiqing. Can you really guarantee that you can stop Zhang Tianyi for half an hour? I can. Good, half an hour. As long as you complete the mission, I'll let bygones be bygones. The boss stood up. Then let's move out and welcome the Red Demon. Bai Shui, are you ready? The woman put away her makeup box, a rare solemn expression on her face. Zhuo Yiqing, send us over there. Zhuo Yiqing nodded and casually threw out a die. It rolled until it was a 4. In an instant, the die shot out a beam of light that enveloped the boss, Li Zhongshan, Red Lotus, and Bai Shui. Then, the 4 disappeared from Zhuo Yiqing's sight. Zhuo Yiqing's expression of anger and regret disappeared, replaced with a meaningful smile. The next moment, the 4 appeared in the sky above the scarlet battlefield. What a dense scarlet aura. It looks like he's really about to come out. What a powerful aura. Even if he hasn't completely broken free of the seal, just this aura alone is enough to catch up to Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi's cultivation is unfathomable, but his methods aren't as simple as that. Ever since he became famous, no one has been able to probe his limits. There's no lack of people from our branches among them. Is that old man really that powerful? He's stronger than you think. The outside world isn't just bragging when they say that he's the strongest human in the spirit world. Oh, there's a battle over there. Let's go take a look, Li Zhongshan said. The 4 arrived above the battlefield and looked down at the battle below. What a powerful physique. Who's that man? When did someone like him appear in the Eastern spirit world? Although his physique is outstanding, why is his aura so weak? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2288. Chen Zhao looked at the 4 figures passing by in the air. Chen Zhao's senses were restricted, but his vision was not. So, when they got close, Chen Zhao had already noticed them. The boss, Li Zhongshan, Red Lotus, and the dresser looked down at Chen Zhao. Then they looked at Angie, Bo Untu, Fi, and Orlando behind him. That woman is a pitiful person abandoned by the entire world, Li Zhongshan said with a smile. I only helped her a little. Everyone glanced at Li Zhongshan. They were already used to Li Zhongshan's bad habits. He liked to go around looking for special people. Then, after giving them a certain amount of help, he would collect high interest. For example, India couldn't cultivate her scarlet magic. Li Zhongshan had arranged for her to be transported here. She obtained what she'd been looking for so long here, the scarlet aura. India thought that she was lucky, but in reality, her fate was already controlled by someone. Li Zhongshan had controlled more than 100 people like India. Of course, most people were being controlled by Li Zhongshan without realizing it. They couldn't give Li Zhongshan anything in return. But as long as 1 or 2 succeeded, Li Zhongshan would receive a lot of rewards. Just then, the ground shook violently. A huge cross-shaped gash began to spread. A figure rose from the huge crack. The body had closed eyes and a head of golden hair. It was filled with divinity. Everyone had the same thought in their minds: God. The body that rose from the crack was God. However, it was just a body now. It didn't have any soul or consciousness. As it started, Li Zhongshan and the others looked at the body. Just then, red tentacles extended out from the crack. They were all formed by the scarlet aura. Only, the red aura was far denser than the one on Delia's body. The red tentacles wrapped around God's body. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. That thing wanted to take over God's body. He couldn't let it happen before him. Chun Zhao moved and charged toward God's body. But the next moment, Chun Zhao's head hit an invisible wall, and he shot to the ground. This is a crucial time. Those who are not involved, please do not interfere with our plan, Boss raised his hand and said. Chun Zhao stood up awkwardly. The impact just now was not light. Almost all the power that Chun Zhao had used just now was reflected back to him. Chun Zhao looked at the four people in the air and then at the top of the cross-shaped crack. In other words, you were the masterminds behind this conspiracy? Was I also teleported here by you guys? After it comes out, it will be very hungry, so it needs a large amount of food to fill its stomach before it can communicate normally, Boss calmly said. And you, as food, you should act like food. Just as everyone's attention was on Chun Zhao, a beam of golden light descended from the sky without warning. Judgment's sword, evil, obliterate. Matthew held the blade of the sword that was filled with the power of glory, and the tip of the sword stabbed downward. An incomparably pure and holy pair of wings appeared behind Matthew. That divine power pierced through heaven and earth. But there was another figure faster than Matthew. Red Lotus moved and blocked in front of Matthew. Matthew's momentum was from above, so he could not turn at all. The sword was also indomitable. In an instant, the golden judgment sword pierced through Red Lotus' chest. But Red Lotus did not seem to be heavily injured. The judgment sword that pierced through her chest and back did not bring out blood, but strange flames. Matthew realized that something was wrong. He wanted to pull back his sword and retreat. But Red Lotus grabbed Matthew's arms, and Matthew felt a burning pain in his arms. The strange flames were spreading from Red Lotus' palms to Matthew's arms. Since you're here, don't run. Matthew was shocked. The burning pain was unbearable. Matthew suddenly raised his sword and slashed upward. The judgment sword sliced from Red Lotus' chest to her head, almost cutting her upper body in half. But Red Lotus was still unharmed. Her upper body had actually split into two bodies and two heads. Do it, Chun Zhao shouted. Angie, Bo, Untu, Fee, and Otto behind him moved at the same time. Boss glanced at Chun Zhao's group. I've been waiting for you. Boss slapped at them through the air. Boss's palm turned into a giant Buddha palm and smashed down at them. Chun Zhao suddenly sped up and disappeared in the air. Boss was slightly surprised. Chun Zhao's speed was beyond his expectations. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao had appeared behind Matthew and Red Lotus. Chun Zhao's fist pierced through Red Lotus' back. One of Red Lotus' heads turned 180 degrees. Idiot! As soon as Red Lotus finished speaking, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Chun Zhao's fist that was embedded in Red Lotus' back was crazily devouring her flesh and energy with a mouth of gluttony. You saved me. Red Lotus was shocked and cried out in alarm. So stupid. The dressing woman suddenly put away her mirror and kicked horizontally. Bang! Chun Zhao was sent flying. The Red Lotus fire on Red Lotus suddenly surged. All of you, Dot. Red Lotus was furious. Seeing the Red Lotus fire approaching, Matthew immediately used holy light to protect his body. But the Red Lotus fire was far more powerful than he'd expected. The moment the Red Lotus fire touched his holy light, Matthew's holy light disintegrated. The Red Lotus fire spread to Matthew's body. Oh! Matthew let out a miserable scream as he fell to the ground, rolling around and wailing in pain. Chun Zhao saw Matthew's pitiful state from a distance. The dark lava immediately spread over and covered Matthew's body. Chun Zhao could feel the dark lava evaporating and dissipating. But he couldn't care so much right now. If he didn't, Matthew would definitely be burned to ashes by the Red Lotus fire. Thankfully, Chun Zhao saved him in time. The Red Lotus fire on Matthew was completely devoured. Matthew was sent to Chun Zhao by the dark lava. Right now, Matthew's original elegance and demeanor were long gone. Large areas of his body were burned. You're so pitiful. Chen Zhao couldn't help but say sarcastically. But I feel much better about you now. Matthew looked at Chen Zhao weakly. At least, I'm not dead, right? Thank you. Why do you feel much better about me now? You're more handsome than me now. You're not dead yet, but you'll die soon. The furious Red Lotus appeared above Chen Zhao and Matthew. Chapter 2289. Chen Zhao suddenly lifted his right arm. A ball of equally furious and terrifying Red Lotus fire burst out. Red Lotus let out a miserable cry and directly fell from the sky. Chen Zhao stared at Lotus in shock. He didn't expect this move to be so effective. Lotus's body had been burning with Red Lotus fire. Chen Zhao thought that she was immune to it. He didn't expect that he could absorb her Red Lotus fire through the mouth of gluttony and reflect it back. It had such an unexpected effect. See, I didn't expect to get revenge for you so soon. Matthew smiled bitterly at Chen Zhao. He also didn't expect Chen Zhao to defeat Lotus so easily. But you don't have time to relax yet. Matthew lay on the ground and looked at the two enemies coming from above Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked up at the boss and the dressed-up woman. The boss looked at Lotus on the ground with a terrible expression. When he looked at Chen Zhao, anger shot out of his eyes. Looks like I underestimated you. The dressed-up woman's aura grew stronger. She was clearly ready for battle. I haven't seen Lotus this miserable in a long time. Just then, Li Zhongshan said from the distance, Boss, this guy's life is too tough. I can't touch him. Don't be careless. Good. Very good. Light shot out of the boss's eyes. Yellow ghost freeze. At that moment, Chen Zhao felt like his body was filled with lead. Every movement he made was extremely heavy. At the same time, the dressed-up woman's skin turned dark gold. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. This was very similar to his own moves. He could fuse elements into his body. Just as Chen Zhao was shocked, the dressed-up woman's attack came. Fast. It was indescribably fast. Everyone's eyes could only catch a glimpse of a golden light flashing past. The next moment, there was an explosion from Chen Zhao's chest, and he was sent flying. The golden light sped up again, following Chen Zhao's path of flight with thousands of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous attacks blasted Chen Zhao into the crack in the ground. In the end, the woman kicked heavily, and Chen Zhao was smashed into the lava in the crack. Phew! Only then did the dressed-up woman stop, and a cloud of steam-like smoke came out from her back. The gold on her body receded, and the woman took out the vanity mirror again, as if she had just done something inconspicuous. The makeup has all fallen off. The woman began to touch up her makeup, as if there was no one else around. Matthew was very sad to see Chen Zhao fall into the lava. At this moment, the red tentacles not far away had completely wrapped around God's body. Following that, the red tentacles began to disintegrate into scarlet gas before drilling into the god's body. Ahu! Ahu! The god's body began to breathe heavily. The next moment, the god's body suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of scarlet pupils. However, his entire body rippled with an imposing aura. A golden wheel of light formed behind the head of the god's body. The body raised its palm and observed it carefully. Is this the body of a god? What a terrifying monster. The red devil had completely taken over this body. He was also called a monster by the world. But in the mouth of this monster, God was also a monstrous existence. Even though God had already died and only left behind a body, it still made him gasp in amazement. Greetings, Your Excellency Edalu. Boss slowly landed in front of the red demon and called him by his real name. The red devil was judged by the church to be a demon who would bring disaster to the world. However, few people knew his identity. He wasn't a pure demon. He had once been a member of the church, and a high-level one at that. He had lost a power struggle related to the church's pope. This caused him to switch to the evil camp. He opened the church's dungeon and released all the evil creatures and demons that had been imprisoned. Every evil creature he released had a hand over a drop of essence blood and be enslaved by him. Through absorbing the essence blood, he transformed himself into an indescribable monster. He also triggered the church's first crusade. The red devil glanced at Boss. I've long given up on my human name. Then do you need me to call you the Red Devil? You can also be the Scarlet God, the Red Devil said matter-of-factly. The Red Devil said matter-of-factly. I like working with you Easterners. Even if it's a vow from 1,000 years ago, you still abide by it and carry it out to the end. Boss had a faint smile on his face. Now it's time for you to fulfill your vow, Scarlet God. I'm hungry, the Red Devil said. I've prepared a sumptuous banquet for you, Boss said calmly. The Red Devil looked at Matthew and couldn't help but smile. He licked his lips. Then he looked at Angie, Bo unto Fee and Alterando. The quality is excellent, but the quantity is a little low. The Red Devil's hatred towards the church was obvious. You could take a look at the entire battlefield. The Red Devil abruptly released his perception. In an instant, the entire scarlet battlefield fell into his range of senses. However, the Red Devil's gaze fell on the crack. What's inside? It was unclear if the Red Devil was talking to himself or asking Boss. It's just a roasted corpse, Boss said calmly. Suddenly, magma surged out of the crack without any warning. It shot hundreds of meters into the sky. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene. A figure walked out of the erupting magma. Huh, he's not dead? Boss and the dresser were both shocked. Matthew and the others were naturally overjoyed. They also didn't expect Chun Zhao to still be alive. They didn't understand why Chun Zhao wasn't dead. But this wasn't important anymore. As long as he wasn't dead, it was more important than anything else. The dresser put away her vanity mirror again. When she looked at Chun Zhao, her eyes were filled with anger. So what if he's not dead? If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. With that, the dresser used the same trick again. Her body was covered in a layer of dark gold. It was that unparalleled speed again. Crack. But when the dresser appeared again, she realized that Chun Zhao had already lifted her upside down. One of her legs was firmly held by Chun Zhao. It was clearly twisted. The dresser didn't understand. Everyone didn't understand what had happened. But this result really happened. Caught you.
If you are sick, then hurry and go get it looked at. 3. Likely worried over the intent of the demon beast sect, by Rua's complexion wasn't at her best still. Nevertheless, she controls her patience and answered the boy's question. Be good, my son, they are all extras your grandfather found to match you. Without their matching, how can your exemplary talent be accentuated? Then what about Bai Xiaoqin? Asked Nangong Lin with his disgruntled voice. Collecting herself, Bai Rua softly replied with a smile, how can the likes of him be comparable to you? Even if he does come, it will only be to support your existence. You don't need to have him in your eyes. For the fat child, the one he hated the most had to be Bai Xiaoqin. Therefore, it's expected he would be pleased to hear such downgrading comments about his enemy. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Mother, you are right. How can the likes of him be a match for me? I'm the overlord of this world and he is but a useless trash. I will have him kneel before me and lick my feet one day. Towards her son's pompous statement, Bai Rua could only make an absent-minded chuckle. She's still worried about today's event, it seems. I hope it's true the Demon Beast sect is only doing this as a show. If they find out the truth, then my fate. Mother, why did Batty Father not come with us? A sudden remark from the front had brought Bai Rua back to reality. Looking up, the first image to come into the woman's view was a cutesy figure looking back and forth for a person. It was Bai Xiaoqin, seemingly disappointed that his father wasn't around to be with him. Gently stroking her son's head, Bai Yan comforts the child. Your father said he has a surprise waiting for us, so he will come later. Blinking his big innocent eyes, Bai Xiaoqin was still puzzled over the remark when a loud commotion grabbed his attention. The sharp resounding cry literally shook the air, catching the gaze of everyone present. It was Di Xiaowan confronting someone. While the scream originated from the troublesome Lass S, the victim here wasn't Di Tsang's sister, it was the young lady in front of her. Drenched from top to bottom in filthy water, it's obvious someone had just splashed feces and urine on this person. Mother, it looks like Auntie is causing trouble again. Instead of worry, the baby boy was full of optimism like someone enjoying a good show. Let's go see. Bayan's complexion literally sank as she pulled her son forward, which directly sent the troublesome girl into a panic. Sister-in-law, Di Xiaowan nervously greets the mother and son pair after noticing their presence. Sister-in-law. The way the troublesome girl addressed Bai Yan clearly roused the crowd's attention even further, but it was the bad kind filled with disdain and contempt. Others feared the flower brothel for their strength, but the young girl being drenched in dirty water wouldn't care for that anymore. Seething in rage, the girl roars out, "I thought you would be loyal to Ditsang at least, apparently I was wrong. You even brought your new lover's sister along for the trip, how abominable can you get? What are you talking about?" Di Xiaowan was angered now. Glaring daggers in her eyes, she roars back, "Di Tsang is my brother. Ho ho, as if Lord Tsang would have a sister like you when he's so capable. You think we would fall for your lies?" The young girl sneered, mocking her foe in the process. Exploding with flames burning above her head, Di Xiaowan was ready to teach the girl another lesson when a frosty gaze stopped her in her tracks. "Tell me what happened," Bai Yan demanded. "We remember when Yi, Xiaoyun and I went out to make trouble around the city. She's one of the many girls victimized by us. For that, she tried to splash manure water over me just now as payback. But instead of succeeding, I blocked it and sent it back to her. Sister." After her explanation, Di Xiaowan instantly devolved into a pitiful child seeking forgiveness. "You wouldn't be angry with me, would you? If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. If you are sick, then hurry and go get it looked at. For angry." Bai Yan literally laughed. It was a bone-chilling laugh that made Di Xiaowan shiver there like her existence was shrinking with each passing second. Then without premonition, Bai Yan abruptly shot a somersaulting kick out to send the young dirty girl flying. Do you see that? Extra words are not needed for dealing with these kind of people. If you end up killing them, then you can come find me, I will deal with the aftermath. Di Xiaowan was literally stupefied there with shock. Unable to recover for the longest time, her beautiful eyes could only ogle at her idol there like a starstruck fan. She's already used to seeing how ruthlessness her brother can be, but to see how cool her sister-in-law was at dealing with the enemy, words can no longer describe the excitement and emotions coursing through her veins. Her heart wanted to explode from how heavy it was thumping. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. The poor girl had wanted to yell again after crawling up from the ground. However, she was stopped by her maid that's urgently whispering into her ears. "Miss, she is the mistress of the flower brothel and Lord Tsang's woman. If you do anything to offend her and your father the chancellor finds out, he will surely be very upset with you." Choking at her own frustration, the young woman didn't know where else to vent her anger at this point. Turning back to the maid, she was seething with fire in her voice. "Who told you to be so nosy?" Despite that attitude, the girl no longer dared to cause a commotion because the maid had hit the bullseyes. She's afraid her father would beat her once she's home. "Sister, I just knew you would come." It was then another voice had chimed in from the back that raised Guseb. MPS across the recipient's body. Not getting a reply as she wanted, Bairuo swings the talk in another direction by lowering her eyes and shaking her head like she's disappointed with her sister. "In truth, you shouldn't have come in the first place. Your son will only be an extra to support my son Lin. Now that does it." King her brow at the statement. Bai Yan wasn't going to take that lying down. "Is that so? From what I hear, your son nearly got killed when he tried to tame a wolf. So are you implying he's able to tame a wolf now and is seeking a new challenge by taming a demon beast?" Startled by the mockery, Bairuo grew anxious in her voice. "Demon beast? What do you mean by that?" Even if she ignored the strange remark about taming a demon beast, Bairuo can't just ignore the fact that her sister here knew about that event. She made sure to order those involved to seal their lips. "What do I mean? Why don't you take a guess?" Giving a shrug with her shoulders, Bai Yen turns away without looking back at the foolish woman. There's no way Bai Ruo could ignore this after hearing something so strange. Just as she's ready to go confront her sister again, her son Nangong Lin had already jumped off the sedan to come before his counterpart Bai Xiachen. Knocking his fat oily face up, the bully proudly makes his claim, Bai Xiachen, my mother said it already. You are only here to be an extra for me. Know that I will one day be the lord of the animals in this world, so you must obey me. From now on, whenever you see me you must get on your knees, you hear me? Irritated by the rudeness, Bai Xiachen only had this to say in his reply, my mother told me I mustn't get too close to imbeciles, otherwise I might get infected too. Imbecile. Nangong Lin was so confused by the statement that he had to look around in search of said imbecile. Where is the imbecile? It's me who's talking to you, are you listening or what? Sighing at the idiocy of his foe, the little steam bun could only lament the cruelty of this world by shaking his head. If you are sick then it's best you get it checked early on, otherwise your brain will really be screwed in the future. No matter how dumb Nangong Lin was, there's no way he can miss that when it's so direct. Ready to punch his foe with his fat little fist, it was his mother Bai Ruo who stopped him by pulling the boy back. Don't be impulsive, my son, your father is not around to protect us at the moment. Wait until he returns from talking with your grandfather, then we can deal with this brat. Insulted by her mother's unwillingness to help, Nangong Lin became all teary in his eyes. Why must I fear this B.S.T.R.D.? I am the overlord of this world and the animals that live in it. Mother. Behave yourself. Just wait, okay? Once you are the direct disciple of the demon beast sect, then none will be a match for you then. At that time, you can deal with anyone as you please. While Bai Ruo continues to comfort her son to keep him out of trouble, that flicker of crookedness cannot be hidden from her eyes. It's obvious she's not going to let anyone ruin her son's future. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Start of the taming session. 1. His Majesty the King is entering. The sudden sharp announcement from the distance instantly calms the rowdiness. It was the king and his son Nangong Yi coming out from the main hall. Apart from the two, there were also another elder that had the air of a divine senior who instantly caught the eyes of everyone. Wife. After leaving a few words to his father, Nangong Yi hurried over to his wife to explain. Father already told me why this is happening. It's the demon beast sect trying to verify the chosen one by holding a public taming session. Public taming. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruo's very tongue was shivering with fear. Her mind instantly recalled the message Bai Yen said just now. So he's able to tame a wolf. That's why he's here to tame a demon beast. In other words, Bai Yen knew from the very beginning why the demon beast sect was here. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. You need not worry, my wife, our son Lin is the ruler of the animals. He will be in no danger. Mistaking the nervousness portrayed by his wife as a mother's worry, Nangong Yi only smiled confidently. Besides, he's already big enough now. It's time he gained some experience and embraced his destiny. Instead of getting the reaction like he expected, Bai Ruo's complexion only got worse. But didn't the demon beast sect already confirm our son's ident? 1. Tai. Why are they doing this now? Husband, can we not have Lin partake? 1. P8. I'm afraid for him. No, I won't, screamed Nangong Lin with his pouting face. I am the lord of the animals, so how can they hurt me? I will make them obey and then I will have them eat that B.S.T.R.D. Bai Xiachen. Lin. Now the woman's anxiousness was right out in the open. She never imagined the demon beast sect would pull something like doing a public taming session. This wasn't in her plan or expectation. Alright, enough. Don't worry, my wife, Lin will not be in danger. Still showing his confident smile, Nangong Yi won't have it any other way. I believe in my son, he will surely wow the world with his greatness. I will have Bai Yen understand her son is nothing compared to ours. Towards the blatant disregard for others in their conversation, Di Xiaowan naturally didn't miss a single line. First giving a glare at the man, then turning back to Bai Yen, she pleads, "Sister-in-law, can I beat him?" "You can," raising a smirk. Bai Yen had no restraint for that request, "but you must wait until the event is over first. I will deal with the aftermath if you kill him." Brightening at the answer, Di Xiaowan was so pleased over the fact that there's someone to shroud her. Even if she goes out to make trouble now, her brother can't say a word because she now got consent to do so. "What's that smell?" Nangong Yuan, king, suddenly wrinkled his brow at the foul odor. Turning to the source, what came into view was the dignified daughter of his chancellor covered in feces and urine. "How did you end up like that? Hurry and retreat this instant. What if you end up offending Elder Thunder here?" The teenage girl wanted to cry, but she stuffed it back in the second she noticed the murderous eyes coming her way from everyone. Gnashing her teeth, she can do no other but to leave. "Elder Thunder," the king turns back to the senior, "we can start now." Cold and indifferent in his tune, the elder gives his consent. "Someone come, bring the cage over." Without delay, a group of well-muscled guards had brought out a huge cage from behind. It was the very same one covered with the red fabric. "Today, I am here to verify the ident. 1. Tie of the destined child regarding the animal worship incident. Whoever can domesticate this demon beast shall be the lord of the animals." Upfront about his intent for coming, Elder Thunder was loud and majestic in his voice during the announcement. In a flash, looks of envy and jealousy were all shooting over to Nangong Yi's family, especially at the fat child who was gloating up to his nose. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Start of the taming session, 2. It's no wonder the Bai house claimed they had clung onto a large power, turns out to be the demon beast sect. The world had practically recognized the fatty Nangong Lin as the one who caused that miracle, therefore, it's no surprise to the people that the demon beast sect would be here. As for the public taming session, anyone can see it's but a show. Nangong Yi was seriously relishing in the attention that he was getting, especially the envious looks coming his way. Rubbing his son's head proudly, "Son, you mustn't let me down, okay? Father, can I go now to tame the beast?" The fatty's expression was full of antic 1. and pride when he glanced over to his foe. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Sadly for him, Bai Xiaochen wasn't even looking at him. Rather, the little steam has had his eyes entirely focused on the cage. He's clearly more interested in whatever was inside than the fatty. "Wait." Seeing how her son was readily heading over to the cage, Bai Ruo reflexively stretched out her hand to grab the boy back over. Pursing her lips, "Son, you should wait. As the main star of the show, you must wait until the end to showcase how exceptional you are." "Yes, mother, you are right." Nodding at the woman's suggestion, "I'm the most important person here, so I should be making my grand entrance at the end. These lowborns are all extras to support me. Only with their failure will it bring out my exceptionality." Wah! The gasps and outcry had come as a result of the fabric being removed from the cage. It was a huge dragon inside. 8 meters in length with 4 limbs and 3 pairs of wings, this fierce and ferocious-looking serpent was growling menacingly at the human crowd before it. "Who will come first?" Indifferent in his voice, the elder sounded like he's attempting to calm the people with his nonchalance. Apparently it worked because a child soon stepped forward of their own volition at the caged dragon. But before the boy could get even close enough to confront the creature, the GLA's dragon had already issued out a ferocious roar that scared the daylights out of the poor brat. "I'm scared, mother, I want to go home." The child falls into a monstrous cry. Looking at how frightened the first contender was, Elder Thunder can only shake his head at the poor display of courage. "Next one." There may be a lot of children under the age of 5 in this kingdom, but to be able to get close to the GLA's dragon was nearly non-existent today. Most would falter and cry just by being glared at by the creature. By this point the elder was increasingly disappointed. This was especially when there's only 2 children remaining at this point. Seeing this horrible situation, the old senior had a serious urge to interrogate the king over whether he's hiding some candidates. Naturally Nangong Yuan, king, wouldn't miss the disgruntled look coming his way. Hurrying to beckon his grandson to come, he waves the boy over. What are you still standing there for, Lin? Come over now. Startled by the holler, Nangong Lin meekly muttered back, but Bai Xiachen still hasn't gone yet. Hurry up and get up here. If you anger Elder Thunder then you can forget about entering the Demon Beast sect. The king's expression was very unsightly as he warned his grandson with that stare. Elder Thunder, this is my grandson Lin, he will surely not disappoint you this time. In response, the elder only made a frown because of that fat roundish boy. Humph, for your sake, you better hope so. Son. Bai Ruo's heart was ringing with nervousness as her hands reached out again. Unfortunately for her, it was stopped by another hand in midair. Are you not confident in our son? He's so outstanding, he can't fail. Showing a mild smile, Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, comforts his wife by pulling her in. Bai Ruo couldn't say more by point, she knew there's no excuse she can use now. Nevertheless, her eyes had never once left her son like if something horrible was about to occur. If my son fails, then I. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Cheeky Bai Jingxiang. 1. Bai Jingxiang's heart would always ache in pain whenever the thought of how close he came to taking ownership of the flower brothel. If not for this wretched woman, would Bai Yen hate me, hate the Bai house so much? It's all her fault that I can't use my position as the father to make claim to that organization. Bai Ruo sneered, based on what can she not let me and my son go? Based on Di Tsang's backing. Too bad, it won't be long before Di Tsang surrenders before me. Without that man's backing and the flower brothel in ruins, how can she still challenge me then? Regardless of what status of power an organization was in, it's still divided into ranks. For the Demon Beast sect, it's considered to be at the top of the middle class. As for the 3 otherworldly sects that stands at the top of the pyramid, they are not even in the equation for Bai Ruo. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. What does it mean to be otherworldly? It's to be above the struggles of the mortal world and those who dwell in it. Startled by her daughter's statement, the man urgently inquires for more. Is what you say true? Father, have you heard of the Demon Beast sect? Going vicious in her eyes, Bai Ruo was practically seething with poison in her tongue. My husband had just gotten word that the Demon Beast sect is very interested in my son Lin and will be coming over to our kingdom very soon. By that time, it's a certainty that my son will become the main disciple of the sect leader. Despite her claim, the real purpose of those people coming was for the destined child, not her son. But a mother has her ways, and Bai Ruo had twisted the story to suit her needs as she deemed fit. Sister, is it really true that the Demon Beast sect is eyeing my nephew? Scrambling up from the floor, Bai Ji was filled with excitement in her eyes. Of course, my son Lin is the ruler of the animals in this world. For him to attract the attention of the Demon Beast sect is nothing to be surprised about. Bai Ruo nods to reaffirm the girl. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Di Tsang would abandon Bai Yen and take me as his wife instead? How disgraceful. Even now Bai Ji still hasn't dispelled the notion of marrying the man yet. This instantly causes Bai Ruo to break out into laughter. Oh sister, you can prepare yourself to be a bride then. Even if he's not an opponent for the Demon Beast sect, I still want him by our side. He will make a fine addition as a protector to my son. As for the flower brothel, it's too much of a pity to destroy it. Raising a smirk, mother, you should get ready too for taking over that place. Everything will be ours soon. Yurong was shocked by her daughter's statement. She could barely believe her ears, which left her baffled state. Daughter, I can really become the flower brothel's mistress. It wasn't all that long ago where they had to put in everything just to curry favor from that organization. But now the flower brothel was going to be hers. This surprise had come too suddenly that she can barely take it in. From gloom to light, her entire being was glowing. As if the flower brothel is worth anything. In the future I'll give you all even more. However, that's under the premise that none of you ever betray me. For a selfish person like Bai Ruo, how can she ever have any love for her family? She only needs them to never forsake her, that's all. On the contrary, if Bai Zhengxiang or Yurong does get in her way, it's not out of the question that she would remove them personally just to clear the way for her son. After giving her warning, Bai Ruo once again turned towards the man. Father, I believe in mother, she would never betray you. Even if a blood sample was done with the unborn fetus, I guarantee you it won't be a match. I know Bai Yan, she would have done something behind the scenes to make sure of that. Going silent for a moment, Bai Zhengxiang seems to have thought it through. Very well, I won't beat your mother again. With the assurance that she wanted, Bai Ruo finally revealed her usual gentle smile. That's good. Know that my husband cannot bear to leave my side. Even for this visit, I'm only permitted to return for an hour before I have to leave. So, it's time I went back. I will come again on another day. Her words are obviously lies once again. Nangong Yi clearly forbade her from returning due to the bad reputation of the Bai house, not because he can't stand to be away from her. Start of the taming session. 4. The king's complexion was awfully white as he faced the elder Thunder. Just because my grandson can't domesticate the dragon doesn't mean anything. On the day of said event, one of our kingdom's most respected fortune reader explained it's Lin who caused it. His words cannot be faked. Furthermore, who would dare lie to the royal family? That's a crime worthy of the death penalty across the clan. Sneering, the elder didn't buy it. You people really are ignorant, telling me the one who caused the miracle isn't capable of taming a single beast. If the child can't even do that, then why did the animals across the world bow down and worship that day? Nangong Yuan's king expression was ashen at the rebuke, but the vast majority of the children in our kingdom is basically here. If not my grandson Lin or the others here, who else then? Now that had stumped the elder indeed. Frowning, this senior could only issue out a sigh of frustration. Let the last child go take the test first. If it really won't work, then I want you to go search again. Maybe your people missed a few during the summoning. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. First looking at his grandson's miserable teary face, then back at his son and daughter-in-law's ghastly looks, the king finally bit his lips and agreed. All right, let the last one take the test then. Naturally, the mentioned last one would of course be Bai Xiachen, who was nestling in his mother's plentiful chest. Mother, I'm getting sleepy. Can we come back tomorrow instead? Raising a smirk, Bai Yan can already tell what his son was up to. It can't be that you are having second thoughts about that GLA. S dragon, right? Is it because of its ugly appearance? Getting caught red-handed, Bai Xiachen admittedly spat out his tongue in guilt. I prefer beautiful friends like Little Rice and Little Feather. That GLA. S dragon is too ugly, I don't want him. Twitching in her mouth, Di Xiaowan almost couldn't believe her nephew's remark. Have you two ever thought about the dragon's feelings? Saying something like that in public is very hurtful. Besides, it's not his fault he's born ugly. Sister, biting her lips, Bai Ruo slowly walked over. Since Xiachen is already here, then why don't you let him have a try? I cannot let only my son Lin be disgraced. This brat must follow suit. Looking up at the two-faced woman, Bai Yan was a tad surprised by what she heard. You sure recovered quickly there. She knew Bai Ruo was a shameless person to the core, but to recover this quickly after her son's failure. Now that's something Bai Yan can honestly say she can't compete with. It's a whole different form of skill to control one's emotions so well. What an indestructible croach, they just won't die no matter how many times I stomp these people down. Going white, Ruo starts making excuses. I'm just looking out for you, am I not? Ruo, don't say any more. Nangong Yi's face was very ugly right now. If our son Lin can't do it, then that Bai Shachen most certainly can't. What's more, when the animal worship incident occurred, the kid wasn't even in the kingdom. It can't be him. Seeing the disdainful look coming his way, Bai Shachen unconsciously tightened his hands into a tight ball. Showing a sly smile, his foxy nature was coming to show. Mother, I've thought it through. The GLA's dragon may be ugly, but it's still acceptable. Not giving anyone a chance to stop him, the baby boy had broken free from his mother's arm the moment he made his statement. However, instead of directly taming the dragon, his hands had fallen onto the lock binding the cage door in place. With a bang, the metallic device had fallen off. OCRP. Elder Thunder was dismayed by the sight. Because of the urgency, the senior didn't even have time to think about how the baby boy managed to break the lock. Roar! Charging out of his confine using this opportunity, the GLA's dragon instantly soared into the sky and issued out an ear-deafening roar. The common folks were all frightfully white in their faces, both at the oppressive might portrayed by the dragon and the Ma's sively scaled body that could overshadow the very sun in the sky. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Get down and stay there. Quickly stop it. We can't let the GLA's dragon get away. Thunderous in his voice, this Elder Thunder was fitting that name perfectly despite the desperation in that order. In a blink of an eye, the members of the Demon Beast sect had all unsheathed their weapons to take flight for the sky. Their intent was to envelop the dragon so it can't escape. This greatly irritated the creature naturally. Tired of living a life in captivity, there's no way the GLA's dragon was going to wait idly by to be captured again. Using his tail as the whip, it lashes out in a full circling sweep to knock the impudent humans back down. Darkening in his expression after witnessing the futility of his people, Elder Thunder knew he cannot hold back at this point. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon to confront the rampaging beast. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Ruo was very pleased by what she saw. Snickering a laugh, "Oh sister, your son just made a huge blunder there." This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Indifferent to the taunting, Bai Yen only smiled at her son in response. "Xiachen, once you are done playing then we're going home." "Okay, I got it mother." Returning a beaming smile at the woman, the baby boy then shifts his head over to the ugly dragon in the air. "Ugly thing, you are attacking the wrong person." It was already frightening enough for everyone as it was just by looking at the ferocious serpent. Now this little twerp would go provoke it. Is this kid wrong in the head or is he tired of living? That's all the crowd could think of. Instead of the outrage like the crowd expected, the GLA's dragon only looked at Bai Shachen before turning back to the members of the Demon Beast sect. Then without any sounds or howling roars, the dragon immediately ditched the pests around him for the fatty kid on the ground. Nangong Lin was truly scared now, so scared that he forgot to run even when the dragon opened up its jaws to gobble him up. Of course. The GLA's dragon wouldn't really swallow him, merely to scare the boy silly to the point where the fatty was a quibbling mess of snot and tears. Towards its achievement, the GLA's dragon was very pleased and even showed a pang of amuse. EMENT in its serpenty eyes. The change didn't go unnoticed. Twitching in her mouth, Bai Yen now had a different outlook of this serpent. This GLA's dragon is a perverted sicko that likes to scare people for fun. Quick, take advantage of this opening and capture the dragon. Wiping the sweat off of his forehead, Elder Thunder didn't know why the creature would suddenly turn tail for Nangong Lin. However, he's not going to miss this opportunity when it presents itself. Seemingly aware of the annoying pests coming to bother him again, the dragon instantly returned to his ferocious self and issued out a vicious howl that was so powerful that it raised a mini hurricane. Because of the intense shockwave, the members of the demon beast sect were all blown heads over tails into the not-so-far-off distance. This time Bai Xiaochen was completely irritated now, not at the dragon for defending himself, but that the roar was so loud that it caused the dowager to faint as a result. Poor the old queen, she had only arrived on scene 2 and didn't even have time to figure out what's happening. "Hey you, get over here this instant." Stabbing his fists against his waist, the little steam bun was very bossy and commanding. "Who told you to roar just now? It's one thing you roared at others, but why did you have to drag an innocent queen granny?" Going stiff in its movement, the GLA.'s dragon was no longer ramping around like its mighty self. Instead, it was eyeing the baby boy cautiously like it's nervous. Unrelenting, Bai Xiaochen knocks his chin up and continues with his punishment. "Get down on your knees now. If I don't tell you to get up then you can't." Originally everyone thought the little bully Nangong Lin was already arrogant enough, but this Bai Xiaochen was unexpectedly even worse. It's bordering on the line of insolence and madness. Who does he think he is to order the GLA's dragon around? Snickering a laugh, Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, wanted to mock the boy for his audacity. However, whatever he wanted to say next was instantly shoved back into his throat over what occurred next. His face literally froze because of how unbelievable it was. From what used to be a ferocious serpent that would rampage across the field, the GLA's dragon was now an aggrieved little wife curling up into a ball behind the baby boy. What mighty dragon! What ferocious beast! There's not a hint of it left, more like a moping pet seeking forgiveness. By now Bai Yan had already come before the old queen to help. By feeding the old granny a Dan pill of some kind, the dowager was luckily able to recover immediately. Unfortunately for this old queen, she didn't expect the first thing to come into her eyes was the massive dragon whimpering behind the baby boy. For a minute there, time had frozen over for these people, especially the old queen. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Reveal 1. How could it be him? How could the one to domesticate the GLA's dragon be him? Forget about Bai Ruo and her family, literally everyone else were not believing it either. But facts are facts, none can say otherwise, especially not when the dragon was acting like an obedient pet in front of the child. "I don't believe it." Dashing out in madness, Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, kept screaming the only truth he wants to see. Bai Xiaochen is but a B.S.T.R.D. child, a B.S.T.R.D. That's right, how can he allow a B.S.T.R.D. child of unknown origin Serpa as his own son of N.O.Blee background? However, just before the crazed man could get any closer there, the dragon had slashed over with its tail whip and sent the prince flying back out into the crowd. Roar! From those serpenty eyes a glint of ridicule could be discerned over the man's blindness and self-deceit. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation towards that insult. How can Nangong Yi not notice it when looking up at his attacker? Reflexively, he started to tremble as his fingernails pierced into his palm, causing blood to seep out. Those eyes of his could shoot fire if possible. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." By this point the members of the Demon Beast sect had also recovered from their initial shock. "We finally found the destined child. Thank goodness, we didn't disappoint the leader's hope and wishes." Changing from his cool and relaxed demeanor, Elder Thunder was booming in his laughter when he came before the boy. "I am the first elder of the Demon Beast sect, the name's Thunder. As the representative, I and the rest of my fellow peers pay our greetings to Sir Xiaochen. Greetings to Sir Xiaoqin. The various members of the sect had also taken to their knees, their voices morally high over their success. While some were rejoicing over the scene, Bai Ruo wasn't so well off. Her shivering lips could hardly make out a single word. Why would it be Bai Xiaoqin? Even if the glory is taken away by another, it would still be far better than falling into Bai Xiaoqin's hands. He's but a B.A.S.T.R.D. child of unknown origin, how can he deserve to get such prestige? Her heart was pained like 1,000 ants was constantly biting at it, unbearable and unstoppable. Using those bloodshot eyes, the woman hideously glared at the boy in question as if she could rip him apart with her will alone. Yet, it was at this second that Nan Gonglin just had to tug at his mother's sleeve. The fatty's face clearly said he's not satisfied with the results. Mother, based on what can that be, A.S.T.R.D. Bai Xiaoqin steal my slave? I want that dragon, S.N.T.C.H. it back for me. You shut up for me. The king suddenly roared out from behind, interrupting the idiotic boy from going further with his nonsense. Livid in his expression, Nangong Yuan demanded answers. Someone explain what's this about. Wrinkling in his forehead, Elder Thunder didn't bother to hide his disapproval. This Nangong Yuan, king, is too uneducated. Using such a loud voice, what if he scares the destined child? By then sect leader he will definitely punish him for good. You want to know what's going on? Showing a faint smile, Bai Yen strolled towards her son and the serpent. There will be an answer for you in a bit. As she mentions the last part, Bai Yan's gaze inadvertently glances over to Bai Ruo's location. No. Impossible. My maid Lu and that fortune reader is already dead, no one would know. GLA. S dragon, retracting her eyes back to the serpent lying on the ground, she turned stern in her demeanor. If you want to stay with us in the future then you must abide by my rules. First, you can't kill the innocent and without reason. 2. If someone ever call my son a B.A.S.T.R.D. child then they will be your dinner tonight. And third, you are not allowed to eat too much, I can't afford it. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. If you are sick then hurry and go get it looked at. 1. This time Nangong Yuan, king, didn't wait for Elder Thunder to speak and directly made his order. Go call the royal grandson here this instant. Irritated by the self-conceited action of the king, the elder was puffing with annoyance as he sneered. When did I say I want see your grandson? Startled by what he heard, Nangong Yuan urgently asked, I thought the demon beast sect is here to look for the destined child of the animal worship incident. Isn't that the reason why you are here, to meet my grandson? Nothing but gossip and rumor, as if I would be so ignorant. Disregarding the ugly expression on the king, the elder was practically mocking the man now. All you have to do is gather any children under 5 in one spot. By then I will have a way to tell who is the true destined child. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Wrinkling his brow, Nangong Yuan attempts to cover up his sense of contempt for the old man. He had thought the demon beast sect would be above the rest, but it seems his high appraisal of the elder was wrong. A fool still no matter how high his power was. Elder Thunder, forcing a smile, I will do as you request and make a royal edict now. Only after hearing that did the elder's complexion get better. Very good, go now. I don't have too much time to waste. Also, I don't want many people to know I'm here. The implication of his meaning was that he didn't want too many to know the demon beast sect was behind the gathering. Without disappointing, Nangong Yuan was fast to carry out the order. Before long, a sensation had swept across the kingdom. While most were clueless on what's going on, there were a few who were in on the secret. The main ones being Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, and Bai Ruo. Husband, what is the meaning of this? The woman sounded anxious. Didn't the demon beast sect come for our son Lin? Why is His Majesty gathering all the children of the kingdom in the palace? From those beautiful eyes that could make a man go wild, a pang of concern could be seen. I don't understand the meaning of my father either. Perhaps, this is the command of the demon beast sect. The crown prince frowns, unsure what to make of this either. Why would they do that? The demon beast sect isn't stupid. Ruo was ghostly white now as her body trembled with fear. The rumors were orchestrated by her to begin with. She should have known it would turn out like this. However, as the old saying goes, the more you say the more you will believe. Hence the reason why she ended up believing her own lies. The man was starting to wrinkle his forehead harder and harder because he didn't understand why his wife was having such a huge reaction. Even so, he eventually loosened it in attempts to soothe the deceitful woman. There's nothing to be worried about, my wife. The demon beast sect aren't made up of fools. Our son is a dragon, so it's just a matter of time before he soars through the sky. We do not need to fret over something like this. Do you mean it? Glancing up at her man, Ruo's expression was hopeful again. I understand then. I was too emotional and lost my senses. I'm sorry, husband, I was just worried someone might try to steal our son's glory using this opening. Snickering a laugh, Nangongyi, crown prince, didn't have the same opinion, as if that would be possible. This is our home, no one could try anything under our watch. Showing a bittersweet smile, Ruo starts showing her evil ways again. Husband, have you forgotten? There's still that Xiachen out there. A sinister and deceitful boy like that would surely try something against our precious baby. Reveal 3. This sentence very much pleased Di Tsang on all sorts of level, leaving his lips in a brilliant smile. Rest assured, your taste will never be bad. Their complete disregard for the crowd only made Nangongyi's, crown prince, expression ever more so ugly. Those eyes could literally spew flames of pure jealousy. Batty father, blinking those big blue eyes, Xiachen innocently asks, Mother said you are going to show me a good show. Where is it? No need to hurry, the show will come soon. Vague in his smile, Di Tsang was sharp in his eyes that struck fear into any who peered into it. This good show is also for the world to see. Gnashing his teeth, Nangongyi, crown prince, can't take it anymore. You people watch then. We're leaving Ruo. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Okay, ignoring her son's crying refusal, Ruo forcibly pulls the fatty along. Unfortunately for the woman, those legs of hers didn't even make it past 2 steps before a gloomy voice snapped her in place. As the main characters of the show, who said you people can leave? Going stiff in her body, Ruo couldn't explain why a sense of panic had gripped her heart after hearing that remark from behind. Sure enough, her worries were answered the next moment when a maid came walking over under the escort of 2 vigilant soldiers. The girl's eye radiating hatred at a certain crown princess. Lu. In the instant when Ruo saw who it was, her expression had gone completely bleak, like life had been drained from her skin. How can it be you? How can? Is Crown Princess wondering why I'm still alive? The maid known as Lu sneered with ridicule in her tongue. I've done so many horrible things for you over the years, and now that you don't need me you want to remove me. This statement was like a heavy rod, heavily smashing away at the crowd's fragile mindset. Apart from those 5-year-old children summoned for the test, there are still many ministers of the court present. Their impression of the crown princess had always been the kind and gentle type, therefore it came as a huge surprise the maid would call Ruo out. Knowing the situation will spiral out of control and harm the royal family's reputation at this rate, Nangong Yuan, king, couldn't sit idle anymore. Hurrying to signal his son with his eyes, the king wanted this matter to be resolved in private. Getting the hint, Nangongyi, crown prince, was ready to go help his wife when Di Tsang's chilly sneer drifted over. I am inviting you people to see the show. Who gave you permission to stop it halfway? Under that oppressive might, the prince was now horrified. His feet, he can't move them. Not even an inch. Taking this all in from the back, the king was now ready to collapse. He knows, after the truth becomes exposed, the reputation of the royal family will be destroyed. Continue. Di-tsang coldly swept his gaze over to the maid. Yes, complying, the maid was scathing with fury in each of her words. Years ago, when the crown princess still haven't married the crown prince yet, I helped her do something. That something had shocked the kingdom and even made waves across the people. Taking to her knees before Bai Yan, the maid starts banging her head against the ground. I deserve to die for what I've done. I helped Second Miss frame you back then. Second Miss was jealous of you. He loathed you for your fortune of being able to marry into royalty. To quell that jealousy, that vicious woman had me buy a sex drug from the market to place in your drink. And to make sure you won't miss the mark, she also had me prepare a man ahead of time for you. What we didn't expect though was you getting away at the last moment. But since you were drugged, it was just a matter of time before you had to find a man to help resolve the effects. So, Second Miss, she had us look around for you. When we did, you were already a mess with your clothes scuffled and untied. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Reveal 4. The crowds were gasping hard at the claim while their eyes looked on in disbelief at the woman in question. So it turns out Bai Yan's loss of virginity was done at by Ruo's orchestration. How old was she back then? Nothing but a teenage and already so vicious and scheming. You lie, frantic in her demeanor, Bai Ruo rushes up to stop the maid called Lu. Unfortunate for her, she was halted by the escorting soldiers long before she could get near. Crown Princess, from the time you gave birth to the time you married His Highness is but 6 months, yet you declared it's a premature birth and that it's heaven's blessing. The maid's voice had risen into a scream by now. Everyone. I want you all to know that it's all a lie. She had in fact gotten in bed with the crown prince long before then and had even been impregnated before marriage. Bloody in her eyes, Bai Ruo wanted to strangle the wrench. I've been good to you, why are you doing this to me? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, been good to me. In order to make me serve you wholeheartedly, you killed my brother. That's your form of being good to me. The maid was seething with hatred in her eyes. If not for Di-tsang informing her of the truth, then she never would have thought her mistress would be so vicious even to her own people. You lie. Panic had settled into Bai Ruo's eyes. Impossible, I had that matter carried out in secret, how did Lu find out? Furthermore, I know too many of your secrets. That's why you tried to remove me. If not for his lordship's people saving me in time, I would have been dead by now. Cold in her snickering smile, the maid won't be stopped at this point. I'm here today to rip apart that fake mask of yours and to let the world know how cruel and vicious you truly are you. Under Bai Ruo's murderous gaze, the maid called Lu slowly turns toward Nangong Yi's direction. Your Highness, do you know how your mother the queen died? She was killed by your wife the crown princess. On that day, I was charged with keeping watch outside the room. What? This had done it. Clenching his fist until the veins had popped, he questions his wife ruthlessly. Ruo, is what she say true? Husband, biting her lips, she puts on a pitiful face like she usually does. How can I possibly do something like that? This ungrateful wretch offended me before, that's why I expelled her from our home. This is her form of retaliation. Turning back to the maid, Nangong Yi's gaze was gloomy and dark. You say my wife killed my mother, what motive would she have then? Your Highness, do you remember the edict your mother Pa said that day? It was under the coercion of this woman, that's why she made that order. In order to not let the truth be told, she ruthlessly poisoned your mother the queen. In actual truth, the queen had never once wanted to pull Bai Ruo down with her. After all, the queen was a grandmother and a mother, there's no way she would have carried out with the self-destructive act of informing the king. Unfortunately for everyone, Bai Ruo had become accustomed to being cautious. With such a dangerous loose end hanging around, it's unavoidable she would aim to remove the problem before it festers. By Ruo, tell me now, tell me she's lying. Nangong-yi had to take in a deep long breath after saying that. There was pain and there was anger, the two most conflicting emotions he could get in a situation like this. He never expected his wife who had warmed his bed all these years to be such a vicious woman. It's not true, husband, please let me explain. It's Lu who's framing me. Miserable in her appearance, Bai Ruo truly had skills when it came to playing with her tears and getting the pity of the crowd. Now the crown prince was becoming increasingly suspicious and confused. A part of him wants to believe his wife, yet another part was telling him otherwise and that everything was a plot by Ditsang and Bai Yen. Crown Prince, seeing how the foolish prince was about to be swayed, the maid decides to chime in now to pull it back in her way. The last thing I want to tell everyone is the truth regarding the miracle of the animal worship incident. When the phenomenon occurred and I reported it to the Crown Princess, she immediately had me spread the word that it's for her son's birth. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. By Ruo's Doomsday, 1, the palace had fallen dead silent once again to the point where even the fatty was looking up towards his mother for answers. To think that message recognizes by the Ma. SCS were made true by Ruo's intentional spinning. Lu. If you keep accusing me then I will tear off that mouth of yours. Bai Ruo could no longer keep up her charade as the weak innocent woman. Instead, her face was now twisted and horrific with rage. In response to his wife's appearance, Nangong-yi inexplicably backed up to gain some distance. His eyes were gradually filling up with disappointment before turning to anger. Bai Ruo, you've really played me for a fool. If it weren't for that rumor then how could he have been so inflated with arrogance? If not for that then why would he have been defaced before the people? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, husband. She wanted to make excuses again. Sadly for her, another set of figures were starting to come over from the garden side. The first was in a fortune reader getup, the second being a woman shrouded by a white veiled hat that covered her face. All of a sudden, Bai Ruo's eyes were widening in shock. It's bad enough Lu is alive, but why is the long-dead green reader still alive too? Crown Princess, how have you been? Sarcastic in his voice, the one known as Green Reader made no attempt at hiding his hostility. 5 years ago you took away my loved ones and forced me to work for you. I listened to your words and declared the master of the animals was your child. But in the end you still killed my family and even hunted me down. Those who were present were all gasping hard like a ghostly hand had straight up ripped into their backbones. This Bai Ruo sure is ruthless in her means of making people work for her. Always taking one's family hostage, how did this woman ever get so far without anyone noticing her true self? How laughable, I may be able to read others' fortune but I could not discern my own. Fortunately fate didn't end me back then. I was saved by a Pa-S Sing master when I was on the brink of death. Only like that did I have a chance to return for today's revenge. Back then years ago, the main reason why the populace would believe the rumors so wholeheartedly was solely thanks to this fortune reader known as Green Reader. He had never failed in his reads, this was verified by the king himself and had at one point requested this Green Reader to become an official of the court. Pity, due to his freelancing nature, the man had refused the goodwill. Mr. Green, is what you say absolutely true? Nangong Yuan, king, was shaking down to his very voice. I Green Reader have never lied in my life, the only exception being that occasion 5 years ago under duress. There's been no lacking of remorse for the fortune reader over his folly. If he had known ahead of time that Bai Ruo would kill his family regardless, he would have just revealed the truth instead of making the lie. Unfortunately for him, he had no strength or capability to exact revenge, otherwise he would have returned long ago. So, he's been waiting for an opportunity. Ha 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 ha, the king was laughing maniacally with self-mockery. What a good Bai Ruo, you've been playing us all for fools. Do you know what the consequences are for deceiving the king? Retreating several steps, Ruo bites her lip and lies again. I have done no such thing. When Green Reader left, he was already in cahoots with Lu. I found out about their relationship, that's why I expelled them from my home. Now I understand, Ruo suddenly popped her eyes in enlightenment. Lu, I know you hate me for breaking you up with Green Reader, but you can't frame me like this. I've done nothing wrong to you. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. By Ruo's Doomsday, too, towards how outrageously shameless the woman was, the maid called Lu was literally left flabbergasted. For a second there, she didn't even know how to respond. By Ruo, I hope what you say is true, otherwise I won't let you off if I find out you are lying to me. Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, purses his lip while a fierce sharpness overtook his gaze. Inwardly the man was still reluctant to believe the truth. After all, they've been sharing the same bed for so many years. How can he believe Ruo would be so vicious? Unfortunately for the prince, the last hope of denial was shattered then when a familiar snicker penetrated into his soul. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation like his son, Nangong Yuan, king, had also jolted up from the throne, his eyes filled with incredulous and disbelief. How can it be? Isn't she dead? How can she be standing here? Mother, mother. The Nangong Yi starts stammering in his words. He did not hear it wrong, that voice definitely belonged to his mother the queen. Then that means mother didn't die. Confirming everyone's thought, the woman who was standing behind the fortune reader had come forward to reveal her ident. One, Tai. Palish in her appearance without an ounce of ability or prestige, this was Ning Dai, the former queen of the kingdom. Mother, what is this all about? I thought you were. The prince nervously asks, afraid what he saw was but an illusion. Like the son of the former queen, the officials of the court were also at a loss over what to do. They wanted to know but knew only the woman herself can give the story. Their anxious eyes had given away their curiosity. Under the hatred-filled gaze from her mother-in-law, Ruo's pretentious face had finally crumbled into desperation. My son, you best ask your good wife about this matter. That smile was cold, very cold. Back then I trusted her, that's why I made the mistake of handing down a decree for Bai Yan's marriage. I never thought His Majesty would be so angry. And out of worry for me pulling her down, your wife went for my life without hesitation. Ning Dai's iris was spewing flame like it would engulf her target, if it weren't for Lord Song who had the honor of passing through that night, I fear I would have died along with my servant. Closing her eyes as if reminiscing the past, Ning Dai appears pained by what she experienced. She truly regrets it, regret her past doing and how she nearly lost her life because of Bai Ruo's lies and deceit. Understanding there's no other possible truth but the truth, Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, slowly turned towards the person. So Lu and Green Reader did not lie, everything is your doing. Those eyes only carried with it disgust and utter disappointment as he eyed the woman he called wife. He can ignore the maid, he can ignore that fortune reader, but he can never ignore his own mother. For a moment there, his very stomach was churning so badly that he nearly threw up on the spot, that's how disgusted he felt for sharing a bed with this woman. Tell me, are all those stories about Bai Yan fake? Are they all lies that you made up? The most laughable part out of all of this was how gullible he himself was. He actually believed everything without confirming a word of it. Husband, Bai Ruo can no longer keep her composure and fell into a panic. Taking to her knees, she pleads, please have mercy on my life. No matter what, I gave birth to our child. I know I'm wrong. Enough. The prince roars, you still have the nerve to talk about our son. Do you know what you have done? You've ruined Lin's future, ruined his life. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Start of the taming session, 2. It's no wonder the Bai house claimed they had clung onto a large power, turns out to be the demon beast sect. The world had practically recognized the fatty Nangong Lin as the one who caused that miracle, therefore, it's no surprise to the people that the demon beast sect would be here. As for the public taming session, anyone can see it's but a show. Nangong Yi was seriously relishing in the attention that he was getting, especially the envious looks coming his way. Rubbing his son's head proudly, "Son, you mustn't let me down, okay? Father, can I go now to tame the beast?" The fatty's expression was full of anticipation and pride when he glanced over to his foe. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Sadly for him, Bai Xiaochen wasn't even looking at him. Rather, the little steam has had his eyes entirely focused on the cage. He's clearly more interested in whatever was inside than the fatty. Wait. Seeing how her son was readily heading over to the cage, Bai Ruo reflexively stretched out her hand to grab the boy back over. Pursing her lips, "Son, you should wait. As the main star of the show, you must wait until the end to showcase how exceptional you are." "Yes, mother, you are right." Nodding at the woman's suggestion, "I'm the most important person here, so I should be making my grand entrance at the end. These lowborns are all extras to support me. Only with their failure will it bring out my exceptionality." Wah! The gasps and outcry had come as a result of the fabric being removed from the cage. It was a huge dragon inside. 8 meters in length with 4 limbs and 3 pairs of wings, this fierce and ferocious-looking serpent was growling menacingly at the human crowd before it. "Who will come first?" Indifferent in his voice, the elder sounded like he's attempting to calm the people with his nonchalance. Apparently it worked because a child soon stepped forward of their own volition at the caged dragon. But before the boy could get even close enough to confront the creature, the glass dragon had already issued out a ferocious roar that scared the daylights out of the poor brat. "I'm scared, mother, I want to go home." The child falls into a monstrous cry. Looking at how frightened the first contender was, Elder Thunder can only shake his head at the poor display of courage. Next one, there may be a lot of children under the age of 5 in this kingdom, but to be able to get close to the glass dragon was nearly non-existent today. Most would falter and cry just by being glared at by the creature. By this point the elder was increasingly disappointed, this was especially when there's only 2 children remaining at this point. Seeing this horrible situation, the old senior had a serious urge to interrogate the king over whether he's hiding some candidates. Naturally Nangong Yuan, king, wouldn't miss the disgruntled look coming his way. Hurrying to beckon his grandson to come, he waves the boy over. "What are you still standing there for, Lin? Come over now." Startled by the holler, Nangong Lin meekly muttered back, "But Bai Xiaochen still hasn't gone yet. Hurry up and get up here. If you anger Elder Thunder then you can forget about entering the demon beast sect." The king's expression was very unsightly as he warned his grandson with that stare. "Elder Thunder, this is my grandson Lin, he will surely not disappoint you this time." In response, the elder only made a frown because of that fat roundish boy. "Humph, for your sake, you better hope so. Son." Bai Ruo's heart was ringing with nervousness as her hands reached out again. Unfortunately for her, it was stopped by another hand in midair. "Are you not confident in our son? He's so outstanding, he can't fail." Showing a mild smile, Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, comforts his wife by pulling her in. Bai Ruo couldn't say more by point, she knew there's no excuse she can use now. Nevertheless, her eyes had never once left her son like if something horrible was about to occur. "If my son fails, then I." Bai Ruo's doomsday, for, stiffening in her body, all levels of despair was now fully visible on her face. "Bai Yan, my greatest regret is not killing you back then." Even until now in her moment of doom, Bai Ruo still doesn't repent and pins all the blame onto her half-sister. "If Bai Yan is dead then I wouldn't be in this situation. It's all her fault." "No, what you should be regretting about is framing me." She raises a smirk of ridicule. If all you wanted is to marry Nangong Yi, then you could have done so without harming me. Yet, you chose to frame me, that's why I won't let you have an easy ending. When her sentence done, Bai Yan then turns towards one of her subordinate, Lady Chu, take her away for Hua Luo, she will know what to do with her. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation by Ruo had become bleakish from fear. She knows what awaited her now will be a fate worse than death. Understood, mistress, the woman readily complies and came forward from the crowd. By Ruo, should I drag you or do you want to walk with me? From white to green, all Bai Ruo could do was bite her lips right now because her tongue refuses to work. It seems you want to make things difficult. Showing a smashing smile, Lady Chu wasted no time to drag the uncooperative woman away for the outside. Watching everything from the sideline, Nangong Lin wanted to go help. However, his feet wouldn't budge an inch and could only shiver there with his obese body. This was true even when his mother was being towed right past him. In response to this epic case of cowardice, Bai Ruo could only feel disappointment. She can scheme and plot against everyone in this world, but she had honestly done everything in her powers to give this son the best. Yet, when the time comes, all she got in return was a son that only knows how to shrink backwards like a turtle. Mother. Nangong Lin's expression was very cowardly. Before he could finish his sentence, that womanly figure was already dragged away in front of him. My queen, it was then Nangong Yuan, king, turns his sight at Ning Dai. It's good that you are back. I will have the maids prepare the bedchamber for you. Shuddering at the remark, Ning Dai only lowered her head, there's no need. I am now living in the Poison Valley. The master of the Poison Valley is treating me well, so I won't be returning. During her time in the Poison Valley she had never been given a break, constantly being used as a test subject for various drugs and poisons. However, her heart had never felt such peace and tranquility before. No need for constant scheming, no need to compete with other women, and most importantly, she doesn't need to fight for a man that doesn't love her back. Nangong Yuan was rather stunned by the choice, Poison Valley. Are you talking about the middle CLA? S power, that Poison Valley. Ning Dai would of course not miss the glimmer of cunning in the king's eye. Making a faint smile, she spells out the truth for him. Your Majesty wants to use me as a connection with the Poison Valley, correct? I'm afraid that won't be possible, I'm but a test subject of insignificant standing. If you force me to stay, then it might anger the master. Getting seen through so easily, the king became a tad embarrassed. Said, if you are so intent on that decision, then I won't stop you. I will have someone escort you back. Thank you, Your Majesty. Showing a mild smile, Ning Dai began to take her leave. However, before she does, she first made a slight bow at Di Tsang before turning her sight over to Bai Yan. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. High profile by house. Miss Bai Yan, I know I did a lot of wrong things that day and have reflected upon them at the Poison Valley. If not for you and his lordship, I wouldn't have had a chance of getting a new lease on life. For that, I thank you. There was no arrogance nor grace to be found, only calm and indifference like she's seen through her life. Towards this drastic change in personality, Bai Yan can truly feel the change in the queen and not some sort of act. This time I came back just to expose Bai Ruo's true face and the things she had done. Now that my goal is complete, it's time I left too. Towards this genuine attitude, Bai Yan had no reason to mock the woman. Showing a mild smile, she replied in earnest, it's good that you can come to terms with this. As for Bai Ruo, my subordinates will make sure she wish she was dead instead being alive. If so, then that's good. Towards Bai Ruo, how can Ning Dai not hate her? She was earnestly good to the girl, treated her like a real daughter. In the end, what she got in return was heartless ruthlessness. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Aside from exposing Bai Ruo today, Ning Dai also wanted to relish in the pain of Bai Ruo's suffering afterwards. However, now that the girl had fallen into Bai Yan's hand, she knew what awaited in the future will be a fate worse than death. At the very least, it's far worse than what the king can dish out with the death penalty. Just like that, Ning Dai had left the palace, not giving anyone to stop her, not her son, not her husband, no one. It's as if the palace and all those who occupies it was never part of her life, nor was it her home. Bai Yan. Nangong showed regret, pain, and apology in his eyes as he faced that enchanting face. But more than those emotions, there's jealousy in his heart. He was jealous of Di Tsang being able to be with that woman that was once supposed to be his. It's piercing to his eye that it hurts. It should have been mine. Bai Yan should have been mine. That mesmerizing face, that near-perfect body, and her son should have been all mine. Ignoring whatever was on the prince's mind, Bai Yan never once returned that heated gaze. Instead, she only came before the old dowager to help support the granny. Did the scene give you a scare just now? Replying with a shake of her head, the dowager only felt the need to pat Bai Yan's hand. Child, you've finally reached the brightness at the end of the tunnel. I can now be relieved that I didn't fail your mother's trust in me. Pursing her lips at the mention of Lanue, Bai Yan could not bring herself to say more. Emotions were a difficult thing to say, and she was no different in this respect. Child, can you come with me? I have something to give you. Okay. Though she and the dowager had but a few actual meetings in reality, even so, her closeness to this old queen was no less than her bond with the Lan family. This strange connection was something Bai Yan can't quite understand, nevertheless it doesn't hinder her understanding that the affections were true and genuine. In response to Bai Yan departing first and leaving him behind, Di Tsang didn't get angry, nor did he force his way to tag along. Instead, he turns his focus over to Nangong Yi, Crown Prince. Bring him away for me. Yes, your lordship. Two of the soldiers readily complied with the man's order. Lord Tsang, the king was shocked. This is Bai Ruo's fault. My son did no wrong. You. Before that sentence could finish, Di Tsang's gloomy and threatening gaze had already swept over to shut him up. His biggest mistake is trying to eye my wife. Retracting his devilish gaze from the prince, Di Tsang was overbearing and unyielding. Whoever dares to plead for Nangong Yi will face the same punishment as him. Frightened silly by the statement, not even Nangong Yuan himself could say more. He may be the king, but in front of this dangerous man who could literally destroy his kingdom, the choice was obvious. This reaction didn't only apply to the mortal commoners, even those from the demon beast sect had to take a step backwards under that powerful aura. It was suffocating just being close to this figure. How can there be such a terrifying person in this world? Elder Thunder instinctively wipes his forehead despite there being no sweat at all. Even worse is he's Sir Shachen's father. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. High profile by House, 2, brother. In the end, even after her hesitation and lip biting, Di Xiaowan worked up her courage to say H-E-L, low to Di Tsang. What are you doing here? The man's brow instantly furrowed upon contact with that troublesome figure. His look was no different from someone just discovering some kind of filth that needs to be tossed away. Now that did it. Di Xiaowan became so aggrieved by that ATTI, too, that she nearly broke into a cry. How can he look at me like that when I've been standing here for so long? And to make it seem like I'm something dirty too. Is he even my brother? Wah. Since you are here, then you stay behind to look after Shachen. If anything happens to him, then I'm going to make you pay. With that said, the devilishly figure was already gone. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. He came quickly but was also gone quickly. However, the man had also left with Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, in tow, so that's one difference. As for the fate of this once proud prince of the kingdom, who knows? One thing was certain though, it can't be good. Aggrieved by how easily she was tossed aside, Di Xiaowan starts moping to her nephew instead to get some comfort. Her lips biting her skirt like a wronged child. My adorable Xiaochen, how can your father be so horrible? At the very least I'm his sister who grew up with him. How can he not notice my existence until I went up to him? Don't be sad, Auntie, I won't be as bad as Batty father. I won't ignore you, okay? Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Bai Xiaochen was also afflicted inside. Pretending to be a small adult, he starts patting the girl on the head to soothe her sadness. Really? Her eyes lit up, however, she quickly covered it up by continuing on with her act. Then you have to give me a kiss on the cheek. Mother said men and women mustn't do that. Wrinkling his lovely brow, Bai Xiaochen was ready to refuse the proposal outright when he noticed the tears quickly building up in the girl's eye. Helpless against that demeanor, he sighed and submitted that. I guess it's fine if it's just one kiss. He simply couldn't bear to see his auntie be so sad. Therefore, he made it quick and gave the girl a small smooch on the cheek, which had the side effect of causing that beautiful face to bloom like a flower. Auntie, are you better now? Of course. As if he can make me sad. Di Xiaowan knocks her chin up high. If it weren't for you and sister-in-law being here then I wouldn't even bother to see him. This time it was baby boy's turn to crack in his expression because he just realized he's been scammed. Did she just cheat me? I got fooled by this sweet Dumbaklutz auntie of mine. I want to see mother. At least the very least mother would never cheat me, and it's always me who secretly lands a kiss on mother. Whoa, stretching out his neck towards the boy, the GLA. S dragon issues out a low moping sound as a form of protest. That wagging tail was no different from a pleading dog asking for something. I also want kiss. Likely understanding what the dragon meant, his expression immediately turned into an angry one. GLA. S dragon, you are so ugly and a male no less. I am not going to give you a kiss. Humph, no kiss then no kiss. Retreating back to his original spot in grievance, the dragon then got the fine idea of turning his sights somewhere else. Fine then, I can go ask Demon Queen to kiss me instead afterwards. GLA. S dragon, if you dare ask mother to kiss you then my mother will kill you. Even if mother doesn't then my father will. The boy kindly gives this reminder, which directly causes the dragon to freeze there. Of the two mentioned individuals, neither one were people he wanted to infuriate. If he does, the dragon knows his little master there will be having roast dragon that very same night. Shortly thereafter the end of the event, most of the people who came to witness the occasion had already left with the children being escorted by the royal guards for resting in the prepared rooms. However, there were still some who were both shocked and frightened among these individuals. So it was Bai Ruo who intentionally leaked the rumor out of Nangong Lin being the destined child. To think I believed it so earnestly all these years. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. High profile by House 3, Bai Ruo really is hateful to the extreme. Not only did she steal Bai Yan's position as the crown princess back then, she also had her son steal the prestige of being the destined child. Such shamelessness, I really have to wonder where she gets the nerve to pull off such lies. And to think the Bai house was still being so high profile. After this matter gets out then they can forget about ever showing their faces to the public. Hearing all these whispering gossips about his family, Nangong Lin became helplessly weak as he stood there alone in the backyard of the palace. His father and mother were taken away, meaning he's alone now. And his grandfather the king was now practically ignoring him and wouldn't even send the boy a glance. A child raised into a cripple was no different from a useless garbage. That's Nangong Lin right now. Somewhere over at a tea house, Bai Xiao was currently enjoying a tea with his friend at the moment. Wei Qing, how are you doing recently? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Sitting in front of him was the young man saved by the Dan pill he used back then. Giving a faint smile, Wei Qing was frank in his reply, "My body is mostly recovered. I really have to thank you for last time. I never expected to meet you again back there. You saved me back then years ago. If not for your help, I would have been dead already. That's the least I can do." "Don't say it like that, it's no big deal for what I did back then. Please don't take it to heart and think that way." Wei Qing was reluctant to drag Bai Xiao into his business, that's why he's downplaying his help. Going up again the medicine sect was no laughing matter, and he's not so able to drag his friend down with him. Seeing how Wei Qing wouldn't tell him more, Bai Xiao knew better than to push it. However, he wanted to show his support nevertheless. "Wei Qing, the reasoning I saved you back there wasn't just because of your help years ago, it's because I treasure you as my friend. For a friend, I'm willing to go all the way regardless of the ordeal." "Thank you, brother." Tapping the boy on the shoulder, Wei Qing issues out a joyous laugh. "It's fine, I really don't need your help for the time being." "Oh yes, the Dan pill is from your sister, right? I still haven't had the chance to thank her personally yet." Because of his injuries, Wei Qing was never arranged to stay inside the old manor, hence the reason why he never got to meet Bai Yan. Bang! It was then a forceful palm slammed down at the table in front of the two boys. Wrinkling his brow, Bai Xiao looks up to see who these unwelcomed intruders were. It was Yu Rong and her entourage. Like her daughter, old Madame Yu was also showing disdain in her old face, as if mocking the youngsters for their foolishness. The only exception here was Bai Jingxiang, that was standing emotionless on the sideline. His demeanor was like someone looking at a stranger and not his son. "Bai Xiao, you must be surprised that you would have this day, right?" Snickering a laugh, Yu Rong starts rambling off on her own. "So what if your sister Bai Yan is strong? Now my grandson Lin has the backing of the demon beast sect, we no longer need to fear the flower brothel." Angered by the remark, Wei Qing was ready to stand up for a fight when Bai Xiao stopped him with a tug. Scram! Bai Xiao stares coldly at the SN. "Oh, Bish Group. You." Yu Rong was screaming red in her face at the blatant disregard. This little SHIT still dared to speak out in this situation. Chiming in at this moment, old Madame Yu sure knows when to add salt to a wound. "Daughter, why are you bothering to speak with a dying man? Lin will soon become the disciple of the sect leader. When the time comes, these siblings will have nothing to say then." Getting better in her composure at the reminder, Yu Rong turns back to her gloating self. "That's right. My grandson Lin is someone that is beyond the likes of you. When the time comes, I like to see if you will still dare disobey his orders." She pauses, letting her words sink in before continuing on with her rant. "Even Ditsang, that man will soon be Ji's husband." Although Ji had been shaved bald on the head by that Di Xiaowan and was even imprinted with a marking of BITCH on her forehead, but with the demon beast sect's order, how can they refuse? If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. The face slapping sure is loud. "Bai Xiao, out of consideration that you are my son, I will only ask you this one time. Do you want to return to the family?" Looking at the man's expressionless face, the boy only had contempt left in his response. "Now that you've lost the BSTRD child in Yu Rong's belly, you are turning back to me? What a shame. Aside from my sister Bai Yan, I have no other family members. Not you, and mostly certainly not these wretched people. How dare you?" Bai Jingxiang's was greatly irritated there. "Did you not hear what we've been telling you? Lin is about to become the little sect leader of the demon beast sect. His status will be beyond what any one of us can be at. If you don't return to us, then you can forget about the benefits that is soon to be ours." Several days ago the man himself would still be hesitant to reveal this news to the public. After all, it's not set in stones yet back then. However, this morning his daughter by Roa had already informed him of this great news and was even summoned by the king for an audience. If his daughter was going to the palace, then it can only mean good things. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Towards the bold statement, the occupants of the tea house was now in an uproar. These people may be commoners, but the name of the demon beast sect was a behemoth that cannot be trifled with, especially for a small kingdom like this. Nangong Lin is about to become the little sect leader of that power. That's no different from a chicken ascending into a phoenix. What a bombsh. L of a news. I, Bai Xiao, would rather wander in the wild with my sister Bai Yen than to stay in the Bai house. Firm and steady in his voice, wherever she goes I go, I will never leave her in this lifetime. Alright, good, I hope you won't regret your decisions today. Livid in his face, Bai Jingxiang no longer cares at this point. In his view, the boy will surely regret it in the future. Let's go, we're leaving. Throwing these last few words behind, the man turns away to leave. Unfortunately for him, he didn't make it very far before bumping into someone that he knew outside the tea house. The other person was a middle-aged man with a sword-like eyebrow and lip. What a coincidence, Lord Bai. What are you still doing here? General Linda. Bai Jingxiang wasn't so friendly in his reception. He and this general had always been at odds in the court, so how can he be good in his expression? What does it have to do with you about me being here? Shouldn't you be at the palace right now? The beast taming event is over, so of course I would be leaving the palace. General Lin Da's smile was so full of mockery and ridicule that it's too obvious. Beast taming? What beast taming? Bai Jingxiang asks, confused by the strange statement. Putting on a pretentious look of astonishment, General Linda was enjoying this so much. The demon beast sect had brought over a huge dragon today for the event. They wanted the children of the kingdom to partake. 1p8 in the taming event so they can verify who the destined child is. In no time at all, the gazes of everyone still inside the tea house had fallen onto the members of the Bai house. Didn't he say the demon beast sect is here to take Nangong Lin into their ranks? Why did it turn into a beast taming event? Humph. Unfazed by the news, Bai Jingxiang coldly replies, my grandson will certainly succeed in taming the dragon. That's undeniable. If Lin is unsuccessful, then there's no need to even mention the other children. Now that did, General Linda could no longer keep up his charade and broke into a laughing fit. Tears of joy was leaking out of his sides because of that intense crackle. Lord Bai's grandson is indeed amazing. He actually had the nerve to go up front to touch the dragon while the others would weep and cry just by getting close. Unfortunately though, the dragon only needed to issue out a roar to send your grandson scrambling back in tears like a mouse. Ha 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 ha. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Bai Jingxiang's despair, Bai Jingxiang's smug face finally crumbled under the laughing mockery of the general. Annoyed, he roars out, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. General Linda snickered in contempt at the man's foolishness. The others will soon be returning from the palace like I am, the world will know by then. When the time comes you will see for yourself if I'm talking nonsense or not. Ashen in his face, Bai Jingxiang could no longer control his body and started to tremble. Meanwhile, his wife rushes forward at the general in a frantic scream. I'm going to tear apart your mouth for spreading lies. How can my grandson Lin fail? Impossible. If it was in the past, General Linda would still hold some hesitation at the Bai house because of the connection with the crown prince. But now, This translation is only hosted on Patranslation without holding back. The general sends a major stomp at the woman's chest and sent Yurong flying back. D-A-M-N mad B-I-T-C-H. Patting his hands together to remove the dust, he sneered even harder. You people can't be any better to raise a daughter like Bai Ruo. Oh yes, your disgrace of a daughter already admitted to plotting against Bai Yen from back then. It's Bai Ruo who made her lose her caste. One, Tai. Don't tell me you don't know about that. Freezing in his body, Bai Jingxiang awkwardly turned towards his wife. Is it true? It's really Bai Ruo who did it? No. Yu Rong roared out her answer without a second thought. However, that pang of panic and fear could still be noticed by her man. Biting her lip, Yu Rong truly fits being a deceitful bitch like her daughter. How can our daughter be like that? She's so kind and gentle, there's no way that's true. Why should I frame her? General Linda smirked at the irony here. After Bai Ruo confessed to everything, do you know what else we heard? She killed her own maid's very brother to make the girl work wholeheartedly for her. Then there's Green Reader's family. She took them hostage to make the man say Nangong Lin is the destined child of that phenomenon. Boom. Compared to the news of Bai Ruo framing her half-sister Bai Yen, this one was far more explosive. Alas, Bai Xiao, brother, could no longer take in another word from his end. His mind was too preoccupied by the news of Bai Ruo ruining his sister. Bai Ruo deserves to die. A touch of murderous intent starts exuding out of the handsome boy due to rage. How dare you hit me? The demon beast sect will never let you off for this. Climbing up from the ground, Yu Rong was so full of anger in her face that she can kill with her eyes alone if she can. General Linda did not care for the threat, nor does he care to give the ragged woman another glance. The last thing I want to say is Bai Ruo's attempt at murdering the queen. Guess what? Her Highness didn't die and stood up today to point out your daughter's crime in front of everyone. Now, she can't even protect herself anymore. Nearly collapsing due to the horrifying shock, Bai Jingxiang was close to despairing at this point. Impossible, how can Lin fail, and how can my daughter murder the queen? Seemingly afraid the shocking blow wasn't enough, the general follows up with another strike. Oh yes, there's another important part that I forgot to tell you. Do you know who successfully tamed the dragon? Stiff and stammering in his voice, Bai Jingxiang asked anyways, who? It's Bai Xiaochen. He successfully domesticated the dragon, and he is the real destined child of that phenomenon. Popping his eyes incredulously, Bai Jingxiang's had trouble coming to terms with what his ears were telling him. Bai Xiaochen. How can it be that little rascal? Mother! Yu Rong suddenly exclaimed, running to catch his fainting mother that could no longer withstand the multiple shocks of reality. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off adblock helps too. Lanua's belonging, General Linda, I will take my leave now. Bai Jingxiang couldn't care for anything else anymore. Cupping his hand to signal his departure, he scampers away without so much as glancing at old Madame Yu behind himself. Stamping her feet at how her man would leave without helping, Yu Rong naturally wouldn't be pleased. However, by the time she was ready to look for help around herself, the eyes coming her were none. The rest of the people here was blatantly pretending like they saw nothing. Unjust is doomed to destruction. Coming before this pair of hateful creatures, Wei Qing gives a heavy grunt before following in Bai Zhao's leaving shadow. Tranquil and peaceful inside the palace, Bai Yen was currently waiting alone inside the old queen's quarter while the dowager rummaged through one of her cabinets. Child, this is your mother's. She left me with this so that I can one day pass it onto you when you've come to age. What came into view from the queen's hand was a dragon and phoenix embroidered satchel. My mother's belonging. Bai Yen was slightly stunned by this. Taking it off the old granny's hand, she didn't wait and directly rummaged through the small package to bring out a piece of paper. Based on how yellowish the sheet of paper was, it's obvious the letter was written many years ago. My daughter Bai Yen, when you see this letter I speculate I would no longer be a part of this world already. Perhaps you and your brother will hate me and blame me, but mother, never regretted that decision. Otherwise, how could your brother be born? Upon reaching this point in her read, Bai Yan was seriously starting to doubt whether or not she's really Lan Yue's daughter. How can a mother not mention her daughter at all? Continuing her read. Mother knows, I don't have many days left. Since the day Madame Yu entered the house, that woman had already poisoned me. Funny thing is, by the time I realize this, your father will no longer believe in me. Stillbirth. Her fingers inexplicably started to tremble because this just might be her chance to learn the truth. In the following context that I'm about to say is the truth. You may not be able to accept this, but you have the right to know. Bai Yan, my sweet dearest daughter, you are not my trueborn. Years ago I owed a friend of mine a great favor. Though brief in our encounter, what that woman did was something I can never repay. Sadly, by the time she appeared before me again after our short meeting, that person was already in a horrible state while carrying you in her embrace, the baby you. She begged me to take care of you as my own daughter in her blood-ridden state, so I did. I originally wanted to introduce you as my foster daughter, but fate likes to play with us. In the same night I received you, my child, still in belly, was ready to come out. As you can guess, the baby ended up being a stillborn and I replaced the child with you, thus turning you into my biological daughter. Your father isn't aware of this. I feared he would treat you differently from the rest, so I kept this a secret even till my death. Yan, my sweet dearest daughter, when you leave the Bai house in the future, promise me not to change your maiden name. The Bai name is your biological mother's surname, so remember this. Bai Yan was shocked. It appears her foster mother Lan Yue was more perceptible than she appears to be in the public. The woman predicted she would leave one day, and she predicted Bai Jingxiang wouldn't be kind to her child. My precious daughter, although you are not my biological daughter, but love you and your brother equally the same. I truly didn't want to leave you too. I'm sorry, I truly am. My only hope is for you to look after your grandparents. I owe them far too much and caused them far too much sorrow with my mistakes. Please, take care of yourself and live well. So this is the truth. Overcome with grief and discomfort at the content in her hands, she had gone silent. So this is the truth. In actual fact, Lan Yue was no foolish woman like everyone made her out to be. She's just madly in love and can't escape the web she weaved. Now the only question remains, did she ever regret her choices at the moment of death? Child, what did your mother write? The old queen looked worried after seeing how stormy the girl's expression grew. Coming back to her senses, my mother said. Cousin. It was then a loud voice interrupted her sentence from the outside. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. It was Lan Xiaoyun, girl cousin, who beckoned her attention. As if getting her courage back at Bai Yan's existence, she burst into tears and ran with all her heart over to their spot. Xiaoyun, what happened? Shocked by the messy appearance of her cousin, Bai Yan hurries to help support the girl's stumbling body. Cousin, my mother aunt. What's wrong? Something happened to her. Her expression growing ever so darker at the impending reply. My mother and my second brother was making a visit to my grandfather's, maiden side, place 2 days ago. In the end, Lan Xiaoyun attempts to wipe her sobering mess of a face clean. In the end she got beaten until she's in a coma. My father and my older brother is now hurrying back from their training, but before that, Grandpa and Grandma is readying the soldiers for battle. They want to get revenge for Mother. Cousin, I'm so scared. Calm yourself first, and we'll be fine. I will leave with you now. According to Bai Yan's impression, Dong Rulan had always been gentle and virtuous on the outside, never getting into arguments or fights. So why would she be knocked into a coma by someone? Contemplating her options, she eventually decides to hand the letter off to the old queen. Your Grace, I'm going to have to trouble you to pass this on to my brother. Please tell him. No matter what happens from now and hereafter, he will always be my brother. He is my family as well as the entire Lan house. On this point, that will never change. So what if I am not Lan Yue's actual biological daughter? As long as the bond is there and they too care for me, then that's enough. After leaving behind this much, Bai Yan then turns away with her cousin in tow. Palace back garden. Di Xiaoyun and Bai Xiaochen was in the middle of waiting for Bai Yan when they caught sight of the horrible-looking Lan Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, tell me, who is picking on you? I will go beat them right now. Di Xiaowan instantly flared up after seeing the tearful face of her friend. Contrary to the soothing effect some may have expected, Lan Xiaoyun's eyes only got redder. Thank you. You are sister-in-law's cousin. That makes us cousins too. Not to mention we also work together to beat other people and make trouble. If you are facing trouble and getting picked, then it won't just be me who's mad, Chu Yi will also be too. Di Xiaowan didn't disappoint at all in this important time. Those people must be asking for death, picking on my people. In response to that attitude and initiative to help, Lan Xiaoyun's heart instantly warmed up. I'm fine, it's my mother, she's been left in a coma. What? Who actually dares to hit auntie? Sister-in-law, we must go get revenge this instant. Giving her cousin a slight nod, Bai Yan readily agrees. Let us go now then. Mother, I also want to go. Grabbing onto her mother's hand, Bai Xiaochen puckers his cute little lips as he spoke. Those baddies picked on Auntie Xiaoyun's mother, I want to help get revenge too. Alright, sweeping her gaze over to the dragon, Bai Yan locks onto the creature. Perfect, this GLA's dragon can get us there in just 1 hour. We will use him. Hold on, wait. As if recalling something, Di Xiaowan stops the group. Something like making trouble cannot be without our third partner, we need Chu Yi too. Please consider turning off ad blockers for the site, it really does help. By Ruo's doomsday, too, towards how outrageously shameless the woman was, the maid called Lu was literally left flabbergasted. For a second there, she didn't even know how to respond. By Ruo, I hope what you say is true, otherwise I won't let you off if I find out you are lying to me. Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, purses his lip while a fierce sharpness overtook his gaze. Inwardly the man was still reluctant to believe the truth. After all, they've been sharing the same bed for so many years. How can he believe Bai Ruo would be so vicious? Unfortunately for the prince, the last hope of denial was shattered then when a familiar snicker penetrated into his soul. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation like his son, Nangong Yuan, king, had also jolted up from the throne, his eyes filled with incredulous and disbelief. How can it be? Isn't she dead? How can she be standing here? Mother, mother. The Nangong Yi starts stammering in his words. He did not hear it wrong, that voice definitely belonged to his mother the queen. Then that means mother didn't die. Confirming everyone's thought, the woman who was standing behind the fortune reader had come forward to reveal her identity. Palish in her appearance without an ounce of nobility or prestige, this was Ning Dai, the former queen of the kingdom. Mother, what is this all about? I thought you were. The prince nervously asks, afraid what he saw was but an illusion. Like the son of the former queen, the officials of the court were also at a loss over what to do. They wanted to know but knew only the woman herself can give the story. Their anxious eyes had given away their curiosity. Under the hatred-filled gaze from her mother-in-law, Bai Ruo's pretentious face had finally crumbled into desperation. My son, you best ask your good wife about this matter. That smile was cold, very cold. Back then I trusted her, that's why I made the mistake of handing down a decree for Bai Yan's marriage. I never thought His Majesty would be so angry. And out of worry for me pulling her down, your wife went for my life without hesitation. Ning Dai's iris was spewing flame like it would engulf her target. If it weren't for Lord Song who had the honor of passing through that night, I fear I would have died along with my servant. Closing her eyes as if reminiscing the past, Ning Dai appears pained by what she experienced. She truly regrets it, regret her past doing and how she nearly lost her life because of Bai Ruo's lies and deceit. Understanding there's no other possible truth but the truth, Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, slowly turned towards the person. So Lu and Green Reader did not lie, everything is your doing. Those eyes only carried with it disgust and utter disappointment as he eyed the woman he called wife. He can ignore the maid, he can ignore that fortune reader, but he can never ignore his own mother. For a moment there, his very stomach was churning so badly that he nearly threw up on the spot. That's how disgusted he felt for sharing a bed with this woman. Tell me, are all those stories about Bai Yan fake? Are they all lies that you made up? The most laughable part out of all of this was how gullible he himself was. He actually believed everything without confirming a word of it. Husband, Bai Ruo can no longer keep her composure and fell into a panic. Taking to her knees, she pleads, "Please have mercy on my life. No matter what, I gave birth to our child. I know I'm wrong. Enough." The prince roars, "You still have the nerve to talk about our son. Do you know what you have done? You've ruined Lin's future, ruined his life." Old Madame Dong fainted, hurting in her chest at this shameless statement. The old madam was ready to collapse at any moment due to the pain. Fortunately for the old granny, her husband was around. Catching his wife in the nick of time, Dong Tianling then casts a sharping daring glare at the man beside Fu Baoyun. "Ruo Qin, do you really intend to frustrate your mother to her coffin? Ruoyuan is already in this state thanks to you too, now you want to ruin the whole family too." This time the old lord was truly enraged. No longer suppressing his pent-up steam, he explodes at his son and daughter-in-law. Dong Ruoqin may be his son, but Dong Rulan was also his daughter. Both are his children, how can he not be pained? Their relationship used to be so good, why did it change so drastically after this woman entered our doors? Bao Yun, struggling at first, the man in the end chose to turn to his wife. Why don't we go back for now? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, you shut up. Fu Baoyun mercilessly glares at her own man, "Don't forget, I am the actual daughter-in-law of your family. Dong Rulan is already married to the Lawn House, she's an outsider now. You are actually helping an outsider to go against me. All I did was hit her a little, who could have guessed she'd be so delicate and squeamish." Against that verbal assault, Dong Ruoqin could only quietly lower his head. That demeanor was no different from a cowardly man being gobbled up by his bossy wife. From the beginning of everything, their marriage was an act of humiliation for his wife. A royal princess with countless pursuers taking on a young boy with no real authority or power. If that's not a feat of status degradation, then what else can it be? Note, in ancient China, if a princess wants to take a husband, then it's usually the man marrying into the royal family and not this way around where the princess married into the Dong family. That's why it's considered a humiliation, because she would technically be kicked out of the royal family book. It wasn't just the man himself either, even the old lord and madam here were very condoning of Fu Baoyun's horrible behaviors until this day. If not for the shameless woman trying to force Dong Rulan into bestowing Lan Xiaoyun onto that useless third prince of this kingdom, things wouldn't have devolved into this state. The third prince of the Qi Xia kingdom, a famed villain that rapes and bullies the weak. To send anyone to that man's side was akin to throwing the person into a fire pit. There's no way Dong Rulan would do something so horrendous to her own daughter. That's the reason why Fu Baoyun would attack Dong Rulan. The woman went against this shameless person's will. "Leave, get out of my sight." Seeing how cowardly her son was acting, old Madame Dong can no longer use words to describe her emotions. Gasping hard, "If you two don't want to send me to my coffin, then get out of here, leave. What did I ever do to have agreed to this marriage? If I had been sterner and said no back then, Rulan wouldn't have fallen into this state." Bao Yun, looking at his mother's terrible state, the man remains useless as ever and only pursed his lip. Mother, you are old already, so please don't get so upset. Dong Ruo-chin, what did you say? Stabbing her fists against her waist, Fu Baoyun had not an ounce of the temperament that's expected of a princess. To call her a shrew was more fitting. Is your mother more important or me? I am a princess and even gave birth to your children. Are you going to help them over me? I don't mean that. Flushing hard in his face, Dong Ruo-chin was at a loss on how to deal with this onslaught from his wife. Then what do you mean, huh? Back then I wanted your sister to marry my brother the king, but what did you people do? Instead you married her to a far-off land. So what if the Lawn House is a first-rate Blee family? It's still incomparable to the royal family. That's because the palace harem has too many concubines. Mother don't want Roland to suffer through that ordeal and endure the bitterness of that life. And the Lawn House doesn't allow extra concubines into their family. If not for those reasons, why would mother send sister away to such a far-off land? Just returning for a visit is a difficult thing. Please consider turning off ad blockers for the site, it really does help. By Ruo's doomsday, stiffening in her body, all levels of despair was now fully visible on her face. Bai Yan, my greatest regret is not killing you back then. Even until now in her moment of doom, Bai Ruo still doesn't repent and pins all the blame onto her half-sister. If Bai Yan is dead then I wouldn't be in this situation. It's all her fault. No, what you should be regretting about is framing me, she raises a smirk of ridicule. If all you wanted is to marry Nan Gong-yi then you could have done so without harming me. Yet, you chose to frame me, that's why I won't let you have an easy ending. When her sentence done, Bai Yan then turns towards one of her subordinate, Lady Chu, take her away for Hualuo, she will know what to do with her. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Bai Ruo had become bleakish from fear. She knows what awaited her now will be a fate worse than death. Understood, mistress, the woman readily complies and came forward from the crowd. Bai Ruo, should I drag you or do you want to walk with me? From white to green, all Bai Ruo could do was bite her lips right now because her tongue refuses to work. It seems you want to make things difficult. Showing a smashing smile, Lady Chu wasted no time to drag the uncooperative woman away for the outside. Watching everything from the sideline, Nan Gong-lin wanted to go help. However, his feet wouldn't budge an inch and could only shiver there with his obese body. This was true even when his mother was being towed right past him. In response to this epic case of cowardice, Bai Ruo could only feel disappointment. She can scheme and plot against everyone in this world, but she had honestly done everything in her powers to give this son the best. Yet, when the time comes, all she got in return was a son that only knows how to shrink backwards like a turtle. M.O. Mother, Nan Gong-lin's expression was very cowardly. Before he could finish his sentence, that womanly figure was already dragged away in front of him. My queen, it was then Nan Gong-yuan, king, turns his sight at Ning Dai. It's good that you are back. I will have the maids prepare the bedchamber for you. Shuddering at the remark, Ning Dai only lowered her head, there's no need. I am now living in the Poison Valley. The master of the Poison Valley is treating me well, so I won't be returning. During her time in the Poison Valley she had never been given a break, constantly being used as a test subject for various drugs and poisons. However, her heart had never felt such peace and tranquility before. No need for constant scheming, no need to compete with other women, and most importantly, she doesn't need to fight for a man that doesn't love her back. Nan Gong-yuan was rather stunned by the choice, Poison Valley. Are you talking about the middle-class power, that Poison Valley? Ning Dai would of course not miss the glimmer of cunning in the king's eye. Making a faint smile, she spells out the truth for him. Your Majesty wants to use me as a connection with the Poison Valley, correct? I'm afraid that won't be possible, I'm but a test subject of insignificant standing. If you force me to stay then it might anger the master. Getting seen through so easily, the king became a tad embarrassed. If you are so intent on that decision, then I won't stop you. I will have someone escort you back. Thank you, Your Majesty. Showing a mild smile, Ning Dai began to take her leave. However, before she does, she first made a slight bow at Di Tsang before turning her sight over to Bai Yen. Old Madame Dong fainted. 3. Despite the apologetic look in his eyes, the man in the end didn't utter another word and followed in his wife's footsteps. In accordance with that saddening behavior, the old lord's heart only grew colder and colder until the emotions devolved into pure disappointment and pain. This is my good son. For a woman, he's willing to ignore his own unconscious mother. What a good son I have. Laughing at himself in ridicule, Dong Tianling, old lord, really regretted having this son. After a good hour later, the unconscious old granny finally came to. The first thing she did was to cry and weep at her own misfortune. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Dong Tianling, look at your good son. It's bad enough that he would indulge his wife and allow her to spend time alone with another man. Now he's even willing to give away his niece to that horrible third prince. Sighing, Dong Tianling attempts to comfort his wife by patting her on the shoulder. Don't worry, wife, I am the head of this family. So long as I don't agree, then no one can force her. Moreover, Xiaoyun is the Lan family's child. So long as they don't agree, then this won't work. The world always say a family should take a daughter lower than themselves. There's a reason for that. Why did you even agree to let that Fu Baoyun into our house? If not for her, Rulan wouldn't have been turned into this comatose state. The old lady's emotions were very unstable. Just thinking of her daughter's state and the future that's awaiting her granddaughter, this old granny's heart would instantly tense up in pain. Dong Tianling didn't know what to say here. He too also opposed the idea back then, but his son was so dead set on the marriage. How can he as a father force the pair apart? Because of that one moment of softness, their family now has to face the consequences of their choice. Old man, asked the old lady, how long are you going to keep Xiaoyun away from here? Her mother's been left in a coma and you won't even allow her to take revenge. Helpless in his expression, I just don't want her to be harmed. No matter what, Fu Baoyun is still a royal princess at her core. Even if the king isn't close with her, but for the sake of the royal family's prestige, the king will definitely make a move. Then we're really going to leave this be. The old lady was very reluctant to accept this ending. No matter how horrible that Fu Baoyun thinks of her, the old madam can still take it. But it's her daughter this time, how can she take it lying down? Even if I want to leave this be, the Lan family definitely won't. Shaking his old head, the old lord continues, I heard the Lan house is very favorable towards our daughter. When they catch wind of this, Lord Lan will surely come asking for an answer. If they can get the backing of Luohua's royal family, then we might just be able to punish that woman. Really? Don't get too happy just yet. I have long heard about the Lan house being at odd terms with the royal family of that kingdom. What's more, it's said that they hate the father-in-law of the current crown prince to their core. With that sort of relationship, it's unlikely they can get that sort of backing. Old Madame Dong had seen Lanhua before too, so she's not completely unaware of her unfortunate fate of marrying Scu.M of a husband. Such a beautiful child too. Unlike the denizens of the Luhua kingdom, the occupants of this Qi Xia kingdom was still blind to the current events taking place over in that nation. Therefore, it's normal for the pair of old bones to lose hope. When Fu Baoyun left her in-laws behind, the first place she took to was her own quarters in the house where Dong Mu Shua ambushed the woman like a terfly. Mother, I heard Dong Rulan came back with a beautiful fire phoenix, is that true? In response to her daughter's question, Fu Baoyun only had jealousy in her eyes. Yes, she did ride a phoenix back here. You were not around that day, so of course you wouldn't have seen it. Please consider turning off ad blockers for the site, it really does help. The Heavens Chapter 277 Chapter 277 High Profile by House, 2, Brother. In the end, even after her hesitation and lip-biting, Di Xiaowan worked up her courage to say hello to Dizang. What are you doing here? The man's brow instantly furrowed upon contact with that troublesome figure. His look was no different from someone just discovering some kind of filth that needs to be tossed away. Now that did it. Di Xiaowan became so aggrieved by that attitude that she nearly broke into a cry. How can he look at me like that when I've been standing here for so long? And to make it seem like I'm something dirty too. Is he even my brother? Wah. Since you are here, then you stay behind to look after Xiaochen. If anything happens to him, then I'm going to make you pay. With that said, the devilishly figure was already gone. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. He came quickly but was also gone quickly. However, the man had also left with Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, in tow, so that's one difference. As for the fate of this once proud prince of the kingdom, who knows? One thing was certain though, it can't be good. Aggrieved by how easily she was tossed aside, Di Xiaowan starts moping to her nephew instead to get some comfort. Her lips biting her skirt like a wronged child. My adorable Xiaochen, how can your father be so horrible? At the very least I'm his sister who grew up with him. How can he not notice my existence until I went up to him? Don't be sad, auntie, I won't be as bad as Batty father. I won't ignore you, okay? Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Bai Xiaochen was also afflicted inside. Pretending to be a small adult, he starts patting the girl on the head to soothe her sadness. Really? Her eyes lit up, however, she quickly covered it up by continuing on with her act. Then you have to give me a kiss on the cheek. Mother said men and women mustn't do that. Wrinkling his lovely brow, Bai Xiaochen was ready to refuse the proposal outright when he noticed the tears quickly building up in the girl's eye. Helpless against that demeanor, he sighed and submitted that. I guess it's fine if it's just one kiss. He simply couldn't bear to see his auntie be so sad. Therefore, he made it quick and gave the girl a small smooch on the cheek, which had the side effect of causing that beautiful face to bloom like a flower. Auntie, are you better now? Of course. As if he can make me sad. Di Xiaowan knocks her chin up high. If it weren't for you and sister-in-law being here, then I wouldn't even bother to see him. This time it was baby boy's turn to crack in his expression because he just realized he's been scammed. Did she just cheat me? I got fooled by this sweet Dumbaklutz auntie of mine. I want to see mother. At least the very least mother would never cheat me, and it's always me who secretly lands a kiss on mother. Whoa, stretching out his neck towards the boy, the glass dragon issues out a low moping sound as a form of protest. That wagging tail was no different from a pleading dog asking for something. I also want kiss. Likely understanding what the dragon meant, his expression immediately turned into an angry one. Glass dragon, you are so ugly, and a male no less. I am not going to give you a kiss. Humph, no kiss then no kiss. Retreating back to his original spot in grievance, the dragon then got the fine idea of turning his sights somewhere else. Fine then, I can go ask Demon Queen to kiss me instead afterwards. Glass dragon, if you dare ask mother to kiss you, then my mother will kill you. Even if mother doesn't, then my father will. The boy kindly gives this reminder, which directly causes the dragon to freeze there. Of the two mentioned individuals, neither one were people he wanted to infuriate. If he does, the dragon knows his little master there will be having roast dragon that very same night. Shortly thereafter the end of the event, most of the people who came to witness the occasion had already left, with the children being escorted by the royal guards for resting in the prepared rooms. However, there were still some who were both shocked and frightened among these individuals. So it was Bai Ruo who intentionally leaked the rumor out of Nangong Lin being the destined child. To think I believed it so earnestly all these years. Bai Yen arrives, it's just a demon beast, nothing but an animal at its core. Only that stupid Dong Rulan would worship the phoenix like her ancestor. Chi Xia Kingdom. Above the streets of the royal capital, a huge dragon was zooming through the sky at lightning speed when the pedestrians became glued to that shining light caused by the reflecting scales. Their looks were full of shock and astonishment. Oh heavens, did I see it wrong? Is that a dragon? It really is a dragon. Just a few days ago the city was already in an uproar over that phoenix flying to the Dong house, now it's a dragon. What is this world coming to? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. I'm willing to bet that dragon is also heading to the Dong house based on the direction it's flying at. When did that family know so many people that can domesticate this many demon beasts? Bai Yan and the others were naturally oblivious to the discussions down below, nor would they care actually, they're too preoccupied with their own worries. Chue Yi and Di Xiaowan were clinging onto each other over their boss's hair-raising cold expression, while Lan Xiaoyun only had a worried face regarding her mother's fate. Before long, the GLA's dragon had stopped above the Dong family's estate. Using its Ma's sieve body to overshadow the very sun, its presence alone was more than enough to cause the occupants inside to scramble out of their hiding. However, two very important key figures were missing, and that was the seniors of the house. Son, let's go down. Holding up her son in hand, she smoothly lands onto the ground without an ounce of discomfort for the young boy. Xiaoyun, I will bring you down with me, don't be afraid. Jumping down at the same time as Bai Yan, Di Xiaowan only released her friend after making sure the girl was safe and sound. If it were in the past, Chu Yi would surely compete with Di Xiaowan over this, but since the mood was very bad, she relented and went ahead by herself. By now Fu Baoyun and Dong Ruoqing had also rushed out of their room after getting wind of this commotion. Seeing it was Lan Xiaoyun in her anxious state, this hateful woman only released a sneer. Lan Xiaoyun, you came back with the perfect timing. I have some good news to tell you. Gnashing her teeth, the girl herself didn't want to waste words. Where is my mother and my second brother? Lan Xiaoyun. Coming out from behind her mother's back in high spirit, Dong Mu Shui was very arrogant in her attitude. Is that how you talk to your elders? My mother is your aunt, how dare you shout at her? Did they never teach you proper manners? Shaking due to her rage, Lan Xiaoyun wanted to spew fire right now. Snickering a cold one, respect. When did your mother ever respect my mother? When did you ever respect my mother? Now you actually have the nerve to talk manners. What do you mean by that? Revealing a sardonic smile, Fu Baoyun's next sentence was rather cynical. Your mother is but a married daughter of the family. What contribution does she have to offer the Dong house? It's only right my Mu Shui doesn't respect her. Now you actually have the nerve to say that so confidently. Did your mother not give you a proper upbringing? Meanwhile on the side, Di Xiaowan and Chu Yi were both truly flabbergasted by this shocking display of shamelessness. Who's acting so confidently? Her daughter not respecting the elder is right, while Lan Xiaoyun not calling her aunt is a poor upbringing. Such double standard was something both girls never seen before. This would be their first, and boy was it a showstopper for them. I will ask it one last time, where is my mother? Her fists clenching into a ball as she said this. If it weren't for her grandparents here, Lan Xiaoyun would have already attacked these two. If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The face slapping sure is loud. Bai Xiao, out of consideration that you are my son, I will only ask you this one time. Do you want to return to the family? Looking at the man's expressionless face, the boy only had contempt left in his response. Now that you've lost the bastard child in Yurong's belly, you are turning back to me. What a shame. Aside from my sister Bai Yan, I have no other family members. Not you, and mostly certainly not these wretched people. How dare you? Bai Jingxiang's was greatly irritated there. Did you not hear what we've been telling you? Lin is about to become the little sect leader of the demon beast sect. His status will be beyond what any one of us can be at. If you don't return to us, then you can forget about the benefits that is soon to be ours. Several days ago the man himself would still be hesitant to reveal this news to the public. After all, it's not set in stones yet back then. However, this morning his daughter by Roa had already informed him of this great news and was even summoned by the king for an audience. If his daughter was going to the palace, then it can only mean good things. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Towards the bold statement, the occupants of the tea house was now in an uproar. These people may be commoners, but the name of the demon beast sect was a behemoth that cannot be trifled with, especially for a small kingdom like this. Nangong Lin is about to become the little sect leader of that power. That's no different from a chicken ascending into a phoenix. What a bombshell of a news. I, Bai Xiao, would rather wander in the wild with my sister Bai Yen than to stay in the Bai house. Firm and steady in his voice, wherever she goes I go, I will never leave her in this lifetime. Alright, good, I hope you won't regret your decisions today. Livid in his face, Bai Jingxiang no longer cares at this point. In his view, the boy will surely regret it in the future. Let's go, we're leaving. Throwing these last few words behind, the man turns away to leave. Unfortunately for him, he didn't make it very far before bumping into someone that he knew outside the tea house. The other person was a middle-aged man with a sword-like eyebrow and lip. What a coincidence, Lord Bai. What are you still doing here? General Linda. Bai Jingxiang wasn't so friendly in his reception. He and this general had always been at odds in the court, so how can he be good in his expression? What does it have to do with you about me being here? Shouldn't you be at the palace right now? The beast taming event is over, so of course I would be leaving the palace. General Lin Da's smile was so full of mockery and ridicule that it's too obvious. Beast taming? What beast taming? Bai Jingxiang asks, confused by the strange statement. Putting on a pretentious look of astonishment, General Linda was enjoying this so much. The demon beast sect had brought over a huge dragon today for the event. They wanted the children of the kingdom to participate in the taming event so they can verify who the destined child is. In no time at all, the gazes of everyone still inside the tea house had fallen onto the members of the Bai house. Didn't he say the demon beast sect is here to take Nangong Lin into their ranks? Why did it turn into a beast taming event? Humph. Unfazed by the news, Bai Jingxiang coldly replies, my grandson will certainly succeed in taming the dragon. That's undeniable. If Lin is unsuccessful, then there's no need to even mention the other children. Now that did, General Linda could no longer keep up his charade and broke into a laughing fit. Tears of joy was leaking out of his sides because of that intense crackle. Lord Bai's grandson is indeed amazing. He actually had the nerve to go up front to touch the dragon while the others would weep and cry just by getting close. Unfortunately though, the dragon only needed to issue out a roar to send your grandson scrambling back in tears like a mouse. Ha 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 ha. Execute all of them. At the beginning, when Fu Baoyun suddenly announced she would marry Dong Ruoqin, it was true that there were no less of people trying to pour cold water over the union. In addition, there were also a lot of gossip surrounding their firstborn because of an incident where Fu Baoyun had a slip, thus causing a premature birth. As a result of that, they say the pair were together even before marriage. That's why the baby came early and not simply due to a fall. Compiling all of these things together, it's not surprising the man himself would be so indulgent towards his wife. He's remorseful for his own inability to do better. No matter what, it is Fu Baoyun's own choice, is it not? Lan Xiaoyun was very indifferent in her attitude, and I'm quite curious about this myself. If she can withstand so much pressure from all angles just to marry you, then why is she not loving you like she's supposed to? Logically speaking, that should be the case, is it not? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Not going to say more. Lan Xiaoyun only left this meaningful statement behind and walked away. Sure enough, Dong Ruoqin was starting to sway in his mind. If anyone were to know Fu Baiyun's attitude towards him, then it can only be the man himself. What love? More like the woman was downright scornful of him. If she didn't love me, then why marry me? Before he could think through this dilemma, the man's contemplating thought was suddenly interrupted by Fu Baiyun's enraged cry from the side. Dong Ruochin, are you dead? Why are you wasting so much word with that girl? Hurry and drag me out of here. Coming back to his senses at that command, Do Ruochin hurriedly dug through the rubble to help his wife out. Then before he knew, the woman had sent a major slap across his face the second she was free. It was crisp and it was loud, sending the servants and those present into a fearful daze. Dong Ruochin, you useless thing, don't you see I'm being bullied? You should have given her a good beating. After her enraged accusation of the man, the shameless woman then shifts her focus to the servants nearby, and all of you, just standing there and watching while I'm getting hit. What use is there in keeping you lot around? Someone come, drag these people away and execute them. Mother, alarmed by this, her daughter Dong Mu Shua immediately jumped in to change the idea. Don't be impulsive, mother. If you kill so many people at once, then what would the world think of you? In my opinion, just giving them 100 beatings with the rod would suffice. Realizing it wouldn't be good either if it goes public, her tone instantly took a full turn. For the sake of my daughter, then so be. All of you go on your own to receive the punishment. If there's a second time in the future, then there will be no mercy. Though she says, but they are but average people with barely sable levels of cultivation. Even 100 rods would be enough to take their lives if not careful. Worst of all, they can't even show off their true emotions and could only put on a pretentious look of gratitude. Father, you are really... Showing a dissatisfied look at her own father, Dong Mu Shua was rather irritated. Do you not see mother being bullied? Instead of helping, you just stood there and nearly misunderstood mother over a few petty words. This Dong family belongs to me and my brother. Who does that Lan Xiaoyun think she is? Nothing but an outsider. Showing a somewhat distressed face, Dong Ruochin wanted to explain himself. Bao Yun, please hear me out. Let me explain. Explain. What do you want to explain? The hateful woman sneered. I went through so much just to marry you. Do you think that's easy? I gave up my precious status just to be with you, yet in the end it can't even be comparable to an outsider's simple wording. If I knew you were this heartless, then I would have never married you under all that pressure back then. I didn't mean it like that. Dong Ruochin was born a piece of wood so naturally he wouldn't know how to say anything nice. His only response was to sweat profusely on his forehead like a panicking blockhead. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The angry GLA. S dragon, enough, you don't have to say anything more. A pang of disgust could be seen in Fu Baoyun's expressionless face. It's good that she is back. In a few days things will be done. She may hate us for now, but in the future she will surely thank us. Otherwise, how can she ever hope to marry my royal nephew? As if wanting to say something then, Dong Ruochin ends up going mum again in the end. His wife was already letting the matter go. As the husband, he has no reason to make her unhappy again. Bao Yun, how should we deal with this dragon? Turning his head towards the napping creature on the ground, the man timidly asks. It was Lan Xiaoyun who drove this dragon here, so it must be her dirty mother's too after she sold her body out. Clinking her tongue in contempt, the shameless woman proudly proclaims her ownership, so she is not worthy of owning this demon beast. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, disturbed by that irritating remark. The GLA. S dragon slowly opens up his fierce dozing eyes to glare at the family before him. That look was an apex predator trying to decide whether or not he should gobble them up in one go or slowly chew them up. Mother, very much startled by that intense gaze, Dong Mu Shui hurries to hide behind her mother's back. I don't think this dragon is as easy to deal with as that phoenix. It's too fierce. So what if that fire phoenix is stubborn? Didn't it get dragged away by the men Mother brought over from the palace? From what she heard, the phoenix was eventually beaten very severely by her uncle the king. But this GLA's dragon is different. Those eyes, it's so scary. How many times have I said it already? Don't let other people's aura destroy your own prestige. Merely a demon beast. Once I get my brother the king to send his men over, this dragon will be the same. Snickering her tongue, the shameless woman starts chuckling menacingly like a witch. In response to that laugh, the GLA's dragon only got more ferocious. Oh, what to do? I really want to shred this abominable woman into pieces. How dare she have funny ideas about me? Sadly for this dragon, he had promised the queen that he wouldn't do anything provoking during their stay here. For that reason, he's now stuck in a bind. Seeing how reactionless the dragon was at her intentional provocation, Fu Baoyun's attitude only got worse. If this dragon really is that capable, then he should have done something by now. To not react to my words can only mean its strength is about the same as that fire phoenix. If only the dragon himself knew what the abominable woman was thinking, surely he would have thrown up blood and fainted away. He, the great and mighty GLA's dragon, would be lowered to the point of being a heaven CLA's demon beast. Inside the estate, Chu Yi was currently steaming over what just occurred back there. Popping out her delicate little fist, she was ready for another fight. Xiao Yun, why did you spend so much time talking with them anyways? In my opinion, if they dare block our path, then we can just beat them up. Not like the man is still sane after being entranced by that woman. I know, right? Giving an approving nod. It's rare for Di Xiaowan to agree with her friend there. If anyone were to dare to talk to me like that, then I would have beaten them to the point where they can't find their teeth again. Towards the angered attitude of the two, Bai Yan can only say she's disappointed. It's precisely because you two are not Lan Xiaoyun that one is a sweet Dumbaclux and the other a little demon witch. Did you not realize she was trying to divide them back there? Stunned by this, Di Xiaowan could only meekly rub the back of her head. I didn't realize it. Getting dark lines running through her face, Bai Yan can say for certain she wouldn't be comfortable leaving these two alone in the future. It's obvious to her both of them are missing a few things in their brains. Cousin, do you think I am very useless? If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. So this is the truth. Overcome with grief and discomfort at the content in her hands, she had gone silent. So this is the truth. In actual fact, Lanua was no foolish woman like everyone made her out to be. She's just madly in love and can't escape the web she weaved. Now the only questions remains, did she ever regret her choices at the moment of death? Child, what did your mother write? The old queen looked worried after seeing how stormy the girl's expression grew. Coming back to her senses, my mother said. Cousin. It was then a loud voice interrupted her sentence from the outside. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. It was Lan Xiaoyun, girl cousin, who beckoned her attention. As if getting her courage back at Bai Yan's existence, she burst into tears and ran with all her heart over to their spot. Xiaoyun, what happened? Shocked by the messy appearance of her cousin, Bai Yan hurries to help support the girl's stumbling body. Cousin, my mother aunt. What's wrong? Something happened to her. Her expression growing ever so darker at the impending reply. My mother and my second brother was making a visit to my grandfather's, Maiden sighed, place 2 days ago. In the end, Lan Xiaoyun attempts to wipe her sobering mess of a face clean. In the end she got beaten until she's in a coma. My father and my older brother is now hurrying back from their training, but before that, Grandpa and Grandma is readying the soldiers for battle. They want to get revenge for Mother. Cousin, I'm so scared. Calm yourself first, and we'll be fine. I will leave with you now. According to Bai Yan's impression, Dong Rulan had always been gentle and virtuous on the outside, never getting into arguments or fights. So why would she be knocked into a coma by someone? Contemplating her options, she eventually decides to hand the letter off to the old queen. Your Grace, I'm going to have to trouble you to pass this on to my brother. Please tell him. No matter what happens from now and hereafter, he will always be my brother. He is my family as well as the entire Lawn House. On this point, that will never change. So what if I am not Lan Yue's actual biological daughter? As long as the bond is there and they too care for me, then that's enough. After leaving behind this much, Bai Yan then turns away with her cousin in tow. Palace back garden. Di Xiaoyun and Bai Xiachen was in the middle of waiting for Bai Yan when they caught sight of the horrible-looking Lan Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, tell me, who is picking on you? I will go beat them right now. Di Xiaowan instantly flared up after seeing the tearful face of her friend. Contrary to the soothing effect some may have expected, Lan Xiaoyun's eyes only got redder. Thank you, you are sister-in-law's cousin. That makes us cousins too. Not to mention we also work together to beat other people and make trouble. If you are facing trouble and getting picked, then it won't just be me who's mad, Chu Yi will also be too. Di Xiaowan didn't disappoint at all in this important time. Those people must be asking for death, picking on my people. In response to that attitude and initiative to help, Lan Xiaoyun's heart instantly warmed up. I'm fine, it's my mother, she's been left in a coma. What? Who actually dares to hit Auntie? Sister-in-law, we must go get revenge this instant. Giving her cousin a slight nod, Bai Yan readily agrees. Let us go now then. Mother, I also want to go. Grabbing onto her mother's hand, Bai Xiachen puckers his cute little lips as he spoke. Those baddies picked on Auntie Xiaoyun's mother, I want to help get revenge too. Alright, sweeping her gaze over to the dragon, Bai Yan locks onto the creature. Perfect, this glass dragon can get us there in just 1 hour. We will use him. Hold on, wait. As if recalling something, Di Xiaowan stops the group. Something like making trouble cannot be without our third partner, we need Chu Yi too. Fu Tian Qi, 1, you are, wrinkling her old brow, the granny asks after hearing her granddaughter's word. Pursing her lip, it was Lan Xiaoyun who answered the question first. Grandma, she is my cousin Bai Yan. Bai Yan. Old Madame Dong was stunned. You are Lan Yue's child. Over the years, she too had heard about the various things regarding the Lawn House. The most notable had to be this granddaughter of that family that had gone missing several years ago. Grandma, I will explain these things to you later. But first, retreating a few steps back, Lan Xiaoyun shoots a pleading look at the girl next to herself. Cousin, can you help me check up on my mother's condition? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation in response to that request. Bai Yan's gaze immediately fell upon the beautiful woman laying there on the bed. The more she looked, the deeper her frown became. How is it? Is Roland she? Old Madame Dong didn't understand why Lan Xiaoyun would want the girl to do a diagnostic, but against that intense look of concentration, her heart immediately tensed up. She is fine, a second-grade nourishing pill would be enough to let her recover. Bai Yan's wrinkle eventually loosens. Fine. The old granny's mouth was jaw-droppingly shocked. Like his wife, Dong Tianling had started to frown due to what they heard. I've sought out a healer already. The alchemist had prescribed the same medicine, yet she's still the same and unable to wake. Furrowing her brow at the news, Bai Yan was growing very suspicious in her look. Is that healer called by you personally? Well, no. It was that woman who called for an alchemist from the palace after she injured Roland. When it came to the last part of his sentence, the old grandfather was stunned by his own realization. That prunish face bleakishly white. That did it. Bai Yan knows her hinting got the effect that she wanted. A shallow smile emerged from her glorious face. Aunt's injury is not very serious, a single nourishing pill ice enough to cure her. But that is under the assumption she gets the right treatment in time. If delayed and her injury reaches her core functions, then no medicine can save her then. Being the obedient girl, Lan Xiaoyun timely received the medicine from her cousin's hand before walking up to the bedside. But before she can continue on with the act of saving her mother, the pent-up emotions, the pent-up grievances, came pouring out like a waterfall. That's how worried she was the entire way. "Mother, you don't have to worry, I will not let those people get away with this." A beam of conviction emulates out of her pupils during that vow. What cousin said before is correct, the more you worry about breaking the bond, the more troubled you will become. Even if grandfather and grandmother interferes this time, I will definitely pay them back for mother's sake. Auntie, grand auntie will definitely be fine. Mother will help you get justice. Right after the girl manages to give the comatose woman the medicine, a soft melting voice suddenly rang out from the side. Perhaps it's due to how immature the voice sounded, the old grandparents here were immediately caught by it. "This is..." "Hello, my auntie's grandparents, I am mother's most well-behaving son. You can call me Xiaoqin." This was the first time old Madame Dong had met such a beautiful and cuddly child. Therefore, her eyes were literally pinned to the boy's adorable face. "Miss Bai Yan, this is your son." It took quite a few minutes before the old granny manages to mutter out this question. There was a rumor going on about this girl bearing a child before birth. Can it be? It's true. She is indeed my baby son, just that. Compared to this, I have something more important to discuss with your granddaughter. Shifting her focus to Lan Xiaoyun, your mother will soon wake, we shouldn't stay here to disturb her rest. Let us go outside first. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Fu Tianqi, too, unable to resist shooting her mother another glance at being told to leave, Lan Xiaoyun, cousin, in the end returns her head with a determined look in those eyes. All right. It's rare, but this time Di Xiaowan, Di Tsang's sister, and Qi Yi, Holy Land Princess, were very quiet in their demeanor. Silently following behind Bai Yan, they didn't make a single peep during this period. Once out and at the main hall, Lan Xiaoyun already knew what her cousin wanted to say. It's abundantly clear to this girl that unless they show some force this time around, those people will surely pull out something even worse the next time. Miss Bai Yan, taking his seat on the master chair, the old lord was the first to speak. If there is something you want to say, then please go ahead. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, showing clarity in her eyes. Bai Yan's voice was both solemn and harsh at the same time. My aunt is a daughter of your Dong family, there's no questioning that much. However, we mustn't forget she's also a daughter of the Lan family now. She left our home in perfect condition, now she lies in bed and unable to wake. What should we say to that? Even her medicine was fake. I believe your Dong house should give us a proper answer for all this, don't you agree? Going stiff in his old face, Dong Tianling, old lord, inexplicably wrinkled his brow before speaking. Miss Bai Yan, you said it yourself, she's my daughter, so how can I not be worried about her safety? But you must understand, sometimes one is powerless in front of a situation. What a good word of being powerless, Bai Yan sneered. The reason why I didn't make a move against that Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, is because I was hoping your family can give us a proper explanation. Shame, it seems I was wrong. If you won't do anything, then I will do it personally. Dong Tianling's, old lord, expression can't be very good after being so rudely rebuked. However, after the amazing display by the girl earlier, he's in no position to get angry. Inhaling deeply, in the future I won't let Roland, aunt, be hurt again. Miss Bai Yan, it's true are in the wrong, but this consists of my family's internal matter, I can't have you interfering. His meaning was very obvious. Bai Yan belongs to the Bai house and not a member of the Dong or Lan house. Mother, you are a member of the Bai family, how come I don't know? It hot we only have the members of the lawn house as relatives. Baishichan's innocent remark popped up as soon as the old lord finished his statement, which directly left the old grandfather in a bind. This grandfather, seeing her grandfather's expression, Lan Xiaoyun was the first to show a dissatisfied face. What Xiaoqin said is correct. My cousin had already been removed from the Bai family's lineage book, so a relationship with my mother is closer than anyone. If this is the case, then this matter won't be so easy to deal with. The old lord was still hesitant to throw his own son into the fire. How can he? It's his own flesh and blood and air. Bang! It was very sudden, but old Madame Dong has had it. Tossing her cane down to the ground, she glares at her own husband as she spoke, Dong Tianling. It's bad enough that you won't get justice for my daughter, now you are even hesitating when Xiaoyan and her cousin is here to help. I'm telling you now, if you dare interfering at this point, then I will divorce you. I'm going to take our daughter and leave this place. Over the years the pair had always been one of heart. To hear something so huge like divorcing one another, it's not hard to imagine the rage brewing up inside the old granny. Showing a wry smile, Dong Tianling, old lord, knew he can only relent at this point. Fine, I'm not going to get involved then. Whatever all of you want to do, then go ahead. I will go call those people out. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Fu Tian Chi, 3. After saying this, Dong Tianling, old lord, then turns to the servant beside him for the order. Unfortunately for those present, the servant soon returns with some bad news. My lord, the young master and the young lady have already gone to the palace, they are not on the estate. Not at home. Then have them come see me immediately as soon as they return. A flicker of warmth could be found in the old madam's eyes while she faces her granddaughter. Xiaoyun, come with me to see your brother. For the past few days he's been refusing to drink or eat the entire time. Okay, the girl calmly nods. The inner courtyard of the palace. Inside a damp dark cell, Fire Phoenix was currently being chained behind a cage with clear signs of being tortured by her captors. Yet, despite the injuries, those eyes never once yielded, they are strong and clear with strength. Creak. Following the pushing of the metallic clang, a lady of lavish furnishing came waltzing in, to be only followed by submissive man behind herself. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Greeting to your highnesses. Seeing the appearance of Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, and her husband Dong Ruoqin, those in the dungeon immediately took to their knees in salute. Nothing but a phoenix, how can you people not make it submit yet? At this rate I won't be able to offer it to my brother the king. The woman's face grew uglier and uglier the more she spoke. In order to capture this phoenix, she was forced to use many means to trick it into following her outside of the estate. Then by force, she had these Sky CLA's martialists capture it without anyone noticing, which undoubtedly left some of these masters in the harm's way. Princess, the character of these high CLA's demon beasts are always very proud in nature. I fear simply torturing this phoenix will not be enough to make it submit, one of the master answers with a frown. Naturally this didn't sit well with the shameless woman at all. Getting annoyed, Fu Baoyun lashes out at these men, useless. Nothing but a wild animal. How can you people even think of shirking off your responsibility? I say it's because you lot are so incompetent, that's why it won't submit. In response to this, none of the occupants inside the dungeon were looking very good. They may be employed by the royal family, but not even the king would dare be so rude in front of them. They are Sky CLA's martialists, some of the strongest beings in the kingdom, only this rude princess would have the audacity to reprimand them. If not for the king's sake, surely these proud men would have attacked this woman by now. Who wouldn't? I'll give you people a few more days. If you can't make it surrender, then you lot can start packing your bags. Our royal family doesn't keep useless people in our ranks. Giving a heavy snort, Fu Baoyun then waltzed out of the dungeon like a proud peak. O.C.K., followed quickly by her submissive husband who didn't forget to give an apologetic bow at the masters behind them. Baoyun, don't you think talking like that to those Sky CLA's masters are not very good? The man meekly murmurs to his wife. These people may be strong, but at the end of the day they are nothing but servants to the royal house. I am a princess, meaning I am their mistress, so why can't I reprimand them? Not repenting or rethinking her rude behavior, Fu Baoyun only felt irritation at her man's goodwill. As usual, Dong Ruoqin instantly cowered away from his stance. Then where are we going now? We're going to look for my brother. I won't believe he won't see me this time, she purses her lip. Originally the woman wanted to inform her brother the king about the phoenix first before making a move, but when she tried, the king shooed her away by pretending to be sick. That's why she's so urgent in making the phoenix submit. She went behind the king's back and mobilized those masters. It seems the only way now is to make that king CLA's being move. At the very same moment over at the royal study room, the current king Fu Tianqi was hard at work going over the details of various issues at hand. If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Intent on reusing the Dong house. 1. It was then a eunuch came rushing in to report, Your Majesty, Princess Baoyun is seeking an audience. The king's finger froze, snapping the brush in his hand as a result. Wrinkling his forehead, what is she doing here again? Say I'm busy and that I won't see her. Just the name of that woman was enough to make this man get a headache. If not for Fu Baoyun being his half-sister and that she committed no serious crime, he would have never allowed her inside the palace again. Yes, Your Majesty, giving a slight bow, the eunuch scurries off to carry out the order. Before long, the loud commotion of screaming and cursing finally dies down, giving peace to this once tranquil study room. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Fu Baiqi, king, knew the woman was gone now. Rubbing his still aching forehead, he intends to press on with his work despite the thumping pain. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Unfortunately for him, his focus was once again interrupted by a black figure suddenly dashing down from the ceiling. My king, the shadow's voice was deep and hard, evident of someone who had gone through much hardship. Why are you so teared? Is there movement in the other three kingdoms? Wrinkling his brow, the king was perplexed by how urgent his subordinate made the entrance. My king, there is movement over at the Luhua kingdom. The Bai family's long-lost daughter Bai Yan has returned. Bai Yan. Isn't that Dong Roland's niece? The king's brow had devolved into a twisted knot now. Is there something big about this? Yes, there is, my king. Not only did that Lass Bai Yan return this time, she also declared her separation from the Bai house. Atop of that, the girl has become the owner of the flower brothel. Flower brothel. Crumpling up the parchment in his hand, the king's attention was completely riled up now. The very same flower brothel that Hualuo controls? It's publicly known that the flower brothel has enough influence to be comparable to the royal families of the four kingdoms. If it's true that Bai Yan has become the owner of such a power, it's time he too got involved with the Dong house again. Years ago, if it wasn't due to Fu Baoyun being a real annoyance, he wouldn't have deliberately distanced himself from that family, thus directly pushing the Dong house into the very last place of the high-end Bli families in the capital. That's not all, my king. That son of Bai Yan's is actually the destined child from the rumors. Even that legendary dragon has now recognized the boy as its master. If there's no accident forward, it's likely that child will become the master of the demon beast sect. The current sect leader of that power has no successor or a son, meaning the likelihood of such an outcome being very plausible. Pichich. Due to his hands loosening at the second part of the report, the paper he was looking over had already fallen to the ground, yet, the king seems oblivious to this fact and could only focus in on his questioning. I heard the relationship between Dong Rulan isn't very good with my half-sister. Is it true? Yes, my king. It's publicly known that the princess's relationship with Lady Rulan isn't good. However, due to Dong Ruochin's connection, they haven't fully disconnected yet. The shadow guard was very respectful and careful in his reply, afraid the king might take his anger out on him instead of the princess. Despite the excitement coming out in waves, Fu Tianqi, king, continues to put on a stern facade as the king. Then what about the relationship between Dong Rulan and Bai Yan? Your Majesty, the members of the Lawn House is the only ones recognized by Bai Yan as her family, and the daughter of Lady Rulan is very good with Bai Yan. These are all the information gathered by the spies sent to that kingdom. Therefore, the shadow firmly believes in the reliability of this news. Does anyone else in the kingdom know about this? Fu Tianqi's voice was borderline shaking, yet his tone was exceptionally calm. I don't know, the shadow honestly replies. It's only been merely 2 months since Bai Yan returned to her old home, making this information unlikely to spread very far outside of the source. At most only the royal families of the various kingdoms would learn of it through their own means. Very good, slapping the table, the king raises his voice, go call my sister and her husband. If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Intent on reusing the Dong house, too, inside the inner courtyard of the palace, Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, was currently stomping hard at the cobblestone to vent her anger. And by her side was Do Ro-chin, cowardly man, the cowardly man who was so afraid that the slightest peep from him would anger his wife that he could only stand there like a piece of wood. Brother wishes to see me. See, king her chin high, Fu Baoyun's distorted face instantly returned to her arrogant self. I knew it, I knew brother wouldn't ignore me. Hurry and lead the way. This way, princess. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, the eunuch properly gestures his hand out to show the way. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. While the woman was ignorant to why they were being resummoned, Dong Ro-chin was rather perplexed by the act. Wrinkling his brow, why would His Majesty see Baoyun again after dismissing us? Unable to come up with an answer, the man figured he might as well ignore it. Hurrying in his footsteps, he follows his wife's back as usual. Back over at the royal study room, Fu Tianqi, king, was still working hard on going through the reports from his subjects. As for the shadow guard, the man had disappeared by now. Towards this voice, the king can only feel his skins instantly breaking out into guseb. MPS. If not for his good upbringing and self-restraint, he would have smacked the woman due to impulse. And, before that word could even come to an end, the door was already pushed open and in came a woman adorned like an overly pungent bee, terfly. Brother, you are finally willing to see me. Do you know how those people out there are bullying me all these years? Now even those 2 old farts inside the Dong house are picking on me. Tears could be seen swelling out of Fu Baoyun's, shameless woman, reddish eye. Taking this all in, the king can only say he's not fond of such cowardice. In his view, for a man to be gobbled up to such an extent was no different from being a stain in this world for the male populace. Baoyun, as far as I know your parents-in-law are treating you extremely well. How come I never heard such claims like you are saying today? You just don't know it yet, brother, those 2 old farts are so ridiculous and unreasonable. Steaming in her words, she made it sound like it's the truth and only the truth. They are so old already yet they refuse to hand over the family head position to my husband. If not for that, how can you ignore me and the Dong family for so long? Wrinkling his brow, Fu Tianqi's, king, cold gaze eventually swept over to Fu Baoyun's, shameless woman, body. Those irises emulating a clear sign of disgust. Then from the woman he moves over to the cowardly man where he puts on a facade of delight. It must have been hard for your Dong family, Ro-chin, cowardly man. If there is anything in the future, I will surely do my best to help you. After all, we are family. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Intent on reusing the Dong house. 3. Raising his head in shock at the king, Dong Ruo-chin, cowardly man, could hardly believe what his ears were telling him. Perhaps it's as his wife says, the king didn't think he was worthy of his sister, that's why the Dong family has been getting the cold shoulder for so many years. Thank you. Stammering in his reply, Dong Ruo-chin was so excited that his face had become flushed with nervousness. Why did he indulge his wife for more than 20 years? One was that his wife paid a huge price in order to marry him. He remembers it clearly of how Fu Baiyun explained to him how much the king adored her, his favorited sister, and that it all ended as a result of her forceful marriage into the Dong house. Is there anything else you need? The king's question was directed at the cowardly man, not at his sister. As for Fu Baiyun, this abhorrent woman was long forgotten and ignored to one side. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. No, nothing. The cowardly man fell into a stammering fit due to his own nervousness. Since everything is fine, then let me send you out. Already up from his dragon chair, Fu Tianqi was full of smile in his face, which was something not often seen. Send me. Falling into a daze, Dong Ruo-chin, cowardly man, just couldn't process this. The surprise had come too suddenly. What are you still dazing around for? Though Fu Baiyun still had the disdainful look on her face, it's undeniable her heart was rather happy over the situation. As the king, Fu Tianqi naturally cannot send them out too far, otherwise it will be unbefitting of his image. Therefore, once they are out of the royal study, the man immediately turns back and left the pair alone. Meanwhile, in the background, the cowardly man remains a blank slate, unable to emerge from the strong level of surprise he got today. As for his wife Fu Baiyun, even this abhorrent woman had forgotten her objective in today's visit. See, I told you my brother treats me the best, she shoots a gloating look to her dumbfounded husband, only those stupid people that's envious of me would say I'm not liked. And then there's you. If not for your parents not handing the tea, I plea over to you, would my brother disfavor the Dong house for so long? Baiyun, it's been hard on you over these years. Coming back to his senses, Dong Ruo-chin, cowardly man, appears to stress over this. To him, he's the baggage and the one that made his wife lose the royalty status. It was a degrading fact to begin with that I married into your Dong house, yet your parent still wishes to defend that sister of yours. Grinding her teeth, the woman sends a slap across her husband's face. I'm telling you now, it's your Dong family's honor that I am a part of your house, not that Dong Roland, understand? She should be grateful that I didn't expel her from the family. Wiping the trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, Dong Ruo-chin, cowardly man, didn't rebuke his wife this time despite the insult. To him, he's at fault and needs to repent for even doubting her. Young master, young madam, things are not good. Just as Fu Baiyun, shameless woman, was ready to insult his husband some more, a maid from their home suddenly interrupts their conversation by exclaiming aloud, "Young madam, your son is in trouble." If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Intent on reusing the Dong house, for what? Upon hearing her son Dong Mulin has been involved with an accident, Fu Baiyun's, shameless woman, first instinct was to grab for the maid's arm. Due to how sharp those nails were, piercing right into her flesh, the poor maid nearly exclaimed right there and then. Sadly for her, she knew this woman's temperament well enough that if she did so, a much more horrible fate will await her. When the little young master was at the restaurant, he was beaten by another occupant inside. What? Due to the excessive blood rushing to her head, the abhorrent woman had nearly fainted by the news. Who dares? Who dares to hit my son? It's two women with a child, the maid meekly replies. Woman. Child. It must be them. Clenching her fist until a bone-crunching sound could be heard, Fu Baiyun, shameless woman, wanted to scream to vent her anger. Dong Ro Chin. Your precious niece there just hurt my son. If you don't get justice for us, then I will never forgive you this time. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. You say the one to hit my son is Lan Xiaoyun? The cowardly man became stupefied, unable to believe the maid's words. How can that be? He simply couldn't imagine that usually docile niece of his would do something so vicious. Who else can it be other than Lan Xiaoyun? Don't forget, the woman next to your niece is with a child. Now the cowardly man didn't know what to do anymore. Hesitant at first, if it really is Xiaoyun's fault, then I will have her give our son an apology. It's bad enough as it is for my wife, I can't let anyone else bully her. We're going back. Shrouded in a cloud of gloom the entire way, Fu Baoyun swears, she will never let Dong Rolan and her daughter off the hook this time. Anyone who helps Lan Xiaoyun deserves to die. Speaking of Dong Mulin taking a beating, it's entirely the brat's own fault. Not long ago, due to their boredom and unwillingness to stay cooped up in the Dong house, Di Xiaowan, Demon Girl, and Chu Yi, Holy Land Princess, had brought the baby boy out for some fun. That's when they happened to come across Dong Mulin, the abhorrent woman's son, at the restaurant. Lascivious by nature, Dong Mulin was what you called a perverted boy. Therefore, it's not unexpected that he would immediately connive after the two beauties to come his way. What he didn't expect, though, was how fierce these fine damsels were in reality. After getting a thorough beating, the perverted boy eventually faints away after getting his head hammered in, while his personal guards scurried off with their lord-like cowards that they are. Shame, though, despite running back for help, what the brat got from his grandmother was a disappointed shake of the head, while the grandfather outright refused it. Old Lord Dong already made his stance clear that he won't intervene. So, Dong Mulin can only swallow this humiliation and call for his parents' help. My child. When Fu Baoyun returned home, the first thing this woman did was to rush for her son's room. Seeing the bandaged bun that was the boy's head, tears instantly rolled down those pained eyes. My poor son, what sort of animal would harm you to such an extent? Don't worry, mother will make sure they die 1,000 times for this. Bloodshot in her eyes, Dong Baoyun immediately shifts her sight over to the kneeling guards and maids. Madam, one of the maid nervously stepped forward to report after making a heavy gulp, the person who injured the young master are the guests that came with Miss Xiaoyun, so. I knew it. It is them. Fu Baoyun's eyes were so full of hatred that it was blinding. Mulin is the creation of me and my beloved man. I won't allow anyone to harm my son. Someone come, lead me to those responsible. Hearing that the beloved man part, Dong Ro Chin's cowardly man immediately got warm and fuzzy inside. That's right, I am my wife's beloved husband. I must get justice for them. As the sun slowly set for the evening, Bai Yan was currently lazily lying around in the backyard while she sipped away at her tea. Mother, this is for you. Toddling over to his mother's leg, Bai Xiaochen readily hands over a peach blossom branch to show his good side. P.R.I.C. King her brow at the sight. Bai Yan was somewhat surprised by this. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The broken-hearted Di Xiaowan, me and Auntie Xiaoyun went out today, and along the way there were many people giving Auntie and Sister Yi flowers. They say flowers are meant for the ones they love. Soft and cuddly in his body, the baby boy leans upward to offer up the branch. Mother is my most favorite person in the whole wide world, so I'm giving you flowers. Of course, if mother is willing to give birth to a little sister, then I too will love her to the core. Receiving the peach blossom as well as her son into her embrace, Bai Yan was very pleased by the soft fragrant smell of the child. It had a soothing effect on her wrinkled forehead. Who taught you these words? Pulling her nose closer to the flower, she takes a pleased whiff of the smell. Mother, puffing up his cheeks into a ball, Bai Xiaochen appears insulted. These words are straight from my heart, so how can you suspect me of faking them? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, 3 plates of dompa meat. Her lips curling into a shallow smirk. Note, dompu meat is a Chinese dish. Stewed with rock sugar, cinnamon, star anise, and some other sauces for several hours, it has a dark red tint once finished. Sure enough, Bai Xiaochen instantly went stern in his face and came clean. Mother is right to be skeptical, they were all taught to me by Auntie Xiaoyun. Poor Lan Xiaoyun, merely 3 plates of meat and that was enough to be sold out. You keep your distance from them, I don't want their bad habits rubbing off on you. Don't think she doesn't know about Chu Yi and Di Xiaowan running off to the flower brothel whenever she's not around. If this continues, it's a certainty her son here too will be turned into a regular of the brothels. Okay mother, I will listen to you. While the baby boy gave an obedient nod, his eyes said otherwise, they were cunning with slyness. Just as Bai Yan wanted to continue lecturing her son, the woman suddenly felt a pair of powerful gazes shooting her way. That feeling. It's like a snake strangling around her neck, very uncomfortable. Mother, what's wrong? Raising his innocent big eyes, Bai Xiaochen worriedly asked. In response to her son's voice, Bai Yan consciously tightens her grasp around the boy's body in a protective manner until she found what she was looking for. It was a long snake of cyan color. Sorrow, anger, and unwillingness, these were the emotions that could be discerned from the snake's eyes. For a normal animal this should have been impossible, maybe a demon beast, but why would one be doing here of all places? Just as Bai Yan was musing over the plausibility of that idea, a series of brisk footsteps from the front had caught her attention, which also allowed the cyan-colored snake to slither away into the nearby shrubbery. Sister-in-law. Flying over like a cat getting their favorite toy, Di Xiaowan for some reason halted in her steps only inches away from the woman of her delight. There's a faint scent in the air, so faint that she could only catch the slightest whiff before losing it. Wrinkling her brow, the girl shoots a doubtful look at the general direction of where the snake disappeared off to. What's wrong? Bai Yan frowned. It's nothing, the girl shakes her head. The scent is too weak, so weak that she can't confirm whether or not it's that woman. Without proper evidence I better not tell sister-in-law just yet. Sister-in-law, quickly tossing the thought away, Di Xiaowan returns to her happy-go-jolly self. When are we going back? Didn't you want to escape Di Tsang's line of sight? Why ask to leave so suddenly? Narrowing in on her eyes, Bai Yan's seductive lips immediately curved into a smirk. Or, do you have something you are hiding from me? If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The broken-hearted Di Xiaowan, too, against that interrogative inquiry, Di Xiaowan, demon sister, didn't have the courage to meet her gaze. Say it, what's the matter? Seeing how avoiding the girl was, Bai Yan was sure she's hiding something. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, we can always stay here another month or so after we're done dealing with the Dong family's affair. Sister-in-law. The young maiden was ready to cry now. You can't, otherwise Chu Yi's brother from the Holy Land will be here soon. Startled by the outburst, Bai Yan hurries to pursue the topic. What do you mean by that? I just saw Chu Yi, Holy Land Princess, exchanging word with her brother. At this rate, it won't be long, merely 2 days before her brother arrives. I even saw her personal guards heading out to wait for the man. From the Holy Land to the Luhua Kingdom, passing through the Qi Xia Kingdom was a must. Meaning so long as someone stands ready at the doorway then surely they can intercept Chu Yifeng. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation now. That's a headache indeed for Bai Yan. She clearly told those back at the Holy Land not to intervene. I thought I have already told them not to intervene in my personal affairs. Why would he be coming still? I don't know, but let's hurry and finish the matters here. Once we are back at home then no one can you away with my brother there. Those words were said through grits and stones. Di Xiaowan, demon sister, may be a dumbaklutz, but she too can see her friend was using this opportunity to sneak her own brother in while Deetsang wasn't around. I must keep other wife hers away while big bro is away. Thinking of this, Di Xiaowan's demon sister focus inexplicably shifted towards the baby boy nearby. Her mood lighting up already at the sight. No matter what, Bai Xiaochen is my brother's son, surely he would side with us and keep those pursuers away. Xia. Just as the girl was ready to ask for help from her nephew, the baby boy had already jumped the gun and cried out in delight using those big cuddly lips of his. Mother, is father coming? If so, then why don't we wait for him before leaving? As a result, Di Xiaowan's request was instantly shoved back into her throat, unable to go down or back up. It's bad enough she's choking on her own words, but the fact that she could hear her heart shattering was truly painful. It was then at this moment during the group's little antics that a series of furious footsteps could be heard rushing over. This was Fu Baiyun. Without a single word or explanation upon her arrival, she immediately knocked the tea table over with a giant kick of her leg, thus spilling all of the contents onto the ground as a result. Is it you? Are you the one who harmed my son, you little bitch? Not even bothering to meet that furious gaze, Bai Yan instead leaned backwards against the chair to put on a comfortable posture. Remember to lick every drop of the water off the ground now. Towards his mother's order, the baby boy can only blink his eyes in confusion. But mother, what if she can't clean it all? That's easy. We can just lop off whichever leg she used to kick over my table. As the old saying goes, who you mix around with is a reflection of yourself. Because of her extended interactions with Deetsang, even that habit of lopping people's limbs off was now rubbing off on Bai Yan. Going cold in her face, Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, directly makes a slap for her target's face. Unfortunately for her though, before that hand could reach its target, Di Xiaowan, demon sister, had already intercepted it mid-flight by pinching that wrist. Who did you call bitch? Her gorgeous big eyes were unbefittingly filled with anger. Who do you think you are to scold my sister-in-law? To do such a thing in Di Xiaowan's very presence, that's equivalent to insulting her too. Now that won't do, will it? Making a sneer at the girl's question, Fu Baiyan only shot a derisive look at Bai Yan before speaking. She's Bai Yan, Lan Xiaoyun's cousin, am I right? I know her name, she's utterly famous even in our Qi Xia kingdom. The one who got impregnated before marriage and then eloped with her man, such can be mocked by anyone in this world. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The broken-hearted Di Xiaowan 3. The false fact that Bai Yan eloped with a man 5 years ago was undeniably a humiliating event for the Lan house. Therefore, it also indirectly affected Dong Roland too whenever she returned to the Dong house for a visit. Pa. Unforgiving and unyielding, there were no mercy shown here by the demon princess in her ability to dish out a punishing slap. Because of the force involved, Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, was actually sent flying out like a rolling pin this time. Different from Bai Yan's kick but just as deadly. Watching the abhorrent figure lying there on the ground, Bai Yan finally stepped in. Xiaochen, go call both elders out here for me. If they won't get justice for my aunt today, then I will have their Dong house turned upside down. In response to that statement, the baby boy only had sympathy for these foolish people, especially at the cowardly man that's standing there. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Mother, I will go right away. After saying this, Bai Xiaochen immediately dashed out of his mother's embrace and headed for the inside. Before long, that tiny body was gone from view. Do you think I will be afraid of those two old fools? Climbing up from the ground by gnashing her teeth, Fu Baoyun simply doesn't learn. What are you still standing there for? Did you not see her hitting me? Go teach her a lesson. Before Dong Ruoqin, cowardly man, could say anything else to his wife's order, their attention pulled to their back by the distant small figure running back over. Mother, without delay, the baby boy had already pounced back into his mother's arm. That angelic face delightfully bright as he spoke. Did I do well? I also called for this ugly dragon to come over too. Normally Bai Xiaochen would simply ignore such a ugly creature, but since this was about supporting his auntie Xiaoyun, it's only proper they bolster their aura to intimidate the other side. Grower, working incoherent with his master, the GLA. S dragon starts growling aloud to send the shameless woman straight back to the ground. To be clear, the dragon made no attempt to scare anyone else here, simply the woman because he disliked her for that insult earlier. Be good, behave yourself, patting the dragon on the head like a boss, Bai Xiaochen timely stepped in before anything more could occur. If you perform well today, then I will give you some snacks as reward. Why did he hate the dragon before? It's because he didn't want another mouth trying to SNTCH his food away from the already limited portions Bai Yan was willing to give. It's fine if this dragon was good looking, at least he can bolster his ranks with something nice, but he's so ugly. There's no way Bai Xiaochen would want to share if he's of no use. Cousin, Lan Xiaoyan, second male cousin, awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. We've really troubled you this time to make you come so far. Neither pleased nor angry at the formality, Bai Yan only showed a faint smile at her bigger cousin's demeanor, and as my family so of course I have to get involved. Looking at that brilliant face, Lan Xiaoyan, second male cousin, was surprisingly shy. Coughing twice to clear the mood, he averts his gaze before he embarras. SCS himself. Fu Bao Yun. Just as the mood was calming down, a sudden roar from the back instantly riled up the shameless woman on the ground. It was Dong Tianling, old lord, who came running out. This was not all that surprising for Fu Bao Yun, shameless woman, to be taken aback by her father-in-law's holler. Ever since she married into the family, not a single person would dare roar at her, so this would be the first. Fu Bao Yun. Surging with anger in his eyes, the old lord was practically screaming at this point, "You not only hurt my daughter, you even deceived us by giving her some fake medicine. What do you have to say for yourself?" Shockingly enough, Fu Bao Yun showed no fear nor repentance at the interrogating words shooting her way, only a mocking sneer like she has done no wrong. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The broken-hearted Di Xiao Wan, for Dong Rulan is only pretending to be sick, so only you idiots would waste such precious medicine on her. It's not like she's going to die anyways, why waste such money? You, Dong Tianling's old lord, was trembling by now. I should have known better. You took the money and returned with some fake pill. I really am a fool to have trusted you. Inhaling deeply as his fists gripped into a ball, "Someone come, I'm going to help my son divorce this woman." Do you know what you are saying? Not even Fu Bao Yun, shameless woman, can stay calm after that. Popping her eyes, she was aghast by what she heard. How dare they? My marriage into this family is already a degrading fact in of it itself, now they want to kick me out. Father. Dong Ruochin, cowardly man, had gone white too. Bao Yun's grievance had already been so great over the years, you can't expel her out of the family over an outsider. Going stiff at his son's outburst, Dong Tianling, old lord, was truly disappointed to his core now. The only comforting part here was his daughter Roland not being here. Otherwise, he won't even know what sort of reaction his daughter would make at this foolish son's statement. So this is the brother Roland protected all these years, loved all these years. Mother, tilting his little head, Bai Xiaochen appears confused at this moment. Is Grand Auntie adopted? Why do you say that? If Grand Auntie is Grandpa Dong's biological daughter, then it should be her who's the real close kin. Yet, they keep calling her an outsider. That's so sad. I feel sorry for Grand Auntie. The innocent and childish voice instantly causes the noisy courtyard to quiet down. What nonsense are you talking about? Dong Ruochin, cowardly man, was blaring with irritation. My sister is of course my father's real daughter. But she's already married, so it's normal for her to be an outsider. So it's like that, nodding his head like he now understood, but Shechen's voice was still so naive and childish. Then did Grand Auntie change her blood when she married? If she didn't, then she should still be of Grandpa Dong's blood. I can only think of that way for her to be an outsider. Speaking of this, the baby boy then puts on a frightened appearance by biting his fingernails. Mother, would I have to change blood too when I take a wife? I'm scared of the pain. If this was said by anyone else, Dong Ro Chin, cowardly man, would definitely yell at them for putting on an act. But the one in front was but a child no older than 5 at best. How can he match a scheming person with that sort of face? As such, the only recourse he can do was to shoot a displeased glare at Bai Yen as if blaming her for not educating the child properly. Ignoring that look, Bai Yen only raised a smirk while she rubbed her son's head. It's not your grand auntie's blood who has changed, but the other person over there. Naturally your grand auntie is an outsider to them, they don't even share the same blood. I understand now, mother. Grand auntie and Grandpa Dong is of the same family while this man is the real outsider. It's good that you understand. If you don't in the future then you must ask, okay? The inconsiderate dialogue between the mother and son definitely didn't sit well with Fu Baiyun and her husband. From displeasure to anger, they wanted to outright attack the pair at this point. Father, mother. Giving a warning glare at Bai Yen, Dong Ruochin, cowardly man, then turns back to his parents. How can Xiaoyun bring such a woman over to our home? She doesn't even know how to educate her son, so she herself can't be any good either. If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Fu Tianqi, too, unable to resist shooting her mother another glance at being told to leave, Lan Xiaoyun, cousin, in the end returns her head with a determined look in those eyes. All right. It's rare, but this time Di Xiaowan, Di Tsang's sister, and Qi Yi, Holy Land Princess, were very quiet in their demeanor. Silently following behind Bai Yen, they didn't make a single peep during this period. Once out and at the main hall, Lan Xiaoyun already knew what her cousin wanted to say. It's abundantly clear to this girl that unless they show some force this time around, those people will surely pull out something even worse the next time. Miss Bai Yen, taking his seat on the master chair, the old lord was the first to speak. If there is something you want to say then please go ahead. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, showing clarity in her eyes. Bai Yan's voice was both solemn and harsh at the same time. My aunt is a daughter of your Dong family, there's no questioning that much. However, we mustn't forget she's also a daughter of the Lan family now. She left our home in perfect condition, now she lies in bed and unable to wake. What should we say to that? Even her medicine was fake. I believe your Dong house should give us a proper answer for all this, don't you agree? Going stiff in his old face, Dong Tianling, old lord, inexplicably wrinkled his brow before speaking. Miss Bai Yen, you said it yourself, she's my daughter, so how can I not be worried about her safety? But you must understand, sometimes one is powerless in front of a situation. What a good word of being powerless, Bai Yen sneered. The reason why I didn't make a move against that Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, is because I was hoping your family can give us a proper explanation. Shame, it seems I was wrong. If you won't do anything then I will do it personally. Dong Tianling's, old lord, expression can't be very good after being so rudely rebuked. However, after the amazing display by the girl earlier, he's in no position to get angry. Inhaling deeply, in the future I won't let Roland, aunt, be hurt again. Miss Bai Yen, it's true we are in the wrong, but this consists of my family's internal matter, I can't have you interfering. His meaning was very obvious. Bai Yen belongs to the Bai house and not a member of the Dong or Lan house. Mother, you are a member of the Bai family, how come I don't know? I thought we only have the members of the Lan house as relatives. Bai Shuchen's innocent remark popped up as soon as the old lord finished his statement, which directly left the old grandfather in a bind. This grandfather, seeing her grandfather's expression, Lan Xiaoyun was the first to show a dissatisfied face. What Xiaochen said is correct. My cousin had already been removed from the Bai family's lineage book, so her relationship with my mother is closer than anyone. If this is the case, then this matter won't be so easy to deal with. The old lord was still hesitant to throw his own son into the fire. How can he? It's his own flesh and blood and air. Bang! It was very sudden, but old Madame Dong has had it. Tossing her cane down to the ground, she glares at her own husband as she spoke, Dong Tianling. It's bad enough that you won't get justice for my daughter, now you are even hesitating when Xiaoyan and her cousin is here to help. I'm telling you now, if you dare interfering at this point, then I will divorce you. I'm going to take our daughter and leave this place. Over the years the pair had always been one of heart. To hear something so huge like divorcing one another, it's not hard to imagine the rage brewing up inside the old granny. Showing a wry smile, Dong Tianling, old lord, knew he can only relent at this point. Fine, I'm not going to get involved then. Whatever all of you want to do, then go ahead. I will go call those people out. Fu Tian Chi, 3. After saying this, Dong Tianling, old lord, then turns to the servant beside him for the order. Unfortunately for those present, the servant soon returns with some bad news. My lord, the young master and the young lady have already gone to the palace. They are not on the estate. Not at home. Then have them come see me immediately as soon as they return. A flicker of warmth could be found in the old madam's eyes while she faces her granddaughter. Xiaoyun, come with me to see your brother. For the past few days he's been refusing to drink or eat the entire time. Okay, the girl calmly nods. The inner courtyard of the palace. Inside a damp dark cell, Fire Phoenix was currently being chained behind a cage with clear signs of being tortured by her captors. Yet, despite the injuries, those eyes never once yielded, they are strong and clear with strength. Creak. Following the pushing of the metallic clang, a lady of lavish furnishing came waltzing in, to be only followed by submissive man behind herself. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Greeting to your highnesses. Seeing the appearance of Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, and her husband Dong Ruoqin, those in the dungeon immediately took to their knees in salute. Nothing but a phoenix, how can you people not make it submit yet? At this rate I won't be able to offer it to my brother the king. The woman's face grew uglier and uglier the more she spoke. In order to capture this phoenix, she was forced to use many means to trick it into following her outside of the estate. Then by force, she had these sky-class martialists capture it without anyone noticing, which undoubtedly left some of these masters in the harm's way. Princess, the character of these high-class demon beasts are always very proud in nature. I fear simply torturing this phoenix will not be enough to make it submit, one of the master answers with a frown. Naturally this didn't sit well with the shameless woman at all. Getting annoyed, Fu Baoyun lashes out at these men, useless. Nothing but a wild animal. How can you people even think of shirking off your responsibility? I say it's because you lot are so incompetent, that's why it won't submit. In response to this, none of the occupants inside the dungeon were looking very good. They may be employed by the royal family, but not even the king would dare be so rude in front of them. They are sky-class martialists, some of the strongest beings in the kingdom, only this rude princess would have the audacity to reprimand them. If not for the king's sake, surely these proud men would have attacked this woman by now. Who wouldn't? I'll give you people a few more days. If you can't make it surrender, then you lot can start packing your bags. Our royal family doesn't keep useless people in our ranks. Giving a heavy snort, Fu Baoyun then waltzed out of the dungeon like a proud peacock, followed quickly by her submissive husband, who didn't forget to give an apologetic bow at the masters behind them. Baoyun, don't you think talking like that to those sky-class masters are not very good? The man meekly murmurs to his wife. These people may be strong, but at the end of the day they are nothing but servants to the royal house. I am a princess, meaning I am their mistress, so why can't I reprimand them? Not repenting or rethinking her rude behavior, Fu Baoyun only felt irritation at her man's goodwill. As usual, Dong Ruoqin instantly cowered away from his stance. Then where are we going now? We're going to look for my brother. I won't believe he won't see me this time, she purses her lip. Originally the woman wanted to inform her brother the king about the phoenix first before making a move, but when she tried, the king shooed her away by pretending to be sick. That's why she's so urgent in making the phoenix submit. She went behind the king's back and mobilized those masters. It seems the only way now is to make that king class being move. At the very same moment over at the royal study room, the current king Fu Tianqi was hard at work going over the details of various issues at hand. Intent on reusing the Dong house, 1. It was then a eunuch came rushing in to report, Your Majesty, Princess Baoyun is seeking an audience. The king's finger froze, snapping the brush in his hand as a result. Wrinkling his forehead, what is she doing here again? Say I'm busy and that I won't see her. Just the name of that woman was enough to make this man get a headache. If not for Fu Baoyun being his half-sister and that she committed no serious crime, he would have never allowed her inside the palace again. Yes, Your Majesty, giving a slight bow, the eunuch scurries off to carry out the order. Before long, the loud commotion of screaming and cursing finally dies down, giving peace to this once tranquil study room. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Fu Baiqi, king, knew the woman was gone now. Rubbing his still aching forehead, he intends to press on with his work despite the thumping pain. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Unfortunately for him, his focus was once again interrupted by a black figure suddenly dashing down from the ceiling. My king, the shadow's voice was deep and hard, evident of someone who had gone through much hardship. Why are you so flustered? Is there movement in the other 3 kingdoms? Wrinkling his brow, the king was perplexed by how urgent his subordinate made the entrance. My king, there is movement over at the Luhua kingdom. The Bai family's long-lost daughter Bai Yan has returned. Bai Yan. Isn't that Dong Ruolan's niece? The king's brow had devolved into a twisted knot now. Is there something big about this? Yes, there is, my king. Not only did that last Bai Yan return this time, she also declared her separation from the Bai house. Atop of that, the girl has become the owner of the flower brothel. Flower brothel. Crumpling up the parchment in his hand, the king's attention was completely riled up now. The very same flower brothel that Hualuo controls? It's publicly known that the flower brothel has enough influence to be comparable to the royal families of the 4 kingdoms. If it's true that Bai Yan has become the owner of such a power, it's time he too got involved with the Dong house again. Years ago, if it wasn't due to Fu Baoyun being a real annoyance, he wouldn't have deliberately distanced himself from that family, thus directly pushing the Dong house into the very last place of the high-end noble families in the capital. That's not all, my king. That son of Bai Yan's is actually the destined child from the rumors. Even that legendary dragon has now recognized the boy as its master. If there's no accident forward, it's likely that child will become the master of the demon beast sect. The current sect leader of that power has no successor or a son, meaning the likelihood of such an outcome being very plausible. Pichich. Due to his hands loosening at the second part of the report, the paper he was looking over had already fallen to the ground, yet, the king seems oblivious to this fact and could only focus in on his questioning. I heard the relationship between Dong Ruolan isn't very good with my half-sister. Is it true? Yes, my king. It's publicly known that the princess's relationship with Lady Ruolan isn't good. However, due to Dong Ruoqin's connection, they haven't fully disconnected yet. The shadow guard was very respectful and careful in his reply, afraid the king might take his anger out on him instead of the princess. Despite the excitement coming out in waves, Fu Tianqi, king, continues to put on a stern facade as the king, then what about the relationship between Dong Rulan and Bai Yen? Your Majesty, the members of the Lawn House is the only ones recognized by Bai Yen as her family, and the daughter of Lady Rulan is very good with Bai Yen. These are all the information gathered by the spies sent to that kingdom. Therefore, the Shadow firmly believes in the reliability of this news. Does anyone else in the kingdom know about this? Fu Tianqi's voice was borderline shaking, yet his tone was exceptionally calm. I don't know, the Shadow honestly replies. It's only been merely 2 months since Bai Yen returned to her old home, making this information unlikely to spread very far outside of the source. At most only the royal families of the various kingdoms would learn of it through their own means. Very good, slapping the table, the king raises his voice, go call my sister and her husband. Are you sure it's Lan Xiaoyun? For, using the next little while, the king went over everything with his father regarding the things the Shadow Guard reported to him. At the last part, the king also added in a little extra. Over the years I've intentionally distanced myself from the Dong family because of Bao Yun, but now that things are like this, I intend to start using Dong Ruoqin, cowardly man, to build up the bond between both sides. The man may be cowardly and useless, but he's still the only son of the Dong house, so the king wasn't wrong to assume his plan would be favorable. However, that was only true until Fu Baoyun knocked Dong Rulan into a comatose state. If only he had paid a little more attention in recent day, then surely the king would have known what's going on during this period. The elder's expression was very heavy at this moment. Dong Rulan is Bai Yan's aunt, so I want you to temper your sister's attitude before it's too late. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Father, do you think my words are going to be of use? With her character, Bao Yun would definitely think it's just me deceiving her and twist it into her own form. Why bother wasting words with her? Just thinking of the impending future of his sister wandering around in front of him again, the king would want to vomit due to the nauseating sight. He really didn't like the woman. The elder faintly nods in understanding. Then first please Dong Ruoqin and leave your sister alone. I heard Dong Rulan is very fond of her younger brother. As long as that man speaks on our behalf, then surely Bai Yen would be more susceptible to working with us. Yes, father, I will take my leave first then. I still have some more work I need to finish before the day ends. After giving his report to the former king, Fu Tianqi immediately left for the mountain base under the guidance of the old eunuch. Unbeknownst to the king, his third son was already waiting there for him. Stalking back and forth, this one famed for his dastardly ways was very eager to get inside only to be stopped by the royal guards at the mountain path. Your Highness, under the order of the king, none is allowed inside including you. Hitting a wall against that blatant refusal, Fu Rulin can only meekly return his steps back to the foot of the hill. His appearance clearly restless right up to the point where his eyes caught sight of that bright yellowish figure. Father! This sudden outcry causes the king to halt instantly. What are you doing here? Fu Tianqi was stern in his voice while he interrogated his son. Father, I am here to discuss the matter of me taking a new concubine. You promised me that I will only need to wait a few days, but I couldn't wait anymore, that's why I'm here. Fu Rulin eagerly waltzed up to his father like a dog wagging their tail. Going livid with anger, the king was aghast by his son's outrageous demand. When did I promise you a new concubine? Furthermore, isn't your home filled with wives already? Stunned by this, the third prince rushes to answer, but this is what Aunt Bao Yun told me. She said I only need to wait a few days and then father you will grant me what I want. Fu Bao Yun sure planned things out well with her wishful thinking. She wants to force Lan Xiaoyun into marrying her nephew the third prince, but out fear her brother the king would refuse, she instead tried to force Dong Rulan into making the request with her father-in-law. If old Lord Dong comes before the king and asks, surely things would work out perfectly and everyone will be happy. Of course, the abhorrent woman's plan didn't work out as planned. Not only did she knock Dong Rulan unconscious, her nephew himself was dumb enough to come spoil everything before the king too. Fu Baoyun. Her again. Who did she promise you? The king was literally gnashing his teeth by this point. It's the granddaughter of the Dong family, Lan Xiaoyun. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The sky is falling, Lan Xiaoyun. Boom. Ghastly white in his face, the king rushes to confirm what his son said. Who did you just say? Lan Xiaoyun. The one from the Luhua kingdom. Not Red Xiaoyun or some other Xiaoyun. I wouldn't be mistaken, it's Lan Xiaoyun, daughter of Dong Rulan. Fu Rulin answers affirmatively. It's at this moment that the king felt like the very sky was falling before his very eyes. Staggering backwards like he's about to tip over, he's ever so thankfully that there's a branch nearby for him to grip onto. Who else knows this? He asks with that trembling voice of his. That D.A.M.N. wretched woman. The man was literally hating himself right now because if hadn't went soft back then, he would have expelled that Fu Baoyun straight out of the royal house and banned her from the palace for good. This, Fu Rulin was stunned. Just as he was contemplating on how to answer his father right now, the third prince was interrupted by an old figure rushing over to their location. Master Wu Lin, is something of the matter that you would be in such a rush? Pleased to have a change of face, Fu Tianqi, king, was much better in his tone compared to before. Your Majesty, I'm here to report to you that Princess Baoyun sought me out 2 days ago. I was told not to let you know, but after some thinking, I felt it was best you be informed regardless. Fu Baoyun. Why is it that woman again? Hearing his heart sinking into the abyss, the king was almost too afraid to ask there, she again, what did she do this time? He may be an alchemist, but he's merely a second-ranked one, the lowest of the low. Without the support of a powerful Shifu, master, or organization to back him, Master Wu Lin here can only rely on the royal house to maintain his study and work. As such, the threat from the princess was a major sore spot for him. He didn't have the nerve to go against the woman, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't want to inform the king as an act of self-preservation. Fu Baoyun, she knocked Dong Rulan into an unconscious state. Trembling all over, the king was ready to faint at this point from how green and white his face was. But more than that, it was despair that's the most dominant here in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty, unaware of why the king looked so horrible, the old master here continues on with his explanation. That day Her Highness was trying to force Lady Rulan into betrothing her daughter to the third prince, because she wouldn't, the princess directly attacked the woman in a fit of rage. Boom. Left in daze and unable to think anymore, Fu Tianqi only had Master Wu Lin's words reverberating in his mind like an echoing effect. Be beyond help and cannot wake again. Cannot wake again. Looking up in astonishment from the ground, Master Wu Lin remains oblivious to what the king meant by that. Someone come. I'm going to the Dong house to ask for forgiveness. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Fainted from fright, Fu Tianqi didn't even have the patience to look at the old master by this point. With a sweep of his sleeve, the king directly takes his leave. However, before he could even make it back to the palace ground, a panicking eunuch had stopped him in his track. Majesty. Say. Sin, there's an say. Sin. Small thing. The eunuch was dumbfounded. An say. Say nation attempt turns into a small thing. Majesty, seeing the king wouldn't stop at all, the eunuch became so anxious that he actually stomped on the spot like a girl before giving chase. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, Majesty. You can't go there, it's too dangerous. Unfortunately, it's already late. By the time the eunuch was able to catch up to the man himself, the giant dragon was already in perfect view hovering above their heads. Unlike the king who was completely blown away by the scene, his royal guards were all unfortunate enough to have the first taste of the dragon's strength. As for the GLA's dragon himself, the big guy was much more relaxed in the air, only giving a disdainful snort at these minuscule ants crawling about. Just as the eunuch's voice came to an end, another sharp and irritating cry instantly overshadowed it from the front. "Brother, brother, save me!" Not far away was the demon princess Di Xiaowan herself, while behind her was the cowardly man dragging his wife along. "Dong Ruoqin, you useless thing! How dare you actually help these people? Don't forget, my brother the king is only willing to reuse your family because of me. Otherwise your Dong house would be nothing without me." Against that bombardment of an insult, Dong Ruoqin didn't have anything to say in rebuke of his wife. "Brother, you must save me." After getting no response from her husband despite her antics, the abhorrent woman finally had it and ran for her brother's side. By this point the king was also coming to after the eunuch helped him regain consciousness. At first he was still stuck in a daze over his surroundings, but that instantly changed when the scattered mess of his sister came into his view. Without a second thought, he sends the abhorrent flying with a ruthless kick of his own. "Get the HELL out of here." Sprawling there on all four, Fu Baoyun was stunned by the sudden attack. Looking up in shock, her words were a stammering mess. Brother, did you mistake me for someone else? I am your favorite sister Baoyun. How could my brother kick me? Furthermore, brother clearly intended to reuse the Dong house because of me. Dragon, it was then. If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. No mistake, after hearing the faint lazy voice coming from his back, the GLA's dragon immediately issued out a roar at the ants below. His eyes radiating a bloodthirst that made no attempt at hiding his intent to kill, which directly sent the king going numb in the feet. "You are Miss Bai Yen of the Lu Hua Kingdom, correct?" The answer was self-evident in front of such a combination. "Dragon, kill them for me." Acting as if unable to hear that question, Bai Yen gives out her order using that chilling voice filled with murderous intent. Wait. Wiping that sweat from his forehead, Fu Tianqi, king, hurries to ask with that awkward smile of his, "Miss Bai Yen, is there some sort of misunderstanding between us? Why the need for such a big commotion?" This translation is only hosted on Patranslation Phoenix. What Phoenix? How come I don't know anything about this? Turning around in great rage, Fu Tianqi roars out at the group of masters coming to protect him. "Which of you stole the lady's phoenix? Return it this instant, do you hear me?" Exchanging an odd look between themselves, it was a Sky CLA's master among this group who worked up the courage to speak. Though he was technically speaking, it was still more like a squeamish buzz similar to that of a mosquito. "Your Majesty, not long ago we did capture a phoenix at Princess Bao Yun's order, but it was in order to tame so she can offer it to you." Boom. It's over. That idiot Fu Baoyun. It was already bad enough she injured Dong Rolan and tried to force Lan Xiaoyun into becoming a concubine, now she also captured a phoenix behind everyone's back. How can there be such a stupid person in this world? Why? Why must she be part of the royal household? Despite the direct order, these people only stood there in hesitation because they know what the consequences will be if they freed the fire phoenix. Injured all over from their tortures, it'd be strange if things ends brightly for their side. Every person had their limits and Bai Yan's was at hers in terms of patience by this point. Wrinkling her brow, she gives a direct order to the GLA's dragon, flatten the palace. I don't care if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I want to see my phoenix by the end of this day. Please wait, Miss Bai Yen, please give me a minute. I will have your phoenix out here very soon. Scared to the point where his handsome face was now green, Fu Tianqi, king, grew angrier than ever. It seems you people aren't going to obey me today. Fine, I will go call my father the former king to order you people instead. Going white in their faces, these masters can only do as told when the king was willing to go that far. There's not a doubt left in these people's mind that it's over today. You people should pray that my phoenix is unharmed. If I find any injury on her, I won't know what sort of things I would do then. Maybe the abhorrent woman was still stuck in a daze-like state after being kicked, but her words was no different from adding fuel to a fire. Who dares to take my stuff? So what if that phoenix was taken by me? The creature is but a prize Dong Roland got after selling her body to another man. I'm telling you now, once it's inside the Dong house then it's mine, you hear me? If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The broken-hearted Di Xiaowan, too, against that interrogative inquiry, Di Xiaowan, demon sister, didn't have the courage to meet her gaze. Say it, what's the matter? Seeing how avoiding the girl was, Bai Yan was sure she's hiding something. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, we can always stay here another month or so after we're done dealing with the Dong family's affair. Sister-in-law. The young maiden was ready to cry now. You can't, otherwise Chu Yi's brother from the Holy Land will be here soon. Startled by the outburst, Bai Yan hurries to pursue the topic. What do you mean by that? I just saw Chu Yi, Holy Land Princess, exchanging word with her brother. At this rate, it won't be long, merely 2 days before her brother arrives. I even saw her personal guards heading out to wait for the man. From the Holy Land to the Luhua Kingdom, passing through the Qi Xia Kingdom was a must. Meaning so long as someone stands ready at the doorway then surely they can intercept Chu Yifeng. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation now. That's a headache indeed for Bai Yan. She clearly told those back at the Holy Land not to intervene. I thought I have already told them not to intervene in my personal affairs. Why would he be coming still? I don't know, but let's hurry and finish the matters here. Once we are back at home then no one can snatch you away with my brother there. Those words were said through grits and stones. Di Xiaowan, demon sister, may be a dumbaklutz, but she too can see her friend was using this opportunity to sneak her own brother in while Di Tsang wasn't around. I must keep other wife snatchers away while Big Bro is away. Thinking of this, Di Xiaowan's demon sister focus inexplicably shifted towards the baby boy nearby. Her mood lighting up already at the sight. No matter what, Bai Xiachen is my brother's son, surely he would side with us and keep those pursuers away. Xia. Just as the girl was ready to ask for help from her nephew, the baby boy had already jumped the gun and cried out in delight using those big cuddly lips of his. Mother, is Godfather coming? If so then why don't we wait for him before leaving? As a result, Di Xiaowan's request was instantly shoved back into her throat, unable to go down or back up. It's bad enough she's choking on her own words, but the fact that she could hear her heart shattering was truly painful. It was then at this moment during the group's little antics that a series of furious footsteps could be heard rushing over. This was Fu Baiyun. Without a single word or explanation upon her arrival, she immediately knocked the tea table over with a giant kick of her leg, thus spilling all of the contents onto the ground as a result. Is it you? Are you the one who harmed my son, you little bitch? Not even bothering to meet that furious gaze, Bai Yan instead leaned backwards against the chair to put on a comfortable posture. Remember to lick every drop of the water off the ground now. Towards his mother's order, the baby boy can only blink his eyes in confusion. But mother, what if she can't clean it all? That's easy. We can just lop off whichever leg she used to kick over my table. As the old saying goes, who you mix around with is a reflection of yourself. Because of her extended interactions with Di Tsang, even that habit of lopping people's limbs off was now rubbing off on Bai Yan. You bitch. Going cold in her face, Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, directly makes a slap for her target's face. Unfortunately for her though, before that hand could reach its target, Di Xiaowan, demon sister, had already intercepted it mid-flight by pinching that wrist. "Who did you call bitch?" Her gorgeous big eyes were unbefittingly filled with anger. "Who do you think you are to scold my sister-in-law? To do such a thing in Di Xiaowan's very presence, that's equivalent to insulting her too. Now that won't do, will it?" Making a sneer at the girl's question, Fu Baiyan only shot a derisive look at Baiyan before speaking. "She's Baiyan, Lan Xiaoyun's cousin, am I right? I know her name, she's utterly famous even in our Qi Xia kingdom. The one who got impregnated before marriage and then eloped with her man. Such a slut can be mocked by anyone in this world." The broken-hearted Di Xiaowan. 3. The false fact that Bai Yan eloped with a man 5 years ago was undeniably a humiliating event for the Lan house. Therefore, it also indirectly affected Dong Roland too whenever she returned to the Dong house for a visit. Pa. Unforgiving and unyielding, there were no mercy shown here by the demon princess in her ability to dish out a punishing slap. Because of the force involved, Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, was actually sent flying out like a rolling pin this time. Different from Bai Yan's kick but just as deadly. Watching the abhorrent figure lying there on the ground, Bai Yan finally stepped in. "Xiaochen, go call both elders out here for me. If they won't get justice for my aunt today, then I will have their Dong house turned upside down." In response to that statement, the baby boy only had sympathy for these foolish people, especially at the cowardly man that's standing there. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. "Mother, I will go right away." After saying this, Bai Xiaochen immediately dashed out of his mother's embrace and headed for the inside. Before long, that tiny body was gone from view. "Do you think I will be afraid of those two old fools?" Climbing up from the ground by gnashing her teeth, Fu Baoyun simply doesn't learn. "What are you still standing there for? Did you not see her hitting me? Go teach her a lesson." Before Dong Ruoqin, cowardly man, could say anything else to his wife's order, their attention pulled to their back by the distant small figure running back over. "Mother," without delay, the baby boy had already pounced back into his mother's arm. That angelic face delightfully bright as he spoke. "Did I do well? I also called for this ugly dragon to come over too." Normally Bai Xiaochen would simply ignore such a ugly creature, but since this was about supporting his auntie Xiaoyun, it's only proper they bolster their aura to intimidate the other side. Groar, working incoherent with his master, the glass dragon starts growling aloud to send the shameless woman straight back to the ground. To be clear, the dragon made no attempt to scare anyone else here, simply the woman because he disliked her for that insult earlier. "Be good, behave yourself," patting the dragon on the head like a boss, Bai Xiaochen timely stepped in before anything more could occur. "If you perform well today, then I will give you some snacks as reward." Why did he hate the dragon before? It's because he didn't want another mouth trying to snatch his food away from the already limited portions Bai Yan was willing to give. It's fine if this dragon was good-looking, at least he can bolster his ranks with something nice, but he's so ugly. There's no way Bai Xiaochen would want to share if he's of no use. Cousin, Lan Xiaoyan, second male cousin, awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. "We've really troubled you this time to make you come so far." Neither pleased nor angry at the formality, Bai Yan only showed a faint smile at her bigger cousin's demeanor. "And as my family, so of course I have to get involved." Looking at that brilliant face, Lan Xiaoyan, second male cousin, was surprisingly shy. Coughing twice to clear the mood, he averts his gaze before he embarrasses himself. Fu Baoyun. Just as the mood was calming down, a sudden roar from the back instantly riled up the shameless woman on the ground. It was Dong Tianling, old lord, who came running out. This was not all that surprising for Fu Baoyun, shameless woman, to be taken aback by her father-in-law's holler. Ever since she married into the family, not a single person would dare roar at her, so this would be the first. Fu Baoyun. Surging with anger in his eyes, the old lord was practically screaming at this point, "You not only hurt my daughter, you even deceived us by giving her some fake medicine. What do you have to say for yourself?" Shockingly enough, Fu Baoyun showed no fear nor repentance at the interrogating words shooting her way, only a mocking sneer like she has done no wrong. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The Demon Beast sect is here, too. No matter how stupid Fu Baoyun was, not even she can shirk off the fact that her brother was afraid of Bai Yan. Shuddering in her voice, this woman is but a discarded daughter of the Bai house, why are you? Without incident, it's certain that the boy will be the future lord of that power. PFFFF. Already ashen in her face to begin with, Fu Baoyun could no longer hold back her horror. Spurting out a massive puff of blood from her mouth, she had devolved into madness and jealousy. I don't believe it. Even my children are not qualified to become the lords of the Demon Beast sect. How can a wild child of an unmarried woman be worthy? The lord of the Demon Beast sect must be blind. Even if they do fancy someone, then it should be my children, not that dirty woman's. An ignorant wench like that doesn't deserve such honor. Boom. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Just now, who did you call a wild child? Staring down at the blood-ridden woman below her, Bai Yan's pupil looked like it was brewing up a storm, and how cold they were. Injured to the point where she hardly screamed anymore, Fu Baoyun didn't answer. She may be dumb and outrageous, but her life was definitely important to her that she wouldn't want to gamble away for some mouthing off. In that second, the abhorrent woman instantly changed. No longer arrogant and egotistic, there were horror and panic. How did she know that? Impossible, she must be deceiving me. Thinking up to here, Fu Baoyun finally shuts her dirty mouth, refusing to even look at the reddish figure. Nothing else to say. Bai Yan's quietly snickers a sneer, weren't you yapping aloud just moments ago? Now that I'm giving you the chance, why aren't you speaking? This time Fu Baoyun was at least smart enough to remove the word wild child from her statements. Nevertheless, her sneer only made that blood-trickling mouth more disturbing. Whoa! There are firebirds, eagles, golden vultures, and all sorts of varieties. But more importantly, there was a human standing on each and every single flyer. Yes, humans. For the crowds of people looking up in awe at this scene, all they can do was drop their jaws in utter shock. Mother, clapping onto his mother's hand, Bai Shachen stared innocently up at the reddish figure. It wasn't I who called these demon beasts here. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. The Demon Beast sect is here. 3. Of course they weren't called by you, my son, they have already been tamed by another. Despite her brows P.R.I.C. king up at the swarm in the sky, Bai Yan had no intentions of releasing her foot from Fu Baoyun's chest down below. Sister-in-law, puckering her lips, Di Shaowan, demon princess, suddenly chimes in, don't worry, even if the royal family of this kingdom gets involved, it won't save them from me. Just as the demon girl was busy having her unimportant thoughts, one of the leading figures had already jumped down from above. This was a middle-aged man donning a robe of blue. Whether it be his facial features or aura, it's full of bleness that left no delusions about his upright nature. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. You are startled there by the newcomer. Fu Tianqi, king, wrinkles his brow at the person. Boom! Before the person could think any further, an imposing aura suddenly explodes out from the back mountain, shocking the king in the process. Fu Tianqi may not have eyes behind his back, but there's only one person in the whole kingdom that has such aura living in the back of the palace grounds. Lord Fong, what are you doing here? The elder's, former king, tone was full of flattery that left no doubt he's in the lower position here. But now, Fong Yufeng was already here in person. If he, the former king and true ruler of the kingdom, doesn't come out to receive him, then it would be considered a form of disrespect. Lord Fong, white in his face, Fu Tianqi, king, was trembling all over. Father, he is the lord of the demon beast sect. What sort of existence was the demon beast sect? One of the de facto leaders of the second-rate powers out there. Even if the four kingdoms joined hands to combat this force, it's still not enough to overcome this huge difference in power. Just as Fang Yufeng wanted to head over to greet the mother and son pair, this upright man was suddenly interrupted by a strange old man getting in front of him. Towards this obstacle, his brows inexplicably furrowed into a knot while his gaze turned cold. "Move aside." That voice had no emotions whatsoever, merely an order like someone commanding a servant. Tian Qi, the former king, hurries to ask his son, "Did you provoke the demon beast sect? Otherwise, why would the lord of that power come in person?" Making a difficult gulp, Fu Tianqi never looked so horrible in all his life. "Father, do you know who is currently stomping on Bao Yun?" "Who?" "Bai Yan." Boom. The elder's head literally went white, unable to think for a good while there. Trembling hard, the former king cannot believe the enchanting figure over there was the mentioned girl. "Bai Yan, if you got the nerve, then release me. I will tell Lord Fang everything." Beaming with joy at the sight of the upright man, Fu Baoyun instantly regains her courage. "Did you prepare your will then?" Snickering a smirk, Bai Yan was very cold in her attitude. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. "The demon beast sect is here, for you are only afraid of me spilling the beans on your affairs, that's why you want to silence me before then. Let me tell you, it's useless. Lord Fang is already here in person. That means you are exposed. Oh, how I regret it. Why didn't I just kill her earlier? Why won't you let me say it, brother? If all of you won't let me speak, then I will say it anyways." Carrying blood in her mouth, the abhorrent woman was full of viciousness as she turned towards the lord of the demon beast sect. "Lord Fang, I have something I must tell you. There is something you don't know yet. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Before I say more, I want to ask one thing. Is this boy beside that woman your disciple?" Stunned for a second there, the upright man first turns to the mentioned pair with amazement in his eyes before turning back to answer, "No, he is." Ha ha ha. Getting the confirmation that she wanted, Fu Baoyun was full of madness in her voice. "Have you all heard that? I said it, there's no way such an ignorant child from such a dirty woman can possibly catch the fancy of the demon beast sect. There's no way he could become the young lord. That's right, even if someone is to be the young lord, it should be my son. What's so good about this B-A-S-T-R-D child?" Sinking in his expression at being cut off, Fang Yufeng's voice was stone cold there. "Of course Sir Xiaoqun is not my disciple. I am not qualified to be his shifu, master. Don't kid around. If I was qualified to be the boy's shifu, then it would have been I who tamed the GLA's dragon instead. He's not qualified to be a B-A-S-T-R-D child's shifu. What does he mean by that?" No longer looking at the foolish person lying there on the floor, Fang Yufeng continues in his steps for Bai Yan's location. But unlike his previous arrogance and disregard for everyone else, that face was rather complacent and full of respect. "Miss Bai Yan, us and the demon beast sect is willing to submit to your son Sir Xiaoqun. Would you be willing to accept us? Besides, if Bai Yan's son can cause the miracle from back then, it can only mean this woman herself was no ordinary person either." "What are you doing here?" Bai Yan asks, her brow wrinkling into a knot. Smiling at the question, Fang Yufeng was more than pleased to answer that question. The request should have been said back at the Luhua kingdom, but before the elder of our sect could ask, "Miss Bai Yan, you have already left. And as it so happens, our base of operation isn't very far from here, the Qixia kingdom. That's why I came in person after getting the message from the elder." Seeing how quiet Bai Yan was, Fang Yufeng figured he was free to continue. "Your ladyship, I know this may be prudent of me, but allow me to help. I know your aunt is currently being harmed by a certain princess of this kingdom, so let me have the honor of dealing with such a woman. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Please come see a good show. 1. Casting her gaze down at the one being stomped by her, by Yan's enchanting lips then revealed a sinister sneer. No need, she's already under my feet. She's already under my feet, flushing red in utter embarrass. Sment, Fu Tian Chi, King, wish with every fiber of his skin that he could knife this stupid woman known as his sister to the grave. But compared to his anger right now, he's rather more astonished and shocked by what he just heard. The demon beast sect wants to submit to Bai Yan's son and not take him as their young lord. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. How ridiculous, to think I took everything for granted all because of my wife's words all these years. Closing his eyes, the image of his elder sister's face quickly surfaces within the cowardly man's head. There's horror, pain, but most importantly, disappointment circulating in his mind over his sister's last moment before being knocked out. I'm sorry. Sister, his pale face gripped with pain. What is the use of an apology now? Di Xiaowan, demon princess, casts the cowardly man a contemptible look. If my sister-in-law didn't come in time to get justice, I can't even imagine how miserable you people would have made her and be by now. That's right, if Bai Yan weren't here, nor the demon beast sect, would this Dong Ro Qin still show the same amount of regret? Heck, this idiotic man might just continue insulting his own sister under the instigation of his wife. While her husband was finally come to terms with the reality of their situation, Fu Baoyun on the other hand continues to go on with her nonsensical rant. Impossible, this can't be. How can the demon beast sect submit to your son? He's just a B.S.T.R.D. child that doesn't have a father. Bang! I told you already, if you call my son a B.S.T.R.D. child again, then I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Sweeping a glance at the ignorant woman who can't understand the situation, Fang Yufeng shakes his head at the ignorance and foolishness portrayed here. Who said Sir Xiaochen doesn't have a father? His father is the most mysterious person of the Lu Hua kingdom, Lord Tsang. A year ago he too had seen Di Tsang in person, but in front of that man, he could barely keep himself upright without faltering to the floor. That just goes to show the clear distinction in their levels. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Please come see a good show, too. I not only have a father, I also have many aunts and uncles. Lady, an innocent smile becomes of that baby boy's face. On the contrary, it is your daughter and son who will soon become an orphan. You shut up. Fu Baoyun, abhorrent woman, attempts to scream aloud. Unfortunately for her, before that voice could finish crying out, another kick had already stomped down at her mouth to shut the woman up. I see you don't need to say your last will. In response to that dangerous smirk, Fu Baoyun finally knew how to be scared. Shivering there in extreme pain, she quickly turns to her own husband that was nearby. Going stiff in the body, Dong Ruo Qin, cowardly man, subconsciously shifts his head away. However, that line of sight continues to discomfort him from the back regardless. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Mother. Just then, a wailing voice could be heard coming from the front. Mother, I will save you, I will not let you die. Getting up from the floor, Dong Mu Shui, horrible daughter, roars out at Bai Yan and her son, you evil woman, let go of my mother. Boom! Lying there on the ground in utter pain, Dong Mu Shui's, horrible daughter, very face becomes a twisted mess. Not for her pain though, it's her hatred and anger. Mu Shui, Dong Ruoqin's voice was a little shaky there. What are you doing here? You useless thing, you are actually standing idle while mother is being beaten. Spewing fire in those eyes, Dong Mu Shui was unrelenting in her insults. Rather than say it's a daughter speaking to a father, it's more like a victim facing their family's killer. There's so much hatred there. Mu Shui, this matter is. In the end it's your mother who's in the wrong. Meek in his voice, the cowardly man tries to explain himself. Shut up. Dong Mu Shui, horrible daughter, roars out in anger, who allowed you to call me by my name? A useless thing like you, why won't you go die instead? I don't have such a useless and cowardly father like you. Mother. Grasping hard onto his mother's hand, Bai Xiachen looks up in earnest before making his comment. Mother, I promise you I will properly discipline my younger sister in the future and not let her become like that person over there. Unable to hold back her laughter at that statement, Bai Yan giggles with delight. Okay my son, I believe in you. Then does that mean Mother is promising to give me a little sister? Did I agree? Raising her finger, Bai Yan curves it into a hook and knocks it down onto the brat's head. If you want a sister then you should be looking to your auntie. Why? Your auntie's daughter is also your cousin, no different from a sister. Shivering there at the stair, Di Xiaowan instinctively took a step back. She's ready to cry at this point. Sister-in-law, you can't cheat people like that. If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Please come see a good show. 3. And, putting on a difficult smile, Di Xiaowan hurries to change the subject. We better deal with the matter here first, it's more important. Shooting a disgusted look at the person lying there on the floor, old Madame Dong was the first to reply. There's no hesitation in her words. This woman harmed my daughter and caused us so much grievances all these years. I believe it's safe to so I'm speaking for the rest of the Dong house that we have no objections to anything you have in mind. Dong Tianling, old Lord Dong, originally wanted to say something there towards his granddaughter, but against those resenting eyes, this old grandpa ended up stuffing it back down. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. She wants to know, what will her aunt's younger brother do even under these circumstances? Will he do the right thing or continue going down this wrong path? Going stiff in his face, the man himself didn't have the nerve to face his daughter, nor the woman asking him the question. He's too ashamed to face anyone right now. Looking at this scene, Dong Mu Shui, horrible daughter, finally fell into a panic. Struggling to get up, she clings onto her father's leg without letting go. No, you can't ignore my mother. She pleads by gripping the cowardly man's sleeve. If you don't help then me and mother will die before your very eyes. By then, my brother too will hate you for a lifetime. Dong Ruochin, are you still my father or what? My mother didn't do anything wrong at all. Dong Rulan was originally a daughter of the Dong's family. Since my mother is the mistress of the family, it's only right that she's permitted to do as she wish with that woman. If you don't help now then I will die in front of you. Hing a sword from one of the guards, Dong Mu Shui, horrible daughter, immediately places the sharp weapon next to her neck in idle threat. And due to how much hatred was portrayed in those eyes, even that young feministic face had distorted to the point where it's scary. Sister-in-law, this time Dong Ruochin shouldn't be so foolish anymore, right? Di Xiaowan, demon princess, gives a heavy snort, annoyed by the show she's seeing. Auntie, Bai Xiachen lightly blinks his big innocent eyes. There's a saying out there. One's bloodline cannot be ended. He may not care about that abhorrent woman anymore, but he cannot ignore his daughter. No father wouldn't love their own biological daughter, but that's under the premise it's his own blood. Father, mother, my wife did do a lot of wrong, and she became overly pampered as a result of our goodwill and guilt. Even so, Bao Yun is still my children's mother. For your grandchildren's sake, please spare her life this one time. He did not seek permission from Bai Yan. After all, to this man Bai Yan was but his sister's niece. So long as his parents say yes, then what else can a distant relative say? Miss Bai Yan, Fang Yufeng, sect leader, shakes his head before sighing. Do you need me to handle this for you? Raising a corner of her lips into a scheming smile, Bai Yan's expression was as cunning as a fox. Son, do you want to see a good show later? Is mother going to get payback for grand auntie? If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Fainted from fright. Fu Tianqi didn't even have the patience to look at the old master by this point. With a sweep of his sleeve, the king directly takes his leave. However, before he could even make it back to the palace ground, a panicking eunuch had stopped him in his track. Mage Majesty. Assassin, there's an assassin. Annoyed by the interference, the king roars out without thinking, such a small tiny thing and you people are still coming to bother me. Scram. Small thing. The eunuch was dumbfounded. An assassination attempt turns into a small thing. Majesty, seeing the king wouldn't stop at all, the eunuch became so anxious that he actually stomped on the spot like a girl before giving chase. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Majesty. You can't go there, it's too dangerous. Unfortunately, it's already late. By the time the eunuch was able to catch up to the man himself, the giant dragon was already in perfect view hovering above their heads. Unlike the king who was completely blown away by the scene, his royal guards were all unfortunate enough to have the first taste of the dragon's strength. As for the glass dragon himself, the big guy was much more relaxed in the air, only giving a disdainful snort at these minuscule ants crawling about. Majesty! Exclaiming at the sight of the king's fainting body, the eunuch was frightfully scared there as he cried for help. Someone come save the king. Just as the eunuch's voice came to an end, another sharp and irritating cry instantly overshadowed it from the front. Brother, save me. Not far away was the demon princess Di Shaowan herself, while behind her was the cowardly man dragging his wife along. Unlike the prestigious look from before, Fu Baoyun was a mess here with scattered hair and rips along her entire wardrobe. So, it's not hard to imagine why she would scream out for help the second the king came into view. Dong Ruoqin, you useless thing. How dare you actually help these people? Don't forget, my brother the king is only willing to reuse your family because of me. Otherwise your Dong house would be nothing without me. Against that bombardment of an insult, Dong Ruoqin didn't have anything to say in rebuke of his wife. Earlier when Di Shaowan knocked the abhorrent woman out, it was assumed that she wouldn't come to until they reached the palace. Yet, maybe it's just Fu Baoyun prefers to be tortured and beaten, but she awoke merely minutes after they left the estate. As such, Dong Ruoqin had no choice but to force his way with his wife by dragging her along. Brother, you must save me. After getting no response from her husband despite her antics, the abhorrent woman finally had it and ran for her brother's side. By this point the king was also coming to after the eunuch helped him regain consciousness. At first he was still stuck in a daze over his surroundings, but that instantly changed when the scattered mess of his sister came into his view. Without a second thought, he sends the abhorrent flying with a ruthless kick of his own. Get the hell out of here. It's all this blasted woman's fault. If not for her, how can there be so much trouble? If the royal house is destroyed this time then she will be the greatest sinner. Sprawling there on all four, Fu Baoyun was stunned by the sudden attack. Looking up in shock, her words were a stammering mess. Brother, did you mistake me for someone else? I am your favorite sister Baoyun. How could my brother kick me? Furthermore, brother clearly intended to reuse the Dong house because of me. Dragon, it was then. No mistake, after hearing the faint lazy voice coming from his back, the glass dragon immediately issued out a roar at the ants below. His eyes radiating a bloodthirst that made no attempt at hiding his intent to kill, which directly sent the king going numb in the feet. You are Miss Bai Yen of the Lu Hua Kingdom, correct? An ugly huge dragon carrying a stunning red woman as well as a delicate-looking young child of no older than 5. The answer was self-evident in front of such a combination. Dragon, kill them for me. Acting as if unable to hear that question, Bai Yen gives out her order using that chilling voice filled with murderous intent. Wait. Wiping that sweat from his forehead, Fu Tianqi, king, hurries to ask with that awkward smile of his, Miss Bai Yen, is there some sort of misunderstanding between us? Why the need for such a big commotion? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. There is no misunderstanding. Whoever tries to stop me from taking back my phoenix today will be faced with death. Indifferent in her attitude, the woman's demeanor was tyrannical and overbearing, strangely similar to Deetsong's when he demands his way. Phoenix? What phoenix? How come I don't know anything about this? Turning around in great rage, Fu Tianqi roars out at the group of masters coming to protect him. Which of you stole the lady's phoenix? Return it this instant, do you hear me? Exchanging an odd look between themselves, it was a sky-class master among this group who worked up the courage to speak. Though he was technically speaking, it was still more like a squeamish buzz similar to that of a mosquito. Your Majesty, not long ago we did capture a phoenix at Princess Bao Yun's order, but it was in order to tame so she can offer it to you. Boom! Stumbling backwards due to the shocking revelation, Fu Tianqi, king, took quite the effort there in order to not faint to the ground. Even so, what's left on that already ghastly face now was despair and fear. It's over. That idiot Fu Baoyun. It was already bad enough she injured Dong Rolan and tried to force Lan Xiaoyun into becoming a concubine. Now she also captured a phoenix behind everyone's back. How can there be such a stupid person in this world? Why? Why must she be part of the royal household? What are you all still standing there for? Go and release the lady's phoenix this instant. Spewing fire from his eyes, the king was literally screaming in his voice. Despite the direct order, these people only stood there in hesitation because they know what the consequences will be if they freed the fire phoenix. Injured all over from their tortures, it'd be strange if things ends brightly for their side. Every person had their limits and Bai Yan's was at hers in terms of patience by this point. Wrinkling her brow, she gives a direct order to the glass dragon, flatten the palace. I don't care if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I want to see my phoenix by the end of this day. Her son can only give an approximate location of the intended target, meaning she only knows Redzi was somewhere in this area. Otherwise, Bai Yan wouldn't even bother to waste time here dealing with these fools. And since these people here wouldn't cooperate, her recourse can only be to flatten the entire palace to look brutish and inefficient, but it works. Please wait, Miss Bai Yan, please give me a minute. I will have your phoenix out here very soon. Scared to the point where his handsome face was now green, Fu Tianqi, king, grew angrier than ever. It seems you people aren't going to obey me today. Fine, I will go call my father the former king to order you people instead. Going white in their faces, these masters can only do as told when the king was willing to go that far. There's not a doubt left in these people's mind that it's over today. You people should pray that my phoenix is unharmed. If I find any injury on her, I won't know what sort of things I would do then. Shaking hard inside, the king now realizes the order might not have the best of his choices today. Sadly for him, Fu Baoyun just had to interject herself in this crucial timing after climbing up from the ground. Maybe the abhorrent woman was still stuck in a daze-like state after being kicked, but her words was no different from adding fuel to a fire. Who dares to take my stuff? So what if that phoenix was taken by me? The creature is but a prize Dong Roland got after selling her body to another man. I'm telling you now, once it's inside the Dong house then it's mine, you hear me? Is brain dead hereditary? 2. Fu Baoyun must have really gone crazy, cursing her own son too. As a descendant of his line, Dong Mulin, perverted son, would of course fall in line with that curse too. Sadly, if only Dong Ro Qin spent a little bit more time musing over this dilemma, then he would have noticed the peculiarity in his wife's statement. A useless garbage is always a garbage. If only my cousin Qi Jia were around then, he never would have allowed them to beat me. The woman's I was steaming with hatred after losing track of that footstep. That's right, only my cousin loves me the most in this world. Back then, he was able to give me away to become another man's wife because he didn't want me to be a lowly concubine. If that's not love then what else can it be? He did it all for me. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Someone come, help me change. I want to go out. Pa. Without hesitation, Fu Baoyun, abhorrent woman, directly slaps the girl across the face to show her might. What, you really think that man would divorce me? Dream on. So long as I don't accept it, then I will forever be the mistress of this house. Go get my clothes ready, you ignorant wench. Enduring the grievance here, the maid complies, yes. Aside from having her chest pressed in by Yan's leg, her lips and face too were all swollen or cut. As such, the only recourse here was to cover everything with a veil before she heads out with the maid's support. It's already public knowledge. The Flower Brothel, currently the grandest establishment for tomfoolery and womanizing in the Qixia Kingdom. Standing at the foot of the main entrance, Fu Baoyun detested what she saw. Why would cousin want to meet me here at the Flower Brothel? Anne. Why does the name sound so familiar? Since she couldn't recall why, Fu Baoyun figured it's of no importance and walked in. That's when a highly flaunting woman intercepted her with that alluring face and flashing body. Immediately, disgust filled her eyes. This lady, may I know if you are the young madam of the Dong House? Flapping that provocative fan, the woman swings her hips in the perfect position so the sing male customers could get a good look at her bottom sets and a slight peek at her important bit. You get away from me. Fu Baoyun hurries to take a step back. I am a prestigious person all over. I don't want a filthy woman like you dirtying my purity. You. Flushing red in her face, Fu Baoyun was clearly irritated by the reception. You are but a prost. One, toot of the brothel, how dare you act so presumptuous in front of me? Just wait, I will have this place flattened in due time. By then I like to see you getting all arrogant again. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Is brain dead hereditary? 3. In truth, it's not Fu Baoyun's fault that she couldn't remember the name of this place. After all, her brother the king only mentioned the Flower Brothel once, and that was under the duress of revealing Bai Yan's ident. 1. Tai. So what if I am a woman of sex? Far better than those pretentious sluts trying to squander around making a plague of virtue despite not being one. The one you are looking for is on the second floor, VIP room. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you. See, King, a scornful sneer, the gorgeous woman went ahead and left the abhorrent woman to her own bidding. Twisted in her face, Fu Baoyun was enraged by the treatment, nothing but a prost. 1. Toot, how dare she look down on me? If I wasn't in such a rush, then I would have made you pay dearly. After waltzing away, the gorgeous lady immediately headed up to the second floor where the constant gasping and moaning voices of a female and a male could be heard echoing out of the VIP room. Raising a smirk at the sound, she didn't delay and immediately entered the room next to this one. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. How did it go? Already inside was Bai Yan and her friends, sitting there sipping away at the tea in their hands. Mistress, she is here. Completely removing the seductive appearance she was portraying earlier, the gorgeous lady was sharp and firm in her words. Well done, go call the entire Dong family here immediately. Tell them the good show is about to begin. Raising a faint smile, Bai Yan was determined on exacting revenge to those who harmed her aunt. Yes, mistress, cupping her hand, the gorgeous lady retreats to carry out the command. Alone again, it was Di Xiaowan who spoke up first, her voice confused. Sister-in-law, what sort of show are you inviting them here to see? In response to the girl's question, Bai Yan's smile only grew darker. You will know later. Oddly enough, Bai Xiaochen was rather quiet this time around, totally different from his usual nosy demeanor. Then again, what else can he say when he's stuffing his mouth with the snacks here? Mother, it's so nice that little Rice isn't around. These things are so delicious and they are all mine. Fled by the food, hardly anyone other than his mother could make out his words. Poor the baby tiger, first he was left behind by the boy, now he's even unwanted because Bai Xiaochen didn't want to share his snacks. At the same time over in the next room, Qi Jia, secret lover, was currently having a blast with the woman under him. Moving that rod of his in and out of the girl's soaking hole, there was nothing better than to dominate these warehouse ORES in his view. Whether it be his main wife or his own cousin who he toys with on occasion, the skills of these professionals are simply fantastic and beyond compare. Sadly for him, before Qi Jia, secret lover, could reach the final climax of epic proportion there, a loud raging roar from the doorway had caused him to lose that critical momentum. Qi Jia, what are you doing? Shivering at the early release, the man was both scared and satisfied at the same. Scared at being caught by a third party, but satisfied that he got to release his payload inside this fleshy doll regardless. What are you doing here? His voice was clearly full of displeasure when speaking to the person in question. Qi Jia. Standing there in disbelief, Fu Baoyun was shaking all over. Is this why you called me here to the flower brothel, to have me watch you go at it with these SLUTs? Do you even have me in your heart? Do you even care about my feelings? Called her. Qi Jia, secret lover, only wanted to laugh at this woman. It's not the first time Fu Baoyun secretly followed him from behind and then claimed it was he who called her once caught. As such, it's easy for him to presume the woman was doing it again. Alright, enough. Getting up from the mounting position of the woman submitting underneath himself, Qi Jia, secret lover, puts on a gentle smile before speaking to his cousin. Oh my sweet dearest, you know it too, that tigress back at home is the worst. Though I do have quite a few concubines in my home, but she would never let me touch them. And you wouldn't want me to touch her, would you? I too am a man and needs a channel of release. Red in her eyes due to the tears swelling up, Fu Baoyun could only bite her lips in frustration. But you still shouldn't. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Is brain dead hereditary? 4. At the very least you shouldn't be humping another woman while I'm coming. Oh my dearest sweetheart, I'm only able to do it because I'm imagining them as you. There's no way I could take another unless it's your body. Slowly coming before the woman, Qi Jia, secret lover, gently caresses that veil while shooting beams of hypnotic seduction at the foolish woman. Oh yes, my sweet, why are you wearing a veil over your face today? Despite the eyes going cold, Qi Jia's, secret lover, face remains ever so gentle with that hypnotic smile. In reality, he would have tossed aside this woman years ago she wasn't still of use. Absolutely, so long it's you then of course I would help. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation as if regaining her backbone. Fu Baoyun immediately replayed the events of today while putting on a heart-wrenching act like she's been betrayed and sullied by those closest to her. Cousin, I was almost killed by that bitch, yet the coward still wants to divorce me. It's a blessing in of itself that I married him, based on what can he divorce me? Yes, that confirmation was said through grits and stones for the woman. Oh my sweet, let me deal with her then, I'm most adept at dealing with people like her. Raising a glorious smile, this disgusting SCU-am of a person was a shameless piece of shit like the woman here, since she never married when having her child, it can only mean she must have endured an endless amount of scorn from the world. Furthermore, as if there would be any man willing to take a BSTRD child as their own. So long as I give her some care and love, then it's a given that Bai Yan would fall heads over heels for me. Don't assume just because this man named Qi Jia was old that he wouldn't be able to charm the opposite sex. His looks are fantastic for someone that's of middle age. That's also the main reason why he's so confident that he's able to woo the girl over. Growing colder in his face at that Reb. Tao, if you don't want your brother the king to keep giving you the cold shoulders, then this is the only way. But, Bai Yan's side still have a girl there. She keeps calling her sister-in-law. But have you ever seen her husband? Asked the man with those sneering lips. In response, Fu Baiyun could only shake her head in denial. By then even the young lord of the demon beast sect would be my son. Whether it be the tigress back at home or this stupid woman here, none can get in my way anymore. And the price is merely a tactical flattery of the B.S.T.R.D. boy, ha ha ha. Though the walls of the rooms here are all soundproof in design, but that doesn't mean it applies to those who are superior to the norm. For people like Di Xiaowan and Bai Yan who are at a superior level, nothing can escape their ears at such close proximity in the next room. Caressing her chin as if thinking something, Bai Yan was rather perplexed in her reply. I don't know about those two next door, but I think I can explain why Dong Mu Shui, horrible daughter, is so stupid up there in the head. How so? The baby boy blinks his big blue eyes in confusion, curious to the answer. Coupling between relatives are bound to produce flawed children. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Reveal the true face. 1. Turning her head in a somewhat disbelieving fashion, Di Xiaowan was popping her big beautiful eyes. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Are you saying Dong Mu Shui isn't of Dong Ro Qin's blood? See, King, a devilish smile. Bai Yan was non-committal here. Just wait and see, you don't need to say anything or do anything. There was nothing covering that divine body. Sadly, it's marred by the purplish bruises caused by the man that was mounting her only minutes ago. Otherwise, it would have been impeccable. Looking back over to his little plaything there, Qi Jia was ready to do as requested, only to stop partway when he met those pitiful eyes. As the old saying goes, no man can escape the cry of a true beauty, which was why his very heart was a mushy goop of mess after being melted. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Bao Yun, the girls of the flower brothel are very tight-lipped, so you need not worry. Whatever they hear will not leave this room. Without a second thought, a murderous intent had gripped the abhorrent woman's pupil. You want to seduce my man? Fine, I will make sure you not make it to see another day. Cousin, gnashing her teeth, Fu Baoyun can only endure this for now. You can really make Bai Yan take the bait. What if you abandon me after taking her? By then what am I supposed to do? He's never seen that dirty woman's face yet. If he did, he might really fall for her and give up on me. Falling into a panic, Fu Baoyun didn't expect her man to reveal such a big secret in front of a third party. After a good minute of this, she finally settled her nerves. I knew it, only you would hold me and our children to heart. That stupid good-for-nothing Dong Ro Qin is such a useless fool. Even after our son was beaten and bullied, he could still remain indifferent and even forced our daughter to threaten him with her life. Just recalling the weak attitude of her husband would make Fu Baoyun gnash her teeth in anger. Don't you agree, cousin? How could there be such a person in this world? Good thing our children isn't his, otherwise Mu Shui and Mu Lin would be stuck having a good-for-nothing like him as a father. Others may not know about Fu Tianqi's, King, attitude toward Fu Baoyun, but he sure does, since he's technically a relative of the royal family. That reason alone was enough to kill off any idea of him taking this woman as his concubine. Not only that, he also specifically chose Dong Ro Qin to marry his woman here because of how stupid the man was. It's easier to manipulate both ends easily from the shadow if the puppets are stupid. Meanwhile, outside of the VIP room, Dong Ro Qin was currently standing there like a statue after being struck by lightning. His whole head was a blank due to how explosive the information was to his ear. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Reveal the true face. 2. Clenching his chest with all his might, Dong Ro Qin, cowardly man, only felt like he's suffocating there, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. Yet, despite all of this, it was the cowardly man's own father who took the initiative before the son himself. First handing the old madam over to their daughter Dong Rolan, and, due to the grandma fainting away at the shocking revelation, the old grandpa was furious as he whammed open the door with a giant kick. Boom! What are you all doing here? How much did these people here, and what if the secret is known? No. It can't. They must have only just arrived, it's impossible for them to hear that much detail. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Shuddering there with his eyes closed, Dong Ruo-chin truly regrets it now. In fact, the guilt was so strong that he didn't even have the strength to speak at this point. So this is the woman I felt guilty over all these years, endured for all these years. For her, not only did I hurt my parents' heart, I also destroyed the bond between my sister and I who cherished me since childhood. How laughable. What a laughable outcome. How dare you? Dong Tianling's, old lord, complexion was as dark as it can be when he roared out, Fu Bao Yun. My family has never been bad to you, yet you would return our goodwill with such disgrace. Not only did you go behind my son's back and cheat on him with another man, you also had the audacity to make us raise your illegitimate children for so many years. As if being struck by lightning, the abhorrent finally blanked out from shock. They really heard it all. The main reason why Fu Bao Yun would dare be so unscrupulous all these years was not due to her status as a princess, nay, not after today's incident anyways. It has much to do with the lie that she claims to have given birth to the next generation of the Dong house. But to have the truth pulled out to the forefront where her son and daughter meant nothing in reality, it's equivalent to destroying the last ounce of bargaining chip she had. This is your good wife. Finally recovering from her fainting state, old Madame Dong's first order of business wasn't to chase after the source of their misfortune, rather it's at her own son. For this woman you not only forced your sister to endure injustice after injustice, now you also raised a set of illegitimate children as your own. Illegitimate children. These two words were like needles puncturing into Dong Ruo-chin's cowardly man heart, opening up thousands of holes there without remorse. And what about it? Since things have come to light, Fu Bao Yun no longer wanted to argue about it. Gnashing her teeth, that tone carried not an ounce of guilt. You think you would be qualified to marry me if I wasn't pregnant back then? He may have already known about the truth, but to hear it from the woman's mouth firsthand, it's undeniably still very painful, like someone just slapped him across the face. It stings so much that he had to gasp hard in order to control his emotions. Thinking back on their first time, Dong Ruo-chin now realizes how foolish he has been. He was chugged until he was drunk. By the time he awoke the next morning, nothing had remained of that night. Not the memory of them doing it, nor the bed sheet of the supposed red stain that should have been there. So it was all a sham from the start. If you like this translation, then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps. Please come see a good show. 1. Casting her gaze down at the one being stomped by her, Bai Yan's enchanting lips then revealed a sinister sneer. No need, she's already under my feet. She's already under my feet. Startled by the revelation, Fang Yufeng gazes down at the ashen-faced woman there on the floor, his eyes quipped with a pang of surprise. She is that princess. To think the Qi Xia kingdom isn't destroyed yet with such a person in their fray. Flushing red in utter embarrassment, Fu Tianqi, king, wished with every fiber of his skin that he could knife this stupid woman known as his sister to the grave. But compared to his anger right now, he's rather more astonished and shocked by what he just heard. The demon beast sect wants to submit to Bai Yan's son and not take him as their young lord. Like the king, Dong Ruo-chin, cowardly man, was also full of fear and horror, a complete turnaround from his initial shock. He finally understands now. The king didn't have a change of attitude because of his wife, rather it's his sister Dong Rolan who caused it. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. How ridiculous, to think I took everything for granted all because of my wife's words all these years. Closing his eyes, the image of his elder sister's face quickly surfaces within the cowardly man's head. There's horror, pain, but most importantly, disappointment circulating in his mind over his sister's last moment before being knocked out. I'm sorry. Sister, his pale face gripped with pain. In truth, the former him also hated his own sister back then. His wife Fu Baoyun already married him without hesitation, thus rousing all forms of ridicule from everyone as a result of their family's background. Such a huge debt, he assumed it's only proper that they at least try to repay some of that generosity. That was his thought anyways. What is the use of an apology now? Di Xiaowan, demon princess, casts the cowardly man a contemptible look. If my sister-in-law didn't come in time to get justice, I can't even imagine how miserable you people would have made her and be by now. That's right, if Bai Yan weren't here, nor the demon beast sect, would this Dong Ro Qin still show the same amount of regret? Heck, this idiotic man might just continue insulting his own sister under the instigation of his wife. In response to that admonishment, Dong Ro Qin had nothing to say in rebuke. The only thing he can do was to tightly lower his head in deep regret. While her husband was finally come to terms with the reality of their situation, Fu Baoyun on the other hand continues to go on with her nonsensical rant. Impossible, this can't be. How can the demon beast sect submit to your son? He's just a bastard child that doesn't have a father. Bang! Merciless in her action, Bai Yan makes another stomp down at the abhorrent woman's chest, thus causing Fu Baoyun to spurt out another mouthful of blood in the process. I told you already, if you call my son a bastard child again, then I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Sweeping a glance at the ignorant woman who can't understand the situation, Fang Yufeng shakes his head at the ignorance and foolishness portrayed here. Who said Sir Xiaochen doesn't have a father? His father is the most mysterious person of the Lu Hua kingdom, Lord Tsang. A year ago he too had seen Di Tsang in person, but in front of that man, he could barely keep himself upright without faltering to the floor. That just goes to show the clear distinction in their levels. Reveal the true face, for, what beauty! This truly is a woman capable of eclipsing all others in this world. Shame though, she's already sullied by another man and even gave birth to a son. Smooth in her motions, there's not an ounce of awkwardness in her swaying hips as she walked over. Servant Snow greets mistress and the young lord. Mistress. Qi Jia, secret lover, was utterly shocked by the news. Popping his eyes, he almost couldn't believe the owner of the flower brothel was in fact Bai Yan, the target of his disgusting plot. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, that's to say, everything today was in fact a conspiracy coined by this woman. The main purpose only to show Dong Ro Qin the true face of his wife. You are the mistress of the flower brothel. Trembling in her lips, the abhorrent woman finally recalled where he heard the name from. At the time when her brother the king mentioned Bai Yan's background, she did hear something about the woman being the owner of the flower brothel. However, due to her own mindset being narrowed in on the demon beast sect, she had ignored that crucial segment from her memories. No wonder you would get yourself pregnant before marriage, to own a brothel of all places. I'm betting your child too is the product of your nightly customers. Cynical in her words, Fu Baoyun attempts to elevate her own standing while downgrading her foes at the same time. Others may not know this, but he sure does. What brothel? That's nothing but a screen on the surface to hide the establishment's true purpose, an intelligence-gathering agency. Compared to the royal families of the various kingdoms, this flower brothel wouldn't lose out in any way. Therefore, it's not that surprising for Qi Jia that his secret with Fu Baoyun would be known. It's not like he's been actively keeping it a total secret at every turn. In response to this, her aunt instinctively stiffened there, that face struggling on whether or not she should be happy or sad at the outcome. It's undeniable that she's been suffering as a result of Fu Baoyun's tyrannical doings over the years, but to have her own brother be thrust into the abyss, Dong Roland just can't bear knowing it's her who's the cause. Nevertheless, what must come will eventually come. Raising a faint smile from her face, Dong Roland was rather firm in her words. Yes, my dear, I am very satisfied with this show. Anyone would have a temper, not to mention she's just a regular woman who wanted nothing but good for her family. Now that a hole to vent her frustration was here, how can she not take it, especially when the target of her ire was such a horrific person? Furthermore, this time it wasn't just herself who was Fu Baoyun's abhorrent woman target, her very daughter Lan Xiaoyun almost became a victim too. As a mother, how can she stay idle anymore? This whole show was meant for Dong Roland to begin with, so long as the woman herself was pleased then no one else mattered in this. Thank you. Emotional in her voice, Dong Roland never thought this day would come, the day of her vengeance, and it was all at the hands of her own niece too. Despite the knowledge that she herself wasn't a genuine daughter of Lanue, Bai Yan nevertheless holds those close to her adopted mother as her own. They are all she have now, aside from her own son and Shifis back in the Holy Land. However nice that thought was, Bai Yan apparently seems to have forgotten someone important here. It's Di Xiao one who was terribly saddened by the omission. I am also sister-in-law's family, why did she forget me only? Mu Shui, we're leaving. If you like this translation then please turn off your ad blockers, it really helps.